Star Odyssey Chapter 3689 to Chapter 3739. Huamani did not know, as his mission had been to intentionally allow himself to be captured. In order to prevent Xianxia from seeing through him, Huamani had been kept in the dark as well. However, the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators in the consciousness universe should know. Xingju knew as well, but this person did not say anything. Luyin still believed in the memories that he had seen, and there was no need for Xingju to say anything. Furthermore, whether or not this route had been purposely given to him by Xianxia made Luyin uneasy, and he urgently needed more information. The die slowly came to a stop. Roll 1 meant that something useless would fall out. Roll 3 meant that he could upgrade external items. As his cultivation increased, external items would become less useful. Roll 4, time stop space. Luyin rested for a year in the time stop space, absorbing Xingju's consciousness and fusing it with his consciousness planet and 9 skies shift, allowing him to fully control it. If he encountered another expert like Xingju, he might not be able to withstand the great sky-carving disc. Wu Wei, Huamani, and Xingju were no longer his opponents. In terms of consciousness, the only one of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators with unfathomable consciousness was Old Head. He was also the powerhouse that Xianxia feared the most. The scene in front of him changed, and Luyin returned to reality and continued to roll his die. Roll 6, very successful. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and his consciousness appeared in a dark space. All he could see were balls of light. This was the consciousness universe, and he could see countless balls of light, but most of them were dim. It was impossible for him to find a ball of light that matched his own. Even the balls that represented the 13 celestial phenomenon were somewhat dim. There was none here, and Luyin used his consciousness to travel through the dark space and continue his search. Nothing, still nothing. Luyin traveled through the dark space for a long time, and he finally saw a ball of light that was approaching him. It had to be a cosmic realm consciousness life form, and he hurriedly rushed over to merge with it. Luyin opened his eyes. That's right, he opened his eyes. He merged with a consciousness life form that was in human form. Through Huamani's memories, Luyin knew that most of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators were in human form. It was more convenient to fight against the spiritualized universe. The consciousness life form that he had merged with was one of the 13, Gui Xiaoqing. This name came from a spiritualized cultivator who had died at Gui Xiaoqing's hands. Gui Xiaoqing had taken this name, saying that it suited the spiritualized cultivators. At this moment, Gui Xiaoqing was heading towards the boundless border. Memories continued to pour into Lu Yin's mind, and he knew that Xingju's death had stimulated the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. They had originally been waiting at the Earth realm to ambush and kill Xianxia, but because of Luyin, they had been forced to leave and deal with Wu Jiang first. And to deal with the boundless realms, it wasn't a direct attack, but an endless path. Luyin hadn't expected them to deal with Wu Jiang in such a manner. In the Tianyuan universe, He Wuxian had used the endless path to delay Wu Jiang's participation in the Battle of Primeval City. Now, in order to prevent Wu Jiang from participating in their ambush of Xianxia, Old Chief and the other consciousness life forms also planned to use the endless path to delay Wu Jiang. What a coincidence, or rather, this was a very widespread use of consciousness life forms. The stronger the consciousness, the stronger the endless path. At this moment, a total of 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators appeared and attacked Wu Jiang with 5 starry sky-level consciousnesses. This was to ensure that Wu Jiang couldn't get close to the Earth of Will. Logically speaking, they should be able to do it. Even though Luyin, the primogenitor, and the others were strong, they couldn't surpass 5 starry sky-level consciousnesses. As long as they launched a sneak attack, Wu Jiang wouldn't be able to break through the endless path. By the time Wu Jiang finally broke through the endless path, some time would have passed. During that time, their battle with Xianxia would have ended. This way, they could avoid losses from fighting Wu Jiang and raise Xianxia's vigilance. They could also prevent Wu Jiang from participating in the ambush, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This was actually what he wanted as well. He didn't want Wu Jiang to participate in the Battle of the Earth of Will. He had no intention of participating in it in the first place, and using the endless path was a good way to escape. He hadn't expected that dealing with Xingju would have such an advantage. It seemed that Xianxia hadn't intentionally given him that route. One or two 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators couldn't possibly deal with Wu Jiang. At most, they would only attract the attention of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. Xianxia probably didn't think that the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators would waste time on Wu Jiang. Wait, Lu Yin suddenly turned back to look at the Earth of Will. Xianxia had expected that the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators wouldn't attack Wu Jiang. Similarly, Lu Yin had also expected that such a powerful Wu Jiang participating in the Battle of the Earth of Will would be detrimental to the universe of consciousness. In that case, had the old chief and the others left the Earth of Will as well? If that was the case, then that route might have been deliberately arranged to expose Wu Jiang's strength and make the old chief and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators wary of him. If the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators left the Earth of Will, then? Could it be that Xianxia had never intended to start a war with the Earth of Will? His goal was to lure out the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators, but what was his true goal? Right, the heavenly imperial court. The premise of this conjecture was that Xianxia knew that the Earth of Will was a trap. Would he know? Or could it be that whether he knew or not, this was his method, the most reliable method to enter the heavenly imperial court? Compared to fighting the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators, luring them out of the Earth of Will would definitely be easier. The 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators had guessed that Xianxia wanted to kill his way into the Earth of Will for the sake of the heavenly imperial court, which made sense. If Lu Yin were in Xianxia's shoes, he would have used the same method to enter the heavenly imperial court and obtain what he wanted. Whether or not he would start a war would depend on the outcome of the battle. It might also depend on the decisions of the Nine Firmaments universe. Xianxia didn't have the final say on whether or not the universe of consciousness would be reactivated. His grand attack on the universe of consciousness might very well be a pretense. Everyone had been fooled. Lu Yin was increasingly convinced of his conjecture, and his eyes flashed. Regardless of whether his guess was right or not, since the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators had appeared, this was his chance. If this wasn't Xianxia's scheme, then it would be a great advantage for him. If it was, then he would have to see who was faster. Just as he was about to exit the fusion, Lu Yin's gaze suddenly changed. He saw memories of the heavenly imperial court and a familiar figure. The 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators had to be recognized by the heavenly imperial court. Otherwise, even cosmic lifeforms couldn't be called the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. Every sentient lifeform had a different experience in the heavenly imperial court. Lu Yin had seen what had happened to Huamani and Wu Wei, and now, he had also seen what had happened to Gue Xiaoqing. Compared to Huamani and Wu Wei, what Gue Xiaoqing saw in the heavenly imperial court left Lu Yin in disbelief. He actually saw the great desolate scorching sky beast. Gue Xiaoqing saw all sorts of astral beasts in the heavenly imperial court. Sometimes, he would look down at the sky and watch the astral beasts develop, kill, and evolve. Sometimes, he would become a star. The astral beasts would fight with the astral beasts and compete for resources. He had experienced countless battles and seen the vicissitudes of time. One of them was the Great Desolate Scorching Sky Beast. The Great Desolate Scorching Sky Beast was an astral beast in the Tianyuan universe. It had been the ruler of the universe ever since Hunji had left. It was only when the progenitor and eternity had joined forces to kill the strongest beast that the human era had begun. The Great Desolate Scorching Sky Beast had never appeared in the spiritualized universe. In the heavenly imperial court, Lu Yin had also confirmed through Huamani and Wu Wei's memories that it had never appeared before. Then where had the Great Desolate Scorching Sky Beast in the heavenly imperial court come from? It wasn't real, but rather a remnant memory or consciousness. It was like a broken world, but it wasn't a broken world. It could allow those who entered the heavenly imperial court to experience something, just like the memories of the universe. But this was the heavenly imperial court, so where did the memories of the Tianyuan universe come from? Gue Xiaoqing had actually seen the Great Desolate Scorching Sky Beast, which was something that Lu Yin had never expected. As the memories flooded in, Lu Yin's control over Gue Xiaoqing's body froze, and his eyes flickered. Was that Hunji? What's wrong? An old voice came from the old leader. Gui Shaoqing's sudden stop attracted the attention of the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. Luyin wasn't worried about being seen through. If it had been when he had just left the Tianyuan universe, then his consciousness might have been seen through, but it was impossible now. His consciousness was stronger than most of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators, and could even be considered the strongest. Nothing, I just thought of a possibility. What possibility? The old leader asked. Gui Shaoqing said, do you think that the Xianxia in the reboot is really Xianxia? The old leader and the rest of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators looked at each other in astonishment. They were all in human form, and there were even women among them who were extremely beautiful. It's impossible for a peak powerhouse to appear in the spiritualized universe for no reason. How could he not have been here before? Gui Shaoqing asked, raising Xingju's guess. The old leader said, don't worry, Xianxia is on the reboot battleship. As for this powerhouse that suddenly appeared, we don't need to know who he is for now. Once we deal with Xianxia, we'll find the people we planted in the spiritualized universe and ask them. We don't want to ask now because we don't want to complicate matters. Gui Shaoqing nodded, let's go. The 5 celestial phenomenon cultivators continued towards the boundless universe. Luyin had already exited the fusion, and his consciousness returned to his body. He found the primogenitor and told him what had happened. The primogenitor asked, what do you want to do? I want to go to the Earth realm and enter the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Luyin was certain that if he had been interested in the Heavenly Imperial Palace before because of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators and Xianxia, then now it was because of Gui Shaoqing's memories. The Heavenly Imperial Palace actually contained the memories of Han Ji and the great desolate scorching sky beast. How could the Tianyuan universe's memories be in the Heavenly Imperial Palace? He had to get to the bottom of this. The primogenitor nodded, all right, be careful. Don't fight Xianxia head-on if you encounter him. Luyin left the primogenitor to deal with the boundless universe. With the primogenitor and the other experts of the boundless universe, even the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators would not be able to kill them easily. Moreover, they only wanted to use the boundless universe to stall for time. Compared to the threat of the boundless universe, Xianxia was more important. Luyin avoided the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators' path and circled towards the Earth realm. Several days later, the old chief and the other celestial phenomenon powerhouses arrived and looked at the huge boundless in the distance. We've never seen this battleship before, but it might be a trump card of the spiritualized universe. Everyone, attack. The endless path used one's consciousness to extend another's. Once this path appeared, it would be very difficult to break through. The Hui ancestor had been able to break through because He Wuxian's consciousness wasn't that strong and hadn't reached the level of transcendence. Now, with the old chief and the other powerhouses attacking, Luyin could only break through if he was in boundless and joined forces with the progenitor and the others. This was even after he had absorbed Xingju's consciousness. Now that Luyin had left, boundless could only stay in place, unable to move. On the other side, Luyin also saw the realm of Earth. The realm of Earth was the most secretive place in the consciousness universe, the place where the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses hid. It was a piece of land shrouded in moonlight, the mottled shadows of trees swaying in the wind, and white dandelion seeds scattered in the sky. It was beautiful and quiet. The winding path extended for an unknown distance, and yellow flowers grew on both sides. Even further away, there was a waterfall, a mountain range, a crescent moon, white clouds, and specks of starlight. The wind brought about the chirping of cicadas, and under the stream, fish jumped, splashing water onto the grass, making it seem even greener. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't look like the realm of Earth. It was more like a paradise. However, this place was the Earth of Intent realm. It was also the only broken world that had color. Only the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses could enter. Luyin looked at the realm of Earth from afar. From Wu Wei's memories, he knew that Xianxia had almost found the realm of Earth. During that battle, the 513 celestial phenomenon powerhouses had surrounded Xianxia, not to kill him, but to give the realm of Earth time to migrate. The realm of Earth wasn't fixed, and once it was found, it would migrate. This was the only broken world that could be migrated on its own accord. At this moment, there was another 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouse in the realm of Earth named Frostblade. He was recognized as an existence second only to the old chief, and the other 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses recognized his status in terms of age and consciousness strength. This was also the reason why Frostblade could oversee the realm of Earth. Luin could enter the realm of Earth, but to enter the Heavenly Imperial Court, he had to overcome Frostblade. This battle wouldn't be easy. Even if he believes that the strength of his consciousness is stronger than Frostblade, but in the way of using consciousness, each of the 13 celestial phenomenon has its own strengths. Huamani's fear of Frostblade affected Luin, and he started thinking about how to enter. If Xianxia really used Boundless to lure the 13 heavenly phenomenon away, he would also be thinking about how to deal with Frostblade at this moment. Just as he was thinking of this, in the distance, a huge shadow smashed into the Earth Intent realm at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Miao Wu Huang? In the distance, Miao Wu Huang was being thrown into the Earth realm by a terrifying force. He couldn't even turn around. Seeing that he was being thrown into the Earth realm, he couldn't help but curse, Xianxia, you despicable bastard. Boom! Even though the Earth Intent realm was huge, Miao Wu Huang's power wasn't weak either. Especially since this was a broken world, once it was shaken, the entire broken world would be shaken. However, there was no danger in this broken world. It was just that the scenery was too beautiful. Miao Wu Huang smashed into the ground, shaking the Earth realm and attracting Frostblade's attention. Shuang Dao was a burly man with a long blade in his hand. He stood up abruptly and looked in Miao Wu Huang's direction. The restarting battleship hadn't reached the Earth realm yet, and Old Head and the rest had left. Miao Wu Huang rubbed his hands. He stood up and looked around. Other than the beautiful scenery, there was nothing else. Not far away, there was a stream. Fish jumped out of the water and splashed onto him. He looked outside the Earth realm. In that direction, there was a pair of eyes staring at him with deterrence and killing intent. Miao Wu Huang wanted to say something but couldn't. At this time, a majestic consciousness whizzed over. The sound of thunder instantly changed the scenery of the Earth realm, bringing with it a strong killing intent. Spiritualized universe, damn you. Miao Wu Huang gritted his teeth. The consciousness said, you're the one who wants to die. I, Miao Wu Huang, will kill you. Shuang Dao's eyes widened. Miao Wu Huang? So it was him. Miao Wu Huang's name resounded throughout the consciousness and spiritualized universes. In the spiritualized universe, he was the 8-star dark spirit that everyone wanted to kill. In the consciousness universe, he was also the Dooku AI expert that the 13 celestial phenomenon wanted to kill. Good timing. Shuang Dao shouted. He had wanted to fight Miao Wu Huang for a long time. Consciousness beings took the initiative to turn into human form. Although they had no emotions, they had the will to fight. Shuang Dao was the strongest. The consciousness pressed down. Miao Wu Huang didn't want to fight, but Xianxia forced him to lure Shuang Dao away. There must be something that he didn't want to know. He could only fight Shuang Dao, but only for a short while. He didn't want to be surrounded by the 13 celestial phenomenon. The earth cracked. The moonlight was covered. The sky was turned upside down. Under the consciousness, Miao Wu Huang resisted. He roared at the sky. A black light beam shot up from below, breaking the void. A figure jumped down from the stars. In his hand, a sharp blade slashed at Miao Wu Huang. Miao Wu Huang raised his claws. Black gravity covered his claws and clashed with the blade. Pang! A loud sound spread. Miao Wu Huang was pressed into the ground. This blade didn't just slash at his body, but also at his consciousness. Miao Wu Huang's pupils dilated. He clenched his claws and threw the blade away. The huge force pushed Shuang Dao away. He opened his mouth and spat out a black light beam. It pierced through the void and destroyed it. Shuang Dao narrowly avoided it. He swept past the black light beam and slashed, blade sky snow. The blade slashed down. Snowflakes filled the sky and froze Miao Wu Huang. The blade followed the snowflakes and slashed down again, reflecting the cold light. Outside of the earth, Luin was shocked. What a powerful consciousness-type battle technique. This was no longer just a method of application. It was similar to Wu Wei's God's sword. This attack could freeze a person's consciousness, and it could stop Miao Wu Huang's thoughts. Any consciousness would have been killed instantly. The two had only fought for an instant, but it was enough to bury an ordinary powerhouse. Shuang Dao was indeed a consciousness-type life form. Even Miao Wu Huang was suppressed by his blade. On the other side, Yu Tian didn't even look at the battle. He headed towards the depths of the earth. Lu Yin stepped forward, wanting to enter as well. However, he couldn't be too fast. He had to avoid Yu Tian. If he was detected, he might not be able to enter Tian Tower. Frost Knife's blade slashed down and cut the frozen Miao Wu Huang in half. However, there was no blood spilling out. Only a mirror shattered. World's Edge Mirror. Miao Wu Huang's cultivation of sequence rules had reached the level of a deified sequence power. With this move, he could escape from the spiritualized universe if he wanted to. It was difficult to catch him. Not far away, Miao Wu Huang panted, looking at Shuang Dao with lingering fear. This guy's consciousness was so strong that even he couldn't withstand that attack. Shuang Dao turned around and looked at Miao Wu Huang. "Why are you here?" Miao Wu Huang rolled his eyes. "Then I'll leave." "I'll leave." He turned to run. Shuang Dao froze and attacked with his consciousness. Running? How could it be so easy? He hadn't noticed that Yu Tian had already entered the earth. To the consciousness-type life forms, Yu Tian shouldn't have known that there was a trap in the earth, and he definitely wouldn't have thought that the 13 Celestials would deal with Wu Jiang. They had the initiative, but in reality, the initiative was just a passive one given to them by Yu Tian. Miao Wu Huang had already completed his mission and was about to use the World's Edge Mirror to escape. Shuang Dao's consciousness couldn't stop him. However, something unexpected happened. The World's Edge Mirror shattered. Miao Wu Huang was stunned. He could withstand Shuang Dao's consciousness, but he couldn't break the World's Edge Mirror. What had truly shattered the mirror was a gust of wind from a finger. He turned to look in a certain direction, where he vaguely saw a familiar figure pass by. It was Lu Yin, yet another shameless bastard. Behind him, Shuang Dao slashed at him again. Miao Wu Huang could only grit his teeth and resist. The World's Edge Mirror had been shattered twice, wasting too many particles. It wouldn't be easy to use it again. Those two bastards were definitely up to something in the earth, using him as bait. No, he couldn't let them get away with it. If it was only Yu Tian using him as bait, he could only accept it. Now that Lu Yin was involved, he didn't hesitate to betray them. Shuang Dao, someone slipped in. Shuang Dao looked towards the depths of the earth and his expression changed. Not good. He gave up on Miao Wu Huang and headed deeper. Miao Wu Huang panted heavily. He had wanted to leave, but after some thought, he decided to follow. There would definitely be great benefits there, and he had to take a share. He was the most virtuous person in the 3 universes. The wind blew past the catkins and brushed through the grass, stopping in front of a large tree and knocking on the door of a thatched cottage. The cottage was surrounded by a fence, and it was quiet and secluded. Lu Yin arrived outside the cottage in a single step, then took another step into the cottage without hesitation. Inside this thatched cottage was the heavenly imperial court. No one would have thought that the greatest secret of the consciousness universe was this cottage. Even if an outsider entered the E-Earth realm, they wouldn't have thought of it. Lu Yin had relied on Wu Wei and Huamani's memories to find out, but he was curious as to how Yu Tian had found out. Yu Tian had also charged into the cottage without hesitation, so he must have known beforehand that this was Tian Tower. As he stepped into the cottage, he was greeted by a dim light. Gray air flowed around him, and occasionally, cloud-shaped objects floated by. Lu Yin felt like he had entered space, but it wasn't space. He frowned. This was not what Wu Wei and the others remembered. Wu Wei, Huamani, Gue Xiaoqing, and the others had appeared at the bottom of the cliff as soon as they had entered the cottage. They had looked up at the faintly discernible palace on the cliff. It seemed close, but it was impossible to reach. Why had he appeared here? Where was Yu Tian? Where was he? The gray air flowed around his finger, and his surroundings instantly changed. It was as if countless memories had appeared that did not belong to him, but they also seemed to belong to him. He saw the chaos of the universe, the passage of time, the destruction of planets, and the origin of life. These memories were so profound that he felt like he was hallucinating. Who was he? What had he experienced? For a moment, he couldn't differentiate between illusion and reality. Luin waved a hand and shook off the gray air, his eyes filled with apprehension. For him to be unable to differentiate between illusion and reality meant that this gray air was not as simple as a memory. Even if it was a memory, whose memory was it? Was it someone? A creature? Or a universe? Gui Shaoqing saw the great desolate skyfire beast and chaos. Those were creatures from the Tianyuan universe, so how could they be here? A gray stream floated past him, and Luin raised a hand to touch it, but then stopped. He looked around and saw that the darkness was boundless. It felt like rolling possession into a dark space, but it was also different. Consciousness life forms had appeared directly below the precipice, so why hadn't he? Was it because he wasn't from the consciousness universe? As he thought about it, a karma spiral appeared at his fingertips. With a wave of his hand, the karma spiral shot towards the gray stream. He wanted to see what kind of karma existed here. If there were memories, then there would be karma, and he wanted to know who this karma belonged to. The karma spiral pierced through the gray stream in the blink of an eye, scattering it before spreading out in all directions. Luin twisted the karma and continued to release it. Suddenly, the scene before him changed again, and he appeared under an unfamiliar starry sky. He saw a young man with a handsome face and bright eyes. He had a unique temperament and was aloof from the mortal world. He seemed so bright under the dark sky, so unapproachable. He was clearly just a young man. When he saw this young man, Luin, or rather, Tiang's memories, also saw the karma in the young man's hands. Karma danced in the young man's hands, and it was very cheerful. Luin did not know how to describe his feelings. This person was very young, probably around his age, and he had also grasped the way of karma. The smile on his face was relaxed, as if there was nothing in the world that could trouble him. Karma danced at his fingertips, and Luin seemed to hear some sort of laughter. Luin did not know why, but at that moment, he felt complicated emotions. Was he jealous? Perhaps, he was not jealous of this young man's control of karma, but rather of that smile. It was a smile that had seen all the beauty in the world. That purity was something that Luin did not possess. That smile was even more dazzling than the light. It was enough to sting any cultivator. The most precious thing in the world was not a powerful battle technique, nor was it comprehending any power that could allow one to step into eternal life. Instead, it was beauty. The world's beauty had always been there. Darkness covered the universe, but it could not cover up that beauty. That beauty was truly enviable. Lu Xiaoxian had once enjoyed that beauty as well. He had a carefree smile and eaten to his heart's content. He had the closest family, the best brothers, the most beloved woman, and the strongest cultivation talent. He had possessed all the beauty in the world. It was only at this moment that Luin realized that he wanted to return to those simple days of the past. He wanted to be like this young man, who could fill karma with laughter. Unfortunately, he could no longer go back. Lu Xiaoxian was Lu Xiaoxian, and Luin was Luin. Lu Xiaoxuan's beautiful memories were just memories, while Luin was reality. He was born as Lu Xiaoxian, carefree and carefree. He would continue to be Luin, tempering himself in reality. What he pursued was still Lu Xiaoxuan's freedom. This beauty would never be exchanged for another lifetime. Who would protect his family and friends? Who would protect the Tianyuan cosmos? Who would protect humanity? Who would protect humanity? Who would protect his family and friends? Someone had to be sacrificed. What this young man had obtained was built upon sacrifices. He had seen the beauty of the world and comprehended the Tao of karma at such a young age. How enviable. Time passed, and Luin felt as if he had been watching that young man all this time. He watched as that young man had also experienced hardships, hesitation, and the separation between life and death. In the end, that smile had disappeared. The envious smile became an eternal memory, but it would never appear again. Was it Luin himself who was watching that young man, or was it the universe that was watching him? He watched as that young man became older, and that smile disappeared from his eyes for a very long time. He also watched as that young man's cultivation of the Tao of Karma became more and more profound, enlightening Luin. Luin did not know where that person was now, but he was certain that this person had been born far before him. If this person was still alive, then his control of the Tao of Karma was beyond Lu Yin's imagination. After an unknown number of years, Luin felt as if he had experienced those years, but it also felt as if they had not happened at all. He became increasingly unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. On this day, he heard that young man, no, that middle-aged man, use karma to cover the sky. Karma phenomenon. Endless karma filled the sky, and Luin was shocked. This karma far surpassed his own. Compared to his heavenly Tao of karma, this karma phenomenon could easily cover and crush everything. At that moment, something unexpected happened to the karma phenomenon. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood and looked up at the sky. Who's obstructing me? The voice came from Lu Yin's side, but it was not him. What a pity. What a pity. Who are you? What's so pitiful about it? The middle-aged man clutched his chest, his face pale as he looked up at the sky. It was obvious that he was shocked at this moment, as if no one should be able to spy on him or even destroy his karma phenomenon. Your path has gone astray. What a pity. I thought that I would be able to give birth to a companion through that beauty. What a pity, what a pity. Who is it? The middle-aged man attacked, shaking the heavens and earth as he unleashed a world-shaking attack. Luin could clearly see that this attack surpassed all the powerhouses that he knew of. It was difficult to estimate just how strong this person's cultivation was. However, his vision changed again, and the middle-aged man disappeared. Luin saw another person, this one a young man. However, compared to the previous person's smile, this young man's gaze was deeper. Luin could see a shadow of himself in this young man. This young man had also comprehended the Tao of Karma, but he was still far from Lu Yin's level. Luin did not see beauty in this person, but rather darkness. This young man had too many hidden things in his eyes, and he thought of himself. Was he the same in other people's eyes? This time, the memory did not observe him for a long period of time. Instead, it gave him pointers. It did not give him pointers on the Tao of Karma. Instead, it gave him pointers on the young man's mindset, heart, and yearning for the beauty of the universe. It seemed that this memory believed that beauty was the path to the future. This pointers caused the young man to scoff, and Luin to feel disdain. Was this memory pure or ignorant? When a person was born in this world, other than the first few years of ignorance where they could do as they pleased, once they gained some understanding, they would not be able to do as they pleased. Beauty was only temporary, and eternal beauty would forever remain a fantasy. Humans had to see reality clearly. Actually, being born was already the most beautiful thing in the world. Battles, killing, separation, and a cruel past were enough to completely change a person. If one did not want to change, then they would have to be a madman. The memory's pointers had completely failed. What a pity. You could have had a beautiful future and become my companion. You would not have been so lonely. What a pity, what a pity. The young man now seemed to have aged. He knelt in the sky and begged, I can't do it. I can't be as beautiful as you think. I can't change myself. Please give me another chance. I want to be your disciple. I have great talent and will definitely succeed. Please. The memory's voice did not reply. No matter how the young man begged, 1 day, 10 days, 100 days, 100 years, or even 1,000 years, the voice remained indifferent. You don't know anything, the young man shouted, pointing at the sky. Can you change my fate? You want me to feel beauty and have a pure heart. Why? What about my enemies? What about my hatred? Can you change human greed? You can't do anything, but you want me to change? You're playing with me. I won't give in. You. The memory changed, and Luin saw a group of giant beasts galloping through the sky, constantly destroying the stars. Because he was a human, did the memories he saw first have to do with humans? Luin guessed that seeing the giant beasts now meant that humans no longer had any memories related to karma. Could these memories be like the river of time in the Mirage domain, where one could see the past with any kind of power? If that was the case, then would this be a different kind of river of time? But what was with that voice? Did the universe itself have a consciousness? It was not impossible, as this was the universe of consciousness, and it could also belong to a certain creature. If it was the latter, then the heavenly imperial court was similar to the river of time. In that case, could the river of time also be a creature's memories? As he thought about this, he saw an astral beast comprehending karma. The memory's voice seemed to want to find a companion, and it began to give guidance. However, his guidance still failed. Humans were greedy, and astral beasts also had their instincts and greed. Even if a creature could live forever, it was difficult to change their instincts. If a person stepped into eternal life, would they no longer have any emotions? Not necessarily. Perhaps after entering eternal life, there would be even more emotions, but no one knew. The memory's voice failed again, and it felt like the passage of time was constantly flowing. Luin was exhausted, as he had never thought that the universe would have so many beings who had comprehended the way of karma. Although this number was almost non-existent compared to all other cultivators, each experience was a long one, and it left him physically and mentally exhausted. The memory's voice was also tired. The memory changed again, and this time, Luin saw a blade of grass that was crisp and green. It sparkled under the splashes of water, and it was very cute. It reminded him of a young sapling that was so pure. It seemed that the memory's voice had given up on living beings and instead chose plants, as it believed that plants were not too tied down and would be very beautiful. However, the plant had also failed. It had no emotions and yearned for beauty, but it had also lost its understanding of what was bad. Karma was a cause, and without that darkness, how could there be light? Luin looked forward to it again and again, but he also failed again and again. After countless years, he finally returned to the heavenly imperial court. Gray had just flowed past his eyes, and the karma spirals had shot out in all directions. It was as if all the memories related to karma had disappeared. Luin sighed. If his guess was correct, then he released his consciousness. Although Luin had experienced countless years in the memory, only an instant had passed in the outside world. At the same time, Frostblade rushed into the cottage. Then, Miao Wuhuang also rushed into the hut. He did not know what was inside, but he was prepared to escape at any time. After rushing into the cottage, he appeared in a dark space just like Luin, but he did not see Luin, Xianxia, or Frostblade. Behind him, a large gray stream swept past, and he opened his mouth to fire his cannon. The beam of gravity swept past, attempting to penetrate the starry sky. However, the next moment, his body moved and appeared in a foreign space. Just as he was about to look around, an indescribable chill descended upon him, causing his scalp to go numb. He looked up and gaped. What the F***ck? The universe's stars were collapsing, and his body was shattering. His organs were shaking and being squeezed. Miao Wuhuang knew this feeling very well. It was the pressure of gravity. How was this possible? Who could have such terrifying gravity to suppress him? He was Miao Wuhuang, a powerhouse second only to Xianxia. He was unparalleled in the Tao of gravity, and no one had ever surpassed him. However, in this foreign space, he, and even the universe itself, was being suppressed by gravity. The universe was about to be destroyed, planets were shattered, celestial bodies were annihilated, and the void was collapsing. Everything was being crushed by gravity. Miao Wuhuang roared, unleashing his gravitational force, only to be flattened in the blink of an eye. There was no comparison. His resistance was futile. He felt his body being crushed into powder. He was going to die, he was really going to die. There's no need for this. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Miao Wuhuang's consciousness fainted, but he didn't know who had said it. On the other side, Luin released his consciousness, causing his surroundings to change. His body became weightless as he fell, but when he steadied himself, he looked around and found himself in a familiar place. Wu Wei, Huamani, and the others remembered this place with 13 celestial bodies. This was a precipice that seemed to be tens of thousands of meters high. To cultivators, this height was meaningless, as any cultivator could flatten it. However, here, cultivators were no different from ordinary people, as they couldn't climb up. Luin looked ahead and saw a palace above the precipice. It was faintly discernible, and it seemed to be surrounded by celestial energy. It was unreachable. Even with his current cultivation, he felt that it was difficult to climb. He tried to climb up the precipice, but it was as smooth as a mirror. His cultivation was useless here, and he couldn't climb it at all. He was on the ground, and the palace was in the sky. He knew that this was probably just a memory. If it was real, he would have tried to use the overturning heaven palm. In Wu Wei and the others' memories, as long as one stood here, they would quickly bear some sort of experience. Wu Wei's sword of heaven had come from this memory, and Gue Xiaoqing's memories of the great desolate sky beast and chaos had also come from here. At this moment, a figure appeared not far away. Luin looked over and raised an eyebrow. Frostblade? The person who came was Frostblade. As a consciousness life form, he came here after entering Etion, Quebec. When Luin saw Frostblade, Frostblade also saw Luin. Who are you? Frostblade asked loudly. He knew almost all the masters of the spiritualized universe. This person could enter Etion Tower while he was fighting with Miao Wu Huang. He was definitely a master of the same level, but he had no impression of this person. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It's not too late to run now. Frostblade stared at Luin and suddenly remembered something. His face darkened. You're the expert who killed Xingju. His appearance was coarse, but that was a form he took on willingly. Those who could cultivate 13 celestial phenomenon were not stupid. For example, he could tolerate Miao Wu Huang rushing into the heavenly imperial palace without stopping him. He was in a hurry to stop others from entering because the consciousness universe could withstand the loss of Miao Wu Huang entering the heavenly imperial palace, but it could not withstand the loss of others, especially Yu Xianxia. He was in a hurry to come in because he wanted to confirm who had entered Etion, Quebec. It could be said that he had analyzed the pros and cons in a very short time, so it was normal for him to guess Lu Yin's identity. Luin sized him up. If you don't want to run, then stay. With that, he stepped forward and grabbed Frostblade. Frostblade did not know how strong Luin was. He raised his blade and slashed. Arrogant. Xingju was good at survival, but he was good at killing. It was different. He did not know how desperate Xingju was when facing Luin. With a loud bang, Lu Yin's palm hit the blade. Snowflakes filled the sky as Dao Tianxue fell. However, it did not affect Luin at all. His consciousness was stronger than Frostblade's. His palm went along the blade and grabbed the back of the blade. His huge strength turned the blade around and slashed back under Frostblade's incredulous gaze. Elegant sun and moon. The blade tore through his skin, and a trace of blood flowed down Frostblade's neck. He retreated by a hair's breadth and was almost beheaded. He had been careless. He did not expect Luin to not only block Dao Tianxue's attack but also use his strength to snatch the blade. In just an instant, he was completely defeated. He was on a completely different level from Miao Wu Huang. Luin gave him the feeling that he was facing Yu Xianxia. This human was extremely strong. Frostblade kept retreating as his consciousness bombarded him. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he stepped forward to parallel time. He instantly penetrated Frostblade's consciousness, and his right hand reached out to grab Frostblade's neck. Frostblade saw through the parallel time and suddenly roared. Luin stopped in his tracks, flabbergasted. Frostblade used his consciousness to forcefully attack Lu Yin's. Even though Lu Yin's consciousness was stronger than Frostblade's, Frostblade did not want to destroy Lu Yin's consciousness. Instead, he used a single point to forcefully confuse Lu Yin's consciousness, causing it to pause for a moment and misunderstand everything around him. It was only for a moment, but this method of using consciousness reflected Frostblade's characteristics. It was completely different from Xingju and Huamani. Frostblade used the moment of confusion to retreat again, his figure quickly disappearing. He did not dare to face Luin directly. This was a monster comparable to Yu Xianxia. Just as Luin was about to attack, boundless memories suddenly descended. He stopped in his tracks as the process of inheriting memories began. Only by inheriting memories could one become one of the 13 celestials. Wu Wei, Huamani, and the others had all experienced this, but Luin wanted to know what memories he could see. The universe was still very mysterious, and there was more than one universe that had appeared. Since Xianxia could bestow memories of the Tianyuan universe, would it have memories of other universes as well? Soon, Luin saw the memories. This was a special civilization, or rather, a special life form. Their form, actions, and way of life were completely different from humans, and they could not cultivate. They were a very ordinary life form that could form a civilization. Luin did not know why Xianxia's memories were targeting them. Time had passed, and this civilization had been targeted for a very long time. Luin was already numb to it. Fortunately, he had experienced the process of inheriting memories too many times. His dye's 6 pips fused into someone else's body to inherit memories, and he was already very familiar with the process. Even if his consciousness had not reached the cosmic realm, he could still inherit memories. Soon, Luin moved and turned to look at the palace on the precipice. He had inherited memories, so he should be considered one of the 13 celestials in the consciousness universe. Even if the title was just a title, it was still only a title. Over the years, there had been no lack of sentient life forms that had failed and disappeared forever. Unfortunately, the memories he inherited did not contain any valuable information. They were just a group of life forms that continued to reproduce. They survived and developed their own civilization. At this moment, Luin suddenly felt that these memories might really be the memories of the universe. Otherwise, who would be so bored as to watch a group of ordinary life forms develop? The scene before him changed again, and Luin knew that he was about to be pushed out of Xianxia. Wu Wei and the others were the same. They had been pushed out of Xianxia after inheriting the memories. Of course, they could enter again, but they had to go through the process. Around him, space changed, and Luin saw the door to the cottage and the tree outside. He also saw a pair of large eyes staring at him in disbelief. Miao Wu Huang? He had not expected to see Miao Wu Huang squatting there in a daze as soon as he was pushed out of Xianxia. Had he just gotten up from the ground? Behind Miao Wu Huang, a majestic consciousness whizzed over. It was the old head, the others, and Frostblade. Frostblade had notified them the moment he had seen Miao Wu Huang. Old head and the others had hurried back after using Endless Path on Miao Wu Huang, but they had still been too late. Yusang Tian had already entered. Luin didn't know why Yusang Tian was so concerned about Xianxia, but he seemed to understand Tian. Quebec. Luin stood at the entrance of the cottage while Miao Wu Huang squatted. The old head and the others saw them from afar and their consciousnesses descended, pressing down on Luin and Miao Wu Huang. Miao Wu Huang was still shocked by Lu Yin's sudden appearance. He looked back and was shocked. I'm going to die again. They're all enemies. He subconsciously wanted to charge into Xianxia, but he was met with a kick. Luin kicked Miao Wu Huang's head. Go lure them away. Miao Wu Huang reacted quickly, allowing Luin to kick him in the head. His skull cracked, but he grabbed Lu Yin's leg in the nick of time. Don't leave me behind, big bro, ancestor. Luin frowned and was about to exert more force. Miao Wu Huang shouted, I've seen the Toad Clan before, they're terrifying. I'll tell you everything. Luin looked up and blasted Miao Wu Huang with his consciousness, knocking him unconscious. This was the combined attack of several celestial phenomenon powerhouses. Luin also swayed and dragged Miao Wu Huang into Xianxia. This scene shocked the old head and the others. This person had actually withstood their terrifying consciousness attacks? Who was he? Everything happened so quickly that they didn't even have time to react. Frostblade was the first to come out of the cottage, followed by Miao Wu Huang and Luin. When Luin came out, the old head and the others were rushing over. Everything happened in an instant, and other than Miao Wu Huang, who spoke a few words, no one else was able to communicate. Seeing Luin bring Miao Wu Huang back to the cottage, the old head and the others entered the courtyard and landed under a tree. Frostblade was not far away. Frostblade's neck was still bleeding, and he was panting heavily. It was obvious that he had been through a battle, and there was still lingering fear in his eyes. He had a meticulousness that didn't match his appearance, and the battle with Luin had made him deeply understand what it meant to be suppressed and defeated. Who is that person? Old Head looked at Frostblade and asked. The rest of the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses looked at Frostblade. He hadn't been far from Luin, but he hadn't attacked, which had made them unhappy. At this moment, they looked at Frostblade seriously and found that his face was pale. Frostblade looked at the old head. "Did you succeed?" "Of course," the old head replied. Frostblade was bitter. "You definitely succeeded, but you also failed." "What do you mean?" The old head suddenly reacted and blurted out, "Is that the mysterious expert we're trying to delay?" Xianxia nodded and sighed heavily. "I fought with this person for a few rounds and was completely suppressed. I couldn't fight back at all. If I didn't escape fast enough, I would have died." He looked at old head. Strength, consciousness, time, battle instincts, everything was suppressed by this person. He is definitely at Xianxia's level. These words made old head and the others' faces turn gloomy. They left the realm of Earth because they were afraid of this mysterious expert. They thought they had succeeded, but it was just a diversion. This person purposely lured us out and came to Etion, Quebec. But how did he know about Etion K? A lady spoke. She had a pleasant voice and was very crisp. Gue Xiaoqing asked, "The other one is Miao Wu Huang, right? Why is he here?" Xuangdao shook his head. "Miao Wu Huang suddenly came and lured me away. Other than that mysterious expert, there should be someone else who went in. I don't know who it is." Xianxia, the only celestial phenomenon who didn't take the initiative to turn into a human, spoke. He was called Yi. He used to be arrogant and thought that the trap in the Earth realm was enough to bury Xianxia, so he didn't take the initiative to turn into a human. But now, this arrogance was much less. They didn't take the initiative. On the contrary, they were used because of this. Old head looked at the thatched hut. "How did Xianxia know that they went out? How did he find Etion K? Why did the mysterious expert come to Etion K?" They were being used, and the prerequisite was to know their whereabouts. Xingjua's disappearance was the start. How did the spiritualized universe take the initiative? The only possibility was that there was a traitor among them. What do we do now? Xianxia should have avoided the trap and entered Etion, Quebec. Let's wait here for him to come out. One of the 13 celestial phenomenon said. Old head's gaze was gloomy. We can't wait. Let's go in. The most valuable thing in Etion K is the palace on the cliff. They probably want to enter the palace. We have tried for so many years and failed. Entering the palace is not that easy. We will wait at the cliff and kill whoever comes, including Xianxia. Since he was sure that there was a traitor among them, how could he be passive? It was very likely that Xianxia already knew about the trap, so why would he step into it? There was no point in waiting, so he might as well take a gamble. The most important thing was that they had tried all these years to get close to the palace, but they were unable to do so. If Xianxia could get close, they could also take the opportunity to enter, and no one knew what they would get in the end. Based on what he knew, there might be a path to immortality in that palace. If he could achieve eternal life, spiritualized universes and consciousness universes would be nothing more than fleeting clouds. He would be able to make a comeback in an instant. Currently, there were 613 heavenly phenomenon ascendants in the consciousness universe. They had all entered the heavenly imperial palace and were about to surround and kill everyone who entered. 613 celestial phenomenon heavenly phenomenon experts. Even if they encountered Xianxia, they would still be able to kill him. This was originally one of the traps. Initial evolution. At the same time, Miao Wu Huang was looking around in the Etion palace. Where did that immoral bastard go? Wasn't he the one who dragged her in? Entering the heavenly imperial palace, the two of them were automatically separated. This result made Miao Wu Huang both happy and worried. He didn't know what had happened before the gravity crushed him and he fainted. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Yin and a few 13 celestial phenomenon heavenly phenomenon experts chasing after him. That consciousness was too terrifying. He had no choice but to enter and avoid being surrounded by 13 celestial phenomenon heavenly phenomenon experts. But what was going on here? This time, he didn't dare to act rashly. He looked around and didn't even dare to turn his head, afraid that he would see or experience something else. He would rather be threatened by Lu Yin than be alone. He was most worried that Lu Yin and Xianxia would abandon him and leave him to face 13 celestial phenomenon heavenly phenomenon experts alone. Wasn't that just asking for a beating? The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt, but he didn't dare to move. How many years had it been since he'd felt this aggrieved? Gray energy streaked past and wrapped around his arm. He then saw memories of all sorts of vicissitudes. On the other side, Lu Yin hadn't expected to be separated from Miao Wuhuang either. He could choose to save Miao Wuhuang, but it wasn't a bad thing to learn about the toads. He was growing more and more curious about the star toads. The star toads were too weak, pitifully weak. They were clearly at the bitter adversity realm, but they lacked the power to do so. It gave Lu Yin the feeling that they had been passively raised to the bitter adversity realm. This feeling led to a guess: did the star toads cultivate on their own? Could it be that this race could passively reach a certain level? Although this conjecture was inconceivable, it was still a possibility no matter how inconceivable it was. Could there be creatures in the universe that could reach the bitter adversity realm as long as they were alive? Impossible. Normal people knew that this was impossible. Otherwise, it would be beyond common sense. Lu Yin believed that even an eternal realm expert like Grandmaster Grass would find it inconceivable. No matter how powerful the ninth firmament universe was, it was impossible for such a creature to exist. The ninth firmament universe was one of the most powerful universes Lu Yin had ever seen. Even Xianxia the insectoid nest could only reach this level, and that was only because she had an eternal realm expert like the immortal master backing her. The real reason for Lu Yin's guess was that the star toads were toads. There should be many toads, and they could change color. Sometimes, the mysteries of the cultivation world could be found in the habits of the most ordinary creatures. Even if a person cultivated to the eternal realm, they could not escape their human nature. The same was true for other creatures. Xianxia's memories had placed his hopes on the plants, but unfortunately, the plants had failed because of their own habits. If there really was a race of star toads, then it would be an extremely terrifying matter. Miao Wuhuang could give him an answer, but Miao Wuhuang was separated from him. Looking at the darkness around him, Lu Yin did not know what to do. He had seen countless memories here, and he could feel the passage of time. The only way out was to send out his consciousness and appear at the bottom of the cliff, where he could leave. However, Old Chief and the others had arrived. If he were them, he would definitely gather at the bottom of the cliff and kill anyone who went there. As long as the cliff was the only way out of the Etian Quebec, Lu Yin did not go to the bottom of the cliff. He had guessed that Old Chief and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators would surround and kill him, but the cliff still welcomed someone, Xianxia. Old Chief and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators entered the Etian K and appeared at the bottom of the cliff. They spread out in 6 different directions, ready to attack at any time. Not long after, Xianxia appeared. The moment he appeared at the bottom of the cliff, he suddenly looked in one direction, where Old Chief was. Attack! Old Chief barked. His consciousness distorted in the void, transforming into chains that sealed off the area. Xianxia frowned and took out Boulder's foundation to crush the consciousness. As it rotated, the chains formed by his consciousness were all torn apart. You're all courting death. 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators attacked from all directions. Frost Blade faced Blade Sky Snow, but the blade did not completely descend. Instead, it froze in the void, perpendicular to the ice. Xianxia had become wary of Lu Yin, and it was best to stay away from such an expert. Behind Xianxia was Gue Xiaoqing. Gue Xiaoqing's consciousness surged, transforming into a ripple that charged towards Xianxia's back. Consciousnesses appeared from other directions as well. Xianxia slammed his palm onto Boulder's foundation. His heart was like a boulder, capable of changing the universe. The consciousnesses around him instantly scattered, and Xianxia attacked Old Chief with his other hand, parting the clouds. Old Chief's expression changed, and he pointed out, condensing a sword in the void, Azure Sword. The great sky-split disc above Xianxia's head smashed down. Boom! The Azure Sword was shattered by the clouds, and Xianxia took a step back. Old Chief's consciousness was extremely powerful, and if not for his Boulder's foundation, he would not have been able to withstand it. 613 Celestial Phenomenon Cultivators had surpassed the previous battle. The great sky-split disk descended, and Xianxia pushed his boulder's foundation against it. Xianxia flung out his robes, burning the heavens and destroying the earth. He charged towards Gui Shaoqing, his body flickering. His aura increased with each flicker. Gui Shaoqing's eyes narrowed, and an indescribable coldness enveloped him. The shadow of death descended. He gritted his teeth, and his consciousness condensed into an astral beast. It was chaos. Chaos opened its mouth, and his consciousness completely retracted before attacking Xianxia. Xianxia blasted out with his palm, but before he could complete his attack, one of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators in the corner started bleeding from his 7 orifices. Success, he controlled chaos for an instant. And in that instant, the consciousness of chaos slammed into Xianxia's body. Xianxia's eyes went slack. This attack didn't attack his physical body, but his consciousness. When the consciousness slammed into Xianxia would subconsciously resist it. Gui Shaoqing's goal wasn't to destroy Xianxia's consciousness, but to create a momentary blankness in Xianxia's body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a frost blade appeared, slashing towards Xianxia's back. The 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators appeared at the same time, and with a flick of their fingers, they pierced towards the back of Xianxia's head. 613 celestial phenomenon cultivators attacked at the same time. Even with his boulder's foundation, Xianxia found it hard to resist. However, Dao Tianshui missed. The woman's finger pierced through Xianxia's body, and her expression drastically changed. "Where is he?" "Behind." Old Chief shouted. Xianxia's body distorted, as though he was an illusion, formless and formless. Bang! Bang! The frost blade and the woman's 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators were sent flying at the same time. Boom! Old Chief shouted. All the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators attacked at the same time, and their consciousnesses completely covered the precipice. But this attack was blocked by the boulder's foundation. Xianxia's gaze was cold. The boulder's foundation was ranked 3rd in the spiritualized universe, and it was the nemesis of consciousnesses. It was almost invincible in his hands, and no consciousnesses could break through it. So what if you have 613 celestial phenomenon cultivators? Today, I will kill all of you. After he finished speaking, he faced Yu Yi with a single palm. Among the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators present, he was the only one who hadn't attacked. Yu Yi didn't take any form. In Xianxia's eyes, his form wasn't important. What was important was to kill him. "Old Chief!" Yu Yi exclaimed. The old man's expression darkened. "Shiwen, how long are you going to hide?" Shiwen was the woman with 13 celestial phenomenon. When she heard the old man's words, her face paled. She raised her hand and pointed once more, this time with a sword. Sword of the firmament. The old man raised his hand at the same time. Sword of the firmament. 2 streaks of sword intent shot towards Xianxia from both sides. Xianxia's expression changed. He didn't care about a single sword intent, but 2 at the same time posed a threat to him. This was no ordinary battle technique. A battle technique that used one's consciousness to drive the sword intent was similar to the battle technique that Lu Yin had learned from Wu Wei. It was called the Sword of the Firmament, and the 2 streaks of sword intent in front of him came from the same source. Xianxia's robe swept towards the 2 streaks of sword intent, but it was pierced through and dissipated at the same time. The old man looked up. Great unity lock. As soon as he spoke, the consciousness that filled the void suddenly trembled. Xianxia's body swayed, and his pupils dilated once more. There was deep shock in his eyes, he couldn't block it. What kind of consciousness battle technique was this? Now's the time. The other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators all acted. The boulder's foundation suddenly descended and floated above Xianxia, blocking all of the consciousness attacks. Although it trembled continuously, it protected Xianxia. Xianxia looked up at the old man. "You've hidden your strength well." The old man took a deep breath. "Xianxia, it's time to end today." He then fully released his consciousness for the first time. As the oldest consciousness life form in the consciousness universe, no one knew how terrifying the old man's consciousness was. Today, they all saw it for themselves. It was close to the strength of 3 or even 4 cosmic realm consciousnesses. This consciousness overturned the boulder's foundation and shocked Gui Shaoqing, Frost Blade, and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators. The strength of the old man's consciousness had exceeded his expectations. The old man's consciousness could stand at Xianxia's level, and he was now using his full strength. World lock. A loud voice reverberated through the precipice. The old man faced Xianxia and pressed down with both palms. It was as though there was an invisible lock that locked down the void, locked down time, and locked down the external perception of all living creatures. The other 13 celestial phenomenon ascendants had never seen this move before, just like how they didn't know that Shiwen had the Kangang sword. In this battle, they had used all their hidden techniques to kill Xianxia. Under the heaven and earth lock, the old head was confident that even Xianxia's eternal thought would be useless. The boulder foundation was lifted. Xianxia looked up. The feeling of being sealed was infinitely close. His consciousness, thoughts, wisdom, and cognition were all sealed in an instant. This was not a method used to cross the bitter adversity. This was the method of the eternal life realm. A ray of brilliance illuminated the precipice like an eternally inextinguishable resplendence. It broke through the darkness from bottom to top, penetrating the vault of heaven and the void. In the end, it turned into fireworks and scattered, illuminating the faces of the old chief and the others. The heaven and earth lock was broken. Xianxia stood in place and looked up at the fireworks. Don't you think it's beautiful? The most beautiful light shines in the darkest place. The old chief stared blankly at Xianxia. You? Xianxia turned to look at the old chief and smiled. Good technique. It's very close to the power of the eternal life realm, but it doesn't belong to the eternal life realm after all. I admit that you are qualified to fight me, but you underestimate the boulder foundation and eternal thought. That ray of brilliance came from eternal thought and also from the convergence of the boulder foundation's endless and majestic sequence particles. Stars move, only the boulder foundation remains unshakable. Seas turn into mulberry fields, only eternity remains unchangeable. Xianxia had it all. Regardless of the wind and rain of heaven and earth, eternal thought. Wasn't this also a method of the eternal life realm? Looking at the shocked expressions of the old chief and the others, Xianxia was about to make a move. Suddenly, memories flooded in. The old chief's eyes widened and he immediately made his move. The celestial sword slashed out, and Xianxia struck out with his palm. Suddenly, the celestial sword disappeared and pierced through Xianxia's palm, piercing into his body. Yi made his move. This was his method of using consciousness. Unlike the other celestial phenomenon cultivators who constantly condensed their consciousnesses, he constantly thinned them to create an absolute control space. Within this space, he could bring about some changes. For example, he could accelerate the celestial sword to the point where Xianxia couldn't react in time. Although it wasn't a killing technique, it could be used in conjunction with any of the celestial phenomenon cultivators. It was an indispensable part of the trap to kill Xianxia. This part was useful. This was also the reason why he was so arrogant. If it weren't for the memories, Xianxia wouldn't have any flaws. This flaw wasn't created by the celestial phenomenon cultivators, but by the heavenly imperial court. After being struck, the old chief yelled, "Attack!" Xianxia felt dizzy. He could bear the memories, but it wasn't easy. His consciousness wasn't below the old chief's, but it wasn't at Lu Yin's level either. Seeing the celestial phenomenon cultivators surround him, he raised his hand, and the brilliance appeared once more. The old chief and the others hurriedly dodged. None of them wanted to die under a thought. 5 celestial phenomenon cultivators had once tried to kill Xianxia, and 2 of them had died under a thought. This scene had left a deep impression on them. However, Xianxia's attack wasn't aimed at them, but at the precipice. The brilliance was like a shooting star, constantly approaching the precipice. The old chief and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators subconsciously looked over, but they couldn't get close to the precipice. The surrounding precipice was as smooth as a mirror, and it was difficult to climb. The higher the precipice, the more it was like a mirror. It was no longer a problem of climbing, but rather, they couldn't touch it. It was as if it was infinitely far away from them. It wasn't just space, but also time. Even if the brilliance was truly a thought, unless Xianxia himself reached the eternal realm, he wouldn't be able to get close to the precipice. However, the result was unexpected. The brilliance of a thought struck the precipice. Although it was still some distance away from the palace, it really did hit the precipice. This was something the old chief and the others had tried for countless years, but to no avail. But now, Xianxia had done it. At this moment, they didn't make a move. They all looked at the precipice. Over there, as a thought struck, ripples appeared in the void. Then, it was torn apart, revealing a group of people. A group of people who were originally smiling, but their smiles gradually froze. On the other hand, the old chief and the others looked at the precipice as if they had seen a ghost. How could there be people there? Xianxia's expression was calm. He wasn't surprised. A voice came from the precipice. Hey, 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 what's going on? Why were you seen? Are you kidding? Didn't you say that you wouldn't be seen? That's what my grandfather said too. What was that just now? What a beautiful brilliance. Beautiful? Try touching it. I guarantee that you'll die immediately. How do you know? Why don't you see who shot out that brilliance? You know him? The discussion of the group woke the old chief up. They even forgot about Xianxia. They stared blankly at the precipice. Who is it? This scene was too shocking and too strange. It was as if the world had suddenly become unfamiliar. The world that they knew was just a toy in the eyes of others. How could they accept this? How many years had it been? How many powerful consciousness beings had entered Heavenly Imperial Palace but couldn't climb the precipice? Now, a group of people had appeared on the precipice and looked at them as if they were looking at a joke. They still couldn't see that group of people. What was their past? What was their past experience? The old chief had entered Heavenly Imperial Palace countless times and tried to climb the precipice. How many people had seen this scene? Those people were very young. It was impossible that they were stronger than him. But what was going on? On the precipice, at the front of the group of people was a woman. Her face was cold and beautiful. When they were exposed, she stared at Xianxia. A mere inferior being who had been blessed had exposed them. So what if he was the inferior god? This position was always reserved for people from the spiritualized universe, whether it was this person or someone else. The ninth heaven universe was already dissatisfied with this person, but this person still dared to expose their existence. But how did this person do it? Why did he know the secret of Heavenly Imperial Palace? Why did he have the ability to expose their existence? According to the records, above and below the precipice were two different worlds. Even the inferior god couldn't cross over. How did he do it? Below the cliff, Xianxia was also looking at the woman. He had never seen her before, but since she was able to appear here, her background was definitely not simple. She looked down on the spiritualized universe, which was perfect. Now that she had been exposed, she would have to bear a great sin. Looking at the woman's hateful gaze, Xianxia slowly retreated. The old chief turned to look for Xianxia. He wanted to know where these people came from and what was going on with Heavenly Imperial Palace. The secret belonged to the consciousness universe. Why did it seem like it didn't belong to them at all? But Xianxia had already left. Who are you people? Frostblade shouted and looked at the precipice. On the precipice, the group of people laughed and talked. They didn't know how serious the exposure was, but they didn't need to bear the responsibility. They had followed along to gain experience. Only the woman at the front would bear the responsibility. The woman looked below the precipice and ignored them. They were just consciousness beings. If it wasn't for the superior god's order, the consciousness universe would have ceased to exist. Originally, they could have stayed and watched a good show. Now that they were exposed, the only fun was gone. The woman looked at the opposite side. There was more than one side of the cliff, but it was surrounded by an arc-old head and the others could only see the woman's side, but the woman could see another group of people. That group of people was led by a man, and they looked at her with ridicule and schadenfreude. The woman narrowed her eyes and suddenly attacked. The void was distorted and rippled, spreading to the other side of the precipice. The man's expression changed. "You're crazy." "Humph, if you want to see, let's see together." The woman sneered. The man gritted his teeth. "Crazy woman." As his voice fell, the precipice opened like a curtain, exposing them. The old chief and the others stared blankly. There was another group of people? One day, when the sky in the eyes of ordinary people was torn apart, revealing a pair of eyes, that person's understanding of the world would completely collapse. No matter how high the old chief and the others' cultivation was, at this moment, their understanding of the world collapsed. They stared blankly at the two groups of people on the precipice, like ants looking up at the sky. "Who the hell are you?" Shuang Dao shouted. His consciousness turned into a blade and slashed at the cliff. Gui Shaoqing and Shiwen both made their moves, especially Shiwen, whose Zhongtsong sword was even faster than the saber. Although the precipice was close at hand, it was actually far away. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't touch it. Fake. Everything was fake. It was Yusang Tian's trick. Lan Huifeng muttered to himself and looked at the cliff. "It's all fake." The old leader stared at the people on the cliff. Their eyes were full of mockery and ridicule. They looked at them as if they were ants. Was it real? It was useless. They tried too many times, but they couldn't touch the cliff. It was the top of the sky. There seemed to be a distance, but in fact, there was no distance. How did Yusang Tian touch it? On the cliff, the young people laughed. Look at these bodies of consciousness. They are so stupid. This is not something they can touch. Don't underestimate them. If you and I weren't here, you wouldn't be able to resist at all. They can make you faint with just one consciousness. We will surpass them sooner or later. We are not on the same level as them. The leading woman stared at the bottom and turned to walk toward the palace. Follow them. The young people laughed at the bottom of the cliff and followed closely. There was also a group of young people on the opposite side. They were exposed in the eyes of the old leader. Like the young people who led the woman, they looked down on the old leader and the other consciousness beings. Although it's exposed, it's also a kind of fun, isn't it? A woman laughed. Her words were full of arrogance. Someone next to her said, "I really want to catch two of them back." The power of consciousness is also something we can cultivate. It's not easy to cultivate consciousness. I advise you not to underestimate these bodies of consciousness. If you know who they are fighting. Oh? Who? Yusang Tian. The leading man's voice resounded on the cliff. Most of the young people were surprised. Yusang Tian? The spiritualized god of defense of the universe? It's him. No wonder he could hit the cliff. I was wondering why he looked familiar. I've seen the statue of the god of defense. Since he is the god of defense, he should listen to the Jiaosha universe. Why did he break the cliff? This Yusang Tian is as uncontrollable as the rumors say. I heard that the god of defense of the moon cliff has been dissatisfied with him. Not only is the god of defense, even the god of defense is dissatisfied. It's good to make him disappear. The man in the lead frowned. Although Yusang Tian had been bestowed with grace, he was still a top-notch expert. He had once defeated Rushi, who was also a lesser god of defense, causing the Ru family to have no choice but to hand over the Ru family's true scripture to protect themselves. This kind of expert was not easy to deal with, unless a superior god of defense acted. How? This should not be something that a cultivator from the spiritualized universe should know. Moreover, he had actually touched the precipice and created a second path. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia turned his gaze to the other side of the cliff. The woman was walking closer to the palace, and she was also looking at him. They had once looked down on the world like these young people. Even if their cultivation was low, they still looked down on spiritualized universes and consciousness universes. But the more they cultivated, the more they realized that being high up wasn't something one was born with. It wasn't based on one's position, but on one's own strength. For Yusang Tian, even though he was looking up from below, he was still looking down on them. He hoped that nothing unexpected would happen. Above and below the cliff were two different worlds. No matter how Frostblade and the others shouted, no one on the cliff answered. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't touch the cliff. They could only watch as the two groups of people walked toward the palace, the place they had yearned for countless years. They had thought that these two were the top powerhouses of their universes, second only to the Eternal Realm and Xianxia. But now, their understanding was shattered. Other than the old chief and Xianxia, there was another person who saw this scene, Luin. After Luin brought Miao Wuhuang back to the Heavenly Imperial Palace, he didn't dare to let his consciousness leave his body in case the old chief and the others attacked him at the bottom of the cliff. He had no choice but to find another way out. At first, he used his strength to attack, and he saw many memories related to strength. It felt like he was fishing in the river of time, and it made him more and more suspicious of whether the river of time was time or memories. Through his strength, he also saw memories related to Hunji. However, he only saw Hunji's shadow from afar, and the memories disappeared. He didn't know if the owner of the Heavenly Imperial Palace wasn't interested in Hunji, or if the memories had completely disappeared. Immortal wood romance. He also saw the great desolate scorching skybeast's memories, but he couldn't tell which universe it was in. This was because Hunji's time had greatly changed compared to the current Tianyuan universe. The existence of humans had changed the universe, and the constant war with the Eternals had changed the universe. The Tianyuan universe of that era had been desolate, just like the astral beast domain that had been magnified countless times. Using his strength, Luin saw many memories, and he tried using other methods to see if he could see any memories. When Luin used his flowing light, he happened to see the scene at the bottom of the cliff. He saw one thought eternal, and he saw the person at the top of the cliff. This wasn't a memory, but something that was actually happening. Luin hadn't expected to see this scene through a similar power. He didn't see Xianxia, and he only saw the direction one thought eternal had attacked. However, he recognized one thought eternal. He had also been to the bottom of the cliff. He hadn't expected that there would be someone at the top of the cliff. It had to be someone from the Nine Firmaments universe. The Nine Firmaments universe really did control the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe, but the two universes weren't clear as there was a veil covering them. Now, this veil had been torn apart by Xianxia, completely shattering the consciousness lifeform's knowledge. The Nine Firmaments universe led directly to the Heavenly Imperial Palace, so were there any more secrets there? Lu Yin's heart sank. The Nine Firmaments universe was too powerful, and they couldn't breathe under the pressure. Old Chief and the others had seen those mocking gazes, and Luin had seen them as well. Those gazes weren't just directed at the consciousness lifeforms, but also at the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe. Behind the three universes was the Nine Firmaments universe, and the Eternals had Fengbua as their subordinate. The Eternals had appeared on behalf of the Eternals and schemed against the sect above heaven. The spiritualized universe wasn't just the spiritualized universe, but also the Nine Firmaments universe. The truth behind the spiritualized universe was that the spiritualized liquid had been stolen. The greatest secret of the consciousness universe, the Heavenly Imperial Palace, was even more of a joke. The Nine Firmaments universe's hand had always been enveloping them. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen the truth, but now that he had, he found it hard to breathe. How should he put it? Luin suddenly felt very grateful to the Eternals. He had once thought that he had reached the peak, but when he saw the 6 zones of calamity, his understanding of the universe had been overturned. He hadn't given up at that moment, and he had even faced the spiritualized universe. He hadn't given up when he had faced this colossus, and now that he had seen the truth of the Nine Firmaments universe, he would never give up. A person's heart had to be tempered time and time again to become stronger. He wasn't the kind of person who was born fearless, but he could become that kind of person. What Luin wanted to do the most right now was to keep a close eye on Xianxia and wait for him to use one thought of eternity again. With that, he could climb the cliff. This might be the only way to get close to the palace. But it wouldn't be easy. How could he keep a close eye on Xianxia? The only way was to keep shooting out streams of light, and when he saw one thought of eternity again, he would immediately appear at the bottom of the cliff. Only then would he have a chance. This kind of opportunity would disappear in the blink of an eye. If he was a step too early, he would be besieged by Old Chief and the others. If he was a step too late, it would truly be too late. Luin didn't dare to be careless, and he kept shooting out streams of light, hoping that he wouldn't see too many time-wasting memories. At the border of the consciousness universe, the gate closed tightly once more after the 7 battleships entered. The next time it opened, the consciousness universe might have already been defeated, or it might usher in an even longer war. No one knew. Outside the gate was a square inch, and the endless darkness couldn't be seen. There was only a dim flickering light that was getting closer and closer. As the light got closer, it was a meteorite that crashed into the gate with a speed comparable to a springboard pushing the battleships. What's that? Be careful. A spiritualized cultivator outside the gate attacked. It was a spiritual prime powerhouse, and he stabbed his spear at the meteorite. Sequence particles covered his body. Boom! A huge tremor shook the heavens as the meteorite crashed through the gate, creating a hole and disappearing into the consciousness universe. The spiritual prime powerhouse that had blocked the attack was reduced to nothingness. Whether it was his body or his weapon, everything was reduced to nothingness. Outside the gate, the spiritualized cultivator stared at the gate in shock. What was that thing? Inside the gate was the starry sky of the consciousness universe. Although the gate's existence had been destroyed, it had slowed down the meteorite's speed. Within the meteorite, an eye opened and looked around with madness and malevolence. Time continued to pass, and Luin continued to see memories. Due to the power of time, he didn't know how much time had passed. It could have been a long time, or it could have been an instant. The memories themselves gave him a vague feeling of time passing. To prevent missing this opportunity, Luin changed to another power, the transformation of the 9 heavens. Xianxia also had the transformation of the 9 heavens, so he might be able to see something if he used it. If not, he should be able to see Xianxia using the transformation of the 9 heavens. As his consciousness surged out, Luin forgot that the transformation of the 9 heavens was not his body, but his consciousness. The moment his consciousness left his body, he arrived at the bottom of the cliff. When he looked up, the palace was faintly discernible. 2 groups of people were still walking on the cliff. They seemed to be very close to the palace, but they were actually very far away. More people are coming. Someone on the cliff spoke up, attracting the attention of others. They didn't know how long it would take for them to get close to the palace, and the truth was that they would never reach it. However, they had to walk once, and the process was very boring. In the past, people had taken pleasure in watching consciousness lifeforms try to get close to the cliff. Now, although they had been exposed, it was a different kind of pleasure. On both sides of the cliff, dozens of people looked down, and the youths were filled with anticipation. Don't disappoint us. Fight to your heart's content. Thank you, Brother Mo Mi Liang, for the tip. Thank you for your support. The discussion grew louder, and someone suggested, Second Brat, let's make a bet on how long this person can last and whether he'll escape, be killed, or surrender to those consciousnesses. What a joke. Even Xianxia, a lesser god of defense, was defeated. How long can this person last? Why don't we bet on whether or not he's with those consciousnesses? Maybe he's one of them. Yeah, let's make a bet. I'll bet 1 move, and he'll be killed. I'll bet 2 moves. Did you forget how powerful he was when he defeated that blade-wielding celestial phenomenon? Yeah, it's him. I'll bet 5 moves. I'll bet. He can't escape. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked down. Finally, there was something fun to be had. The leader of the group looked indifferent. Aside from Xianxia, no one else in the 2 universes could survive the joint attack of so many celestial phenomenon cultivators. Even if this person had the power to defeat all of them, he was still doomed. Beneath the cliff, Luin was helpless. He had seen too many memories, and he couldn't differentiate between reality and illusion. His brain was starting to fail him, and he had forgotten that the 9 heavens change was consciousness. Boundless consciousnesses crashed down around him as the old chief and the others attacked at the same time. It's him, Frostblade said. Luin stood where he was and allowed the berserk consciousness to bombard him without moving an inch. In front of him was a flower-grasping horizontal shadow. Wasn't this Huamani's method of using consciousness? Luyin watched as a woman walked out from the flower-grasping shadow and moved through space. She then struck out with a palm. Behind her was Frostblade's Dao Tianxue. From the side, Gui Shaoqing sent out a consciousness wave while trying to invade Lu Yin's body to suppress his own. Their previous joint attack on Xianxia had allowed them to become more familiar with each other, and their attacks were much smoother. The old chief was at the back, his fingertips emitting a sharp sword intent that gave Lu Yin a familiar feeling. Was that the firmament sword? So it wasn't just the Wu-Wei association. Xianxia had to use his boulder's foundation to defend himself against the attacks of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. It was unrealistic for Lu Yin to directly suppress 6 of them, but he had an advantage over Xianxia in one aspect: his consciousness. He had 3 consciousnesses at the cosmic realm, and while he didn't have a boulder's foundation, his own consciousness wasn't easily shaken. Behind him, his consciousness opened the 9 heavens change. A single palm pressed down on the void, shaking the surroundings. Terrifying power shattered the void in an instant, blocking all attacks and turning them into a barrier that would absolutely disappear. Shi Wen's flower-grasping horizontal shadow, Gui Shaoqing's consciousness fluctuations, Lan Huifeng's consciousness control, and Frostblade's sky snow were all repelled. This was a powerful attack that had been unleashed with absolute strength, and it was completely different from Xianxia's. Although Xianxia had absolute strength, he did not rely on it. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had always fought with pure strength, and he was used to this method of attack. Absolute strength tore through the void, creating a vacuum in the middle of the encirclement. From the top of the precipice, one could see that Lu Yin's surroundings were surging with energy, and the encirclement of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators had been blocked. Lu Yin had blocked the encirclement head-on. The expressions of the man and woman leading the team changed drastically. How could this be? This person's consciousness was actually able to hold on? And this power? In front of Lu Yin's eyes was a sword that had come from the west. It was the Elder's Ashen Sword. To Lu Yin, this sword only cut the result, not the process. Since that's the case, I'll give you a result. Suddenly, Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Something's not right. He stared at this sword, and it was different from Wu Wei's. As the sword approached, Lu Yin could clearly sense that this was not a sword that cut the result, but rather the process. It was the complete opposite of Wu Wei's Ashen Sword. At the same time, Shi Wen also unleashed a sword that he was familiar with, the Ashen Sword. Lu Yin retreated step by step as he stared at Shi Wen's sword. Something was wrong. This sword did not cut the process or the result. What was this? The 2 sword intents were clearly the same, but the intent behind them was completely different. These 2 sword intents were not from Wu Wei's Ashen Sword, but they came from the same source. Suddenly, Lu Yin's consciousness paused, and his eyes went slack. It was from Lan Huifeng, who had also lost control of Xianxia's consciousness and caused his thoughts to stop. This time, Lu Yin could not avoid it either. At that moment, the 2 sword intents descended. Everyone watched this scene, including the youths on the precipice. They could not understand the battle below, but they were inexplicably nervous. They were not worried about Lu Yin, but rather, they hoped that this battle would continue so that they could see more. This was the greed of cultivators. They wanted to see more exciting battles and learn something from them. This included the young man and woman leading the group. Only they could see how terrifying the battle below the precipice was. If they had been in Lu Yin's place, they would have died long ago. Who was that person? Behind Lu Yin, 9 heavens above slashed out. 9 heavens above, first sword. The Ashen Sword cut the process, not the result. The Ashen Sword cut the result, not the process. The 2 sword intents collided, and Shi Wen's Ashen Sword seemed to be attracted by a magnet as it flew towards the 2 sword intents. The 3 sword intents collided, and an indescribable feeling spread out like ripples, forcing the old chief and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators, including Lu Yin, to retreat. Lu Yin looked at the place where the 3 sword intents collided, and his eyes lit up like never before. He then looked at the old chief and Shi Wen with a burning gaze. These were the complete sword intents. He was determined to have all 3 combined. At that moment, Dao Tianxue pressed down, freezing the surroundings as Gui Xiaoqing's consciousness attacked. Yu Yi stared, ready to act at any moment. Even Yu Xianxia was injured, let alone you. The old chief looked at Lu Ying with a burning gaze. He also needed the other two sword intents. How did this person get them? Yes, he had come here once before and defeated Frostblade. Was it that time that he had obtained the inheritance of the Ashen Sword? He had thought that Wu Wei had surrendered and that he would no longer have a chance to obtain the Ashen Sword, so he had allowed Shi Wen to hide it. Now, he was determined to have it. In his eyes, Lu Yin's value was no less than Yu Xianxia's. We must keep this person here. This person is comparable to Yu Xianxia, and if they join forces, our consciousness universe will be defeated without a doubt, the old chief shouted, his terrifying consciousness covering the sky as it pressed down. Lu Yin's expression changed, this old man's consciousness surpassed his. Unless he absorbed another cosmic realm consciousness, he would not be able to block this attack with his consciousness alone. Fortunately, Lu Yin did not only have consciousness techniques. As the old chief's consciousness pressed down, Lu Yin used the 9 heavens change to resist while raising a hand. The old chief's consciousness was pulled down and landed on his palm. The old chief was shocked. What kind of battle technique was this? Even his consciousness was being used. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he condensed his consciousness and used the great sky-carving disc to suppress. This was the most terrifying great sky-carving disc that Lu Yin had ever seen, far surpassing Wu Wei's and his own. The great sky-carving disc seemed ordinary, but it was the most basic way to use consciousness. The more consciousness one had, the more useful this technique would be. The old chief's great sky-carving disc was as tall as the sky. The youths on the wall could not help but tremble. Even though they looked down on consciousness lifeforms, they were still in awe of great power. Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart, and his consciousness planet rotated. It did not directly confront the old chief's great sky-carving disc, but instead swept past it and floated upwards, appearing directly above the old chief's great sky-carving disc. With consciousness as the soil, the void as the sky, the soil below, and the sky above. Now that the soil is in the sky will be overturned. Overturning sky palm. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the old chief's terrifying great sky-carving disc slowly reversed. No matter how the old chief tried to suppress it, he could not stop it. This was a battle technique that used Lu Yin's consciousness as the soil. This soil was above the great sky-carving disc, and the great sky-carving disc was also soil. If the soil was in the sky would be overturned. This was the law of the universe, a law, and a concept. The great sky-carving disc was forcefully reversed, and Lu Yin took the opportunity to attack the 6 celestial phenomenon powerhouses with 6 palms. Frostblade blocked with its blade, but the blade was shattered. Gui Xiaoqing, Shi Wen, and Lan Huifeng were all severely injured at the same time. They all coughed up blood and looked at Lu Yin with fear. This person's power was definitely not below Yu Xianxia's. Since ancient times, how many people had been able to fight 6 celestial phenomenon powerhouses alone? This was an earth-shattering scene. Yu Yi, on the other hand, was unaffected. He had used his consciousness to forcefully divert this palm, which attracted Lu Yin's attention. This person had not made a move all this time because he had been hiding this move. The old leader took this palm head-on. Even though consciousness lifeforms did not cultivate their physical strength, the old leader had lived for so many years, and with the nourishment of his consciousness, his physical strength was extremely terrifying. He was almost at the level of an emperor. Lu Yin's palm could not do anything to him. Seeing that Lu Yin had actually reversed the great sky-carving disc, the old leader sighed. He was indeed at Yu Xianxia's level. Then, he looked at Lu Yin with a gloomy gaze and raised both his palms to face Lu Yin. World lock. It was as if an invisible lock had fallen down between heaven and earth. Lu Yin hurriedly tried to retreat as he sensed danger. But it was too late. The cliff had already been invaded by consciousness, and even Yu Xianxia had only retreated after breaking through the cliff's barrier. The void lock locked down time and all lifeforms' perception of the outside world. Lu Yin punched upwards, and with the support of the realm of mastery and the transformation of the 9 heavens, he unleashed the strongest punch that he could currently unleash. However, this punch was also locked down. Consciousness, thoughts, wisdom, and cognition were all under the world lock. It was as if Luyin had been completely stripped away and all of his combat strength had been locked down. He could only see an ordinary person. Suddenly, Luyin thought of Jiang Feng. He was probably like this now. Would Luyin also become like him, unable to see light and lose his perception of the outside world? This was an eternal life realm technique. This was the old leader's hidden strength. Huamani's memories did not have a clear understanding of the traps of the realm of earth. He felt that there was no power in the realm of earth that could kill Xianxia, but the old leader was full of confidence because of this. This was a technique that was infinitely close to the eternal life realm. Back then, Jiang Feng, the ancient god, and the others had all experienced it. In fact, Luyin had also experienced it. In the Mirage domain, he had been sealed by karma. Now, this feeling was really close. Luyin suddenly looked up and struck out with his palm. There was no power, only karma, the Tao of karma. You can lock up cognition, wisdom, and all combat power, but can you lock up karma? Karma was the true power that an eternal life realm could control. Whether it was Xianxia's importance, Grandmaster Bluegrass help, or Etiang's own memories, everything told Luyin that karma was the only path to eternal life. So what if he had eternal life realm techniques? Karma, heavenly Tao. An ant trying to swallow an elephant. This was the feeling the old chief gave Luyin. How could a mere lock down the heavenly Tao of karma? How laughable. With a crack, the formless void lock shattered. The old chief spat out a mouthful of blood in shock. Impossible, the worldly lock actually cracked? He had failed once against Xianxia, and now he had failed again against this person. How could this be? Who was this person? The heavenly Tao of karma continued to crack the worldly lock. The old chief coughed up blood and could only release his consciousness to strengthen the lock. At the same time, Frostblade and the others attacked together, trying to defeat Luyin. Although Luyin had injured them and seemed to have the upper hand, once the 6 celestial phenomenon powerhouses attacked together, Luyin would not be able to break the worldly lock in time. At the very least, he would be injured. At that moment, Xianxia appeared in the distance below the cliff. He glanced at Luyin's battle with the old chief and the others and raised his hand. An eternal thought shot towards the cliff. Xianxia had appeared quickly and attacked even faster. Luyin, the old chief, and the others saw it, but they could not react in time. Luyin's eyes widened, and his heart sank. He had wanted to keep an eye on Xianxia and borrow his strength to climb the cliff while he used an eternal thought. Xianxia should have had this plan as well, but now that Luyin was being held back by the old chief and the others, Xianxia had actually succeeded. This was too much of a coincidence. Could it be that Xianxia had been watching this place all along? The old chief and the others were similarly unwilling. Climbing the cliff had been a long-cherished wish of the consciousness universe for countless years, and they had not expected to miss it. Light shot out from Xianxia's fingertip. The eternal radiance illuminated the precipice and hid it. At that moment, the expressions of those on the cliff changed. Xianxia was the only one who could touch them from below, and he might be able to scale the cliff. They did not know how to deal with him. In public, he was the god of defense, so there was no problem in killing them. In private, he was someone from the spiritualized universe, so killing them was even more natural. No matter how they looked at it, they were doomed. An eternal thought shot towards the cliff. Xianxia took a step forward and grabbed it, wanting to borrow its strength to scale the cliff. Luyin, the old chief, and the others on the cliff were powerless to stop him. Suddenly, an eternal thought changed direction. It was no longer aimed at the cliff, but at Luyin. No one had expected this sudden turn of events, including Xianxia himself. He loosened his grip, allowing an eternal thought to blast out. Along the way, resplendent light flashed, bringing with it an immense pressure. Luyin was besieged by 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. If they wanted to defeat Luyin, they would have to break through to the 13th level first. The eternal thought's direction change was too fast. The closest celestial phenomenon to Xianxia was Yi. He could not react in time and was penetrated by the eternal thought. His body dissipated quickly. Gui Shaoqing and Shiwen acted at the same time, using their consciousness to push Yi away, but it was still too late. Xianxia's eternal thought had killed 213 heavenly phenomenon cultivators before, and Yu was no exception. A thought of eternity pierced through Yu, and its radiance did not diminish as it pierced towards Luin. 2. An eternal thought passed through, hit the distant precipice, and gradually dissipated. The old chief and the others stood in place, staring blankly. Where was Luin? Xianxia looked in another direction. Luin stood there calmly with a wooden wing in his hand. He had used this turbid treasure to avoid an eternal thought. He hadn't used the wooden wing in his battle with the old chief and the others because he didn't need it. It was only when Xianxia appeared and used an eternal thought that he regretted it. He hadn't expected Xianxia's timing to be so accurate. Even if he used the wooden wing, it was too late. Fortunately, Xianxia's steps had been disrupted. Xianxia looked into the distance and saw another familiar face. Xianxia turned and looked over as well. A figure slowly walked out and entered everyone's eyes. It was the Eternal. No one had expected the Eternal to be here. Luin had guessed that the Eternal would follow the battleship to the universe of Intense, but he hadn't expected the Eternal to come to the realm of Intense as well. He had even entered the heavenly imperial court at the right time. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Xianxia, Luin, and the Eternal had all entered. The area below the precipice was split into 4 groups, the old chief and the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators, Xianxia, the Eternal, and Luin. On the precipice, the group didn't move and just watched. Their previous teasing was gone, as they felt that the battle below might affect them. They felt a sense of danger. Why are you here? Xianxia looked at the Eternal. Lu Yin's appearance was within his expectations, but the Eternal's was unexpected. The Eternal smiled and looked at Xianxia, then at Luin. Since everyone is here, I can't be absent, can I? He then looked at the old chief and the others and praised, is this group of 13 celestial phenomenon the strongest force in the universe of Intense? If we all die here, the universe of Intense will be at the mercy of others. No matter how one looked at it, the old chief and the others were at a disadvantage, even if they had the advantage in numbers. Hearing Eternal's words, Old Leader walked out and looked at the 3 of them. This is the universe of consciousness. We can attack or retreat. We won't be completely annihilated here. You should take care of yourself. The biggest threat is not us. The Eternal smiled. This is your territory, but you're being forced to retreat. How pitiful. The old chief and the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators had gloomy expressions. Luin asked, why are you here? The Eternal looked at him. If I don't come, who can help you? Luin narrowed his eyes. Like just now? The Eternal smiled. Xianxia almost ran away, didn't he? But I was almost injured by one thought of eternity, Luin said. The Eternal didn't care. You won't. Xianxia frowned and looked at the Eternal with fear. No one knew better than him how difficult it was to transfer one thought of eternity. Back then, he had used it to kill 213 celestial phenomenon cultivators, severely injuring Wu Wei and causing the universe of Intense to go silent. In the boundless universe, the progenitor and Luin had to work together to cancel out one thought of eternity. However, this person had transferred it. He was right. This person was the strongest person in the universe of Intense. So, what do we do now? It seems like only Xianxia can climb the cliff, but everyone here wants to. The Eternal smiled at Xianxia. The old head and the others also looked at Xianxia. The situation was beyond their control. Not to mention the 3 of them, even if there was only one of them, they couldn't do anything. They might as well climb the cliff. They couldn't figure out how so many experts had suddenly appeared. Luin also looked at Xianxia and said to the others, I have a suggestion. How about we cripple Xianxia and force him to bring us up? I think it's a good idea, the Eternal agreed. The old chief and the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators looked at each other. Attack. Their consciousnesses suddenly blasted towards Xianxia. Luin took a step forward and released his consciousness under the starry sky above his heart. 9 heavens transformation struck out and compressed pure energy into his palm. Even Xianxia felt a chill. Xianxia stepped forward at the same time and used 9 Heavens transformation to disperse the clouds. Bang! The two palms collided, and the void was destroyed. A storm visible to the naked eye swept out in all directions, dispersing the old chief and the others' consciousnesses. With their palms facing each other as the center, a dark light gradually spread out and enveloped the two. Their palms flipped in the opposite direction, and their boundless strength destroyed the void. Luin stared at the place where their palms were facing each other. Battle force of the realm of palms spread out, and his arm continuously withered. Behind him, the first sword of heaven pierced towards Xianxia. Xianxia looked up, and terrifying sequence particles instantly covered his vision and covered the cliff. His heart was like a boulder, and the stars moved. The boulder remained motionless, and the starry sky remained motionless. The first sword of heaven froze in the void, unable to advance. This was a sword that cut towards the end. There was no process, but it couldn't get close to Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was the starry sky, and the starry sky was Xianxia. There was a thump, and Luin retreated step by step. He was shocked. This wasn't Xianxia's strength, but rather his own. The spiritualized universe had a sequence technique known as boundless strength. When one's strength was boundless, they could borrow the power of the stars to unleash unimaginable strength. However, that required an endless amount of sequence particles, which was unrealistic and only theoretically achievable. Xianxia, on the other hand, had used his heart like a boulder and unimaginably boundless sequence particles to change the heavens. His body had turned into the heavens, and he had used the power of the heavens to overwhelm Luin. This was another type of strength that didn't require any personal cultivation, and it was similar to a springboard. In terms of strength, the strongest in the spiritualized universe was Emperor Wu Huang, but Xianxia wasn't at that level. He didn't need any strength, but he could still unleash boundless strength. Luin was forced back, and 2 swords flashed past him and slashed towards Xianxia. They were the middle and lower heavens swords. Here's the point guard. Compared to Luin, Xianxia posed a much greater threat to the consciousness universe. Only Xianxia could scale the precipice, and Old Head and the others' first target was Xianxia. They would rather give up on Luin, who was right in front of them. The 2 swords froze in the void at the same time. Xianxia's heart was like a boulder, and he treated himself as the stars of the heavens and the earth. They were boundless, and the people on the precipice were stunned. Even though they were far away, they still couldn't hide the shock that Xianxia brought to them. He was clearly looking down on them, but they had to look up at him, which made them want to vomit blood. The 2 leaders were shocked. This was Xianxia's power? It was no wonder that Xianxia had been able to defeat Rushi and the lesser defense deity. Even if he wasn't at the peak of the 5 lesser defense deities, he was definitely in the top 3. The Eternal made his move, and the sequence particles that covered the heavens were like a monster that had emerged from the ground. They barbarically pushed aside Xianxia's sequence particles and surged forward. Xianxia's gaze turned solemn as he looked at the Eternal. He didn't say a word, and his heart was like a boulder that froze in the void. The Eternal calmly looked over, and with a wave of his right hand, the sequence particles suddenly changed and pressed down on Xianxia. Everyone watched as the 2 sequence particles collided, splitting the heavens and the earth into 2. It was as if 2 colossal creatures were facing off against each other in the starry sky, causing the precipice to sway. Atop the precipice, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were watching a battle between gods. Whether it was Luin, Old Chief, or the others, they were all pushed away. This was a clash between the top powers of 3 universes, a direct clash of sequence laws. Only now did Luin see the true strength of the one true God. If not for the Grand Empyrean sacrificing himself to trap him with the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Tianyuan universe would not have been ruled by the above heaven sect. Luin did not know what Eternal had been waiting for. He could have unified the Tianyuan universe, and even the Grand Empyrean would not have been his match, but he had been tricked by the Grand Empyrean and fled to the spiritualized universe. The 2 waves of particles collided like a storm. Xianxia and Eternal walked towards each other at the same time. Each step was slow, but each step shook the precipice. "You and I were allies," Xianxia said. Eternal looked at him. So what? I can take you to the precipice, but you have to destroy the others first, Xianxia said. Eternal raised an eyebrow and smiled. He looked at Luin with a playful expression. That's really tempting. Old Chief and the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators subconsciously retreated. If these two joined forces, they would definitely die quickly. Luin met Eternal's gaze. You trust him? Eternal smiled. It's better than trusting you. Aren't you afraid that he'll go back on his word? Luin asked. Eternal looked at Xianxia. It doesn't matter. Luin narrowed his eyes. As expected, only Eternal was a match for Xianxia. Xianxia had his own trump cards, but so did Eternal. Eternal had spent so many years in the Tianyuan universe, constantly searching for turbid treasures. He definitely had something hidden in the spiritualized universe, but now that he had been exposed, it meant that he was fearless. Even Xianxia could not deal with him. Xianxia truly felt threatened by Eternal, but he had no choice. Since this person had appeared, he could not avoid him. As for whether or not Luin would be killed, it would not be that easy. Eternal would not attack, and if he was not wrong, Yishang's turbid treasure was still with him. As long as there was a chance, Eternal would not mind killing Luin, and Luin would not mind killing him. Seeing the waves of particles from Xianxia and Eternal weaken, Luin moved his fingers. It looks like I've been underestimated. Then, let's see if you can kill me. With that said, he released the starry sky in his heart. In an instant, terrifying sequence particles surged out, forming a third monster-like storm beneath the precipice that connected the heavens and the earth. Why? Xianxia was shocked. He had never seen Luin use a sequence law before. The Eternal frowned as he looked at the majestic sequence particles. Where did they come from? Isn't this fellow at the ancestor realm? Although his ancestor realm Cultivation had the battle prowess of a great circle crossing bitter calamity, since it was so exaggerated, how could he still have hidden methods? The old man and the others did not know Lu Yin's realm, but when they saw that he had such a terrifying array of laws, they retreated once again. No matter how they looked at it, they felt as if they were the weaker party. On the precipice, those people were astonished. Even in the Nine Clouds universe, they rarely saw such terrifying particles. They were all inferior gods. How could there be so many strong cultivators in the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin's sequence particles came from the Xianxia painting and the sealed realm. After so many years, he had already broken down the foundations of these two sequences. The landscape map was formed by 77, so close, yet worlds apart sequence powerhouses from the spiritualized universe. As for the sealed world, it was formed by 359 impression sequence powerhouses. Although these two sequence techniques weren't powerful and could even be said to be useless against someone like Xianxia, it didn't stop him from having plenty of sequence particles. In terms of numbers, he wasn't afraid of the sequence particles of more than 400 sequence nomological powerhouses. He hadn't used them before. He had been afraid that it would be discovered that he could break down the foundations of these sequences, but there was no need to hide them now. When he thought of this, Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he released all of his sequence particles. Instantly, a torrential storm pressed down on Xianxia and Eternity. The sequence particles' majesty surpassed theirs, and they were stunned. They couldn't figure it out. Even if Luin had lived for the same amount of time as them, it was impossible for him to cultivate such a majestic amount of sequence particles. Moreover, he was still so young. Something wasn't right. Xianxia looked at the torrential storm. So close, yet worlds apart? Impression? These were two sequence particles. How had they fused together? These sequence laws shouldn't belong to the same person. How long had this person been in contact with the spiritualized universe? Even if he was at the level of sequence laws, it was impossible for him to cultivate two at the same time. There was a problem. Luin didn't have time for Xianxia to think so much. He shouted at the old man and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators, "We're from the Tianyuan universe. You sent Xi there to join forces against the spiritualized universe. Now that we're here, why aren't you killing Xianxia?" The old man was shocked. "You're from the Tianyuan universe?" He didn't know who she was, but since he was from the Tianyuan universe, he was a natural ally. Attack. Lu Ying used reverse time to attack the Eternal. The old man and the others no longer hesitated, believing Lu Yin's words. After all, an expert comparable to Xianxia had suddenly appeared, and it didn't seem right to them. Besides, killing Xianxia was their goal, even though it would be difficult. Lu Ying didn't expect them to be able to kill Xianxia, but with the old man's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for them to delay him and prevent him from climbing the cliff. The Eternal glanced at the old man and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators. Lu Ying appeared in front of him. You want to kill me? The Eternal watched as Lu Ying attacked and easily dodged. The so-called parallel time was meaningless against him. Lu Yin's palm missed, and he countered with Kanyang. It was a concept-level battle technique, but Kanyang was broken before it could be used. The Eternal grasped his sword and waved it around, creating afterimages. Each afterimage was a choice of time, and every time one was broken, the Eternal could choose the location and time of the next afterimage. Lu Yin's figure instantly disappeared, and the Eternal's afterimages enveloped him. The afterimages shattered at the same time, but they couldn't find Lu Ying. The Eternal was shocked. He'd actually dodged all of them? Suddenly, he dodged, and a karmic spiral pierced through him. Lu Ying frowned, and karmic spirals appeared at his fingertips as he attacked the Eternal. The Eternal was unfathomable, and Lu Ying wanted to use karma to see what this person was thinking. The Eternal always seemed to be able to find a way out. Even if the Tianyuan universe was destroyed and trapped by the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Eternal could still rely on the spiritual seed bestowed by the heavens to cultivate again. He had returned to his peak in such a short time, and this was under the premise that he knew the truth about the spiritualized universe. What was he thinking? The Eternal kept dodging the karmic spirals and looked deeply at Lu Ying. The power of karma is a power that leads to the eternal realm. You are indeed the greatest threat, and killing you was the right decision. With that, his eyes turned scarlet and divine power appeared along with numerous lanterns. True God's freedom technique. Lu Ying also used his divine power, and numerous lanterns appeared. It was also True God's freedom technique. The Eternal was distressed. Someone like you actually wants to learn my power, and you even succeeded. Lu Ying praised, each of the 3 ultimate techniques of the True God is top-notch. I want to learn them all. Then watch carefully. True God sky-switching technique. Behind Lu Ying, the tip of his sword rose vertically. The Sword of Heaven. In the past, the True God sky-switching technique had trapped Lu Ying and lured out the insect hive, attracting powerful enemies for the Tianyuan universe. Now, the Eternal did not need to rely on external forces. The Sword of Heaven pierced out and broke through the True God sky-switching technique. The True God sky-switching technique appeared again and shrank, trying to trap Lu Ying again. Lu Ying pointed out, and the Tao of Tianyi broke. Bang! A black line extended up the cliff. The terrifying destructive power from Lu Yin's fingertip directly broke through the True God sky-switching technique. Sword of 10,000 paths. The Eternal sword fell in front of Lu Ying. Lu Ying allowed the sword to pierce through his body. Flowing light shuttled back and forth, reversing for a second. At the same time, the Sword of Heaven slashed at the Eternal's head. The Eternal hurriedly retreated. Not only was he faced with the Sword of Heaven, but also Lu Yin's withered arm. The realm of Palm's battle force suppressed the void. The Eternal's lips curled up, and the Sword of Heaven that had been piercing towards him suddenly changed direction and stabbed towards Lu Ying. This scene was very similar to Xianxia's eternal thought being redirected. Lu Ying had no choice but to retreat with his palm. At the same time, the transformation of 9 heavens slashed out with the Sword of Heaven to cancel out the attack. A pair of scarlet eyes appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes, and a palm slammed down from above. Lu Ying struck out with his palm. Boom! The cliff swayed once again, and the force of the collision swept out in all directions. The old chief and the others were working together to attack Xianxia, and they were almost caught in the crossfire. Xianxia looked at Lu Ying and the Eternal's battle. Their strength was about the same. Lu Ying was not surprised by this outcome, as the Eternal's strength far surpassed his. When he had uprooted the Black Mother tree in the Calamity Domain, he had relied on his terrifying physical strength, and the Corpse King had always been proficient in physical strength. Luin had also relied on his breakthrough to the realm of Palm's battle force and the transformation of 9 heavens to contend with the Eternal's strength. The two retreated at the same time. The cliff separated the two battlefields. Regardless of whether it was consciousness, strength, or battle techniques, they were all unparalleled. The people on the cliff were stunned. No matter how much they disdained the 3 universes, they did not dare to speak carelessly at this moment. The intensity of the battle below was so intense that even in the 9 heavens universe, only lesser defense gods were qualified to participate, and lesser defense gods were considered the strongest in the 9 heavens universe. The 2 leaders were most worried about the people below climbing up the cliff. Xianxia had the strength to do so, and if that happened, their safety could not be guaranteed. What should they do? Should they retreat or not? The two looked at each other and saw the apprehension in each other's eyes. At that moment, the battle below the cliff changed. Luin and the Eternal attacked Xianxia at the same time. Lanterns surrounded them, and their names were changed to Emoshang. Emoshang was Xianxia's name. Heaven and earth were enveloped by 2 layers of the true god sky switching technique. Xianxia didn't expect things to turn out this way. He used his rock foundation to break the first level of the true god sky changing technique, but he couldn't break the second level. The second level of the true god sky changing technique came from eternity. When the Eternal had fought Luin, he had intentionally used the true god heaven switching technique. He hadn't really wanted to use that technique to trap Luin. He had wanted to teach Luin that only 2 true god heaven switching techniques could trap Xianxia. They were still working together, just like when they had been in the spiritualized universe. From the very beginning, the Eternal had not planned to work together with Xianxia to kill Luin. It was not that they could not, but that they were not willing. Compared to scheming against Xianxia and not knowing each other's strength, the Eternal would rather work with Luin and scheme against him. At the very least, he was certain that Luin was not his match at the moment, and he was certain that Luin did not care about anything. Thank you, Brother Emosi Liang, for the tip. Thank you, brothers, for your support. As for Lu Yin's future threat, that was within their consideration, but not now. Luin was a threat, and so was Xianxia. Right now, Xianxia was even more of a threat, and no one knew what he was thinking. The two worked together to create an illusion that no one but themselves could see through. This also caused Xianxia to be trapped by the true god sky conversion technique. Eternal, you want to deal with me? Xianxia was shocked. The Eternal and Luin attacked at the same time. One used the sword of 10,000 paths, while the other used the sword of heaven. At the same time, the lantern was destroyed. Ran when Xianxia spat out blood. This was the first time he had spat out blood in battle. The old chief and the others had only hit him because of their memories, not because of their strength. The true god carefree technique had injured Xianxia. The sword of 10,000 paths and the sword of heaven attacked at the same time, and the surrounding consciousnesses attacked. Xianxia was facing the most terrifying attack of the 3 universes, and it seemed that no one other than the Eternal Realm could break through. Light once again illuminated the area below the cliff. The boulder's foundation particles gathered into a river and merged into the light. Xianxia pointed his finger and used eternity. At that moment, the sword of 10,000 paths and the sword of heaven both missed, or rather, they were frozen in the void. Xianxia instantly disappeared, and the true god sky conversion technique slowly broke apart. Everything returned to normal. The Eternal, Luin, and the old chief stood in place as the dark red godly power slowly dissipated along with their consciousnesses. Xianxia had escaped. Luin frowned and looked in the direction that Xianxia had fled. He had just felt the power of time, and it wasn't a simple power. How many trump cards did Xianxia have? He hadn't even used a turbid treasure yet. The Eternal sighed. As expected, we couldn't stop him. After all, he is Xianxia, the strongest Xianxia in the spiritualized universe. The old chief and the others exchanged glances and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. This attack was even more terrifying than the Earthrealm's trap. If Xianxia could escape, it meant that the Earthrealm's trap had been a joke from the start. They had no chance of killing Xianxia. They didn't know if their hearts sank or if they heaved a sigh of relief. If their plan had gone smoothly, then they would have been able to surround and kill Xianxia in the Earth Realm. Perhaps they would have all died, but Xianxia's strength was too shocking. Their hearts sank, and they subconsciously looked at Luin and the Eternal. These two were also Xianxia's enemies. Luin looked in the direction that Xianxia had retreated to and fell into deep thought. He seemed to have guessed how Xianxia had managed to scale the cliff, but he couldn't do it himself. At the side, Eternal stepped out and headed for the top of the cliff. The old head and the others originally wanted to say something, but when they saw this scene, they didn't say anything. They wanted to see if the Eternal could scale the precipice. The people on the precipice were nervous. Before this battle, they didn't care. Other than Xianxia, they didn't think that anyone could reach the top. But now, they weren't so sure. This guy was also a fierce person who could fight against Xianxia. He had the battle strength of a defense god. No one could predict what he could do. The leader of the group watched on nervously. Their own strength wasn't bad, but they didn't think that they could compare to a defense god. If Xianxia had been the one to scale the cliff, he might not have dared to do anything because of their status, but they didn't even know where this person had come from. Once they got close to such a powerhouse, their lives would be in his hands. This wasn't something they wanted to see, but they couldn't stop it either. His divine power extended up the cliff, and Luin looked up. Could the Eternal succeed? The Eternal could count. He was the #1 expert in the Tianyuan universe, but Luin hadn't seen all of his techniques. Like Xianxia, the Eternal hadn't used any turbid treasures. Under everyone's gazes, the Eternal relied on his divine power to continuously approach the cliff. It looked like he could succeed at any moment, but he was always a bit away from success. After a while, the people on the precipice relaxed. The Eternal had failed, and this person couldn't reach the top. They had seen this scene before. Everyone who had tried to scale the cliff had done the same thing. It looked like they could reach the top, but they were still missing something. Luin frowned and took a step forward, using the reverse step to try to scale the cliff. The people on the cliff felt their hearts skip a beat. Another ruthless person had appeared. This person looked young, but who knew how long he'd lived? He hadn't been at a disadvantage against Xianxia, and he was extremely powerful. He probably wouldn't succeed either. Luin continued to parallel time, and his figure flickered as he tried to approach the cliff. However, just like the Eternal, he was just a bit away. He used his wooden wings, but it was still difficult to cross this distance. However, compared to the Eternal, he seemed to be closer. He was almost the same height as the cliff, and he was only a few meters away from the people on the cliff. The people on the cliff trembled when they saw this. "Do you want to give me a hand? I'll take whoever pulls me up as my disciple." Luin smiled at the people on the cliff. On the cliff, the young men and women stared at him blankly. This person was younger than he looked. Could he really be that young? Why did he look even younger than the geniuses of the Xiaoyu Pavilion? Those geniuses had all broken through the limits of their imaginations and possessed unimaginable cultivation talent. Generation after generation, they had sealed themselves in ice, waiting for a god's position to become vacant. Every genius from the Xiaoyu Pavilion could be considered a champion of their generation. Once they were born, the Xiaoyu Pavilion's special characteristics would allow them to cross the river of time in a short period of time and challenge the position of a god. This person couldn't have come from the Xiaoyu Pavilion, right? "Who are you?" a girl asked. She blinked, and her long eyelashes made her look very cute. Luin smiled. "Perhaps I'm your future master." The girl was tempted, and she licked her lips. "Did you come from the Xiaoyu Pavilion?" "Shut up," the girl leading the group growled and gave the girl a warning look. The girl stuck out her tongue and didn't dare to speak again. Luin smiled brilliantly. "Congratulations, you've guessed correctly." "Did you really come from the Xiaoyu Pavilion?" someone cried out. The surrounding people looked on in shock, and their eyes were filled with worship. It was as if they were looking at their idol. "Think of a way to pull me up. I'll take whoever pulls me up as my disciple." "I'm not lying," Luin promised. Although the chances of him being pulled up were very small because these people didn't have the ability, who could say for sure? Perhaps one of them had a monstrous background and possessed a turbid treasure that could pull him up. Everyone was tempted. On the other side, the Eternals heard this and promised the people on the cliff, "I'll take whoever pulls me up as my disciple. I'm also from the Xiaoyu Pavilion." Everyone looked at each other. Was this for real? Another person from the Xiaoyu Pavilion? In the Heaven Origin universe, although the Eternals weren't considered old, they were still considered middle-aged. However, he had used a turbid spirit seed to recultivate, so he looked very young now. Just like Lu Yin, he directly copied Lu Yin's excuse. "What kind of place is the Xiaoyu Pavilion?" someone asked with a cautious gaze. The Eternals naturally replied, "I can't say." Everyone, ? On the other side, someone asked Lu Yin the same question. "What kind of place is the Xiaoyu Pavilion?" "Don't say you can't. Just say that we've learned about it. You just have to tell us what we know." Lu Yin proudly replied, "It's a place that's qualified to take over the god of defense's position." Everyone looked at each other and didn't deny this because it wasn't wrong. Lu Yin didn't know what the Xiaoyu Pavilion was, but he knew what the name meant. It was too easy to understand. The leader calmly looked at Lu Yin. "Alright, you're not from our universe. Who exactly are you?" During the battle beneath the cliff, Lu Yin had told the old chief and the others that he was from the Heaven Origin universe, but these people on the cliff hadn't heard him. Lu Yin had been careful not to let them hear him. Lu Yin met the woman's gaze. "Pull me up, and I'll let him marry you." He then pointed at the Eternals. The Eternals turned around and looked at Lu Yin before looking at the woman. "Alright." The woman's face flushed red. "You can't come up, and I advise you not to. We have an eternal realm power behind us that you can't resist." Lu Yin tempted her. "Are you sure you don't want to marry him? With his strength, he can become a god of defense at any time. After all, there's a vacancy for that position." The woman was shocked. "You know about our 9 firmaments universe?" "I told you that I'm from the Xiaoyu Pavilion," Lu Yin said. He then looked at the Eternals. "Tell them about the Xiaoyu Pavilion. There are some things that can still be said." Everyone looked at the Eternals. The Eternals was helpless. "Alright, there's no harm in telling you some things." He paused for a moment, and then his expression turned solemn. "I sleep in the octagonal pavilion in the southeast." As soon as he said this, the expressions of the people on the cliff changed. The two leaders looked at each other. Did this person really come from the Xiaoyu Pavilion? Lu Yin's lips curled up. He didn't know about the Xiaoyu Pavilion, but the Eternals definitely did. How did Fenghua go to the Tianyuan universe? The first time Lu Yin had heard the words God of Defense was from Fenghua. The Eternals had long been clear about the relationship between the 9 firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe. He must have been to the 9 firmaments universe and knew a lot about it. In the southeast? So that's how it was. "Are you really from the Xiaoyu Pavilion?" someone blurted out. The Eternal smiled mysteriously. "Of course. What about you?" The others looked at Lu Yin with burning gazes. The cultivators of the 9 firmaments universe were filled with fanaticism toward the Xiaoyu Pavilion, especially the younger ones. They treated it as a place of endless worship. Anyone who walked out of the Xiaoyu Pavilion might become a god of defense in the future. Unlike Yusang Tian, the Xiaoyu Pavilion was a god of defense in the 9 firmaments universe. It was a god of defense that they truly respected and looked up to. It was rumored that the current gods of defense all slept in the Xiaoyu Pavilion, and even the gods of defense had slept there before. Lu Yin's expression was calm. "I sleep in the northwest." Everyone's breathing quickened. It really was another person from the Xiaoyu Pavilion. That's right, only someone who came out of the Xiaoyu Pavilion could fight against a god of defense at such a young age. "Lord Xiaoyu, my name is Meng Meng. I'll pull you up." The girl with long eyelashes took out a whip from her cosmic ring and tossed it at Lu Yin. The others hurriedly stepped forward and introduced themselves to Lu Yin and the Eternals, wanting to pull them up. However, their items couldn't even get close to Lu Yin. "Enough." A stern shout came from behind the girls' group. It came from a young man with a gloomy expression. His face was gray and slightly pale, and his fingers were longer than the average person's. He looked at Luin with a cold, murderous gaze. The person next to him glared at the young man and said unhappily, "What are you shouting for? Can't you see that we are pulling young master you?" "That's right, shut up. He's a taciturn guy. No one bothered with him from the start. He's also ugly. He's a far cry from Lord Xiaoyu." The young man frowned and glanced at Luin. "You don't belong to the Nine Firmaments universe, and you're not from the Xiaoyu pavilion. Where are you from?" Luin raised his brows. "I already said that I'm from the Xiaoyu pavilion." "Ridiculous." The young man raised his hand and stretched out 5 fingers that were slightly longer than a normal person's. He pointed at Luin and said, "5 fingers, Fallen Heaven Gate." Boom! The formless door appeared and closed abruptly, causing the people on the precipice to feel dizzy. They looked at the young man and exclaimed, "5 fingers descending heavenly door? Wasn't this the power of the Heavenly Gate's Luo family? Are you from the Luo family?" The female leader was also surprised. She did not expect that there would be someone from the Luo family in her team. Even though the Luo clan wasn't a celestial clan, they had a very high status in the continent of the 9 clouds because the Luo clan was in charge of the celestial gate. The so-called 5 Fingers Luo Gate, the Luo family was born for the Gate of Heaven. Countless people wanted to enter and exit the Gate of Heaven, but they had to get the approval of the Luo family. "Are you the successor of the Luo clan?" the female leader asked. The young man laughed malevolently, his eyes filled with coldness. "My name is Luo Ning." The surrounding people were bewildered. The name wasn't right. The Luo family's descendant wasn't called Luo Ning. Luo Ning? Someone cried out in alarm from the other side of the precipice. Someone on the other side also remembered. Luo Ning? The most legendary genius of the Elysium Luo family? That Luo Ning who managed to master the art of wonder with just a glance and was once praised by the Lord of the Wonder Gate and accepted as a disciple? Rumor has it that Luo Ning is sleeping in the Junior Imperial Pavilion, waiting for the divine seat to be vacated. It can't be, right? He's Luo Ning? I actually saw Luo Ning? That genius who recorded history. Everyone looked at Luo Ning with shock, even more so than when they saw Yu Sang Tian. The female leader looked at him, "Are you really Luo Ning?" Luo Ning stared at Luin. "I'm sleeping in the Junior Palace, in the octagonal pavilion, in the southeast direction." He then looked past Luin. "What's up with him?" Luin was speechless, as he had finally met the real person. Eternity had said that he was sleeping in the southeast of the octagonal pavilion. To think that there was really one sleeping in the southeast. That was too much. Eternity looked at Luo Ning, his expression did not change. Even his faint smile did not change, as if he did not care. "You've been sleeping all this time." "Maybe he fell asleep later than you and woke up earlier," Luin explained. "Everyone. The octagonal pavilion has 8 positions, and only 8 people can sleep," the leader of the group said. Luin grunted, "Then I have no further questions." With that, he returned to the bottom of the cliff. Eternity smiled at the people around him. "Actually, if you acknowledge us as your master, your chances are no worse than those people sleeping in the octagonal pavilion. Think about it carefully." With that, he retreated. On the precipice, some people were looking at Luo Ning with fanaticism. They did not even try to hide it. There were also some people who looked at the bottom of the precipice with sparkling eyes. This person was right. Although their background and cultivation talent were not bad, they were still far from Luo Ning's level. Luo Ning and the others were destined to be geniuses who could fight for the divine throne. As for them, they could only watch from the sidelines. However, if he could become the disciple of those 2 experts who were comparable to the god of defense, his future would be different. Who said that the divine throne would definitely be obtained by the people from the junior defense tower? Those who could come here were not stupid. They might be arrogant and look down on the 3 powers of the universe. Although he was from the sage universe, he had a very high understanding of power and cultivation. He was well aware of what Luin and Eternity's battle prowess meant. Through them, he could open up a wider path. However, these 2 could not climb up the precipice. They could not pull them up, and there was nothing they could do. At the bottom of the precipice, Luin and Eternity landed. The leader heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they did not manage to climb up the precipice. Xianxia's ability to climb up the precipice had already made them feel unbalanced. The people on the precipice had also made them panic. They even began to doubt their understanding of the universe. "What's the situation with the junior defense tower?" Luin asked as he looked at Eternity. Eternity laughed. "Do you think I'll tell you?" Luin shrugged. "Forget it if you don't want to." Eternity did not intend to say anything. If it had been anyone else, he would have just told them. However, Luin was different. He knew that Luin was very good at making use of every opportunity to divert trouble. The more information Eternity had, the more unexpected things he could do. In the Tianyuan universe, he had done too many such things. In many cases, he had relied on this information to escape death. "Who are the people on the precipice?" the leader asked. The other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators beside him all looked at Luin and Eternity with vigilant expressions. The two of them looked at the leader. "I forgot. You guys are here too." The leader stared at the two. "The two of you are enemies with Xianxia. You can work together to kill him." Luin was helpless. "It won't be easy. You come from the Tianyuan universe, which is a natural ally of our universe. The spiritualized universe not only wants to restart our universe, but also the Tianyuan universe," the leader said. Luin nodded. "I agree. This is your territory. Is there any way to find Xianxia?" The leader was vexed. "This is the Etion Tower. I don't know how Xianxia learned about this place. He seems to know a lot about it." He then thought of something and looked at the people on the precipice. Luin said, "You guessed right. They are in cahoots with Xianxia." The leader was puzzled. "Who are they?" Luin looked at Eternity and said slowly, "They are the ones who have the right to decide to restart the universe." The leader's eyes narrowed. Beside him, the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators looked at the precipice again, their gazes completely different. The people on the precipice looked at them with mockery and arrogance. This made them uncomfortable, so they didn't doubt Lu Yin's words at all. "Enough. Don't care who they are. I don't need to explain to you. If you want to save the universe, get rid of Xianxia first." Luin was impatient. Frostblade asked, "How is Xingjue?" "Dead," Luin said bluntly. "You killed him?" "He is also one of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. You come from the Tianyuan universe. You should work with us," Frostblade shouted and clenched his blade. Luin was disdainful. "Don't tell me you want to do it. You can try." The leader waved his hand and asked Frostblade to step back. He looked at Luin. "Why did you attack Xingjue?" Luin looked at him. "Then why did you attack Wu Jiang?" The leader wasn't unfamiliar with the name Wu Jiang. When he attacked with Endless Road, he saw these two words on the battleship. "We didn't want an expert like you to appear when we were dealing with Xianxia. After all, we didn't know you came from the Tianyuan universe and couldn't tell if you were a friend or foe," the leader explained. Luin said, "Xingjue thought so too, so he attacked me without mercy. It's not too much to kill him." The leader wanted to say something, but he could only sigh. "Forget it. Dealing with Xianxia is more important." Luin looked at them in amusement. Did these guys really care about Xingjue's life? Of course not. Consciousness life forms only cared about their own life. Their current attitude was just an act. They wanted Luin to think that they had feelings like ordinary people so that they could work together without worry. Luin could see it, and so could Eternity. The leader looked at Eternity. "This is?" "He's also from the Tianyuan universe," Luin said. The leader was shocked, and so were Frostblade, Gue Shaoqing, and the others beside him. In their minds, the Tianyuan universe had already been schemed against by the spiritualized universe. It wouldn't have been strange if there were no experts who could rival Xianxia. Logically speaking, the Tianyuan universe was weaker than the consciousness universe. No matter how they looked at it, the Tianyuan universe wasn't just stronger than the consciousness universe, it might even surpass the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe only had one Xianxia, and these two from the Tianyuan universe were comparable to him. They suddenly recalled some information they had learned from the spiritualized universe. The Tianyuan universe's future would surpass the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe, and not just by a little. Lu Yin saw their expressions change, and he continued, although we're both from the Tianyuan universe, he's my enemy. One of us has to die. The leader and the others were stunned. They thought back to the previous battle where Eternity had fought Lu Yin and then suddenly joined forces to deal with Xianxia. Was this a characteristic of the Tianyuan universe? Was it that hard to distinguish between an enemy and a comrade? The leader coughed. No matter what your relationship is, our common enemy is Xianxia. Let's discuss how to deal with him. He felt that he couldn't listen any longer. Their relationship was too messy. No matter who those people on the cliff were, the two in front of him didn't intend to explain anything to him, so they had to deal with Xianxia first. As for these two, if possible, they wanted to deal with them as well. They both coveted the heavenly imperial court and were enemies. Not long after, they came to an agreement. The leader and the rest of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators would stay at the bottom of the cliff and wait for Xianxia. At the same time, Lu Yin and Eternity would take turns to appear at the bottom of the cliff. After all, if Xianxia used all his methods, the leader and the rest might not be able to block him. With one of them, they should be able to delay Xianxia until the other person arrived. The other person could leave the heavenly imperial court and head to other places. If they all stayed at the bottom of the cliff, it wouldn't be good. After all, there would be enmity between them, and Xianxia wouldn't dare to come. The first to stay was Lu Yin. He didn't care where Eternity went. In any case, Eternity would replace him after some time, and he could leave. On the cliff, those people were still looking at Luoning with reverence. Even the leader of the group looked at Luoning differently. After all, he was the future imperial deity. Luoning looked at the bottom of the cliff. Experts were appearing one after another, and they belonged to the 3 universes. This wasn't a good thing. The 9 heavens universe hadn't made a move against the 3 universes for too long. It was time to get rid of a group of troublemakers. These two were so young, and no one could say for sure what would happen in the future. It would be troublesome if there was an eternal life realm expert among them. When he returned, he would definitely report this to the imperial deity. In the starry sky of the consciousness universe, a battleship was heading towards the realm of Earth. On the battleship, countless cultivators were either resting, exchanging pointers, or discussing. It was very lively. 7 battleships were heading towards the consciousness universe. Each battleship was guarded by a bitter adversity cultivator, so the atmosphere on the battleship depended on the personality of the bitter adversity cultivator. Fontuan was reading. Because of Xianxia's presence, the cultivators on the ship did not even dare to make a sound. In the 20 years since the spiritualized universe had arrived in the universe of intent, the cultivators had spent most of their time in seclusion. Meng Sang was also guarding the battleship. No one dared to sleep, afraid that Meng Sang would enter their dreams and see something. The cultivators on the 9 Immortals battleship did not dare to drink for fear of being targeted by the 9th spirit. Every bitter adept had a different personality, and the cultivators following them naturally had different ways of dealing with them. And the expert guarding this battleship was from the Su Master Dao. Master Su was the #1 spiritual treasure heavenly master in the spiritualized universe. His reputation and personality were both praiseworthy, and he had no qualms on this battleship. There were also many lockbreakers on the ship. It should be close to the Earth realm. It should have been here long ago, if not for the delay. Are you saying that Xianxia is deliberately delaying? Shoo. Don't be afraid. Xianxia is not afraid of such things. If he dares to do it, he dares to admit it. I'm just guessing. Everyone knows about the relationship between Xianxia and Xianxia, and you all know about the relationship between Xianxia and Xianxia. Do you all think that Wu Jiang will reach the Earth realm so quickly? That's right. If Wu Jiang does not go, Xianxia will not go so quickly. But even if he is delaying, it will not be for long. Although the universe of consciousness is large, the battleships are not slow. The route to the Earth realm is planned from beyond heaven, and Yu Xianxia must know the time of each battleship's arrival. Su Xianxia will not delay for long. Stop guessing. Anyway, after destroying the sentient life forms, I do not plan to leave. I will stay here to cultivate and wait for the restart. Me too. Me too. Don't you all want to reunite with your families? I have no family. It will not be long. Lord Yu Xianxia is about to break through to the Eternal Realm. That's true. Discussions were going on in every corner of the battleship. Suddenly, the battleship stopped and shook. Many cultivators raised their heads and saw Su Sherdao standing in the air, looking in a direction with a heavy expression. That direction was not the direction of Yisuo. Could it be that a sentient being had attacked? Along the way, they encountered sentient life forms, but apart from the 13 heavenly phenomenon, there were no sentient life forms that could stop the battleship. Apart from Xianxia from the Plain Master sect, there were many other experts on the battleship. There were 2 primordial realm cultivators and no less than 5 spiritual spell cultivators. Even if the 13 heavenly phenomenon cultivators encountered them alone, they would have to avoid them. Above the void, Su Sherdao stared in one direction. He had been feeling uneasy since just now. He kept feeling that something was approaching. He couldn't see them because they were extremely far away, yet they caused his heart to palpitate. Could it be that more than one of the 13 celestial phenomenon ascendants had arrived? If they could kill their way into the earthable realm, the 13 celestial phenomenon would naturally be able to detect their presence. Before he entered the consciousness universe, he had already thought that if the 13 celestial phenomenon besieged a battleship, that battleship would definitely die, and he wouldn't be so unlucky. Thinking of this, he took out the wireless goo. The spirit cloud stones of the spiritualized universe could not communicate in the consciousness universe, but the wireless goo of the Tianyuan universe could. He wanted to contact Luin. All of a sudden, his expression changed. It was here. In the distance, darkness streaked across the void, originating from a meteor. The meteor was flying towards them at a speed that far exceeded the speed of the battleship. Su Sherdao stared at the meteorite. What was it? It wasn't a life form of consciousness. The meteor was extremely fast, and the cultivators on the battleship saw it in an instant. It was normal to see meteors in outer space, but such a fast meteor was abnormal. What kind of material could withstand such speed? Even a progenitor's body might not be able to withstand such speed for a long time, let alone a meteor. The meteor continued to approach. Su Sherdao frowned and raised his hand, sending out sword chi towards the meteor. The sword chi streaked across the sky and slashed at the meteor's path silently. The sword chi collapsed, but the meteor was completely unaffected. It continued to fly towards the battleship without slowing down at all. Su Sherdao attacked again, directly using the ancient sword this time. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger, and he kept feeling that there was something wrong with this meteor. The ancient sword viciously slashed at the meteor, condensing the ancient sword intent. Even Su Sherdao's shifting flowers into trees technique only had a few dozen ancient sword intents sealed within it. It had almost killed Meng Xianxia with this move, which made Lu Yin apprehensive. Even a primordial realm expert would not dare to be careless with this move. However, this move only made the meteor pause for a moment. It was an extremely subtle pause, almost unnoticeable. As for the surface of the meteor, it was completely undamaged, continuing to fly towards the battleship. Su Sherdao's expression changed. Let's go. The battleship moved, changing its direction to avoid the meteor. As the battleship changed its direction, the meteor changed its direction as well, targeting the battleship. 2 figures walked out from the battleship. They were the 2 spiritual primes who had come along. Lu Yin had never seen them before, as they were from the outer sky. After Lu Yin became famous, people at their level were nothing in his eyes. The 2 spiritual primes attacked at the same time, using sequence techniques. Su Sherdao activated the battleship's protective spiritual treasure formation, the Sword Path River. He placed the Sword Path River that protected the land of black and white outside the battleship as well. The meteor ignored the attacks of the 2 primes and slammed into the Sword Path River heavily, shattering it. Su Sherdao roared, "Who is it?" He saw an eye that was filled with madness and viciousness. Within the meteor, the eye turned and stared at Su Sherdao emotionlessly. Strands of blood extended towards Su Sherdao. Su Sherdao directly used the flower-shifting spiritual treasure formation. A large tree bloomed, filled with sword chi. There were several dozen ancient swords that slashed towards the meteor. The meteor was struck by the several dozen ancient swords, but it only shook its surface. It was not damaged at all as it slammed into the battleship. Boom! The battleship swayed as blood dyed the deck. Su Sherdao retreated step by step. He could not stop the meteor at all. The meteor slammed into the battleship, splitting it into two in the blink of an eye. The cultivators on the battleship wailed. "Flee in all directions. Don't get close," Su Sherdao yelled. His expression was ugly. What was that? Some creatures hid within the meteor and attacked, but the meteor was just too tough. It was so tough that even the several dozen ancient swords could not do anything to it. In the end, the battleship shattered. Su Sherdao and the cultivators on the battleship fled in all directions. Many of them were killed. The meteor did not chase after them. It stopped in the starry sky with the fragments of the battleship. No one knew what it was doing. Su Sherdao did not expect that the battleship would be destroyed in such a way. This was a space-time battleship. It was made with countless precious materials and many years of effort. Every battleship was made with the blood and sweat of several generations of cultivators. It could travel through the universe and was extremely precious. However, it was destroyed by a meteor. They did not lose to the realm of Mind Earth. Instead, they lost in a baffling manner. The cultivators on the battleship formed groups and headed towards the realm of Mind Earth. Su Sherdao did not dare to contact them for fear that he would be targeted by the meteor and implicate those people. He could not deal with the meteor. However, it would not be easy for this meteor to deal with him. At the very least, it had to catch up to him first. However, it seemed that the meteor did not intend to chase after him. This place was not far from the realm of Mind Earth. If they did not wait for the battleship, Su Sherdao could reach there quickly. He identified the direction of the realm of Mind Earth and disappeared with a step. After a period of time, Su Sherdao saw the realm of Mind Earth. Unexpectedly, the realm of Mind Earth surprised everyone who saw it for the first time. Besides Wu Jiang and Su Sherdao's battleships, the other battleships had already stopped outside the realm of Mind Earth to clear out the surrounding sentient beings. This ensured that they would not be discovered before they attacked the realm of Mind Earth. They did not know that this was unnecessary. The realm of Mind Earth was a trap for them. Su Sherdao's arrival shocked everyone. He told them about the attack on the battleship, which shocked Meng Sang Tian and the old salamander. Of the 7 great Sang Tian, Zhan Ming had not come. He was originally from Wu Jiang. Only Meng Sang Tian, the 9th spirit, the old salamander, and Su Sherdao were guarding the battleships. One battleship did not have Meng Sang Tian, but had Zi Tian Shu. At this moment, they all knew that Su Sherdao had been attacked. Meteor? The 9th spirit looked askance at Su Sherdao, her face full of disbelief. Meng Sang Tian, the old salamander, and Zi Tian Shu were all doubtful. Su Sherdao was angry. What's with that look? You don't think I'm lying, do you? The old salamander chuckled. Wu Jiang did not come. Meng Sang Tian's tone was low. You were on good terms with Lu Sang Tian. Su Sherdao was speechless. I would not use such an excuse. 9th spirit, what do you say? The 9th spirit burped. It's fake. Definitely. Su Sherdao was speechless. How much did she resent Lu Sang Tian? The reset is here. Where is Yu Sang Tian? They looked at each other, not knowing where Yu Sang Tian had gone. Su Sherdao looked at the reset in the distance. Forget it. Since you do not believe me, you will know when the other cultivators come. Before long, the 2 primordial realm experts arrived and told them what had happened. Just like Su Sherdao, more and more cultivators arrived. Gradually, the 9th spirit and the others began to believe that the battleship had been destroyed by the meteor. They could not imagine what kind of meteor had struck the Su Sherdao so powerless that the entire battleship had been destroyed, forcing them to give up. Su Sherdao had invited them to help deal with the meteor. But they did not go. Their main goal was still the realm of Mind Earth. But they still had to send people to watch. Once they dealt with the realm of Mind Earth, the next target would be the meteor. Heavenly Tower, below the cliff. Luin came again. After discussing how to deal with Xianxia, he and the Eternal took turns guarding the cliff. The old chief and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators surrounded them. They were certain that Xianxia would not give up on the Heavenly Tower and would not leave. And he and the Eternal could not stay below the cliff forever, or Xianxia would not come. They had to give Xianxia a chance to break through the siege. At the same time, they were afraid that the other party would attack for some reason. That would be uncontrollable. Below the cliff, Luin looked at the palace. The people on the cliff were getting closer and closer, but they could not get any closer. He was very curious about what they had encountered. It seemed difficult. Thinking of this, he began to climb the cliff. On the cliff, the people saw Luin approach and were no longer worried. This person could not climb the cliff at all. You can't get close to the palace? Luin asked. No one answered. Many people glanced at him and continued to walk forward. The leader didn't even look at him. Luin continued, tell me, and I'll teach him a battle technique. Many people looked at Luin with strange gazes. Lu Yin's lips curled into a smile. It's a very strong battle technique. You're invincible in the same realm. Some people were tempted. If someone else had said that, they wouldn't have cared. After all, they were from the ninth heaven universe and were born to look down on the other three universes. However, this was Luin, someone who could fight against Xianxia. Such a person must have a powerful battle technique. The closer you get to the palace, the more you'll be suppressed by the memories, someone said. It was a short man who looked at Luin with anticipation. Shut up. Who allowed you to speak? The leader snapped. Many people in the crowd glared at the man. Luoning also glared at him. The man cowered. I didn't do it on purpose. Luin said gently, good boy, I'll teach you a battle technique. What are you good at? The others blinked. Teach? How? Although sound could be transmitted to the cliff, it couldn't be transmitted by voice alone. There were so many people here, so wouldn't they all see it? The short man asked, can you teach me? Of course, Luin said naturally. But they're all here, the short man whispered. The others glared at him again. This bastard wanted to take all the benefits for himself. Luin smiled brightly. Just look at me, and I'll find a chance to teach you. They can't keep staring at me. Even if they learn, they'll only be able to scratch the surface. The short man licked his lips. You can do that? The others looked at him and then at Luin. You can do that? Luin smiled. What are you good at? The short man said, blade techniques. I like blade techniques. He waved the blade in his hand. Luin praised, good blade techniques, heavy and domineering. Okay, I'll teach you a blade technique. I guarantee you'll beat those people around you until they're crying for their parents. The others were annoyed. Someone sneered. How arrogant. Do you know where we come from? For us to be able to come here, who doesn't have a force behind them? Those who can be called factions in our universe are not simple. Unlike your spiritualized universe, which has 36 domains and countless factions, there are only a few factions in our universe, and they can be passed down for countless years. Do you think you can make him invincible among those of the same level just because you taught him a saber technique? What a joke. The others also sneered. Even though Luin was very strong, he had been able to fight against Xianxia and had been able to match up to a lesser god. However, that was only for himself, and it might not be possible for him to impart it to others. Luoning looked at Luin with a mocking gaze. Luin didn't care. Won't you know if it's useful once you try it? After saying that, he looked at the short man. Good boy, look at me. Keep looking at me until I teach you. Well. But I want to get closer to the palace. The short man was in a difficult position. Luin replied, don't be in such a hurry. Those trash beside you aren't that much faster than you. They'll catch up very soon. Who are you calling trash? Preposterous. How dare you insult us? How dare you act so presumptuously just because of your cultivation? We will definitely report this to the Emperor and get rid of the thorns in your 3 universes. We will jointly report this to the Emperor. Luin returned to the bottom of the cliff, where the short man stopped and looked at him. The people around him tried to persuade him to leave, but the short man refused. He just looked at Luin. The leader of the group was the woman. She didn't mind and continued walking on her own. The others also left. Some people looked back from time to time, and they did indeed see Luin talking and moving. When they looked back, Luin would stop and wait for them to leave before he continued teaching. People kept looking back, but no one would stare like the short man. They wanted to get closer to the palace, but they also didn't believe that Lu Yin's sword technique was that powerful. It was a waste of time. From beginning to end, only the short man watched. Gradually, his eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. What a powerful sword technique. Luin had created a sword technique on the spot, and it didn't belong to any school. With his cultivation and battle prowess, it wasn't difficult to create a powerful sword technique. It would be an exaggeration to say that it was invincible among his peers. After all, he wasn't proficient in sword techniques, but there weren't many in the same realm who could defeat his sword technique. After all, not only did he have his own insights, but he had also seen Wu Tian's martial path firmament. Wu Tian was the most proficient in weapons. This sword technique combined Lu Yin's and Wu Tian's insights, and it was considered a top-notch weapon technique in the Tianyuan universe. Even if it couldn't defeat the strongest sword technique in the Jiuxiao universe, it wouldn't be too bad. Not long after, Luin swapped places with the Eternal, and the short man sat in place to comprehend the sword technique. Time continued to pass, and Luin continued to swap places with the Eternal. The short man moved and chased after the people in front of him. Those people weren't far from him or the palace, but it was difficult to get close. The short man was ridiculed, saying that he had been cheated. In order to prove himself, the short man used a sword technique to fight and challenged 3 people who had once been stronger than him. This scene shocked everyone. The leader woman could see the strength of the short man's sword technique, and she was somewhat moved. Not to mention the others. They all breathed quickly, and their eyes were full of envy as they looked at the short man. Luo Ning attacked and easily defeated the short man, but his realm was far higher than the short man's. They weren't on the same level, and he just wanted to test his sword technique. In the end, he exclaimed, "This sword technique is enough to rank in the top 10 of the Jiuxiao universe." Although Luo Ning's words didn't represent the entire Jiuxiao universe, the Luo family of Elysium still had very high standards. This evaluation made the surrounding people completely jealous. They all stared at the short man, wanting to snatch the sword technique. The short man smiled foolishly. He felt that his life had reached the peak. The Eternal looked at the cliff strangely, and it was quite lively there. Not long after, Luin swapped places. As soon as he arrived, a voice came from the cliff. "Are you still willing to teach me battle techniques?" Luin smiled. "Of course. Then you do it, and I'll talk. I'll talk. I'll talk. I'll talk." Luin approached the cliff and listened to them talk, but he was interrupted by Luo Ning. He stared at Luin. "Don't play tricks. Don't say a word." The surrounding people were unwilling. They wanted to say that they could obtain the same sword technique as the short man, but they didn't dare to offend Luo Ning. Despite being interrupted by Luo Ning, Luin roughly understood. The palace kept releasing the pressure of memories, which was unbearable for those close to it. However, this pressure was occasionally accompanied by some kind of cultivation memory, which benefited those who endured it. The Jiuxiao universe kept sending people here. After countless years, a considerable number of people did get opportunities. The most important thing was that a woman said that there was something in the palace that even the god of defense cared about. It was this sentence that made Luo Ning interrupt. Luin looked at Luo Ning. "Little guy, you are very unpleasant." Luo Ning stared at Luin. "The more you know, the faster you will die." Luin raised his eyebrows. "You?" Luo Ning sneered. "I have the right to meet the god of defense and report to the god of defense to eliminate the unstable factors of the 3 universes. You are one of them. You won't live long. Lu Yin's eyes were cold. Believe it or not, you can even go back alive. Luoning looked around. They told you something just now. You should fulfill your promise and teach them battle techniques. Everyone looked at Luoning with shining eyes. Yes, although Luoning had interrupted them, they were in a hurry to speak and had indeed said a lot in advance. Luoning continued, look at it in batches. Remember all the battle techniques taught by this person and learn them together. Yes, why didn't we think of that? Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Luoning. This way, everyone can learn. Hey, you can teach me. I'm good at whip techniques. I'm good at finger techniques. I'm good at finger techniques. Me too. Hey, you're not going to go back on your word, are you? Someone questioned. Luoning laughed. Of course not, but I don't remember who said it and who didn't. This way, I can teach you battle techniques. Then, he raised a finger. I'll only teach one person. Whether it's whip techniques, finger techniques, or even more, I'll only teach one person. Let this person teach you. That works. That person has to be powerful. Otherwise, how can they remember? I recommend Mr. Luoning. I also think that only Mr. Luoning is suitable. In the face of everyone's recommendations, Luoning rejected them directly. I'm not free. He didn't like the battle techniques taught by Luoning. This person couldn't really teach them invincible battle techniques. It was a waste of time to accompany this person. No one dared to make things difficult for Luoning and looked at others. Luoning pointed at Luoning. I'll only teach him. I won't teach anyone else. Why? Mr. Luoning didn't tell you anything. Luoning said, wrong. He told me the most important piece of information. Everyone was confused. The most important piece of information? Luoning narrowed his eyes and thought back to what he said. Luoning said deeply, he told me that the ninth firmament universe is going to attack us. Isn't this the most important piece of information? Everyone was speechless. This made sense, but it also didn't make sense. Of course, this information wasn't worthless. This person would definitely be prepared to deal with it. If it was valuable, it was just a threat. Don't talk nonsense. Mr. Luoning didn't tell you anything. You're trying to go back on your word, someone said. Everyone began to denounce Luoning. Luoning shrugged. I'll only teach him anyway. Everyone looked at Luoning anxiously. Luoning turned around and walked away, ignoring them. He knew very well that agreeing to this matter would be a waste of time and would be easily used by Luoning. In any case, he didn't care what these people thought. He was just trying to disgust Luoning, but now he was the one being discussed. Luoning laughed. This child is really unlikable. You guys can play by yourselves. With that, he returned to the cliff. Everyone looked at each other and then at Luoning with complicated expressions. They felt like they were being ignored. It was normal, but in the face of the temptation of a powerful battle technique, this disregard was a loss for them. The leader frowned, and the atmosphere changed. Luoning's identity had been exposed, and he had been admired by everyone. Now, she looked down the cliff. This person was really sinister, and so was the other person. She didn't know how he knew about the Xiaoyu Pavilion, but he had almost fooled them. The three universes really needed to be cleaned up. Luoning had not expected Luoning to directly ignore those people's requests. He did not care at all. He had originally intended to create a few battle techniques, but these battle techniques were particular. He had to consider which one was stronger and which one was weaker. He did not intend to go back on his word. Now, he did not even need to create them. Besides, he also had a general understanding of the situation on the precipice. There must be the most valuable memory in the palace. Otherwise, it would not attract people from the Nine Clouds universe to try to get close to it. Listening to those people's tone, this kind of thing was not rare in the Nine Clouds universe, which meant it was normal. What kind of situation could become the norm in the Ninth Heaven universe? The changes in the Ninth Heaven. Such was the norm. This palace was also one of the norm. The ninth heaven universe's norm was completely different from the three universes. Returning to the cliff, Luin looked at the old head and the others. The old head and the others were watching him. They did not know what he was doing on the cliff, but the atmosphere on the cliff seemed to have changed. There was something wrong with this human. "Let's talk," Luin said and looked at the old head. The old head was alert. "I've already said what I should say. The most important thing now is to get rid of you Xianxia. This is also the main reason you came from the Tianyuan universe." Luin agreed. "Yes, but Xianxia did not appear." "We'll talk about it when he does." "What do you want to talk about?" the old head asked. Xianxia was the greatest enemy of the universe of consciousness, but if he was dealt with, Luin and the others would be next. Humans were all enemies. Luin looked at the cliff. "Let's talk about the palace." "What do you know?" Xiwen suddenly asked in a pleasant voice. Luin smiled. "I know a little. You probably don't know, unless you've climbed the cliff." Xiwen and the others looked at each other and saw the anticipation in each other's eyes. This human did not give them the same pressure as Xianxia, but he was not weak. He was just better at hiding. "Will you tell us?" Frostblade asked in a low voice. Luin said, "That depends on what you will tell me." "What do you want to know?" the old head asked. Luin looked at him. "You surrounded me before. You." He pointed at Xiwen. "And you used a very special sword intent." The old head and Xiwen looked at each other. "I am the Azure Sword." "Azure Sword." Luin nodded. "The Azure Sword. This is a sword will of the same origin." "Do you want it?" the old chief asked. Luin smiled. "But in exchange, I'll tell you what I experienced on the cliff, and you'll teach me these two sword intents." "Impossible." Xiwen directly refused. Old head didn't say anything. Luin looked at Xiwen. "I don't understand. Why is it impossible? Do you think you're invincible with just one move?" Xiwen subconsciously refused. After all, she had been hiding the fact that she had learned the Ashen Sword. Now that it had been exposed, she could not accept that she had taught it to someone else. The old leader had learned the Ash Sword for a long time, so he didn't really care about it. "It's about time. It's time for me to exchange with Eternal. I'll give you some time to consider." With that, Lu Yin's gaze swept across the 13 celestials. "Let me remind you, Eternal and Xianxia are both at the peak of Ku adversity." Just as he finished speaking, Eternity appeared. Luin glanced at them and then left. His words lingered in the ears of the 13 celestials. Reaching the peak of Ku adversity meant that one could restart the universe and enter eternal life at any time. Eternal came from the Tianyuan universe, and if he could restart the Tianyuan universe, he would have done so long ago. These two humans from the Tianyuan universe had been hostile to each other, so perhaps the Tianyuan universe had not been rebooted because of this person. Since the Tianyuan universe could not be rebooted, only the spiritualized universe and a consciousness universe remained. There was no need to guess, they all felt the danger. Compared to the spiritualized universe, the consciousness universe was easier to restart. Eternal had the same interests as Xianxia. Was that why they had joined forces from the start? Lu Yin's words caused the atmosphere below the cliff to change. The 13 celestials looked at Eternal with vigilance and hostility. Eternal sensed this, and he glanced in the direction that Luin had left. He looked at the 13 celestials around him and then looked up at the cliff. He felt that the atmosphere had changed. "What did that person say to you just now?" Eternal asked directly. He understood Luin very well. Luin had become the master of the Tianyuan universe at such a young age. Aside from his cultivation and battle prowess, he was also very good at bewitching people. Many cultivators from parallel universes had been tricked by him to fight on the battlefield, and those people worshipped him fervently. This was not something that could be easily accomplished. Old leader coughed. "Nothing much. We were just discussing how to deal with you Xianxia." Eternal shook his head. "You should pay attention to what he says. Although this person comes from the Tianyuan universe, he has an identity that you might not know." Old leader and the others looked at Eternal in confusion. Eternal slowly said, he is a disciple of the spiritualized universe's supreme pinnacle. When he said this, old leader and the others were completely shocked. What did you say? A disciple of the supreme pinnacle? Eternal clasped his hands behind his back. Everyone in the spiritualized universe knows about this. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Old leader and the 13 celestials looked at each other and felt that this was ridiculous. Although Xianxia was the greatest enemy of the consciousness universe, that was under the premise that the supreme pinnacle had not appeared. The spiritualized universe had not seen the supreme pinnacle for too many years, so most of the cultivators had forgotten about it. Or rather, they did not believe in the existence of the supreme pinnacle. The consciousness universe was no exception. Now, a disciple of the supreme pinnacle had suddenly appeared. Regardless of whether this disciple was a threat, the supreme pinnacle would not appear, right? Xianxia was already considered to have crossed the limit of bitter adversity. Then, wouldn't the supreme pinnacle be the eternal life realm? Suddenly, they felt a chill run down their spines. There were too many cultivators in the spiritualized universe who had come to the consciousness universe. This person would not lie to them about this. Lu Yin's words made them hostile towards Eternal, and Eternal's words made them hostile towards Lu Yin. They were allies for benefits, but also enemies for their positions. Both of them understood each other too well. The right path was to undermine each other. Otherwise, if one side was allowed to speak, the other side would be played to death sooner or later. Eternal was not a person who liked to talk too much. He was more willing to take action, just like how he had destroyed the Above Heaven sect. However, when facing an opponent like Lu Yin, he could only react accordingly. Lu Yin had pretended to be a disciple of the Supreme Pinnacle. The more benefits he gained from the spiritualized universe, the more enmity he would receive from the consciousness universe. Old Head and the others were completely silent. Humans could not be trusted, but these few were shockingly strong. Xiwen felt bitter. She would rather these two not speak. If she did, it would only make their hearts tremble. Right, did something happen on the precipice? Eternal looked at the precipice and asked. Gui Shaoqing said, that person went up and said a few words. Eternal was speechless. However, he was not surprised at all. Did he say something about me? Old Head and the others did not answer. There was no need to answer. Let these two speak. The more they spoke, the more they would know. However, Eternal did not say anything. Sometimes, one sentence was more useful than 100 sentences. He was very sure that these sentient beings would not trust Lu Yin anymore. That was enough. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. The precipice fell into silence. Just like at the beginning, no one spoke and waited for Xianxia. Not long after, Eternal left and Lu Yin returned. Looking at Old Head and the others, Lu Yin knew that Eternal must have said something. Have you considered it? Xiwen looked at Lu Yin with fear and vigilance. There was also hostility that could not be hidden even if he wanted to. Lu Yin was speechless. Eternal's method of sowing discord was not bad. How do we know that what you tell us is the truth? Because I can't come up with an answer that is so convincing. Even if you did, you might not tell us everything. Lu Yin laughed. It seems like you don't want to know. Forget it. Xiwen looked at Old Head. Of course, they wanted to know, but they did not trust Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not know what Eternal had said to make their attitudes change so drastically. He did not guess either. There were too many things that would make these sentient beings hostile to him. Why did you come with the spiritualized universe? Old Head asked. This was a question that they had always wanted to know. The Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe were clearly enemies, not friends, but they had come together to conquer the consciousness universe. If the Tianyuan universe had sided with the spiritualized universe, then this person had besieged Xianxia. It did not make sense. The spiritualized universe's cultivators all knew that Lu Yin wanted to replace Xianxia. Although it was fake, it was very reasonable. And Eternal had not told them about this. Lu Yin looked at them and said, "Are you seeking trust?" Old Head said solemnly, "You can say that. If the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe join forces, we will definitely be able to defeat the spiritualized universe." But the premise is that we sincerely join forces. Previously, you besieged Xianxia, so we were willing to ambush here with you. However, we also have to plan for the worst. Once the siege fails and Xianxia returns, we might be faced with a war between the three universes. War requires mutual trust. Lu nodded. That makes sense. I can answer your question. Then, you must also gain my trust. Lan Huifeng spoke, which was rare. We are already on the verge of being rebooted. We have been enemies with the spiritualized universe for generations. What else do we need to trust? Lu Yin's voice was cold. But you have not been rebooted, and such a mysterious place still exists. He looked up at the precipice. If the consciousness universe is rebooted, this place should no longer exist. This place is very attractive to Xianxia. He has come here twice, and there will definitely be a third time. I have reason to suspect that he has not completely attacked the consciousness universe because of this place. This place has what Xianxia needs, but the Tianyuan universe does not. Once you betray us and help the spiritualized universe deal with us, rebooting the consciousness universe is the same as rebooting the Tianyuan universe. Why should I believe that you will not betray us in exchange for your safety? Old Head sighed. That is because you do not understand the hatred between us and the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin raised a hand and interrupted him. I do not need to understand. Trusting you is something that you should do. I do not need to convince myself. What do you want then? Frostblade asked. Lu Yin looked around. You have nothing to convince me, so you can only show your sincerity. Teach me the two-sword intents. Not only will I tell you what happened on the cliff, I will also tell you everything you want to know, such as why we came with you Xianxia. That's because... Gue Xiaoqing was about to speak when the old head shouted, enough. He stared at Gue Xiaoqing and then at Lu Yin. If you want the two-sword intents, how did you get the Sword of Heaven? Only the Wu-Wei Society had the Sword of Heaven. The old head and the others kept coming to the cliff to inherit the memories, but they couldn't get it. Lu Yin said, I got it here. The old head wasn't surprised. He had guessed it the first time he saw Lu Yin use the Sword of Heaven. This person was lucky. If you want our two-sword intents, we hope you can teach us the Sword of Heaven, the old head said. Shi Wen's eyes were burning. Three-sword intents, but the Sword of Heaven was the complete opposite of the Sword of Heaven. One cut towards the end, while the other cut towards the process. Only her Sword of Heaven didn't have this ability. She was a bit sullen, but if she could get the other two-sword intents, it would be worth it. Lu Yin sneered. Old man, you've got a pretty good plan. You want to know about the situation on the precipice, you want to know about our spiritualized universe, and now you want to obtain the Azure Sword. Don't you think you're asking for too much? The old head said naturally, we have two-sword intents, after all. Use your worldly lock in exchange, Lu Yin said. The old head's expression changed, and he stopped talking. The worldly lock was his trump card. Compared to the Sword of Heaven, it was more powerful, and Lu Yin coveted it. This battle technique had temporarily suppressed Xianxia, and its value was no less than the fusion of the three-sword intents. If he could get it, he would have more tricks up his sleeve. But it wouldn't be easy, and the old head wasn't stupid. At this time, Xianxia suddenly appeared and saw Lu Yin's group. Lu Yin and the others looked at him at the same time, and both sides attacked. Lu Yin's consciousness covered the surroundings to prevent Xianxia from retreating as soon as he appeared, and it came in handy now. A boundless consciousness blasted out, and Xianxia's body trembled. His consciousness was unable to move at all. Lu Yin appeared in front of him and used the great sky-carving disc. Instead of attacking from above, Lu Yin directly crashed into Xianxia. This was Lu Yin's strongest attack, and it was accompanied by a counterattack. Xianxia had not expected this, and he had been stunned by the great sky-stripping chart. He took a step back, and his heart was like a boulder. Everything around him froze, and the void changed. Lu Yin's palm stopped, less than half an inch away from Xianxia's forehead. Xianxia's figure flickered as the Nine Heavens transformation was formless and formless. It was as if there was nothing that he could not cross. Lu Yin faced Xianxia with the Nine Heavens sword behind him. In the other two directions, Old Chief and Shiwen simultaneously unleashed their lower Xianxia sword and central Xianxia sword. The three sword wills instantly froze. Xianxia struck out with his palm, shattering the three sword wills. The imperial robe covered the sky and burned the firmament. Luin tapped out with a finger, and a karmic spiral appeared at his fingertip and held out. The 13 celestial phenomenon used their own techniques. However, Xianxia had already retreated, and they could not hold him back. Too late. The Eternal appeared and felt the scorching void as he looked at Lu Yin's group. Luin shrugged, that's expected, but we're able to grasp his methods every time he attacks. He'll be stopped sooner or later. They had not expected to be able to delay Xianxia immediately, as this was within their expectations. I'll leave it to you. Luin left. The Eternal looked at Old Chief and the others, you're at a great disadvantage against Xianxia. That's why we want to surround and kill him. The Old Chief was helpless. Xianxia cultivated the Heart of Boulder and Stellar Transposition, which allowed him to change the void and was difficult to shake. He was the bane of sentient life forms like them, and he also had the Boulder's foundation, which pressured them to the point of suffocation. A thought of eternity was also unrivaled among the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. If not for Lu Yin's cooperation, Xianxia would have defeated them just now. Even if he could not defeat them all in one go, they would still be finished if one was taken care of every time. Suddenly, Shiwen looked towards a corner and narrowed his eyes. Xianxia? The Eternal turned to look at the corner. The Old Chief and the others looked over as well. Xianxia was standing there. Although he had retreated, he appeared again and looked at them calmly. Shiwen and the others subconsciously wanted to attack. You can't keep me here, Xianxia said slowly, I can bring you to the cliff. His words made the Old Chief and the others stop their desire to attack. The cliff was too tempting. Why didn't you say that just now? The Old Chief asked. The Eternal answered, because of Luin. Xianxia looked at him and nodded, I can bring you there, but not him. Why? Frostblade was curious. These people's relationships had always been messy. Xianxia looked at the cliff, there's a great possibility there, and so is Luin. These two possibilities can't appear at the same time. Otherwise, you and I won't have a chance. The Eternal smiled, agreed. You want to climb the cliff, so do we. Tell us what's the situation there. How long until he comes? The Eternal waved his hand and the void burned, he'll arrive as soon as the flames are extinguished. Xianxia glanced at him, I'll make it short. He looked at the cliff. There were many people looking at him. The people of the ninth heaven universe looked at Xianxia with complicated expressions. Some looked at him with respect, while others looked at him with disdain. They respected the status of a god of defense, but they looked down on Xianxia, who was a god of defense. I don't know how you consciousness life forms look at Etionk, but in their eyes, Etionk is a collection of memories. You don't need to know whether it's the memories of living beings or the universe. You just need to know that it's a memory. There are many things in this memory, including the origin and destruction of the universe. It also includes the past of invincible cultivators. That palace is the most profound and precious memory. When you get close to the palace, you'll feel the pressure of the memories, but at the same time, you may see more valuable memories. It's said that inside the palace, there are memories of the eternal life plane. Xianxia looked solemn, the memories of an eternal life plane cultivator. The flames burned the void, swaying with Xianxia's words. From time to time, a cold chi drifted out. Under the cliff, there was a deathly silence. The old head and the others looked at Xianxia in shock. They knew that something must exist in that palace, and they guessed that there might be a path to eternal life there. However, being told that there was an eternal life plane cultivator's memories was completely different from guessing. What did the memories of an eternal life plane cultivator represent? It represented him. They could feel the cultivation experience of that eternal life plane cultivator. It meant that they could see the eternal life plane cultivator's battle techniques. It meant that they could obtain the most precious cultivation state of the eternal life plane cultivator. It meant that they had walked the path to eternal life. The path to eternal life was illusory. Since ancient times, how many people had walked it? Even someone as strong as Xianxia was still at the peak of bitter adversity, and it was difficult for him to step into the eternal life plane. If they could see the complete memories of an eternal life plane cultivator, it meant that they had walked into the eternal life plane. It also meant that they had the possibility of touching the eternal life plane. Although everyone's bitter adversity was different, as long as they could see the final answer, their chances of stepping into the eternal life plane would greatly increase, and not just by a little. At the very least, if they could obtain the eternal life plane cultivator's battle techniques, they would be invincible in the universe. Xianxia's voice was much lower. Those people have studied Xianxia for too many years. Their guess is most likely true. In the memories outside the palace, they saw the peak of bitter adversity. This means that there is a 90% chance that the eternal life plane cultivator is in that palace. That's why I kept looking for Xianxia to find this memory. I couldn't enter Xianxia through them. Although it was the shortest path, it was the furthest for me. I could only come to the universe of consciousness again and again to find Xianxia. You guys guessed right, I came to the universe of consciousness for Xianxia. I know more about Xianxia than any of you. Xiwen licked his dry lips. Then, could the memories of Xianxia come from an eternal life plane cultivator? Xianxia looked at Xiwen, and everyone looked at him. I don't know. Xianxia looked up at the cliff. The memories of an eternal life plane cultivator are just speculations, although the possibility is high. No matter what, we will know once we go in. At the very least, we will definitely get something. I believe that you guys must have gotten some benefits from Xianxia's memories. These words reminded Old Head and the rest of them of the consciousness battle techniques they had obtained. Although not every 13 heavenly phenomenon had obtained consciousness battle techniques, many of their inspirations for the use of consciousness came from the memories they carried. Because the memories were too heterogeneous, they guessed that these memories came from another universe. There was cause and effect in the universe, so there must be memories. Memories were traces left behind by organisms in a special place, and this place was Xianxia. They didn't think that there would be memories of an eternal life plane cultivator here. To step into the eternal life plane, rebooting the universe was one way. Although they didn't know who came up with this method, there seemed to be successful precedents. The other way was to pass bitter adversity. This method was only in theory, and no one had ever succeeded. At least, there were no records. If they could walk the path of an eternal life plane cultivator, they might succeed. Xianxia looked at Eternal. As expected, Eternal's gaze was also burning. No one could resist the temptation of an eternal life plane cultivator, not a single one. The flames were still burning, emitting a slight sound. Above the cliff, those people looked on curiously. They couldn't hear the sound below the cliff, but it seemed that the atmosphere had changed again. What exactly happened there? What worried them the most was that there was no battle. Xianxia could climb the cliff, but there was no battle below. Instead, he was talking, which gave them a bad feeling. These people wouldn't team up, right? The two leaders looked at each other and saw the uneasiness in each other's eyes. If the people below really worked together to climb up the cliff, they would be in trouble. Their lives would not be in their hands, and they did not think that they had the ability to fight against Xianxia. Even if he was a consciousness life form that they looked down on, his combat power still surpassed theirs. Luoning frowned and stared at Xianxia. His heart sank. This person should have been stripped of his position as the god of defense long ago. And now, he actually had designs on Xianxia and even exposed them. This was clearly a betrayal. This person was unforgivable. The scene that those people on the cliff didn't want to see finally happened. Below the precipice, Eternal, Old Chief, and the other celestial phenomenon split into two directions and were connected by spirit threads. Xianxia looked at the precipice from afar and was clearly preparing to climb it. This scene made the hearts of the people on the precipice sink to the bottom. They all looked at the leading man and woman. The man and woman's expressions were ugly. They actually joined forces. This was what they didn't want to see the most. They had no way to stop those people from joining forces. He couldn't retreat even if he wanted to now. Below the cliff, Xianxia glanced at the Eternal and Old Chief. Then, he looked at the burning flames in the void. The flames would extinguish after a while. Let's go. After he finished speaking, he lightly tapped the air. Resplendent light illuminated the dark underground. It soared into the sky, breaking through the darkness and heading towards the precipice. Just as Xianxia brought Eternal and the others out of the precipice, their connected spirit thread was pulled back by another one, and at the end of the other was Luin. Luin arrived at the last moment and smiled at them. Xianxia subconsciously glanced at the Eternal, and this time, even the Eternal was a little surprised. He had not expected Lu Yin's timing to be so precise. It was neither too early nor too late, and it was right at the moment they were about to ascend the cliff. Old Head and the others were astonished as well, as they had also assumed that the Eternal was communicating with Luin. However, they were in the heavenly palace, so how could they communicate with each other? Lu Yin's smile was dazzling, as if it was an eternal brilliance. For him to be able to grasp the timing so accurately, it was both a guess and a flash of light. Xianxia would not give up on climbing the cliff. Under such circumstances, there was only one way for him to climb the cliff, and that was to work together. They could either join forces with him or join forces with eternity. Under normal circumstances, Luin should have joined forces with Xianxia. No matter how he looked at it, Luin was less of a threat to Xianxia than to Xianxia. Luin did not believe that he could defeat Xianxia. Xianxia and Xianxia both had unfathomable backgrounds. Furthermore, Eternal and Xianxia had joined forces long ago to scheme against the Tianyuan cosmos. Furthermore, Xianxia was even more wary of Lu Xian because he had mastered the Tao of Karma. However, Xianxia's sudden appearance and subsequent retreat made Luin certain that Xianxia intended to join forces with the Eternals. Luin didn't know why, but perhaps it was because Xianxia had plotted against him that he couldn't increase his own strength and could only join forces with the Eternals. No matter what the reason was, since Xianxia had already made his move, he had already made his choice. Luin had originally thought that Xianxia would take some time before making an appearance, but he had not expected that Xianxia would join forces with the Eternals right after Luin had left. He seemed to be in a hurry. He was afraid that a single mistake would cause Xianxia and the Eternals to ascend the cliff. If that happened, he would be left with nothing. Fortunately, it was right to be cautious. Xianxia really did join forces with Eternal and the others. An eternal thought dragged the spirit thread towards the cliff. Xianxia looked at Luin with a rare hesitation. Luin said, "You're not planning to attack me, are you? Believe it or not, I can drag you down even if you join forces." After he finished speaking, a beam of light shot through the air. This was the power of time. At the same time, the karma conch appeared. It gave Xianxia and the Eternals a lot of pressure. They didn't want to come into contact with the Tao of Karma. If Luin really used karma to cover the surroundings, they would have no choice but to avoid it. It was impossible for Xianxia to ascend the cliff by himself. If the Eternals couldn't ascend the cliff, they would naturally attack him. Xianxia turned away and no longer looked at Luin. Luin looked at the Eternals. The Eternals smiled at him. "You always surprise people." Luin shook his head. "Stop pretending. They can all tell that you were the one who informed me." The Eternals were stunned. The old chief and the others all stared at the Eternals. Even Xianxia looked over. The Eternals calmly said, "It wasn't me." Luin laughed. "Some methods only need to be used once. No one will be fooled again." The Eternals looked at Luin deeply. "You're right." Xianxia looked at the cliff again, but no one knew what he was thinking. The old chief and the others looked at each other. Lu Yin's and the Eternals' words had confused them. However, Luin had arrived at a critical moment, and it would be unreasonable if no one had informed them. After all, he had arrived early. But they hadn't seen anyone inform them. Furthermore, they were in the heavenly palace, so how could they have informed them? These two had come from the Tianyuan universe, so they might have their own unique methods. Amidst the silence, one thought headed towards the cliff and continuously closed the distance. His speed was very fast, but the distance he closed was very small. It was so small that it was negligible. However, he was indeed closing the distance, surpassing the distance that Luin and the others had been at before. Atop the cliff, the expressions of the people there changed. "Let's go. Don't let them get close," the leader shouted. Everyone seemed to wake up from a dream and hurried towards the palace. They endured the pressure of their memories, and they didn't want to hand their lives over to these people below the cliff. This was especially true for sentient lifeforms, which they had always viewed as ants. If these ants stood at the same height as them, the situation would be reversed, and they would become ants. This was something they couldn't accept. Readership Network and Luin, no matter how they looked at him, they didn't like him. Luoning's eyes flickered as he stared at Luin. Coincidentally, Luin was also looking at him. His lips curled up as he gestured for Luoning's neck. This gesture caused Luoning's eyes to narrow, and he gritted his teeth and charged forward. This person would definitely attack him. Such a powerhouse would either never be able to get close to the ninth heaven universe, or once he did, he would have no scruples. Even if he told this person how powerful the ninth heaven universe was, it would be useless. Besides, this person might not be unaware. Luoning regretted coming here. In the consciousness universe, Wu Jiang moved and headed towards the realm of Earth. Old Head and the others couldn't trap Wu Jiang forever. Especially when Old Head and the others found out that Miao Wu Huang had entered the Earth realm and that Yu Sang Tian had entered the Heavenly Imperial Palace, Endless Road wasn't fully activated. Wu Jiang headed towards the realm of Earth. Half a month later, he saw the realm of Earth. The scenery of the realm of Earth was beyond their expectations. They hadn't expected it to be like this. At the same time, they also saw the other battleships. The other battleships had also discovered Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang has finally arrived, someone on the other battleships discussed. They're intentionally stalling for time, but it won't last long. Next is the battle to destroy the realm of Earth. It's time for Lord Yu Sang Tian to take action and completely destroy this universe. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Those old fogies must be staring with their eyes wide open. Shoo! Be careful not to be heard. On a battleship, Meng Sang Tian looked at Wu Jiang. They had expected Wu Jiang to arrive so late, but what would happen next? Was Yu Sang Tian in the restart battleship? Since Lord Eternity had left, Yu Sang Tian must have left as well. This was interesting. If Lu Sang Tian knew that Yu Sang Tian had already entered the realm of Earth, what would he think? Nobody could guess Yu Sang Tian's intentions except for Lord Eternity. The old salamander looked at Wu Jiang, seemingly wanting to find Luin. He was still rather apprehensive and was afraid that Luin would attack him again, even if he had to pay a sufficient price. Fortunately, Meng Sang Tian was here, and Lord Eternity was behind him. Plus, he had the Sealed Skies Foundation, so there was no need for him to be afraid. Su Sherdao walked towards Wu Jiang and boarded it to find Luin. He wanted to tell Wu Jiang what had happened. That meteorite was too strange, and there was a problem. Lu Sang Tian is not here? Su Sherdao was surprised. A group of Wu Jiang's experts walked to the deck, such as Star Toad, Desolate God, Celestial Champion, and the others who had left a deep impression on him. The one in the middle was the primogenitor. At this moment, Wu Jiang's experts looked solemn. They did not look at the realm of Earth, but at the other battleships. Su Sherdao suddenly had a bad feeling and looked at the primogenitor. Senior? The primogenitor looked at Su Sherdao and smiled. I have lived longer than you and am stronger than you. It is not a loss for you to call me senior. Su Sherdao and the primogenitor looked at each other, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. The primogenitor's eyes were filled with hesitation. What was he hesitating about? Where did Lu Sang Tian go? The primogenitor smiled. You are Su Sherdao. The reason you became Lu Sang Tian is related to Zhu Zi. Then, for Zhu Zi's sake, are you more inclined towards Wu Jiang or the spiritualized universe? Su Sherdao did not understand. Senior, why do you ask? To determine your position and prevent accidental injury. The primogenitor said slowly. Su Sherdao's expression changed. What accidental injury? Around them, a group of Wu Jiang's experts looked at them. In an instant, a mountain-like pressure descended upon them. Su Sherdao's expression changed. He felt like it was the first time he entered Sky Beyond Sky. No, it was even more intense than that. Even Sky Beyond Sky did not have so many experts who could pressure him. What was going on? Why were there so many experts in Wujiang? He knew that there were some spiritual spell masters in Wujiang, spiritual primordial realm, and even bitter adversity realm experts. However, from what he knew, there were not many who could pressure him. Even if the Star Toad and the Desolate God could fight against Wu Huang, they would not give him too much pressure. He was confident that he could defeat the Star Toad and the Desolate God. However, at this moment, not only the Star Toad and the Desolate God, but also the people around him. He was very sure that there were at least 5 experts who could threaten him in Wujiang, or even more. Was this the true strength of Wujiang? What do you want to do? Su Shidao was stunned. The primogenitor smiled faintly, complete the destiny of Tianyuan universe. A bell was rung, attracting the attention of the surrounding 5 battleships. The primogenitor stood beside the bell and let out a deep breath. He did not expect to do something like this today. That Master Lu was really good at hiding things. This was his true goal. The primogenitor walked out of Wujiang and looked at the 5 battleships. He laughed, "Everyone, you have been captured." Something like this had never happened in the history of the spiritualized universe. There were a total of 5 battleships, 4 Sang Tian experts, and a few Du Kui and Spirit Primes who were near the end of their lifespans. They were so powerful, yet they heard something like this. They had been captured? Even the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators in the consciousness universe could not say such words. But when the unbounded experts all stepped out and opened the 9 skies, they knew what they were about to face. The stars shook and swayed. Terrifying power swept through, causing the universe to shatter. Chu Yi, Su Wangtian, Desolate God, Lu Tianyi, Victor Celestial, Yi Luo, and the others all used the transformation of the 9 skies, raising their auras. Together with Dancing Butterfly and the others, who were originally from the spiritualized universe. Finally, the ancestor used the transformation of the 9 skies, his aura shaking the consciousness universe. At this moment, the spiritualized universe cultivators knew what they were about to face. Was the transformation of the 9 skies so worthless? When Emperor Wu used the transformation of the 9 skies, more than half of the spiritualized universe cultivators thought that he could challenge Yu Sang Tian. And now, what were they seeing? The bitter adversity cultivators, the spiritual primordial realm cultivators, and the spiritual cultivation cultivators all used the transformation of the 9 skies. This scene overturned the spiritualized universe cultivators. The old salamander was stunned. Was this really happening? The gourd fell from the 9th spirit's hand. Zi Tianshu's scalp went numb, and a chill ran from head to toe. He looked at the ancestor, feeling the suffocating pressure. This person was at Yu Sang Tian's level. If the Unbounded had such an expert, why had Yu Sang Tian not appeared? Su Shidao stood on the Unbounded with a wry smile. Just now, 2 hands had landed on his shoulders, from 2 people, and then he could not move. The Unbounded had completely revealed its strength. Why now? He looked at the restart battleship. So that was why. Yu Sang Tian was not here. But how did the Unbounded know? Meng Sang Tian did not hesitate to escape. The ancestor looked up, and the Sky Palace was released, covering the surrounding stars. No one could escape. Before the old salamander's chest, the Sealing the Sky's foundation released lightning, and he leaped into the 5-clawed heavenly centipede. He did not intend to attack, but instead fled in another direction. Against so many unbounded experts using the transformation of the 9 skies, unless Yu Sang Tian was here, they would still dare to fight. But Yu Sang Tian had not appeared. Clearly, he was not here. The 7 Sang Tians might not be able to do anything. The ancestor gave him too much pressure, so much so that he wanted to escape. But the ancestor's focus was on the old salamander. The old salamander had secrets. Heavenly Lord Victorious Star walked out, his golden staff slung over his shoulder. Everyone, it's time to turn the tables. Let's see who wants to restart. Lu Tian pointed out one by one, breaking the rules of the sequence. The Desolate God roared. Su Wangtian held a pair of slippers in his hand as the chessboard revolved around him. Chui chased after Meng Sang Tian. Dao of Tianyi. Yuan Qi shook his head. Unless Yu Xianxia led the 7 great Xianxia to battle during the peak of the spiritualized universe, they would not be able to resist Wu Zhang's hidden power. It was over. The old salamander reached out with his claws. His terrifying power almost tore apart the Sky Palace. With the support of the Sky Ceiling Foundation, the Sky Palace was on the verge of collapsing. He was barely close to Yu Xianxia's level, reaching the level of Emperor Wu Huang, who had borrowed the power of the Sky Ceiling Foundation in the Battle of the Hidden River Source. The primogenitor waved his hand, and 6 primogenitor swords and 3 blue sky divine weapons flew out at the same time. Blue sky divine weapons. The 9 weapons pierced through the void, and the old salamander howled in agony. His 4 sharp claws were all severed, and his head suffered a heavy blow. No matter how terrifying his strength was, he was helpless against Yu Xianxia's strength. Because the primogenitor had suppressed the string of the immemorial city echelon, his cultivation was empty. For a long time, he was surpassed by Eternal. However, this gap became smaller and smaller under the support of the change of the 9 heavens. Suppressing the old salamander was no problem at all. The old salamander's wretched state made Tianshu and the others give up on resisting. The Sky Palace left them with nowhere to run. Apart from Dooku and the Primordial Realm experts, the other cultivators did not even have the right to attack. And on the 5 battleships, there were very few experts who could stand up to Wu Jiang. The change of the 9 heavens was too terrifying. It had forcefully raised the battle prowess of a group of people, causing Wu Jiang's strength to undergo a metamorphosis. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy. However, one person still managed to escape. It was the 9th spirit. The 9th spirit used the Gate of Wonder to escape. That gate blocked the change of the 9 heavens, and under Lu Tiany's finger, she was the only spiritualized cultivator to escape. You want to declare war on the spiritualized universe? Tianshu asked loudly. Not even in their dreams would they have thought that the enemies they faced in the universe of consciousness were not consciousness lifeforms, but Wu Jiang, and so many experts at that. On the 5 battleships, countless spiritualized cultivators stared at Wu Jiang. Every battleship had a Wu Jiang expert suppressing them, making it difficult for them to resist. Right now, they only wanted to know the answer. None of them had expected this. They could not have predicted that Yu Xianxia would secretly leave. If Yu Xianxia was here, he would definitely be able to suppress Wu Jiang. Actually, even Chui and the others did not know about this. Luyin had spoken to the progenitor alone. He had hoped that the progenitor would take down the spiritualized cultivators after confirming that Yu Xianxia was not present. These cultivators represented more than half of the spiritualized universe's upper echelons. After all, they had followed the progenitor to the universe of consciousness, so their strength and background were impeccable. Taking them down was equivalent to taking down the spiritualized universe's future, not to mention that there were experts on Yu Xianxia's level amongst them. Of course, it was very difficult to find such an opportunity. However, Luyin knew that the realm of Earth was a trap that the universe of consciousness had prepared for Yu Xianxia. In that case, the universe of consciousness would help them stall Yu Xianxia. In the spiritualized universe, they had been forced into a passive position, but things were different outside. Here, the spiritualized universe and the spiritualized universe were enemies of the universe of consciousness. This was the situation that Luyin was best at. The progenitor had not expected to find an opportunity so quickly. When Wu Jiang had arrived, he had immediately tried to restart. Yu Xianxia knew of his existence, so it did not matter even if he was exposed. However, he had not expected Yu Xianxia to not restart. In that case, the progenitor would not be courteous and immediately take him down. Take away the spirit seeds and wait here obediently. The progenitor had instructed him to take the spirit seeds away first. These were what Luyin needed, and he would decide what to do next later. Angry curses could be heard from the warships. Why isn't Lord Yu Xianxia here? Just you wait. Lord Yu Xianxia will definitely come back to deal with you. Isn't Lu Xianxia a disciple of a supreme pinnacle? Why is he attacking us? It's fake. It's all fake. They belong to the Tian Yuan universe. Why did the Intellicong realm side with Wu Jiang? The Intellicong realm harmed us. All sorts of curses resounded throughout the heavens. The progenitor sighed and looked towards the realm of earth. Would Xianxia return? He did not know, but something must have happened there. He could only trust Luin. Even if Xianxia returned, the progenitor would just release the captives. They were already enemies with the spiritualized universe. If a war really broke out, the progenitor would not necessarily be afraid of Xianxia. Besides, these people were all hostages. Would Xianxia dare to attack them? The greatest threat was actually that Master Grass. He was an eternal realm cultivator, and only the heavens knew if he had followed them. Would the distance between them affect him that much? Nobody knew. Fortunately, even an eternal realm cultivator could not act recklessly. He was also restricted by the karmic chain. If a group of Wu Zhong's experts died because of him, the karmic chain's backlash would be too much for him to bear. If he could bear it, Luin would not have been able to rise up and create a second grandmaster. The Tianyuan universe would have become a spiritualized universe long ago. There was also another important reason for attacking these people. The progenitor looked at the realm of earth in a daze. Zhuzi, only you can lead the Tianyuan universe down this path. Senior, I need a group of people from the spiritualized universe as hostages. It's not a threat to the spiritualized universe, but a bargaining chip to deal with the Jiuxiao universe. The cultivators from Wei territory and other places died because their spiritual seeds left their bodies. This means that the spiritual seeds in the spiritualized universe cultivators are very important to the Jiuxiao universe. If we control the lives of a group of spiritualized universe cultivators, it will be equivalent to controlling the spiritual seeds in their bodies. Then, we will have the qualifications to talk to the Jiuxiao universe. The Jiuxiao universe is too powerful. The three supreme gods are three eternal realm cultivators. All the previous methods are useless in front of them. We can only use what they care about to increase the bargaining chip. Although it's dangerous, this is the only way to fight for the Tianyuan universe. The progenitor kept recalling Lu Yin's words. He had considered too much for the Tianyuan universe and had taken on too many responsibilities. Etian K and an eternal thought were still approaching the cliff. Frostblade stared at Xianxia and asked cautiously, the first time we broke through the cliff, it was very fast. Why is it taking so long this time? Xianxia said calmly, if you don't want to follow, you can go back. The old leader comforted Frostblade and shook his head. Luin looked ahead. The cliff was getting closer and closer. It was almost within reach, but it was still getting closer. This wasn't a matter of distance, but of time. He looked at an eternal thought's radiance. An eternal thought was the result of cultivating the heart like a boulder to the deified sequence. He couldn't figure out how such a sequence law could do something that they couldn't. It wasn't until he connected an eternal thought with the flowing light that he vaguely understood. An eternal thought was space. The heart like a boulder could move the stars, so it could take Xianxia's place to bear the sword of God. After all, the sword of God slashed towards the results. Xianxia, who was under the heart like a boulder, was surrounded by the results. There was space, but it wasn't just space that was closing the distance. There was also time. Xianxia had hidden the power of time. He had a way to use the power of time. Although the spiritualized universe had lost the river of time and was at a disadvantage in the way of time, it didn't mean that Xianxia was at a disadvantage. He had completed Kuai. On the contrary, because the external universe had lost the river of time, he was at a disadvantage. His power of time hadn't been cultivated under the premise of losing the river of time. It relied too much on the river of time. Xianxia had added the power of time to an eternal thought, which was why it was constantly approaching the cliff. This power of time wasn't that simple, or else Luin would have been able to do the same. He clearly didn't have the river of time, but he could use the power of time to climb the cliff. Xianxia's control of time was extremely profound. This made Luin even more apprehensive. How could he defeat Xianxia? As he was thinking about this, his spirit thread trembled and touched the cliff. In an instant, Xianxia, Eternal, and Luin rushed up the cliff. Almost at the same time, Eternal attacked Xianxia. Luin was surprised that he attacked as soon as he reached the cliff. Xianxia wasn't surprised at all. Facing Eternal's 10,000 swords, he used formless and formless to avoid it. Let's work together to get rid of him or at least control him. Otherwise, we won't be able to descend the cliff, Eternal said, waking Old Head and the others up. Yes, they needed Xianxia to ascend the cliff, but they also needed him to descend the cliff. They couldn't keep watching Xianxia while they were on the precipice. Thinking of this, Old Head and the others attacked as well. Luin didn't mind dealing with Xianxia first and attacked as well. However, it was difficult to defeat Xianxia. If they could, they would have won at the bottom of the cliff and wouldn't have waited until now. With the three of them working together, Xianxia and Boulder's Foundation fought steadily. Under the premise that there was no way out, it was terrifying to force such an expert to the limit. Suddenly, Eternal attacked Luin. 10,000 swords slashed at Luin, which was unexpected. Fortunately, Luin was still on guard against him. Their hatred wasn't any less than Xianxia's. Eternal wanted to kill Luin, but Luin wanted to kill Eternal more. 10,000 swords produced a time-after image. Flowing light shuttled back and forth, reversing time by 1 second. Xianxia retreated and stopped. Luin pointed a finger and used the path of Tianyi. Eternal's pupils changed, and divine power surged out. Boom! The divine power bombarded the cliff, forcing Luin to retreat again and again. You want to fight me? Eternal, aren't you afraid that I won't be able to stop Xianxia after I die? Eternal's expression was unprecedentedly serious as he looked at Luin. I suddenly feel tired. After killing you and returning to the Tianyuan universe, I won't care about the 3 universes anymore. Even if the Tianyuan universe is restarted, I can hide in the core space and live. When those who should step into eternal life do so, I can return. Luin was surprised. You have no ambition all of a sudden? Eternity's gaze was deep. On this precipice, no one is a greater threat than you. Luin, you have comprehended the way of karma. You are the only one among us who might be able to step into the eternal life realm without rebooting the universe. You cannot touch the things in the heavenly palace. These words caused Xianxia's expression to turn solemn. He had been unwilling to bring Luin up the cliff for 2 reasons. First, he had a plan against Luin, and second, Luin had comprehended the Tao of Karma. He was on the path to immortality, and he might not even need to restart the universe. If Luin obtained the memories of the Eternal Realm powerhouse in the palace, he might be able to step into immortality on the spot. If that happened, they would have no chance of surviving. Xianxia and Eternal knew that Luin had comprehended the way of karma, but the others did not. When they heard Eternal's words, regardless of whether it was Old Head or those from Nina Firmament's universe, they were all dumbfounded. Cause and effect? Xiwen was shocked. The old man's eyes flickered, and he looked at Luin with an unprecedented level of apprehension. It was no wonder why there had always been an invisible threat when they had fought before. It was actually karma. Even though the consciousness universe did not interact with the Tianyuan universe or the spiritualized universe, all living beings feared and yearned for karma from the bottom of their hearts. This person had actually comprehended the karma Tao? Those from Nina Firmament's universe were even more shocked, and they all stared at Luin in a daze. Karma? Isn't that the power of Azure Lotus Protector? It's an invincible power, but he's not an eternal realm cultivator. Why? I've never heard of anyone who hasn't stepped into the eternal realm. None of Azure Lotus Protector's disciples have comprehended karma. Karma is the strongest power of the eternal realm. There's no need to restart the universe. If Azure Lotus Protector knows about this person, he might very well become Nina Firmament's universes. The first junior protector. But he's not from Nina Firmament's universe. It's not important to Protector. The leading man and woman were shocked, and they looked at Luin as if he was a god. Luoning clenched his fists, and his eyes were cold and filled with jealousy and unwillingness. How could someone comprehend the way of karma? Not only was this person powerful, but he could also comprehend the way of karma. Why? He was just an ant from the 3 universes. He hadn't even seen an eternal realm cultivator and had no history. Why? Listening to the discussions around him, his expression turned ugly. He must not let this person be known by Azure Lotus Protector. Otherwise, the first junior protector might really be this person. At that time, no one would be able to do anything to him. Someone was right. To Azure Lotus Protector, what was the difference between Nina Firmament's universe and the three lower universes? They were just ordinary lives. Anyone who had entered the continent of the 9 clouds and experienced the grandeur of controlling everything would forget who they used to be. Just like them, the 3 universes were like ants. No one was an exception. Luin could see that the atmosphere had changed. When the words karma came out, everyone looked at him differently. Old Leader and the others looked at him coldly. The more important the palace was to these people, the greater the threat he posed to them. This was not something that could be changed with a few words. As long as Luin comprehended the way of karma, it was a fact that could not be changed. He couldn't change it, but he could drag one of them down with him. Eternal, you also comprehended the way of karma. Why hide it? Luin smiled at Eternal. Everyone was shocked. There was another one who comprehended the way of karma? Eternal was helpless. I also want to, but I don't. You did. Luin was certain. Eternal was amused. Do you think the way of karma is so easy to comprehend? Do you think they will believe that 2 of you appeared at once? Luin looked at everyone. They also don't believe that you and I are so young, yet we have the power to match Azure Lotus Protector. These words struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Yes, whether it was Luin or Eternal, they both looked too young, too young. How did such people appear? Even Azure Lotus Protector could not reach that level. Luoning narrowed his eyes. This was also what he was most confused about. Although cultivators could change their appearance, their temperament and feelings could not be wrong. Luin and Eternal were both very young. Eternal said, "You want to drag me down with you, but you underestimate the difficulty of comprehending the way of karma. You can do it, but it does not mean that others can do it." Luin stared at Eternal. Do you dare say that you haven't escaped the backlash of karma several times? Everyone looked at Eternal. Only someone who had comprehended the way of karma could escape the backlash of karma. Eternal nodded with a smile. 4 times. I escaped the backlash of karma 4 times. You must want to know the reason. After he spoke, he took out an item. It was a stalk of grass with 1 leaf. 4 leaves fell off and emitted 5-colored light. The blue light was intense, while the other 4 colors were faint and almost invisible. When this stalk of grass appeared, Luin felt that he desired it. It was not his own desire, but his own karma world that desired it. Eternal looked at the 5-leaf grass with infatuation. The first time, I escaped the reversal of time and the first leaf fell off. The second time, I helped Mang Sang Tian escape the reversal of time and the second leaf fell off. The third time, I took away Tiandi's spiritual seed and completed my recultivation. The third leaf fell off. This is also the reason why I am so young. That spiritual seed is a turbid treasure. When Luo Ning and the leader heard this, their expressions changed. A turbid spiritual seed? It was a legend even in the 9 heavens universe. How could it appear in a spiritualized universe? How hateful. It was actually used by these ants. The 4th time, I took Zhang Yan's key and the 4th leaf fell off. Unfortunately, this leaf was worthless and fell into your trap. I had no choice but to return it. Eternal looked up at Luin. 1 leaf left. Give me a chance to escape the backlash of karma. This is the answer you want. Luin frowned. The 5-leaf grass? It was obviously a turbid treasure. How many turbid treasures had Eternal collected in the Tianyuan universe? Only 1 spiritual seed and 1 5-leaf grass had appeared so far. Luin did not believe that Eternal only had these 2. Then, everything that needs to be explained has been explained. Everyone, a person who comprehended karma has appeared here. He might have obtained the memories of the Eternal Realm powerhouses in the palace. How could you allow such a person to exist? Eternal attacked, his divine power covering Luin. Luin sighed. I guessed right. From the beginning, you wanted to lure me to this cliff and set up a trap for me. Eternal smiled faintly. You can run to other places, but not here. If I did not appear in time, what would you have done? Impossible. I know you too well. Your methods will not disappoint me. The person who understands you the most will always be your enemy. This sentence appeared in Lu Yin's mind. The old chief and the others looked at each other. They did not know if they should attack. Lu Yin's existence was their method to kill Xianxia. Without Lu Yin, they would not be able to defeat Xianxia even if they joined forces with Eternal. But here, Lu Yin, who comprehended karma, was too dangerous. Even if he could not reach immortality through karma, he would definitely restart the universe. Moreover, whether or not he was a disciple of the Supreme Pole was still uncertain. The Eternals and Lu Yin's mutual destruction had successfully confused them. What they wanted to do most now was to kill Xianxia. No matter how great Lu Yin's threat was, it was far behind. However, Eternal was determined to kill Lu Yin. If Eternal killed Lu Yin, he could return to the Tianyuan universe. But what about the consciousness universe? However, if Lu Yin was really a disciple of the Supreme Pole, his threat would surpass Xianxia's in the future. He was too young. No matter how they looked at it, the consciousness universe could be restarted in his hands. The old chief and the others were faced with a dilemma. They could not help but look at Xianxia. Xianxia, why aren't you helping me? Lu Yin suddenly shouted. Everyone was stunned. What? Did they hear wrongly? He was actually asking Xianxia for help. Not to mention the old chief and the others, even those from the ninth heaven universe were stunned. Eternal raised his eyebrows and glanced at Xianxia. He was not worried that the old chief and the others would help Lu Yin. The identity of a disciple of the Supreme Pole was too sensitive. He was most worried about Xianxia. Now, it seemed that he might really become the biggest variable. Xianxia watched the battle between Eternal and Lu Yin calmly. Lu Yin shouted, I'm not Eternal's opponent. You don't want to see me die, right? Why don't we take this opportunity to kill Eternal? He has been hiding all this time. Not only does he understand the ninth heaven universe, but he also has the turbid spirit seed. He is the biggest threat. Xianxia attacked, pushing aside the clouds and attacking the Eternal. The Eternal countered with the true God's freedom technique. The lantern floated in the air, half of it being Mo Shang and the other half being Lu Yin. At the same time, Lu Yin struck out with both palms to meet Xianxia's attack. The shockwaves dispersed, and Lu Yin borrowed the force to retreat. With Xianxia around, he wasn't worried about being surrounded. Even if he really wanted to kill Xianxia wouldn't let anything happen to him. Xianxia had a deep plan for him, and even if Lu Yin didn't know what it was, he knew that Xianxia would definitely save him. Judging from the situation, this plan was very important, and it cast a shadow over Lu Yin's heart. Consciousness universe, what are you waiting for? Attack and kill Xianxia, the Eternal's voice rang out. The old chief and the others were stunned. Who were they attacking? Lu Yin? Xianxia? Why is it so messy? They were clearly attacking Xianxia, and they were fighting amongst themselves. Lu Yin had actually asked for Xianxia's help, and Xianxia had actually helped. What was the point of fighting before? Those from the Nina Firmament's universe were also stunned. For the first time in their lives, they felt like their brains weren't enough. They couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation for the situation in front of them. The old chief and the others attacked. No matter what, attacking Xianxia was wrong. Lu Yin attacked as well, and Xianxia wasn't surprised at all that Lu Yin had joined the fray. The appearance of everything was hidden under the 4 words, profit above all. No matter how long they fought, there was no conclusion to this battle. Xianxia almost killed Shiwen, but Shiwen was saved by Lu Yin. Only then did the battle stop. The old chief was even more confused. Lu Yin had saved Shiwen. The 4 sides were restricting each other, and there wouldn't be a conclusion anytime soon. They all had their own interests and demands, but their strength was almost equal, forming a balance. The Eternal was helpless. You'll regret allowing Master Lu to grow. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Same here. There was no point in saying anything more. The situation was like this, and everyone who had cultivated to their current realm had confidence and trump cards. Right now, no one could do anything to each other. Since they couldn't do anything to each other, they all looked towards the palace and the people from the Ninefirmament universe. This was especially true for the old head and the others. It was the first time they saw people on the cliff. That kind of shock and disbelief was something that they could not forget even now. It was engraved in their bones. The way these people looked at them made them even more curious about what had happened. At that moment, they weren't far from the continent of the Nine Clouds, but if they wanted to get close to them, they had to bear the pressure of the palace's memories. Even though it wasn't far, the continent of the Nine Clouds cultivators had already walked for a long time. But that was relative to the people of the Nine Clouds universe. For Old Chief and the others, the intensity of the memory pressure was far from what others could compare to. When the old man and the others looked at them, the members of the continent of the Nine Clouds were astonished. The woman was the one leading them. The woman's expression was unsightly. The worst situation had occurred. These people had climbed up the cliff, which was the same as cutting off their path of retreat. The area above the cliff is not small. Why don't we not disturb each other? Although he knew a little about the situation in the palace, he did not know much. What had Eternity just said? The memory of an eternal life realm expert? Its value was immeasurable. He really wanted to see if he could enter the palace and obtain that memory. Xianxia agreed. Although there were some deviations from the plan, this was the only way. Eternity could only agree. Frostblade immediately walked towards the palace. At the same time, he walked towards the continent of the Nine Clouds cultivators. The continent of the Nine Clouds cultivators panicked. Ants could look down on elephants because they were standing at a high place, but the elephant was now as tall as them. They finally understood the fear of facing an elephant. The leader looked at Xianxia and bowed slowly. I am Lian Shuang. Greetings, Imperial God Xianxia. The young people of the continent of the Nine Clouds also hurriedly bowed to Xianxia. They had forgotten that there was an imperial god here. Even though they looked down on him, he was the only one who could save them. After all, he was a god of defense. No matter what his attitude towards the Nine Clouds universe was, he was still a god. Frostblade stopped and looked at Xianxia. If Xianxia could expose these people, then they must know each other. Old Chief and the others were vigilant. Xianxia looked indifferent. He glanced at the continent of the Nine Clouds cultivators and then looked at the palace. Lian Shuang was furious. Xianxia was a dog that the continent of the Nine Clouds had given him, but he dared ignore them. They had to have someone behind them. Imperial God Xianxia, please open a path for us. We want to go back to the continent of the Nine Clouds, said Lian Shuang. The old man and the others didn't understand. The continent of the Nine Clouds? That was a strange name, but there was a fourth universe? Why was the continent of the Nine Clouds related to Xianxia and Xianxia? They had too many questions. They just wanted to capture those people and ask them. Xianxia lifted his foot and walked towards the palace, still ignoring him. Frostblade looked at the continent of the Nine Clouds cultivators and walked towards them. Nobody can save you. You were happy before, but now I want you to cry. Lian Shuang ground her teeth. You don't want to help us? You're an imperial god. Don't forget your duties. Xianxia still ignored her. He had already entered the location of the memory pressure. Eternity also walked towards the palace, enduring the pressure. They were all vigilant, getting closer and closer to the palace. Luin also walked over. He didn't have the ability to break the balance for the time being, so it depended on who could get close. Although it depended on their own abilities, whoever got closer would inevitably become the target of the other three. They had to be careful. Moreover, he also wanted to capture a few people from the continent of the Nine Clouds, especially Luoning. Luin looked over. Luoning was also staring at him. When he saw Luin looking over, his eyes narrowed. This person was going to attack him. Luin smiled and made a throat-slitting gesture again. This time, the gesture made Luoning feel suffocated. Imperial God Xianxia, the continent of the Nine Clouds already knows that you're here. When we were exposed, they sent a message. If something happens to us, how will you explain it to the continent of the Nine Clouds? Lian Shuang threatened. Yu Tian didn't even look at her and continued walking forward. Luyin walked towards the continent of the Nine Clouds cultivators. Frostblade was also walking towards them. Luoning said, "I'm from the Luo family of the Elysium. A favor from the Luo family is very valuable, Imperial God Yu Tian." Yu Tian turned and looked at Luoning. Luoning looked at him. "Save me, and from now on, the Elysium will be yours." Luyin looked at Yu Tian. Yu Tian stared at Luoning. "The Luo family of the Elysium." Luoning smiled. "That's right, the Luo family." "Just a watchdog," Yu Tian replied. Heaven replied, then turned his head and stopped looking at her. Luoning's expression changed. He was furious. "What did you say?" The continent of the Nine Clouds cultivators kept quiet out of fear. The Luo family of the Elysium was definitely a powerful force in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Otherwise, Luoning wouldn't have been able to enter the junior pavilion and sleep in the octagonal pavilion. Yu Tian didn't care about such a person at all. If Yu Tian belonged to the continent of the Nine Clouds, he would be a normal lower god of defense. But he was just a gift. The continent of the Nine Clouds didn't care about him. If he wanted to enter the continent of the Nine Clouds, he had to pass through the Elysium. Normally, a lower god of defense would have no problem passing through the Elysium, but Yu Tian needed the Luo family's approval. This was also why Luoning was so confident when he proposed the condition. He thought Yu Tian needed a favor from the Luo family. He didn't expect Yu Tian to ignore him. "Yu Tian, you offended the Luo family." Luoning threatened him. Yu Tian didn't care. Luoning glared at Yu Tian, but he didn't get a response. He looked to the other side. Luyin was already under the pressure of the memories. He would soon get close to him. The only thing he could do was to run in the direction of the palace. But how could he compete with Luyin here? Even though the possibility wasn't high, Luoning still didn't say a word. He walked towards the palace. Every step was difficult. Luyin was under the pressure of the memories. It was a familiar feeling, but also a strange one. He had used his Dai's 6 pips to enter the bodies of too many creatures. He had seen all kinds of memories, and he had also experienced the long years of memories. He wasn't unfamiliar with the feeling of being suppressed by memories. But at this moment, there was a similar pressure. There was also an indescribable feeling of being torn apart and immersed. It was as if he had become another person, another creature, or even another universe. He looked at the boundless starry sky, the ebb and flow of the tides. His body felt as if it had fallen into a bottomless abyss, but he was as powerless as an ordinary person. The pressure of the memories was like a string, and the pressure of the memories in the palace kept pulling on this string. Once it couldn't bear it, the string would break. He was clearly under the pressure of the memories, but he couldn't see any of the memories. It was very contradictory, but also very natural. The feeling of immersion was different from virtual reality. There was a third-party perspective, and he could completely experience it. He had experienced something in the past, but it also felt like he hadn't seen anything. The clearest feeling was that the string of memories was being pulled, and it was constantly being stretched taut. This was only the beginning. The further he went, the tighter the memories became. This was a domain that strength couldn't reach. His consciousness, essence, and spirit were all wrong. It was like he was in a dream, and he had nowhere to use his strength. This feeling made Luyin feel powerless. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. What if the memories of this palace or Etionk came from a creature? Did this creature cultivate the power of memories? This was a power that he had never touched before. On the other side, Frostblade was also under the pressure of the memories. The old chief and the others also walked towards the palace. Luyin looked over, but he wasn't in a hurry to leave. He looked at Yu Tian and Eternal, who also stood in place without moving. They seemed to be feeling the pressure of the memories. Frostblade was the only one who couldn't wait to catch those from the Nina Firmament's universe and understand what had happened. After a while, there was a scream in front of them. A cultivator from the Nina Firmament's universe who had fallen behind had been caught by Frostblade. Those from the Ninifirmament's universe tried their best to walk towards the palace. Powerlessness, hesitation, fear, and despair constantly swallowed them up. They had a bright future ahead of them, and they didn't want to die at the hands of these ants that they had looked down on. The cultivator who had been captured was a man. He had a pleading look on his face, and he had a cosmic ring on each of his fingers. Obviously, he had a good family background and a decent cultivation base. At his age, he could be considered a genius in the Tianyuan universe, but his willpower was terrible. The old man and the others surrounded him. Soon, they understood. The Jiuxiao universe was a huge universe that was like the sky. There were eternal realm cultivators there, which made them feel suffocated. They didn't know about such a universe. They had been looked down upon like ants for so many years. Yusane Tian, who they regarded as a great enemy, was just a gift from the Jiuxiao universe. They couldn't accept this fact. Their understanding of the universe had changed. Shuang Dao attacked again and caught another cultivator. He got the same answer, so he caught another one. He hoped to get a different answer, even if these people were lying to him. He wanted to reconstruct his understanding, but he was disappointed. The disappointment made him attack again and again. Blood flowed on the precipice, filling the air with a pungent smell. When Lian Shuang saw this, she looked gloomy. The consciousness universe, the Tianyuan universe, and the spiritualized universe are just ants under the control of the Jiuxiao universe. Since you know the truth, you shouldn't attack. The Jiuxiao universe will know what happened here. Your lives won't be in your control. The old man looked at Lian Shuang. If we don't attack, what will happen? Lian Shuang said in a low voice, "Give us a way out. In the future, you can give yourselves a way out. Those who can come here aren't ordinary people. You'll be greatly indebted to them." The old man looked at Lian Shuang deeply, then at Luo Ning. Compared to Lian Shuang, this person had attracted Yusane Tian's attention. The Luo family seemed to have more weight. Luo Ning narrowed his eyes. The Jiuxiao universe has the celestial gate, and the Luo family guards it. Help me, and I can let you enter the Jiuxiao universe. Even if the consciousness universe is reactivated, you won't be affected. The consciousness universe will be reactivated, asked Shiwen. Lian Shuang sneered and said with a hint of arrogance, "There are only 3 of the 4 supreme deities, what do you think?" The old man and the others were uneasy. If they wanted to become immortal, reactivating the universe was the fastest way. Although they didn't know which universe the supreme gods of the Jiuxiao universe had been reactivated, they hadn't known about the existence of the Jiuxiao universe. At that moment, Luin suddenly moved and walked towards the people from Ninifirmament's universe. Lian Shuang, the old chieftain, and the others all looked at Luin. There were only 3 superior deities left in the 9th heaven universe, and one of the inferior deities would definitely step into the eternal realm to become the 4th superior deity. That person would definitely restart the universe, but would it be the universe of consciousness? Ever since they found out about the existence of the spiritualized universe, their cognition had been confused by the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe. They believed that the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe had been at war for so many years, so the consciousness universe would definitely be rebooted. Even if they knew about the existence of the 9 heavens universe, it did not affect their cognition. Rebooting the consciousness universe was deeply engraved in their hearts like a brand. But just a moment ago, he suddenly recalled the time when the spiritualized universe was on an expedition to the Tianyuan universe. He recalled the heavenly palace and the relationship between the consciousness universe, the spiritualized universe, and the 9 heavens universe. He came to a terrifying conclusion. If he had to restart a universe in order to reach the eternal life stage, there was a possibility of it being the consciousness universe, but the greater possibility was the Tianyuan universe. The so-called 3 universes refer to it might not necessarily be the Tianyuan, spiritualization, and consciousness, but it could also be spiritualization, consciousness, and 9 heavens. The Tianyuan universe was too far away from the 3 universes, and they had never crossed paths. Origin was sent to weaken the future scale of the Tianyuan universe, but it was just a means to weaken the opponent's resistance. Since it weakened the opponent's resistance, it would definitely achieve results. He used to think that the spiritualized universe would be the one to pluck this result, but in fact, it was only the Nine Heavens universe that would pluck this result. The ballad sent by Yuya had said that for the inferior deities of Yuya, there was no difference whether they were spiritualized or Tian Yuan. In essence, the Nine Heavens universe was superior, and the rest were inferior. In the eyes of the Nine Heavens universe, the Tian Yuan universe had long been included. If Luyin was the ruler of the Nine Heavens universe, he would definitely not restart the consciousness universe, because the consciousness universe and the spiritualized universe were connected to the Nine Heavens universe. This relationship was very important and could not be broken easily. On the contrary, the Tian Yuan universe was so far away that it would be a waste not to restart it. This result sent a chill down Luyin's spine. He had overlooked this point all this time. It was not that he had overlooked it, but that he had been confused by his past deeds and misunderstood it. If he had known about the Nine Heavens universe's existence from the beginning, he would not have had such a misconception. He would have been able to see who needed to restart the Nine Heavens universe the most. As for Mount Royal, he had originally thought that it was a small spiritual universe, but Rugwa had already told him that it was not. It was just a place similar to Torch City. If it really was a small spiritual universe, then the Tian Yuan universe would be safer. Since it was not, he was certain that the Tian Yuan universe would be the first to be restarted. There was no need to worry about the spiritualized universe. Yusang Tian was here, and outside, the primogenitor and the others might have already attacked the other battleships. Luyin was most worried about the Nine Heavens universe directly attacking the Tian Yuan universe. Thus, he needed to understand the current situation of the Nine Heavens universe. When the people from the Nine Heavens universe saw Luyin walking towards them, they despaired. Originally, they had been watched by the old chief and the others, and they had been able to threaten them so that the consciousness lifeforms would not dare to go too far. But when it came to Luyin, they remembered what he had done before. Forget it, it was better to tempt him with benefits. Lian Shuang saw Luyin walking over and wanted to stop him, but she knew that she was not his opponent. Consciousness lifeforms, if you help us return to the Nine Heavens universe, I guarantee that the elders of the young people around me will work together to create an influence so that you can go to the Nine Heavens universe and avoid the fate of being restarted and killed. Yes, I'm from Lonely Swan Island. My grandfather is very influential. Help me return, and I'll definitely help you enter the Nine Heavens universe, someone immediately shouted. The people around him also kept asking for help. I'm from. Don't worry about the ones you killed before. We'll help you settle it. The old chief and the others did not move. Although these people had powerful backgrounds, it did not mean that they could influence the decisions of the Nine Heavens universe. They were all at the 13th celestial phenomenon, and even if they entered the Nine Heavens universe, they would definitely be top powerhouses. It was not up to these juniors to interfere. Would they be enslaved? They would rather not know about the existence of the Nine Heavens universe. On the opposite cliff, among the people led by the man, a woman shouted, I know what you're worried about. Help them leave the Nine Heavens universe. I can ask the Spirit Alliance to intervene and do their best to protect them after entering the Nine Heavens universe. The old chief and the others looked at the opposite cliff. Protection? Spirit Alliance? Although Luyin had heard about the situation of the Nine Heavens universe from Rugwa, what were the specifics? Rugwa had said from the beginning that at their level, they did not need to know too much about the situation. They only needed to understand the meaning of the Nine Heavens universe's existence and its relationship with the spiritualized universe. As for these forces, they could be destroyed with a flip of the palm, so there was no need to be too clear. The people on the opposite cliff had been watching and did not interrupt. Now that the woman had spoken and mentioned the Spirit Alliance, it must have some weight. What's the Spirit Alliance? The old chief asked. On the opposite cliff, the woman said, the Spirit Alliance is formed by the spiritualized universe and other people who did not originally belong to the Nine Heavens universe. The purpose is to help each other and survive in the Nine Heavens universe, passing on the culture of the original universe. Although the Spirit Alliance cannot affect the decisions of the Nine Heavens universe, its strength is still very good. The fact that I can come shows that there is a problem. If you can join the Spirit Alliance, unless you are punished by the Nine Heavens universe god, there is nothing to worry about. Yes, the Spirit Alliance. You can join the Spirit Alliance. Help us return and we will help the Spirit Alliance. The Spirit Alliance will definitely help you. Luo Ning said, the Luo family of the Elysium can help the Spirit Alliance as long as you can help me return. His words moved the old chief and the others. If they could really avoid the end of the consciousness universe being rebooted and live safely in the Nine Heavens universe, they did not mind helping. The essence of consciousness life was to survive. Fighting against the spiritualized universe and trying to kill Xianxia was all for the sake of survival. Even climbing the cliff was for the sake of survival. They could betray anyone. While speaking, Luin was getting closer and closer to the people of the Nine Heavens universe. He felt that he could catch them with a raise of his hand. Consciousness life form, hurry up and attack. The young man who was about to be caught shouted in panic. Frost Blade held the hilt and stared at Luin. Luin slowly turned his head, his eyes deep and cold. I don't mind if you attack. This sentence extinguished the old chief and the others' desire to attack. They looked at Luin and recalled the previous battles. Attack? So what if they attacked? Who could they help? The next moment, a young man at the back was caught by Luin. Luin smiled at him. Am I scary? Little guy? The young man's face was pale as he stared blankly at Luin. Let's talk. At the front, Lian Shuang saw this scene and sighed helplessly. She looked at the old chief and the others again. They had already said so much, but these consciousness life forms still did not attack. This person gave them too much pressure. Previously, when this person was attacked by another person, Xianxia would help. They did not understand the situation and only felt that the four people who had climbed the cliff were monsters. Luo Ning gritted his teeth and did not look back. His eyes were bloodshot as he walked toward the palace. Every step was difficult, but every step was a chance for survival. Soon, Luin finished talking with the young man. A disciple of a second path dealer's family was meaningless, so he continued. Luin caught another young man. I'm from the Lone Swan Island. Good name. Is it powerful? Of course. The young man wanted to say that he was more powerful, but Luin was disappointed. One's vision did not necessarily determine a person's height, but one could see their birth. The Lone Swan Island had the strength of the 7 major forces of the spiritualized universe, but that was all. It should be an entry-level force of the Nine Heavens universe. Yes, in Lu Yin's eyes, the Ninth Firmament universe's forces were at least as strong as the 7 major forces of the spiritualized universe. They must have someone who had crossed bitter adversity, but this kind of strength was not a threat to Luin, nor could he spy on the Ninth Firmament universe's strategy. Then, the next. The next. The next. The Ninth Firmament universe's people were relieved that Luin did not kill them. Old Head and the others had stained the cliff with blood in order to interrogate the Ninth Firmament universe, but this did not happen to Luin. Luin was not a murderous person, as long as no one touched his bottom line. One by one, Luin captured the Ninth Firmament universe's youths and locked them up in Mount Supreme. They might be useful in the future. These guys were so lively just now, so they might have some power if they worked together. Master, is that you? Master. A short man took the initiative to run towards Luin and shout loudly. Luin was speechless. This guy was the one he had taught the sword technique before. He had defeated others with his self-created sword technique and led them to tell him about the cliff. Master, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The short man was shameless, tears and snot running down his face. Compared to life, what was face? If he wanted face, he would not have been the first to tell Luin. The Ninth Firmament universe's cultivators looked at him with disdain and envy. Lian Shuang looked at him with envy. Luin picked him up without hesitation. Good attitude. Stay here for now. His biggest target was Luo Ning. The Luo family in Elysium could talk to Xianxia, and they were one of the dormant members of the Xiaoyu Tower. Although Luin did not know what the Xiaoyu Tower was, this person was important. Guarding Elysium? Maybe he could find out something. Luo Ning looked back and saw Luin in front of him. There were only a few people between them. He looked at Lian Shuang and said, "Stop him." Lian Shuang was bitter. She was no match for this person, but she had to act. Everyone could be in trouble except Luoning. Luoning grabbed another one. This person was different from the previous ones. His eyes were sinister and vicious. He looked at Luoning as if he was ready to attack at any time. Luoning was familiar with this look, it was the look of an assassin. Little guy, you're special. Luoning looked at this person. He was the shortest among all the cultivators from the Nine Clouds universe, but his bones were very strong. The young man lowered his gaze, but his gaze kept shifting. He stared at Lu Yin's waist, his legs, and even his vitals. Luoning slapped the man's head, almost knocking him out. The man fell to the ground and shook his head. He struggled to stand up, but he still fell down. You think I won't kill anyone? The young man narrowed his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, the people of Death Hill are not afraid of death. Luoning frowned. Death Hill? He had heard of it before. It was one of the few forces that had been specifically mentioned. The cultivation of the Nine Clouds universe was very unique. It also used spiritual seeds to cultivate, but it was different from the spiritualized universe. When a cultivator cultivated in a spiritual universe, a spiritual seed would enter their body. As their cultivation level increased, the spiritual seed would transform into a weapon or an innate gift. The stronger the cultivator, the stronger the spiritual seed would transform. That was a very normal cultivation strength. At first glance, it didn't seem like a problem, but if it was combined with the cultivation method of the continent of the Nine Clouds, it would be abnormal. Because in the continent of the Nine Clouds, cultivation required spiritual seeds to leave the body. By cultivating with the spirit seed would eventually be infused into one's body, and the one who would improve would be one's own body. It was their own strength. There was no difference between beast-shaped spiritual molting and human-shaped spiritual molting. Humans were humans, and they couldn't turn into beasts. They also didn't have spiritualized innate gifts or spiritualized weapons. If they did, it would come from their own bodies. The continent of the Nine Clouds universe cultivated the human body, just like the Tianyuan universe. However, spiritual seeds were a medium for their cultivation. They could become a second life and increase their cultivation speed faster. It was the complete opposite of the spiritualized universe. It was because of this that Luoning had truly learned about the continent of the Nine Clouds universe for the first time. It also made Luoning understand why there was a funnel and spiritual seed liquid. To put it bluntly, the cultivators of the spiritualized universe continuously cultivated to strengthen their spiritual seeds. When the cultivator died, the spiritual seeds would enter the funnel and melt into liquid. Finally, they would be poured into the continent of the Nine Clouds universe. This allowed the cultivators of the Nine Clouds universe to cultivate in the mist-like spiritual seed liquid after their spiritual seeds left their bodies. This was the truth behind the cultivation of the continent of the Nine Clouds universe and the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe had always been sacrificing itself to help the continent of the Nine Clouds universe. This was a cruel truth. Once it was made public, all the cultivators of the spiritualized universe would collapse. Their lives were completely in the hands of the continent of the Nine Clouds universe, and the continent of the Nine Clouds universe could make them live or die. In the past, their spiritual seeds would only disappear after they died and enter the funnel. However, if the continent of the Nine Clouds universe wanted to plunder them, they could directly cause their spiritual seeds to leave their bodies and die. They were nothing more than vessels for the continent of the Nine Clouds universe to cultivate. The tragedy of the Wei region could happen to the entire spiritualized universe. The continent of the Nine Clouds universe's cultivators cultivated with their spiritual seeds out of their bodies, which was their second life. The spiritual seeds returned to their bodies, which was the cultivation process. However, if the spiritual seed was killed during this process, the cultivator would have to start over. However, there was another way to obtain someone else's spiritual seed, which would allow one to instantly transform and become powerful. It was similar to the energy source of a space-time warp, but it was different from a pure energy source. A spiritual seed contained one's cultivation base, and it could be fused with the cultivator's own strength. This gave rise to a group of people who specialized in plundering other people's spiritual seeds and selling them to those who didn't want to cultivate, so that those people could transform into strong cultivators. This kind of thing was prohibited in the continent of the Nine Clouds universe. It was jointly supervised by 4 superior imperial gods and 5 inferior imperial gods. Once it happened, they would kill without mercy. It was the biggest taboo in the continent of the Nine Clouds universe. Small Book Pavilion. However, the continent of the Nine Clouds universe was so big, and they also had to cultivate, so they couldn't keep an eye on it. Therefore, there was a force that watched the continent of the Nine Clouds universe for them, the Death Hill. The Death Hill's existence was to prevent those who plunder spiritual seeds. Once discovered, the Death Hill could directly attack. In the continent of the Nine Clouds universe, the Death Hill's status was extremely high. There was a saying that made it abundantly clear. Only the Death Hill killed people, and no one dared to kill the people of the Death Hill. Because whoever dared to kill the people of the Death Hill would be a violator and would be hunted down by the entire continent of the Nine Clouds universe. The people of the continent of the Nine Clouds universe didn't expect that there would be people of the Death Hill among them. The appearance of the people of the Death Hill was usually not a good thing. This was the knowledge of the entire continent of the Nine Clouds universe. They were like crows in the eyes of ordinary people, and they were gods of plague. Xianxia and Eternal couldn't help but look. What are you people of the Death Hill doing here? On the opposite cliff, someone couldn't help but ask in a dissatisfied tone. His relatives were killed by the Death Hill. The young man of the Death Hill stared at Luin. Kill me if you want. Luin smiled, although I don't know what the Death Hill is, it doesn't look simple. Come with me. After saying that, he locked the person in Mount Supreme. Congratulations, you caught a big fish. Eternal spoke and smiled at Luin. Luin looked over. Big fish? It's just a little guy. Eternal shook his head. The Death Hill is like a hornet's nest. You can't provoke it, or you'll get into trouble. Master Lu, you seem to be best at diverting trouble. I'm looking forward to you going to the continent of the Nine Clouds universe. Xianxia retracted his gaze and walked towards the palace. Eternal smiled and also walked towards the palace. Old Leader and the others asked the person they caught, what is the Death Hill? The person who was caught hesitated. It's a very terrifying force that has the qualifications to report to the Emperor. Report to the Emperor? It means to report to the God of Defense. In other words, you can talk to an eternal realm. Another person who was caught said. Old Leader's eyes flashed as he looked at Luin. He didn't expect there to be such a person who could directly talk to an eternal realm. Such a person's value was too great, and there was no need to look at his own strength. Unfortunately, he was caught by this person. Luin continued to walk forward. He was only a few steps away from Luoning. The constant pressure from the memories caused the string of memories to tighten, but it was still within Lu Yin's tolerance range. He didn't even know how much he could endure. Although there was a difference, his die's 6 pips allowed him to continuously receive memories for so many years. Perhaps his string of memories was much tougher than others. He caught another person. At this time, Lian Shuang attacked. Her sequence particles enveloped Luin, and a pagoda phantom appeared around him. Luin scattered the particles with a flip of his hand and struck Lian Shuang with his palm. The force created ripples that distorted the pagoda phantom around him. She was only a primordial realm cultivator and was considered powerful in the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe. However, she was still far from being comparable to Luin. Lu Yin's palm struck Lian Shuang and passed right through her. Lian Shuang used a strange movement technique to evade Lu Yin's attack and flashed past him. The pagoda phantom continued to condense as it tried to envelop Luin. However, a terrifying force scattered in the next moment, causing Lian Shuang to retreat while coughing up blood. She was shocked. This force? Not only was Lian Shuang forced back, but the pagoda phantom around her was also dispersing. Luin reached out to grab Lian Shuang. Ordinary primordial realm cultivators would not be able to retaliate against him, as he could completely suppress them with brute force alone. Lian Shuang gritted her teeth, and a figure suddenly walked out from behind her. This figure grew infinitely taller, bringing with it an unfamiliar and terrifying aura. 9 Firmaments God of Defense. A dazzling light flickered in the figure's hand, and the pagoda that had been dispersed reappeared. This time, it formed a sword that slashed towards Luin. Luin frowned. It really was a blood tower. He had heard the words Nine Firmaments God of Defense the first time he had clashed with Finghua, and the pagoda sword that Finghua had used was exactly the same as the one before him. The only difference was that Luyin had been suppressed by Finghua back then, and the pagoda sword had caused him great suffering. In the end, he had even been trapped by the pagoda, and it had only broken free when he had reached his limit. Now, this woman's cultivation had even surpassed Fenghua's, but she could not give Luyin any pressure at all. Even though the pagoda sword itself possessed a terrifying aura, this woman was unable to unleash it. Bang! The pagoda sword shattered, and Lu Yin's hand passed through the fragments to land on Lian Shuang's shoulder. She was sent flying, and she collapsed on the ground while vomiting blood. Just when Luyin was about to grab her, a huge door fell down from above. 5 fingers descending heavenly gate. Luoning attacked. Luyin pointed, and the door shattered. He turned around and saw Luoning staring at him. Are you really going to fight to the death? Luyin laughed. What right do you have to fight me to the death? Luoning gritted his teeth and looked at Xianxia. If I'm captured, I'll tell them everything. No matter what they want to know, I'll tell them everything. Xianxia stopped and looked at Luoning. Luoning met his gaze. He wanted to use this method to obtain Xianxia's protection. Xianxia did not know what Luoning knew, but if Luoning said anything that would harm Xianxia would be in trouble. Hee, kid, you're overthinking things. Instead of protecting you, it's better to kill you to keep some secrets. Eternal's voice rang out. Luoning's gaze turned cold. Is that so? But you can't kill me. Xianxia, are you really not going to help me? Xianxia ignored him, but it was unclear whether he did not care or was hiding his desire to kill Luoning. Luoning sighed and gave up on the idea of having Xianxia protect him. He looked at Luyin. How much do you know about the Nina Firmament's universe? I don't know much, Luyin said bluntly. The Nina Firmament's universe's cultivators who had been captured by Old Chief and the others were speechless. Luoning had clearly pretended to be a junior Yu and was completely shameless. Luoning did not care. Have you heard of spiritual cultivation? Luyin raised a brow. If you're stalling for time, there's no need. No one will save you. Spiritual cultivation. Luoning had no choice but to reveal part of the truth about the Nina Firmament's universe's cultivation. Everyone on the cliff would know this truth. Xianxia and even Eternal knew about it. As for Old Chief and the others, they would know about it from the cultivators of the Nina Firmament's universe, so there was no need to hide it. They all thought that Luyin did not know, but they did not know that Luyin knew a lot from Rughua. Now that Luoning had said it again, he could verify that Rughua had not lied to him. Luoning's voice was low. You should know the importance of the octagonal pavilion of the sleeping Junior Yu pavilion. Each of us has a powerful spiritual cultivation by our side. These are our protectors, but there are rules in the pavilion. Once you use your spiritual cultivation, you can no longer enter the pavilion, which means you'll lose your qualifications as a Junior Yu. I won't use it unless I have no other choice. Let's both take a step back. If you enter the continent of the 9 clouds in the future, the Luo clan will welcome you with open arms. Luyin didn't believe it. How can a cultivation spirit give you the confidence to face me? Then what's the point of our cultivation? Luoning sneered. Do you think the cultivation of the 3 universes is meaningful to the 9 clouds universe? Its only purpose is to pave the way for us. If you don't believe me, ask Xianxia. He knows very well whether spiritual cultivation is real or not. Luyin looked at Xianxia. Shang, would you like to say something? Xianxia looked over and then looked at Luoning. If you don't cultivate it yourself, it will never be yours. It's just trash. Luoning's expression was gloomy as he stared at Xianxia. He then looked at Luyin. Although it's unpleasant to hear, it's the truth. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I don't want to use my cultivation spirit to obtain someone else's cultivation. There's no need for us to fight to the death. I can tell you that this cultivation spirit came from my Luo family's ancestor, a powerhouse at the peak of Ku adversity. Of course, Luyin knew that this was true. This was going to be tricky. Xiaoyu? Sure enough, he had some trump cards. But the more this was the case, the more he had to catch Luo Ning. Ning, this person definitely knew a lot. Whether it was his identity as the heir of the Elysium Luo family or as Xiaoyu. As for losing the right to become a Xiaoyu after using a cultivation spirit, Luin also knew the reason. Like Gui said, once one used someone else's cultivation spirit, they would never be able to cultivate again. It was equivalent to being stuck at the realm of cultivation spirit for the rest of their life. Once Luo Ning used his cultivation spirit, although he would reach the peak of Ku adversity, he would not be able to advance any further. He would be stuck at that realm for the rest of his life. When Luin first heard about this, he found it unbelievable. Even the Ku adversity realm could be obtained? It was beyond his knowledge. Just one sentence from Luin had shattered his understanding. Why else do you think the spiritualized universe uses a completely opposite method to cultivate spirit seeds? This was the meaning. The spirit seeds of the spiritualized universe's cultivators turned into liquid and filled the ninth heaven universe. The ninth heaven universe's cultivators could cultivate with spirit seeds out of their bodies. When the spirit seeds returned, they could increase their own cultivation. When the spirit seeds fell into the hands of others, they could increase the cultivation of others. Most importantly, some of the older generation of cultivators in the ninth heaven universe would let their spirit seeds leave their bodies for their descendants before reaching the end of their lifespan. The ninth heaven universe had turned the realm into a unit of measurement that could be given or taken away. Even the illusory realm of Ku adversity had become visible power because of the spirit seed liquid. This led to the problem of the ninth heaven universe's combat power not being cut off. The longer this universe existed, the more powerful cultivation spirits were preserved. At critical moments, a group of masters could jump out. Although these people could no longer cultivate, their own realm was enough. Most people might not be able to reach this realm even if they cultivated for a lifetime. In the ninth heaven universe, it was not too surprising for a young person to have an extremely strong cultivation. The ninth heaven universe's cultivation method allowed one spirit seed to become a second life, which led to fewer vendettas. If one could not kill someone, then killing someone would be meaningless. The ninth heaven universe's strength came from this unique cultivation method. The cultivation environment, including the scarcity of forces, also came from this method. The stronger the force, the more powerful the cultivator. Plundering was taboo, but trading was not. All kinds of methods could lead to the continuous concentration of cultivation spirits, which would eventually lead to the birth of a colossus. On the surface, forces like the Lone Swan Island were at most comparable to one of the 7 major forces in the spiritualized universe, and it was only a force like Heaven's Hand. However, if they were forced into a corner and used all their cultivation spirits, no one knew how many absolute powerhouses would emerge. This was the most terrifying thing about the ninth heaven universe. Any force, no matter how inconspicuous, could produce absolute powerhouses. This information made Luin feel an unprecedented pressure. Whether it was when he had faced the Eternals or when he had faced the spiritualized universe, he had never felt this much pressure before. It wasn't because of the terrifying strength that the Nine Firmaments universe had displayed. Instead, it was because of its hidden strength that no one knew just how deep it was. When Luin and the others had first learned about the insectoid nest and the immortal master, they hadn't dared to believe that such a terrifying civilization existed in the universe. Now, it seemed that the insectoid nest was similar to the Nina Firmaments universe. They were both highly advanced civilizations that were unimaginable to ordinary people. The only way to ignore it was to stand at the top. Then, Yu Tian could ignore an existence like the Luo family because no one in the Luo family was a match for him, no matter how many powerhouses there were. Luo Ning stared at Luin. The cultivation spirit was his last trump card, and it was his only trump card. Only this trump card could deal with the strong enemy in front of him, but once he used it, he would be finished. Luin hesitated for a moment and looked at Luo Ning. Mo Shang is also at the peak of the bitter adversity stage. I can deal with him, not to mention a cultivation spirit that can raise your realm. I don't believe that the cultivation spirit can give you the power of the Luo family's ancestor. At most, it can raise your realm to the peak of the bitter adversity stage. Luo Ning could hear Lu Yin's desire to fight and reminded him, but the Luo family's ancestor is not qualified to become a junior protector. Luin frowned and looked at the Eternals. The Eternals knew about the Junior Protector Tower. The Eternals looked at Luo Ning. Only the geniuses of an era are qualified to sleep in the Junior Protector Tower and wait for the opportunity to fight for the position of Lesser Protector Deity or even Superior Protector Deity. If you can sleep in the Junior Protector Tower, you must have a talent that surpasses an era. The Luo family's ancestor is at the peak of the bitter adversity stage and your talent. He looked at Luin. You might be even more terrifying than the Luo family's ancestor himself. Luin asked, is the Luo family's ancestor a lesser protector deity? No, Xianxia said. Luin sighed. Luo Ning raised his head. But I can achieve it. Luin laughed. Do you think you can threaten me with just words? Even if you have the power of a lesser protector deity, Mo Shang is still here. He will not let you kill me. Am I right, Mo Shang? Xianxia did not speak. He was wondering when Luin was sure that he would help him. At first, he deliberately used the small spiritual cosmos as leverage and let Luin threaten him. Later, when Luin became suspicious, he told him about Master Qingcao's plan. At that time, Luin should have believed him. Could it be because of Wu Wang's assassination? Luo Ning had a headache. The relationships between the people in front of him were complicated, and he could not understand them at all. Xianxia had fought with this person, and this person had fought with another person who understood the Junior Protector Tower. That person who understood the Junior Protector Tower had also joined forces with this person to fight Xianxia. They had joined forces with the consciousness life form, and the consciousness life form had also attacked this person. This person had constantly tried to kill Xianxia, and Xianxia had helped him. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. What was all this mess? Only they knew the current situation. Even the consciousness life form did not know what was going on. This was also what Luo Ning was most worried about. Even if he used his cultivation spirit, even if he had the strength to kill this person, Xianxia would not sit idly by. At most, he would be suppressed from 4 sides to 5 sides. This person would not suffer any losses, but Luo Ning would forever lose the possibility of improving. The ninth heaven universe would not allow someone who could not improve his cultivation to become the god of defense. Luo Ning's loss was too great. The Luo family's many years of hard work would be in vain. This was not something he could accept. Not only would he lose his position as the junior protector, but he would also lose the cultivation spirit of the Luo family's ancestor. Luo Ning took a deep breath. You attacked me because I was disrespectful to you before. I can pay the price. You can ask me anything you want to know. I will tell you everything I know. As long as you don't attack me, the Luo family of Elysium will remember your favor. Xianxia is from the spiritualized universe, and he is already dissatisfied with the ninth heaven universe. He does not care about the Luo family, but you are different. Once you enter the ninth heaven, you will know how valuable a favor from the Luo family of Elysium is. How valuable? Luin asked. Luo Ning was stunned. He did not expect Luin to speak so casually. He was not used to it, but it was a good thing. Fairywood romance. Luo Ning thought for a moment and said, the Luo family controls Heaven's Gate. Other than some creatures that are forbidden from entering Jiuxiao by the upper and lower imperial deities, we control whether or not other creatures can enter or leave Jiuxiao. Many people in the spiritualized universe come from Jiuxiao universe. Without the Luo family's permission, they can't go. Even the lower imperial deities have to be polite to us. Luin glanced at Xianxia. He finally understood why Xianxia was so unhappy with the Luo family. The Luo family had sent many people to the spiritualized universe to cause trouble for him. If there are people from Jiuxiao universe in the spiritualized universe, what about the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe? Luo Ning was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. He stared at Luin. You're from the Tianyuan universe? Luin wasn't surprised. He could guess that if there was someone as strong as him in the spiritualized universe, the Luo family would know about him. There was only one possibility: he came from the Tianyuan universe and hadn't been in the spiritualized universe for long. That was why he hadn't been noticed by the Luo family. However, the powers stronger than the Luo family in the Jiuxiao universe might have noticed him. No wonder you attacked Xianxia and those sentient lifeforms joined forces with you. Luoning was shocked. He hadn't expected someone from the Tianyuan universe to come. Hadn't that universe been abandoned long ago? There shouldn't be such a strong person. Suddenly, he looked at Eternity. You're also from the Tianyuan universe. Eternity smiled and didn't deny it. At this moment, Luoning finally understood something. The two universes had joined forces to kill Xianxia, the most threatening spiritualized universe master. However, the two universes were also at odds with each other. Seeing this clearly, he knew what he should say. He stared at Luin and suppressed his excitement. The Luo family of Elysium can stand on the side of the Tianyuan universe and not let you guys be reactivated. This is the biggest condition I can give you. What do you think? Luin raised his brows. Luoning looked at Old Head and the others. Don't worry. The consciousness universe won't be reactivated either. Luin found it funny. Do you think I'll believe that the spiritualized universe will be reactivated? And how can you be so sure? Luoning was confident. I know that there's another universe in the other direction. That universe will be reactivated. There's another universe? Old Head and the others were shocked. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. How many universes were there? Every additional universe represented an additional powerful being. It was still unknown whether they were friends or foes. Luoning said, that universe has been destroyed a long time ago. Apart from a group of ancestor-level creatures, there is nothing left. They were kept to increase the number of parallel universes. Now, the parallel universes have almost been increased. They can be restarted at any time, but the continent of the Nine Clouds has been arguing about which universe to restart. He looked at Luin. He's the most popular person in the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin's finger twitched as killing intent flashed across his eyes. Luo laughed sinisterly. If you help me, I guarantee that the Luo family will stand on your side. My Luo family doesn't represent just one family, but many factions that owe my Luo family favors. We can turn this situation around and ensure the safety of your Tianyuan universe. How about it? Isn't this a great offer? If you had told me earlier that you were from the Tianyuan cosmos, there would have been no need for so much nonsense. In a game of chance, one had to take the initiative. Previously, he'd been forced to defend himself, and even though he'd been threatened, he'd also exposed his greatest weakness. However, things were different now. He'd seen Lu Yin's weakness, and the initiative had returned to him. Now, what he had to consider was not the problem of returning safely, but the palace. He had to finish the unfinished journey. He wanted to see how close he could get to the palace this time. With Luin and the consciousness life forms around, as long as he grasped their weaknesses, he could do anything. As a cultivator, the risk in his bones could not be changed. If he missed this opportunity, he might not have another one. That palace contained memories that even the god of defense was tempted by. Luin was conflicted. Can you really protect the Tianyuan universe? Luoning was confident. The Luo family has many connections in the Xianxia universe. I can definitely do it. Luin looked at Eternity. Although our paths are different, we both want to protect the Tianyuan universe. Since that's the case, why don't we take a gamble? Eternity looked at Luoning. You can leave now. We won't stop you. Luoning looked at Old Head and the others. Old Head and the others looked at each other. We won't stop you either. We hope that you'll keep your word and restart the universe beyond the three. Luoning heaved a sigh of relief. Don't worry. With you around, the Luo family is willing to help. You will definitely go to the Xianxia universe one day. At that time, we can cooperate. Luin promised, helping us is helping yourself. We can help you deal with the other competitors in the Junior Defense Tower. Luoning's eyes flashed. Although the three universes were seen as ants by them, the people in front of him were all top-notch great beings. If they could help him, he would have hope. Alright, then I will thank you all here. He took out 3 jade tokens and threw them to Eternity, Luin, and Old Head. This is the proof that the Luo family can enter the Heavenly Gate. It's convenient for you to enter. Luin solemnly put them away. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Luoning turned to Lian Shuang. Follow me. Lian Shuang's face was pale. She struggled to get up and followed Luoning. Luoning walked behind Luyin and the others. They had come from behind. Step by step, Luoning brought Lian Shuang closer to Luyin and the others. Then, he walked past them step by step. Suddenly, a terrifying consciousness descended and blasted towards Luoning and Lian Shuang. Luoning was helpless. As expected, when he first found out that Luyin came from the Tianyuan universe, he really thought that he could control this person and let him leave safely. He even thought of approaching the palace again. However, after Luyin and the others agreed, he suddenly realized that it was better to control himself than to be controlled by himself. It was safer to use this to threaten the Luo family. He already knew that Luyin came from the Tianyuan universe, which originally belonged to the spiritualized universe. The conflict between the consciousness universe and the nine firmaments universe could very well be led to the Tianyuan universe. Regardless of whether the nine firmaments universe wanted to reopen the Tianyuan universe or not, Luyin would not take the risk of increasing the Tianyuan universe's attention. The Luo family could help the Tianyuan universe, but they could also harm it. Luoning could help Luyin and the others, but he could also threaten them. How could a powerhouse like Luyin give this weakness to others? Luoning had been sleeping in the junior defense tower for too long and had been high up in the nine firmaments universe for too long. He was unfamiliar with the mentality of cultivators. If he had been struggling and fighting in the cultivation world from the beginning, he would not have exposed the fact that Luyin came from the Tianyuan universe. That way, he could have still lived. Luoning had thought it through, but he could not change his mind. The only thing he could do was try his luck and see if these people really wanted to cooperate with him. For this, he had even paid 3 jade tokens. The moment his consciousness blasted out, Luoning knew that it was over. He was now faced with 2 choices. He could use his cultivation spirit and live, but he would lose a lot in the nine firmaments universe. The Luo family would also lose a lot, especially here. Luoning, who had lost his future, could not threaten the Luo family. If that was the case, his life would be worthless. The second choice was to not resist and let Luyin capture him without using his cultivation spirit. This person could use him to threaten the Luo family and protect the Tianyuan universe. Luoning still had a future, and whether it was the Luo family or the nine firmaments universe, they would still value him. The greatest danger of this choice came from whether or not he would be killed after being captured. It came from this person's thoughts, which was equivalent to completely handing his life over to this person. In that instant, Luoning thought of many things. When faced with the consciousness attack, he directly flung Lian Shuang away. This was the reason he had brought Lian Shuang along. Lian Shuang's consciousness had directly knocked her unconscious, but she had also used up some of her consciousness to stall for a moment. This moment was the time Luoning had given himself. He had never made such a difficult choice in his entire life. His high and lofty attitude, which had been sleeping in the junior palace and the nine firmaments universe, changed at this moment. He had returned to the state he had been in when he was fighting and scheming against others in the cultivation world. Luyin stared at Luoning. What would this person choose? If he used his cultivation spirit, it would mean that what he had said about the Tianyuan universe being rebooted was false. If he did not use his cultivation spirit, it would mean that what he had said was true. He was confident that he could use Luoning as a bargaining chip to threaten the Luo family. This moment was also Lu Yin's way of verifying whether Luoning was telling the truth. Luoning needed to make a choice, and Luyin needed to see his choice. The cultivator's thoughts raced, and the game only lasted for an instant. In the end, Luoning did not use his cultivation spirit and allowed himself to be captured by Luyin. Compared to losing everything and becoming the Luo family's ancestor who guarded the Heaven's Gate, he would rather take a gamble. He did not want to be mocked by those in the junior palace, and he did not want the Luo family to lose hope. As long as he was still alive, there was hope for him to escape. He believed that he was very valuable. A hand landed on Luoning's shoulder. Luyin praised, "You have guts." Although this person was ignorant of the cruelty of the cultivation world, causing him to be completely passive, his courage was commendable. Not everyone dared to put their life in the hands of others. Reincarnation Paradise. Xianxia and Eternal looked at Luoning in a different light. They had thought that this person was just a little talented, but not very smart. However, this courage was enough to make up for it. As expected of the junior palace master, Luoning said bitterly, "I want to know your name now." Luin. Luin? Luoning muttered to himself. From the beginning, he was destined to be captured, as long as he did not use his cultivation spirit. This result was not unexpected because he would not use his cultivation spirit. Between the future and death, he chose the future. On the other side of the precipice, those people stared blankly. They had all been captured. Since ancient times, there had never been anyone from the ninth heaven universe being captured by people from the lower three universes. The leader of the group said in a low voice, "Go back, quick." Those young people did not hesitate and ran in the direction they came from. They wanted to return to the ninth heaven universe. If Xianxia could reach the other side of the precipice, he could also reach them. However, they thought too much. Their value was not great. The old leader and the others knew what they wanted to know. They were very conflicted about the ninth heaven universe's attitude, and Xianxia did not think about it at all. Luin was not interested in these people either. The ninth heaven universe already knew what happened here, and it could not be hidden. He was now curious about how the people from the ninth heaven universe came to Etion, Quebec. Luoning gave this answer, but he did not give it all. By relying on the one-leaf blue lotus. One-leaf green lotus? Lu Yin's expression turned serious. Old Head and the others also heard it. Qinglian? They didn't know, but Luin did. There were 3 supreme gods in the continent of the 9 clouds, Jingmen, Shueta, and Updala. He had first encountered the power of the Crimson Pagoda from Count of the Wind. As for the power of the Gate of Wonder, he had also seen the ninth spirit use it. Luoning had also used the power of the Gate of Wonder. As for Qinglian, inexplicably, Luin recalled the enormous figure he had seen on the day of the sacrifice spirit. Yu Sang Tiandu opened his eyes when he heard Qinglian's name. He could ignore everyone in the 9 clouds universe, but he could not ignore the supreme god. 3 supreme deities, that was an invincible force. Luoning said, "We used the blue Updala lotus to come here." The blue Updala lotus floated from the continent of the 9 clouds to here. If we want to go back, we have to rely on the blue Updala lotus. The 9 firmaments universe is above the spiritualized universe. How long would it take to get here by riding the one green lotus? Luoning glanced at him. 1 year. Lu Yin's pupil shrank. The springboard increased his speed by 20 times. Torch City was located in the middle of the 3 universes. It would only take 10 years to reach any place. If the 9 clouds universe was really directly above the spiritualized universe, then it would take 20 years to travel from the spiritualized universe to the consciousness universe. For example, their current expedition only took 1 year for the one-leaf green lotus. How could he be so fast? Faster than a springboard? That shouldn't have happened. Luin guessed that even an eternal realm cultivator might not be able to achieve such a speed by borrowing the power of the universe, let alone surpassing it by 20 times. It was unimaginable. Could it be that the eternal life stage was so powerful? What about the green lotus? Luin asked. Luoning looked behind the cliff. The place where Luin and the others had climbed up the cliff was between where they had come from and where they were now. As long as they walked back, they would be able to find the one green lotus. You want the one-leaf green lotus? I advise you not to have such thoughts. Luin looked at Luoning. Luoning continued, "This is the power of the green lotus defense. We are just riding on it. No one knows what kind of power it contains. I don't think it is impossible to destroy this universe." His words shocked the old man and the others, and they all looked at Luin warily. Luoning was right. It was already troublesome enough for the consciousness universe to be targeted by an expert like Xianxia. If they were to provoke an eternal realm expert as well, no one knew what would happen. With the power of the eternal life realm, it was not difficult to destroy the universe of consciousness. Even if the possibility of this happening was extremely small. Why did you remind me? Luoyin was surprised. Luoning said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid you'll drag me down with you before you die." Luoyin looked behind him, where the green lotus was. He really wanted to come into contact with the power of the Azure Lotus Protector. Grandmaster Greengrass's ability to keep everything away had left a deep impression on him. It was far more despairing than Xianxia's. In that case, did this Green Lotus ruler have a similar ability? Or perhaps even stronger? The figure he saw on the day of the sacrifice spirit had left a shadow in his heart. In the end, Luoyin did not attempt to come into contact with it, which allowed Luoning and the old chief to heave a sigh of relief. Luoyin pushed Luoning into the hell of the general appointment stage. He wanted to let Luoning experience some pain first. This person had the courage to hand his life over to him. If he wasn't even afraid of death, what else was there to be afraid of? He might as well let him experience it and pave the way for the interrogation. There was also that woman called Lian Shuang. Luoyin looked over. Let's capture them together. The old chief and the others really wanted to capture Lian Shuang, but Luoyin was too close. They had already fought enough and did not want to fight anymore. They could only let him capture them. On the other side of the cliff, those people retreated and gradually disappeared. They did not dare to come again. In the end, only Xianxia, the Eternal, Luoyin, and the old chief were left on the cliff. Everyone only had one goal, and that was the palace. All four sides were on this side of the cliff, and a chaotic battle could erupt at any time. None of them could approach the palace peacefully, but leaving was even more impossible. Xianxia was willing to go to the other side of the cliff, but how could the Eternal and the others let him go? If he left, how could they go down? They did not dare to touch the Green Lotus. They could not go to the ninth heaven universe, and they could not go down. They could only wait for death on this cliff. Someone from the ninth heaven universe would definitely come. It might even be a protector god. On the cliff, it was silent. They all tacitly stopped talking and walked towards the palace, enduring the pressure of memories. There were several checks and balances. Although it was not said clearly, no one would easily make a move. However, that did not mean that they would not make a move. No one knew if it was because they were afraid of being surrounded by others or something else, but they all walked towards the palace at the same speed. This situation lasted for a while. Luoyin was also suppressing his own speed, as the pressure from his memories wasn't enough to slow him down. At the very least, this distance didn't give him too much pressure. However, even Xianxia was moving forward slowly, so Luoyin naturally wouldn't take the lead. Time continued to pass. Luoyin and the others did not know how much time had passed. The memories were both real and illusory, and they were somewhat unclear. Looking up, the old chief was in the lead, leaving the others 10 meters behind. Xianxia was second only to the old chief. Behind him was the Eternal, while Luoyin and Frostblade were side by side. Behind them were Shiwen, Lan Huifeng, and Gue Xiaoqing. It was not surprising that the old chief could be faster than everyone else. He was a consciousness life form and had come to the heavenly imperial palace countless times. He had carried too many memories. Although Luoyin had merged into other people's bodies many times because of his Dai's 6 pips, he could not compare to the old chief and the others. The 13 celestial phenomenon had far more memories than Luoyin. He could stand side by side with Frostblade not only because of his past memories, but also because of the strength of his consciousness. The old chief was running so fast, wasn't he afraid of being surrounded? Luoyin looked at the old chief's back, and the old chief seemed to sense something. He looked back and met Luoyin's gaze, revealing a kind smile. He did not want to offend anyone right now. Luoyin smiled, retracted his gaze, and continued forward. One day, when one's memories became physical, Luoyin experienced what it felt like to be suppressed. The tension in one's memories was equivalent to exerting strength in a dream. You wanted to exert strength, but you could not do so. You could not differentiate between dream and reality, and you could not remember anything after waking up. He would not have been afraid if it had been the power of a dream, but this was just a dream experience. It had nothing to do with a dream. He took a step forward and landed. The starry sky flowed in reverse in front of his eyes, and the dark universe swallowed everything. He saw the surrounding stars, creatures, continents, and everything else condensing in front of him. It was like a giant hand had grabbed hold of the entire universe, and heaven and earth ceased to exist. In an instant, another white light flashed, and the endless starry sky flew in the opposite direction, turning into a shooting star. The universe had been rebooted. Four words appeared in Lu Yin's mind. How could he see such a scene? The pressure of his memories did not allow him to truly see the past. He had captured a few cultivators from the ninth firmament universe, and he knew that he would see certain scenes when he was under the pressure of his memories. However, he had not expected it to come so suddenly, and it was actually a shocking scene of the universe being rebooted. He was looking at a memory, but why did it feel so real? A meteorite was crashing down in front of him, and Lu Yin watched as he casually waved his hand, causing the void to distort and the meteorite to shatter. Was this his doing? Or was it someone else's doing? He did not know whether he was himself or just a memory within a memory. At that moment, he saw a river surging past him. Was that the river of time? Above the river of time, there were shadows moving against the current, heading in the opposite direction of the river. He did not know whether these shadows were creatures or people, and he could not see them clearly. At the end of the river of time, Lu Yin vaguely saw a tree swaying. He wanted to see it more clearly because he felt like he had seen it before. However, his vision blurred, and the starry sky distorted like a strong wind. Lu Yin did not know what it was, but he instinctively moved away. Above the precipice, a strong wind swept past and blasted into the void, causing ripples. The head elder, Eternal, and the others looked at Lu Yin's previous position in shock. He had been struck there, but Lu Yin had managed to dodge in the nick of time. The one who had attacked was Xianxia. Lu Yin appeared about 10 meters away, and his eyes regained focus. He slowly turned around and looked at Xianxia. He was afraid that he had almost been hit. If that attack had hit him, he was certain that he would have been swept off the cliff. Although it was just a gust of wind, Lu Yin knew that one thought had been able to scale the precipice because of the use of time. Xianxia's attack must have contained the power of time as well, and he wanted to push Lu Yin off the cliff. The force was not strong enough to injure Lu Yin, but he would not be able to scale the precipice again. Memory shock, also known as memory punch. What did you see? Eternal looked at Lu Yin curiously. He had captured a cultivator from the ninth firmament universe before this, but there was only one, and he had understood some things. When one walked towards the palace and endured the pressure of memories, it was possible to see certain scenes, and those scenes were extremely valuable. The Nine Clouds universe kept sending people to try, but they didn't really think that they could enter the palace. It was a place that even the inferior defense god couldn't get close to, let alone the superior defense god. That place rejected the strong cultivators of the eternal life realm. Forcing people to get close would only make the palace unstable. The cultivators from the ninth firmament universe had come because they wanted to see certain memories. Some memories were extremely valuable, and if they brought them back to the ninth firmament universe, they would be able to make great contributions. Some memories could even allow one to gain enlightenment, cultivate, or obtain battle techniques. They had been here for so long, but they had not seen anything. They had only experienced the pressure of memories. Lu Yin had suddenly seen something, and they all wanted to know what he had seen. Lu Yin stared at Xianxia. "Emo Shang, you're despicable. You actually attacked me while my memories were being shaken." Xianxia did not care and did not say a word. Lu Yin looked at Eternal. "Be careful, don't let him ambush you. I can dodge, but you might not." Lu Yin had relied on his wooden wings to avoid Xianxia's attack. Because of his memories, he had not thought that Xianxia would attack him. Eternal had this instinct, but he did not have wooden wings. Eternal agreed and looked at Xianxia. "I'll have to pay attention to you. I hope your memories are shaken as well." Xianxia frowned. He couldn't guarantee this, and it wasn't up to him to decide whether or not his memories would be shaken. If Lu Yin and the others hadn't been there, he'd hoped that his memories would be shaken. As for entering the palace, that was just an attempt with little hope. Now that he was targeted by the Eternal, Lu Yin would definitely seek revenge. Once his memories were shaken, he wouldn't be able to protect himself. Thinking of this, he regretted attacking Luin. He had made a bad start. The old head looked at the three and attacked again. His position was awkward as he was ahead of everyone else. Once the balance was broken, his position would be very conspicuous. Sure enough, Xianxia looked over, and the Eternal and Luin all looked at the old head. They didn't say anything, but the old head felt a chill run down his spine. Frostblade and the others had ugly expressions. If the old head walked further away and couldn't join forces, they would be in danger. Any one of the three could deal with them. The old head stopped and waited for Frostblade and the others. Frostblade and the others sighed in relief. Xianxia and the others retracted their gazes and continued. Not long after, Luin was level with the old head. That's right. Don't run too fast, or Xianxia will definitely attack. Thanks for the reminder, the old head said. You guys seem to be curious about what I just saw, Luin said. The Eternal, old head, and the others looked at Luin. Will you tell us? Luin said, why not? What I saw has nothing to do with me. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly said, I saw a universe being rebooted. He then smiled at the old head and the others. It's the consciousness universe. The old head and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators' expressions changed. Xianxia looked over. Luin continued to stare at the old head and the others. You aren't the first batch of creatures in this universe. I don't know which batch you are, but I'm sure that the consciousness universe was rebooted. How can you be sure? Frostblade asked. Luin pointed at the palace in front of them. I saw it. Frostblade and the others looked at each other. They didn't believe Luin. If the universe was rebooted, how could the palace still exist? But they couldn't refute him. My guess is that all the memories we saw before might belong to the consciousness universe. Could this palace be the origin or end of the universe's karma cycle? Luin made a conjecture that was difficult to understand, but everyone on the cliff was an expert, so they could understand what he meant. Karma existed in every universe. This was a truth that only those who had reached the level of crossing Ku adversity would be able to see. But where did cause and effect originate from? No one knew how karma was created between universes. Is the cause and effect intertwined? No one knew about this. But before his eyes, there were so many memories in the heavenly palace that he couldn't explain. If these memories were viewed as the karma of the past, wouldn't it be easier to understand? Memory equates to cause and effect? The more chaotic the situation was, the better. He wanted to give the consciousness life forms a sense of crisis, or else they would easily betray him. The Eternal retracted his gaze and continued walking forward. He did not believe Lu Yin's nonsense. Xianxia didn't believe it either. The old leader looked at Luin deeply. Is it because you have comprehended the way of karma that you have such a guess? Luin clasped his hands behind his back. You can say that. The path of karma is vast and profound, and even I have only scratched the surface. This palace might be the origin and end point of the universe's karma. If it is broken, all traces of the past will cease to exist. It's just like how one needs to break the strings of this universe in order to restart the universe. He then looked at the Eternal. What do you think? The Eternal nodded. Maybe. Then should we work together to deal with Mo Shang first? He doesn't follow the rules, Luin suggested. The Eternal looked at Luin. Again? They looked at the old leader, who sighed. They had long lost trust in each other, so what was the point of fighting? Xianxia didn't even look at them. The Eternal and Luin would never truly work together. An unknown amount of time passed, and everyone moved forward together towards the palace. No one dared to show their faces for fear of being targeted by the other three parties. On this day, the old leader was shaken by his memories. His pupils dilated, and he stood rooted to the ground. Luin suddenly reached out and grabbed at Shiwen. His 5 fingers fell, and a terrifying force cleared the area around Shiwen. Shiwen stared blankly at the descending force. This was the first time she had experienced such terrifying power. It was inhuman. With a bang, Xianxia and the Eternal acted at the same time to block Lu Yin's attack. Luin looked over. The two were also staring at him. At that moment, the old leader's body shook, and he sensed that something was wrong. You guys reacted quite quickly, Lu Yin said indifferently. The Eternal laughed. No one dares to ignore you, Master Lu. Xianxia's voice was cold. You've been eyeing that girl's sword intent for a long time. Who can't tell? Lu Yin shrugged and looked at Xiwen with a smile. Don't mind it. I'm just trying. Xiwen stared at Lu Yin, full of vigilance. She had almost been severely injured, and he was just trying? This person was extremely terrifying. The old leader stared at Lu Yin but didn't say anything. They were all suspicious of each other, and it was normal for them to attack each other. After this attack, everyone became even more cautious. This was especially true for the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. They had to work together against the other 3 parties. For a long time after that, they didn't experience any more memory shakes. Perhaps it wasn't that long, but the pressure on their memories made them unable to distinguish the concept of time. At this point, they were getting closer and closer to the palace, far ahead of the cultivators from the Nina Firmament universe. There were traces of people walking on the ground. There were people from the Nina Firmament universe who had walked further than them. This was normal, as Lu Yin hadn't used his full strength. If not for his misgivings about his surroundings, he would have walked even further. But it was the same for everyone. The closer they got to the palace, the more they couldn't bear it. Gui Shaoqing was the first to collapse, and it was difficult for him to move forward. His state attracted everyone's attention. What did it feel like to have one's memory string snapped? Amnesia? It wasn't that simple. They watched as Gui Shaoqing fell on his back, his eyes completely out of focus. He looked like an idiot. The old leader looked at the cultivators from the Nina Firmament universe that they had captured. Those cultivators were immobilized on the spot. This is the Wu you were talking about? The cultivators nodded. His memories collapsed like an idiot. He doesn't remember anything. He needs some time to recover his memories. Gui Shaoqing lay on the ground, drooling. He was indeed no different from an idiot. Xiwen and the others paled at this scene. If they all became like this, wouldn't they be at the mercy of the enemy? The old leader also thought of this. He was confident that he could still get close to the palace, but the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. They couldn't bear it. Lu Yin frowned. This was worse than he had imagined. Was this Wu Yi's condition? He looked at the old leader and the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. Xiwen and Lan Huifeng all had thoughts of retreating. They could feel that they were at their limits and couldn't move forward, but the old leader still wanted to move forward. This meant that they were already being eliminated, but they couldn't bear the pressure of their memories. Did the old leader still dare to move forward? If he continued, he could only move forward alone. The other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators probably wouldn't move. The balance was broken. The old leader couldn't just watch them get close to the palace. At the very least, he would attack Xianxia. If Xianxia couldn't leave, he would definitely drag Lu Yin and Eternal down with him. When Gui Shaoqing fell, it meant that no one could move forward. The balance of the 4 sides was like a chain that locked everyone down. No one could move. Even someone as strong as Xianxia could only stop. At that moment, a figure appeared at the bottom of the cliff, attracting Lu Yin's attention. Miao Wuhuang? The one who appeared at the bottom of the cliff was Miao Wuhuang. Miao Wuhuang looked around blankly and saw Lu Yin's group. He opened his mouth wide, F***CK, why are you guys everywhere? Xianxia and Lu Yin were both existences that he feared. The old leader and the rest of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators weren't to be trifled with either. There was also Eternal. Although Miao Wuhuang hadn't seen him before, he could tell that he wasn't simple. He had a bitter expression. It's over, I've fallen into their hands again. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The cliff was the only way to leave the Heavenly Palace, but one had to bear the memories first. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how to leave. It was like swimming. Once you learned it instinctively. Miao Wuhuang still couldn't leave the cliff. Judging from his bitter expression, it was obvious that he didn't know that the cliff couldn't be climbed. Naturally, this was his first time here. Thinking of this, Luyin spoke, "Long time no see, Miao Wu Huang." Miao Wu Huang had a bitter expression, but after hearing Lu Yin's words, he forced out a smile and said flatteringly, "Isn't this third elder? I've been looking for you for a long time, third elder. Where have you been? How did we split up after entering the cottage?" "Third leader, please don't misunderstand. I didn't run away. Definitely not." Eternal looked at Miao Wu Huang's forced smile. He had heard of this person before. He was synonymous with scoundrel in the spiritualized universe. After the battleship landed in Torch City, Eternal also learned of what this person had done in the city. It had to be said that it was very tasteless. The old salamander was much better than him. The old leader and the rest didn't care about Miao Wu Huang. They just stared at Yu saying Tian cautiously. "You didn't run? Then why did you suddenly disappear?" Lu Yin's tone turned cold. Miao Wu Huang was afraid that Lu Yin would attack and hurriedly explained, "I didn't run away, I definitely didn't run away. Third leader, think about it. If I ran away, why would I come here? I can't get out of this damned place. Third leader, you have to believe in my morals. I, Miao Wu Huang, rely on my morals to travel the universe." Lu Yin nodded. "Alright, I'll reluctantly believe you." Miao Wu Huang heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Yin continued, "You said you saw a toad similar to the star toad. What happened?" At the mention of this, Miao Wu Huang became serious. "That was a long time ago. If I hadn't coincidentally met that toad, I wouldn't have recalled it. How should I put it? I have to start from the first time I met that shameless Wu Huang. Once. On the cliff, everyone listened quietly. No one interrupted. Miao Wu Huang said a lot, but in summary, they had disliked each other since their first expedition to the consciousness universe. Then, according to Miao Wu Huang had ambushed him and wanted to throw him off the battleship, just like how geniuses had been thrown off the battleship. The reason was because geniuses were jealous of Miao Wu Huang's innate talent. At the critical moment, Miao Wu Huang had used his unique battle innate talent to turn this situation around and not fall off the square inch. It was then that he saw a toad walk by, a toad holding a lotus leaf. It leisurely walked past the square inch and disappeared from the battleship. At that moment, he thought he had seen an illusion, a hallucination from his intense battle with Wu Huang. His battle with Wu Huang had attracted the attention of others, and the two were quickly separated. As for the scene of him seeing the toad, he buried it deep in his heart and didn't tell anyone. A toad with a lotus leaf walking past the square inch would be laughed at by others. Everyone would think that he was hallucinating after being beaten by Wu Huang. He couldn't afford to lose face like that. He felt that way himself, and he was deeply ashamed of seeing a toad. This was one of the reasons why he hated Wu Huang. He wanted to beat Wu Huang out of his illusion to wash away his shame. When he saw the star toad outside the spatial abyss, he felt that it was familiar, but too much time had passed. When he met Wu Huang for the first time, they had both just reached the level of spiritual battle. It was so long ago that he didn't immediately recall it. It wasn't until the battleship left the spiritualized universe and entered the square inch that he recalled the past. It was something that he had buried deep in his heart, something that he didn't want to recall for a long time. "Third Master, I heard that you defeated Wu Huang in Fu River Spring." "Good win," Miao Wu Huang praised. "You sang Tian's voice came from the cliff, you saw a toad walking in the square inch?" Miao Wu Huang nodded, "I swear, it wasn't an illusion. It was real. The toad holding the lotus leaf on Wujiang was exactly the same as what I saw." Lu Yin frowned. "Another toad? Or was it the star toad?" The star toad had the cultivation of crossing bitter adversity, so it could live for a long time. The founding ancestor had said that when he first established the Above Heaven sect, he sensed the star toad's aura, which made him feel apprehensive. At that time, the star toad should have already crossed the bitter disaster realm. As for why its strength hadn't increased much after so long, one would have to ask itself. A long time after Above Heaven was established, the 3 realms and 6 paths rose to prominence. Only then did Origin arrive and cooperate with Eternity to scheme against the primogenitor. In other words, when the progenitor discovered the existence of the star toad, Origin might not have reached the level of Dooku AI or even the level of Spirit Ancestor. In that case, Emperor Wu and Emperor Mia might have been around the same time as Origin. It was possible that the toad was a star toad. However, when Lu Ying asked the star toad, it said that it had never left the Tianyuan universe. Lu Ying believed the toad's words. If it really was that toad, then it would have definitely known about the spiritualized universe, and it would not have done such foolish things in the Tianyuan universe. It would have completely sided with the Eternals, and the humans would have no chance of making a comeback. After learning about the spiritualized universe, the people of the Tianyuan universe had no chance of winning. The star toad could have made its move long ago. They would not have been suppressed by Lu Ying. It was not an Eternal, so it did not have the qualifications to bargain with the spiritualized universe. Its strength was far from enough. Then, was that toad not a star toad? At that moment, Lu Ying recalled the scene in the Mirage Domain. The star toad had mentioned a great-grandmother. Could that be his great-grandmother? If there was a great-grandmother, then it meant that they were of the same race. Then, the star toad clan's strength could be estimated. Why had such a powerful clan not been heard of in the spiritualized universe? Or was it in the Ninefirmament's universe? Lu Ying drew the star toad in the void and looked at the cultivators of the Ninefirmament's universe who had been captured by Old Head and the others. Have you seen it before? The cultivators shook their heads in confusion. Lu Ying released Lian Shuang. She shook her head as well. They had never seen it before, which meant that the Star Toad clan was not in the Ninefirmament's universe. It can't be. Another new universe? The people of the three universes knew about the existence of the three universes, but the people of the Ninefirmament's universe knew about the existence of other universes. Now, it was probably another completely unfamiliar universe. Judging from the toad's leisurely stroll through the battleship, it was not unfamiliar with the spiritualized universe. Lu Ying sighed. Miao Wu Wang's arrival was not good news at all. He would have to change his attitude towards the toad when he returned. Miao Wu Wang stared at the cliff, curious as to what these people were doing there, but he did not dare to interfere. He just wanted to get as far away as possible. At that moment, his body trembled and he bent down, clutching his head. His gaze was unfocused. Lu Ying knew that Miao Wu Wang was carrying his memories. Once he was done, he would know some of the truth, and he would have a choice whether to stay or leave. Not long after, Miao Wu Wang released his grip and panted heavily. He looked at the ground, his vision gradually recovering. He looked up at the cliff, and a majestic amount of sequence particles whizzed out, forming a world's edge mirror that rushed up the cliff. World's edge mirror was Miao Wu Wang's ability to practice so close, yet so far to the level of deified. It was similar to Yu Sang Tian's one thought forever, and that rule was the best at escaping. He had been able to avoid being caught by Miao Wu Wang many times because of World's Edge Mirror. The World's Edge Mirror could infinitely reduce distance, blurring the concept of space and allowing one to vanish in an instant. However, this time, the mirror only sent Miao Wu Wang a few meters away from the cliff, about the same distance as Lu Ying and the others. He could not go any further. At this moment, Miao Wu Wang was the closest to the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. Shi Wen, Lan Huifeng, and the others all looked at him coldly. Miao Wu Wang kept trying, unleashing his sequence particles, but he could not get close. Lu Ying looked at the wooden wing in his hand. Going from the bottom of the cliff to the top was not a matter of space, but of time. Etion was a memory, one that did not have space, only time. Otherwise, the wooden wing would have reached the top. This was a turbid treasure, much more powerful than the World's Edge Mirror. Miao Wu Wang looked past the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators to Lu Ying, Third Elder. May I ask how you reached the top? No one answered. The moment Miao Wu Wang realized that he could not climb the cliff, he had taken the initiative. It was not easy for Yu Sang Tian to climb the cliff, and even harder to descend. Lu Ying and the others would not let him leave. Miao Wu Wang asked a few more times, looking at the old leader and the rest, and also at the Eternal, but no one answered. He descended. His head was lowered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Everyone looked at him, he seemed to be thinking about something important. Had he received some information from the memories? Suddenly, he looked up, his eyes filled with malevolence and viciousness as he glared at Lu Yin and the others. F***CKU, you shameless bastards, your retribution is coming. Ha 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 ha, using me as a shield to attract the enemy's firepower, you despicable, shameless, immoral people, all F***CKU. Yu Xianxia stared blankly at the bottom of the cliff. He had lived for so many years, but this was the first time he had been scolded so harshly. It was also the first time he had heard so many different ways of scolding someone. How long had he been holding it in? Lu Yin raised a brow. This guy must have been holding it in for too long. The old leader and the others were stunned. They rarely interacted with each other in the consciousness universe, and consciousness life forms did not live in groups. They had never developed a culture of scolding others. Now that they heard Miao Wu Wang's words, their worldview was refreshed. For a moment, they could not tell whether he was scolding them or cursing them. The Eternal, on the other hand, had heard a lot and smiled. No matter how much scolding was directed at him, it would not affect him. 2 hours, 2 whole hours. Miao Wu Wang scolded them for 2 whole hours without repeating himself. He scolded them to his heart's content, as if he was the only one who could hold the fort. Are you done? Yu Xianxia's expression darkened. Miao Wu Wang wiped the corners of his mouth. I just vented a little. Don't mind me, I'll do it one by one. Don't even think about running away. I'll start with you, Mo Shang. Do you think you deserve that name? I think you should be called Xianxia. Look at your crooked mouth and slanted eyes, your eyes are wretched, your actions despicable, and short-sighted. Let's start with the battle between you and the previous boundless lord, Fu Heyuan. Tell me how many despicable things you've done. Come, let's talk about them one by one. Another 2 hours passed. Lu Yin stared at Miao Wu Wang in shock. He was not scolding him, but rather, how dissatisfied was this guy with Yu Xianxia? He could bring up any old matter and even describe it in such detail. It was obvious that he would remember it for many years. Aside from scolding him, there were even worse words mixed in. He had practically cursed all of Yu Xianxia's elders. Did this guy not want to live anymore? Yu Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. He wanted nothing more than to go down and kill this guy. Miao Wu Wang laughed arrogantly. At this moment, he spat out all of the grievances he had accumulated over the years. He did not even think about what would happen in the future. To hell with all of that. He had lived long enough in the spiritualized universe. He had lived for 10 years and spent 9 years underground. He did not want to experience such a life again. Miao Wu Wang was dead, and he had been used as bait by Yu Xianxia. He had almost died in the earth realm as well. The fire in his heart should have been ignited long ago. Die, all of you, die. He would curse to his heart's content before he died. He cursed Yu Xianxia for a full 6 hours. Yu Xianxia had been cold at the start, but he had suppressed his anger and finally calmed down completely. This process would be etched into Miao Wu Wang's heart. He had never been scolded like this in his entire life. Miao Wu Wang held, awesome. The old leader and the others glanced at Yu Xianxia. This Miao Wu Wang was the ruthless one. Miao Wu Wang looked at the cliff again, this time at Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a brow. Why are you raising a brow? I'm talking about you, third master. You're not even as good as Yu Xianxia. At least his name is longer than yours. Look at your face, Xiao Bai. Why don't you go and live off a woman instead of a toad? I think you look like a toad. Why didn't you do a blood test with that toad? Miao Wu Wang cursed for an hour. Killing intent flashed through Lu Yin's eyes. And the one over there, the one with the most Xiao Bai face. What are you laughing at? Laughing at your big boobs. The Eternal looked down the cliff. This guy was even cursing him, even though they had not interacted with each other. Miao Wu Wang cursed for a total of 10 hours, only stopping when he ran out of words. Eternity. Even the old chief and the others couldn't escape and were cursed by him. Yu Xianxia was the most pitiful. After Miao Wu Wang finished cursing the old chief and the others, he cursed Yu Xianxia once more. Yu Xianxia looked at him as if he was a dead man. Miao Wu Wang sighed tiredly. That's all for today. I'll go out and rest. When I come back, we'll continue cursing. Don't look at me like that. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I'm afraid you guys are my grandsons, ha 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 ha. After he finished speaking, he left Heavenly Imperial Palace. Come back? Come back my ass. After cursing, he had completely vented his anger. However, he couldn't stay in the consciousness and spiritualized universes any longer, or he would die without a doubt. He had to go to the Tianyuan universe. Although the Tianyuan universe was Lu Yin's territory, whether or not he could return alive was still a question. He had already thought of a way out, which was to hide in the Tianyuan universe and wait for the universe to restart before attempting to step into the eternal realm. If he failed, he would just die. That idiot Miao Wuhuang had died before him. If he succeeded, he would be able to dominate 3 universes, and that would be the greatest turning point in his life. We'll meet again in the eternal realm. On the cliff, Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Although this guy hadn't cursed him as harshly as Xianxia, he had still crossed the line. No matter what, this guy was still a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity, and yet he had cursed so easily. Who knew how many years he had spent thinking about it? What a talent, Lan Huifeng couldn't help but sigh. Shiwen smiled. Although they had also been cursed, they still felt like they had vented their anger. Xianxia was the most miserable. He was so calm that it was terrifying. If possible, he really wanted to kill him. Suddenly, Miao Wuhuang appeared again. Everyone looked over. So fast? Again? But then, they realized that something was wrong. Miao Wuhuang's face was deathly pale, as if he had seen something terrifying. Hey, why are you back? Shiwen asked. Miao Wuhuang looked up and said blankly, someone even more ruthless came. Everyone was confused. What did he mean? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. If Miao Wuhuang was at Yuya? He glanced at Xianxia. Yusangyu's expression. Beneath the precipice, Miao Wuhuang was silently calculating the time. Suddenly, his eyes widened. This was the moment. He exited Heavenly Yi Tower, but before he left, he looked at Lu Yin. Kill Mo Shang. Miao Wuhuang vanished. On the precipice, everyone was stupefied. What did this fellow see? Outside the Earth of Yi, 6 battleships floated in the starry sky like 6 huge monsters. If one looked carefully, one would notice that one of the battleships was bent irregularly, as if it had been hit by something. In the starry sky, the primogenitor and the other unbounded experts, as well as the spiritualized universe's Master Su and Zetian Shu, were all looking at the realm of Earth with serious expressions. What is that thing? Sometimes strong, sometimes weak. It doesn't seem like a living creature, but it isn't dead either. The ancestor asked. Su Sherdao nodded, it looks like a meteorite, but there is an eye inside. It is very crazy and I can't block it no matter what. All of my attacks are ineffective against it. You all saw it just now. Not long ago, a meteor had appeared and slammed into Zetianshu's battleship. The progenitor had sensed it and attacked, sending the meteor flying. The meteor couldn't resist at all, and the only thing that remained intact was the fact that it hadn't been destroyed. The primogenitor was puzzled because the plain teacher sect had warned him that a meteorite had destroyed the battleship he was on. This was also why the primogenitor had stood up when he saw the meteorite. The reason he attacked was because of this. But that meteorite didn't have any ability at all. The plain teacher sect was also confused. The primogenitor chased after the meteorite and wanted to see what it was. However, the meteorite suddenly became very strong. Even the primogenitor couldn't stop it. The unbounded experts also couldn't stop the meteorite. The meteorite crashed into Zetianshu's battleship and rushed towards the realm of the Earth. The primogenitor chased after the meteorite with the blue sky celestial soldiers but couldn't destroy it. Along the way, Miao Wuhuang rushed out of the cottage and coincidentally came face to face with the meteorite. He was hit by the meteorite and fled back into the cottage. Miao Wuhuang's appearance led the meteorite to the cottage and it disappeared. The meteorite entered the heavenly palace. Miao Wuhuang returned to calculate the time when the meteorite entered the cottage. They staggered so that he wouldn't be hit by the meteorite like before. We have to remind little 7. Otherwise, he will be at a disadvantage if he encounters that thing inside. Lu Tianyi said, I will go now. The primogenitor stopped him. No one knows what's going on inside the heavenly palace. Xianxia is inside. Don't go in rashly. You will become Pillar's weakness. Let the wandering corpses go. Silver's voice rang out. He would occasionally come out of the unbounded to cultivate wandering corpses. Silver's suggestion was tempting. It would be fine even if the wandering corpses were killed. Me too. Second anima walked out. I will take the wandering corpses inside. With fifth sister here, I won't die. The primogenitor took out a jade stone. Every wandering corpse will take one. Pillar knows them and will know what to do. Go now. Second anima and a dozen other figures rushed towards the realm of the earth and disappeared into the cottage. The plain teacher sect didn't understand the wandering corpses, but they were used to the endless methods of the unbounded. At that moment, a huge change occurred in the heavenly palace. Not long after the meteorite entered the heavenly palace, the cliffs trembled and green light shot up into the sky, illuminating the dark sky and the shocked faces of Lu Yin and the others. They saw the blue lotus leaf float over from behind and appear above their heads in an instant. The green light covered the sky, and they saw a figure descend from the sky and strike. The 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators were the first to be sent flying. Xianxia pointed out with eternal thought. Eternal power surged as 10,000 Daos returned to the sword. Lu Yin stared blankly at the figure's attack. Was this a karmic phenomenon? Bang! Bang! He heard two loud bangs as Xianxia and Eternal disappeared from the cliff, leaving only Lu Yin behind. Lu Yin couldn't block this attack, and even if he subconsciously used the karmic wheel, he still wouldn't be able to block it. However, he knew who had unleashed this attack. It was a person he had seen in the heavenly palace's memories. That person had comprehended karma, and Lu Yin had watched that person from his youth to his middle age. He had watched that person unleash a karmic phenomenon and unleash a world-shaking attack, but his memories had regretted that he had lost that beautiful moment. Did this blue lotus leaf belong to that person? Then, was that person the Azure Lotus Supremacy God? Lu Yin disappeared from the heavenly palace, and when he could see clearly again, he was already outside the cottage. Everything had happened in an instant. All of them had been sent flying out of the heavenly palace. They had thought that there were only a few of them in the heavenly palace, but quite a few had been sent flying. Weren't those wandering corpses? Did they have a second life? And what was that stone? When Lu Yin came out, he was immediately noticed by the progenitors, who immediately warned him. Lu Yin was stunned and stared at that stone. That stone. At that moment, a clash of consciousnesses came from not too far away. Xianxia had attacked the old chief and the others. They had been one step ahead of Lu Yin. Why aren't you attacking? Destroy the Earth Realm. Xianxia shouted. The old chief and the others looked into the distance. Outside the Earth Realm, the battleships were particularly obvious. Every one of them carried at least one powerhouse who had undergone bitter adversity, and it was very likely that it was Xianxia. There were many 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses, but if not for their unique consciousnesses, very few could defeat Xianxia. As Xianxia adapted to his consciousnesses, they would normally attack him in groups of 2 or even 3. Right now, they only had 5 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses, and Gui Shaoqing was still lying on the ground and unable to fight. If they were surrounded, they would definitely die. The boulder's foundation suppressed the Earth Realm and all consciousnesses, making it impossible for them to escape. Helpless, the old chief could only activate the trap. Trap Xianxia first. Boundless consciousnesses poured out from every corner of the Earth Realm. They didn't belong to any individual consciousnesses, but rather dozens of powerful consciousnesses from the consciousness universe working together to release their consciousnesses. They existed to cooperate with the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses to kill Xianxia. This was the trap that the old chief and the others had set up for Xianxia. World lock. The old chief growled as formless shackles descended. Xianxia once again felt the power of immortality. His consciousnesses, thoughts, and all of his methods were locked down. Under this boundless consciousness, this world lock surpassed the heavenly tower's precipice. At the same time, not too far away, several figures walked out of the void and charged towards the Eternal. The leader was the progenitor. Eternal, it's time to settle our debts. The Eternal frowned. What was going on? He clearly knew these people, but their auras were different. Was this the Nine Heavens change? All of them were affected by the Nine Heavens change? It wasn't just the Nine Heavens change. The golden staff smashed down. Celestial Lord Victorious Battle roared at the sky. Golden blood flowed from his body as he used the Victorious Battle technique. His body withered, but as the Nine Heavens changed, he burst forth with an incomparably terrifying battle strength that shook the earth of will. Chui raised the sky-supporting pillar, connecting heaven and earth. He also used the Nine Heavens change, swaying the stars. Lu Tianyi, Desolate God, Su Wang, and Li Shou all used the Nine Heavens change. It was as if monsters had descended, pressing towards the Eternal. At this moment, the power released by Wu Jiang shocked everyone. Even Yusang Tian was attracted. All Nine Heavens? Damn it. No one could understand how Wu Jiang could release such a terrifying power. Further away, Yuan Qi held a bell. Yishang, Suwang Tian, Mu Zhu, Luo Shan, Dancing Butterfly World, and the others were all there. At this moment, Yusang Tian remembered that he had ordered the battleship to kill the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses. None of the Sussex people had made a move. Something had gone wrong. The one with the biggest headache now was the Eternal. He was facing several existences that had released terrifying power. It was no less than being surrounded by the 7 great Sang Tians. He had never experienced such a scene in the spiritualized universe. Instead, he had experienced it in the consciousness universe from his old enemy. Heavenly Tao unification. Myriad Taos returned to the sword. Scarlet divine power covered the sky like an upside-down sunset. It was accompanied by sword shadows that slashed towards Wu Jiang's group. Meteorites were also included in the list. Lu Yin's consciousness opened the 9 heavens, and heaven's first sword slashed towards the Eternal. Around the Eternal, sequence particles were released, and all attacks were diverted. The heavenly Tao was selfless, and the lantern flew up. True God Freedom Technique. Heaven's sword tore through the Eternal's arm with a trace of blood. The primogenitor swatted down the sky-descending army and forcefully scattered the divine power. The attack landed on Eternity's body and sent him crashing into the ground. Eternity looked up, and his sword shattered. He had chosen time to disappear. At that moment, a beam of light shuttled back and forth, and Eternity returned to his original position. Lu Yin held the karmic wheel and struck out. This was a combination of power and karma. Not only did he want to severely injure Eternity, but he also wanted to see his karma. Eternity watched Lu Yin approach, his gaze terrifyingly deep. Lu Yin had never faced Eternity head-on like this before. This was the first time he had used his full strength since learning of Eternity's existence. This attack contained the most powerful physical strength he had ever used. Even though Yusang Tian had broken through it before, Yusang Tian was Yusang Tian, and Eternity was Eternity. Lu Yin's palm drew closer and closer, and he and Eternity stared at each other. Their gazes were like the cosmos, swallowing each other up. Around Eternity, a majestic amount of sequence particles suddenly condensed. Lu Yin only heard 2 words, Heavenly Tao will. Boom. There was a loud explosion, but it was unknown whether it came from the universe or himself. Lu Yin's mind buzzed, and in the next moment, his palm landed on Eternity's body and sent him flying. Eternity's mouth bled. He had withstood this attack, but his karmic wheel had been destroyed. Lu Yin stared blankly at the destroyed karma, his eyes flickering. Aside from Eternity like Grandmaster Grass, this was the second time someone had withstood a karma attack. The first time had been Yusang Tian, who had used the Imperial Robe to block the karma attack. The second time was now. Was this the power of a sequence law? How had Eternity managed to destroy karma with a sequence law? This feeling was very similar to Yusang Tian's eternal thought. He had cultivated a sequence law to the limit, reaching the level of a deified sequence. Although Eternity had been injured by Lu Yin's attack, he had the most powerful physical strength, so the injury was not serious. What he cared about the most was the power of karma. If not for that, he would not have needed to use such a powerful sequence law. In the distance, Celestial Champion Star and the others, who had been attacking Eternity, were being held back by the meteorite. The meteorite kept spinning and rampaging. Celestial Champion Star and the others' attacks were sometimes effective and sometimes ineffective. Even if they were effective, they could not do anything to the meteorite. Master Lu, is our alliance over? The Eternal wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he looked at Luyin. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. If it hasn't ended, then you saying heaven would have ended in the heavenly imperial court. Eternal smiled faintly. You saying Tian is not simple. Even if you and I join forces, we may not be able to do anything to him. That's not the reason why you want to kill me. Luyin took a step forward and used the great skimming chart. Between the heavens and the earth, a terrifying consciousness that was different from the consciousness life forms transformed into the great skyflying disk and descended, shocking the consciousness life forms hidden in the realm of earth. Eternity, eternity. Eternity, 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 eternity have the eternity have. The Eternal exclaimed in admiration, how magnificent. Consciousness. You should use your consciousness to fight. He retreated step by step, approaching the trap set by the 13 heavenly phenomenon celestial phenomenon experts. Luyin used the reverse step to parallel time, and everything around him froze for a moment before quickly collapsing. No eater. No. Eternities. Eternum. Eternities was eternity. He was. Eternity. Eternity was. Was eternity, eternity, eternity. The elephants surrounded you saying Tian. Boundless experts besieged the meteorite. Eternity. It. The steel fork stabbed out. The Eternals casually pushed it aside and grabbed the star toad. You're courting death. The star toad was also trembling in fear, and it didn't dare to attack Eternal. However, it could only brace itself in the face of Lu Yin's threat. Fortunately, it wasn't alone. Huang Yuanqi had made his move. The Eternals frowned. In the past, a single bell had attacked Immemorial City, but now, it was actually his opponent. Luyin could not possibly hope that Yuanqi and the Star Toad would be able to deal with the Eternals. They were merely stalling for time. An instant was enough. Luyin neared eternity, and he released the starry sky from his heart. The Karma Heavenly Tao enveloped him as he attacked with everything he had. Within the heavenly Tao of Karma, one figure after another charged towards the eternity as if they were throwing their lives away. Qi Guan, Lord Qi, Reverend Qi, Shen, Mother Child, Big Golden Wings, Xianxia, and the rest of the spiritualized universe's experts who had been imprisoned by Luyin in Diantai Hell rushed out and attacked the eternity. Eternal had never thought that there would be such a move. Although these experts could not do anything to him, there were so many of them that it would take some time for him to deal with them. Above his head, outside of the many experts, karma spirals whizzed out. Luyin held the karma wheel in his hand. He had to see Eternal's karma and see where he had come from. He had not forgotten the first time he had attacked the Eternals with the primogenitor. The Eternals had said that he was a failure. What did that mean? Who had created the Eternals? The Eternals were different from the primogenitors. The primogenitor did not know about the spiritualized universe, but the Eternals did. The Eternals had not become a corpse king with his own strength. He was a corpse king, and the feeling of being a corpse king had only disappeared after he had obtained a heaven-bestowed turbid spirit seed. However, he could still use the power of a corpse king. The Eternal's existence was a mystery. Luyin had asked the primogenitor, but the primogenitor did not know either. Luyin had always felt that there was a huge secret behind the Eternal's existence. The Eternals looked up and saw a group of experts charging towards him. There was also the invisible power of karma. He raised a hand and condensed a sword. With a flip of his hand, his fingertips surged and collided with the sword's edge. The void rippled as sequence particles gathered. Suddenly, he grasped the sword's hilt and swept it out. In an instant, all of the spiritualized universe's experts who had surrounded the Eternals died. Qi Guan, Xianxia, and the others had been suppressed by Luyin in the general appointment platform's hell, and they had been tortured. The only condition Luyin had agreed to release them was that they would kill their enemies, which was why he had attacked just now. However, they did not know that this attack would be the last one they would attack in their lives. The eternal sword swept out in all directions, instantly destroying everything in its path. The sword stabbed towards Lu Yin with the might of the heavenly Tao, sweeping everything before it. Lu Yin's consciousness was above the 9 heavens, and he slashed out with the god's azure sword. The two swords collided and shattered at the same time. Correspondingly, the karma spiral could not descend, and it scattered along with the shattered swords. The Eternals let go of the sword's hilt, and Lu Yin looked at him from the front. They had exchanged blows, and neither had gained the upper hand. Even further away, the Star Toad was terrified. It was too terrifying, but fortunately, it had not charged over. Otherwise, it would have died as well. Lu Yin was too much of a scammer. This was the Eternals, the unfathomable #1 expert of the Tianyuan universe. 6 primogenitor swords and 3 sky divine soldiers swept past Lu Yin and headed towards the Eternals. These were the primogenitor sky divine soldiers. The Eternals raised his hand, and a scarlet light shot out. True God sky switching technique. All of the sky divine soldiers. They struck the True God sky switching technique, forcing both the technique and the Eternals back. However, they were unable to immediately break through the technique. Lu Yin attacked at the same time, his finger descending with the Tao of one of the heavens. Crack! The True God sky switching technique cracked. The Eternal's gaze turned solemn. Taichu and Lu Yin were enough to threaten him. He retreated once again, and was not far from Xianxia. Lu Yin, do you really think you can bury me here? How would I know if I don't try? Lu Yin suddenly disappeared, taking a step forward as the True God sky switching technique vanished behind him. The Eternal's eyes narrowed. What kind of power was this? He gripped his sword again and swept it out, but this time it passed through Lu Yin. No, this was not a real person. Lu Yin's body was swept past, and even though he was clearly not a real person, he still struck out with a palm. It struck the Eternal's body, leaving behind a palm imprint on the Eternal's back. This was the second stage of the True God sky switching technique. His body was not here, but he was here. The one moving was not him, but the Eternals himself. This was the True God sky switching technique. The primogenitor's palm landed on the Eternal's head. The Eternal's lips curled up, and he casually threw out his sword to stab the primogenitor. The primogenitor shattered the sword, but his expression changed drastically. The impact was indescribable. What was this? Be careful, he's not injured, the primogenitor reminded. Before Lu Yin's eyes, the Eternal sword slashed out again. Your secret can't be kept. The sword shadow shattered, and each shadow gave the Eternals time to choose. Lu Yin could only travel back in time, but he did not retreat in the original direction. Instead, he moved towards Xianxia's trap. However, the sword shadow shattered again, and even if Lu Yin used parallel time, he could not get close. Helpless, he took out his wooden wings and used them as a last resort. With the wooden wings, he instantly appeared beside Shi Wen and the fallen Gui Xiaoqing. He was 5 meters away, and his consciousness merged. Lu Yin's sudden appearance alarmed Shi Wen. He grabbed Gui Xiaoqing and retreated, while the primogenitor slashed out with the azure sword. No one could be trusted now. The Eternal suddenly looked at the primogenitor and the others and shouted, "This person can merge with living things. Be careful." No one understood what the Eternals were saying, it was too sudden. At the same time, Gui Xiaoqing opened his eyes and sent out a consciousness wave that slammed into Shi Wen's body. Shi Wen instinctively resisted, but the two consciousnesses collided and created a momentary void that caused Shi Wen to fall. This momentary void gave Lu Yin time to return to his body, and he instantly appeared in front of Shi Wen. He reached out and grabbed him. The Eternals felt helpless, but it was still too late. This person's reaction was truly rare. The Eternals had only threatened Shi Wen and had not decided to reveal his secret. He had wanted to use this as a bargaining chip to force Shi Wen to leave, but he had not expected Shi Wen to reveal himself. Were those 3 sword intents really that important to Shi Wen? Gui Xiaoqing fell to the ground once more, unconscious just like before. At this moment, the old chief and the others finally understood what Eternal meant. They stared blankly at the unconscious Gui Xiaoqing. Just now, Xiaoqing had been controlled. He had definitely been controlled by that person from the Tianyuan cosmos. How could such a thing have happened? Inside the trap, Yusang Tian was also stunned, as he had not expected such a thing to happen. They all stared at Luyin in a daze. Luyin put away Shiwen and faced their fearful and murderous gazes. He did not care anymore, as it was time to lay his cards on the table. Those from the spiritualized universe were all under the control of the primogenitors. Although Yusang Tian was powerful, he could not suppress Luyin and the primogenitors if they worked together. The same was true for the Eternals as well. As for the sentient life forms, what use were the remaining ones? Even if they all joined forces, Wu Jiang could still retreat. Moreover, they couldn't join forces. Why did you attack Shiwen? You're from the Tianyuan universe, so shouldn't you be working with us to deal with Yusang Tian? Luyin looked at him coldly. Give me the ash sword in exchange for Shiwen. The Eternals were about to expose the fact that he could merge with consciousness life forms. If he didn't take action now, when would he? Xiaoqing's only value was just now. What did Old Master say? The boulder's foundation shattered the trap, and Yusang Tian rushed out. The old man's expression turned ugly. Retreat. Without Shiwen, they had no way of trapping Yusang Tian. Just as Luyin was about to attack Eternal again, a distant meteor smashed into the second anima's body. It instantly became incomparably powerful, and Celestial Doshing, the desolate god, and the others were all sent flying, each of them coughing up blood. Luyin was shocked, and he used his wooden wings to instantly appear in front of the meteorite. His body was withered, and he used his battle force to attack the meteorite. The meteorite crashed into the ground. Boom! The earth of E-realm trembled, and a terrifying power swept out in all directions, scaring the hidden consciousness life forms in the earth of E-realm into fleeing, not daring to stay. Luyin took a step back in shock. He had actually lost in terms of strength? Even if Yusang Tian wanted to defeat him, he had to borrow the power of the universe. Where did this meteorite come from? I have a catalogue of ghosts and gods. He stared at the meteorite, and the eye in the middle of the meteorite was filled with madness and irrationality as it charged towards Luyin once more. However, this time, it suddenly became much weaker and was sent flying by Lu Yin's palm. The primogenitor continued to attack the Eternal. Eternity looked at Yusang Tian. Let's work together. Those people from your spiritualized universe are being controlled. If you don't take them back, you will become a stray dog. Yusang Tian looked outside the earth of Yin-Yang with a solemn expression. That's exactly what I was thinking. The primogenitor exhaled. The battle was about to begin. If they wanted to break the balance, there would definitely be a tough battle in the end. Whether it was Yusang Tian or the Eternals, the suspicion and enmity between them was nothing compared to their fear of Lu Yin and the current Tianyuan universe. When he controlled the cultivators in the spiritualized universe, this scene would definitely appear. Lu Yin walked to the progenitor's side and looked at Yusang Tian from afar. He raised a hand and pointed outside the realm of will at the 5 spiritualized warships. Their lives are in my hands. Yongheng laughed. Master Lu, you don't think that Mo Shang cares about the lives of those people, do you? Most cultivators are heartless. People like you who are responsible for the survival of a universe are far too rare. Moreover, his gaze was deep. You can't do it. It would take time for Yusang Tian and Eternal to kill the people on the battleship. That was enough time for Yusang Tian and Eternal to act. Do you think I can do it? Lu Yin's lips curled up as he looked at Yusang Tian. Do you think I can do it? A battleship suddenly exploded, completely shattering. The Eternal was shocked. Yusang Tian squinted his eyes, which were filled with killing intent. The battleship that had exploded was the one that had been hit by the meteor. It was no longer useful, so the primogenitor and the others had sent everyone away. There isn't anyone on that battleship. This is just a warning. Mo Shang, if you attack me, things will be different. I forgot to tell you that I placed a time array in every spacetime warship in your spiritualized universe. The so-called time array is a spirit treasure array weapon that I can control to explode. Each one is equivalent to a full-powered attack from a spirit progenitor. If the progenitors on the battleships could move, the threat would not be great, and we could easily eliminate them. but now, they are under our control. If a battleship explodes, everyone on it will die. Xianxia's gaze was calm. Do you think I care about their lives? Luin shook his head. I don't know. Try it. I don't care. Yongheng praised, Kid, you've changed. You weren't this ruthless in the past. Luin met Yongheng's gaze. It's all because of you. Since the spiritualized universe doesn't care about the Tianyuan universe and wants to restart, then I won't care about the spiritualized universe's cultivators. If those people die, the spiritualized universe will lose an era. Let's see if they can bear this price. Xianxia said, I won't kill you. Luin stared at Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly charged at Luin. But everyone else in the boundless universe will die. Yongheng laughed. Kid, you underestimate Mo Shang's determination. It's just an era. With the ninth firmament universe, so what if the spiritualized universe loses an era? The consciousness universe can't do anything. In the past, in the wisdom void domain, Foolish Old had said that the spiritualized universe did not restart the consciousness universe because it was waiting for the spiritualized universe to reach its peak. Then, the spiritualized universe would undergo a complete transformation. They did not fight with the boundless universe because they could not bear the loss of an era's experts. Foolish Old had lied about the ninth firmament universe. Now that the ninth firmament universe was known, whether the spiritualized universe could restart the consciousness universe was not up to them. There was also no danger of the consciousness universe counterattacking. With Xianxia in front and Yongheng behind, they charged at Luin and Progenitor. Luin bent his fingers and stared at the approaching Xianxia. He suddenly retreated, and Progenitor retreated at the same time. At that moment, Xianxia turned around and tapped out with a finger. A resplendent light shone from Eternal, his target, Eternal. Eternal watched as Xianxia suddenly attacked him. Just as he was about to dodge, an eternal thought pierced through his body. There was no time or space. In an instant, he couldn't even dodge. His body was pierced through. The light pierced through Yongheng's body like a string that connected him to the distance. One end was in Xianxia's hand, while the other was in Lan Huifeng's. In the distance, Lan Huifeng also maintained his posture. Yongheng looked down in disbelief. W.H. What? Xianxia had schemed against Luin in the Heavenly Imperial Court, and Yongheng knew about it. That was why he had set up 4 checks and balances. But after coming out, the spiritualized universe had been controlled. Even if Xianxia had schemed against Luin, the most he could do was not kill him. He would not let the people from the Tianyuan universe go. In addition, Luin had exposed the fact that Luin could merge with living creatures. Xianxia was not stupid, and he would not let Luin go. Yongheng and Xianxia were enemies, but it was not to the point where they had to fight to the death. After all, they had worked together to scheme against the above heaven sect. Xianxia had always wanted to deal with Yongheng because he was afraid of him, not because of his position. But at this moment, Yongheng had not expected Xianxia to attack him. This was something he had not expected. Xianxia's fingertip glowed with Eternal's light. Limitless is a threat, but your threat is no less than theirs. You saved Huamani and let Rugua go. You and Luin worked together to scheme against Juya and bait the 9 firmaments. But, Yongheng, you already knew about the 9 firmaments universe's existence and had already set up a trap. I don't know what you're thinking, but your threat is too great. Yongheng found it funny, and he looked past Xianxia to look at Luin. Luin was very calm, and he was not surprised. He praised, good move. Master Lu, how many things have you done to frame me? Lu Yin's tone was low. You underestimated Mo Shang. Do you really think he doesn't care about the lives of those on the battleship? Yongheng's eyes flashed, and he suddenly stared at Xianxia. So that was how it was. He had been careless. Mo Shang would definitely care about the lives of those people, and he had to care. Xianxia frowned, and his imperial robe enveloped Yongheng. Lu Yin's words reminded him that this person could not be left alive. Since he used a turbid spirit seed to recultivate, he would let him die completely. Yongheng mocked himself. I've lived for so many years, but my thoughts are not as fast as yours. Lu Yin, you really have a trump card. Heavenly Tao, unification. Yongheng released sequence law, and sequence particles condensed. Heavenly Tao will. Eternal's one thought was instantly cut off. Yusang Tian's eyes narrowed, and flames poured out of his imperial robe, enveloping the void. Blue stripes appeared behind Yongheng, and the space around him turned into a sapphire. He held it in his hand and swallowed it. Lu Yin was shocked. 8-star sapphire? The primogenitor was also shocked. They remembered that Yongheng had the innate gift of bone grafting. He had previously used some unknown method to exchange injuries for weapons, blocking the primogenitor's attack, and recovering himself. Now, he had used 8-star sapphire. With the innate gift of bone grafting, no one knew how many tricks he had hidden. 8-star sapphire was spatial memory, and it could rewind any attack that had appeared in that space. Yongheng waved his hand, and Eternal's radiance was resplendent and scorching. It descended from the void and pierced through Yusang Tian's body. Yusang Tian's eyes narrowed, and he lowered his head. Eternal's one thought? Never in his wildest dreams did he think that he would be hit by his own move. How could he have such an innate gift? None of the 3 realms and 6 Daos were simple. The Tianyuan universe's future had already surpassed spiritualized universes, so it was not strange for anyone to have such an innate gift. Although Sapphire was only at the level of sequence laws, its innate gift could allow the weak to turn the tables. The Shaoing divinity had once activated 8-star Sapphire's power, and it had become his trump card. Yongheng avoided the imperial robe, and lanterns appeared around him, but they were all destroyed. His gaze fell on the spot where Yusang Tian had been hit by Eternal's attack. That spot had not been pierced. Even if Eternal's power had belonged to Yusang Tian, it should have pierced through his body. Yusang Tian's physical strength could not compare to Yongheng's, and the only reason was his wooden wings. That's right, wooden wings. Lu Yin's wooden wings were now blocking in front of Yusang Tian. Yongheng was not the only one who could not understand, even Lu Yin was stunned. His hands were empty. When had Yusang Tian taken the wooden wings away? You. Sang Tian lowered his head, and the wooden wings shattered and dissipated. He did not explain, and the imperial robe descended to burn Yongheng. The primogenitor attacked, and the azure celestial soldier slashed at Yongheng. Lu Yin also attacked. Now was not the time to investigate, but he knew that Yusang Tian had tampered with the wooden wings. Yishang had used them more than once, and Yusang Tian had probably noticed the first time he had used them. Yishang had assumed that Yusang Tian simply did not know, which made Lu Yin even more wary of Yusang Tian. Yishang's turbid treasure had been tampered with, and Yishang himself definitely did not know about it. Lu Yin thought back to how he had tried to capture Yishang and obtain this, and it felt like a joke. Yusang Tian had been using the wooden wings to deal with him all this time. If not for Eternal's 8-star sapphire, Yusang Tian would not have used this method. It was too ruthless and decisive. Yusang Tian had left this killing power for Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not know how many more tricks Yusang Tian had prepared for him. Although Yusang Tian had left Lu Yin alone in the spiritualized universe, he still had some tricks up his sleeve. Yusang Tian had definitely been watching him capture Yishang. The spiritualized universe was Yusang Tian's home ground, and Lu Yin was always passive. However, it was more important to deal with the Eternals right now. Yusang Tian would not act as long as his scheme against Lu Yin did not succeed. Yusang Tian was a great enemy, and the Eternals were mortal enemies. The spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe were fighting for rebooting and eternal life, just like the fights between cultivators. On the other hand, the Eternals wanted to change the human race. They were different in nature. Lu Yin's temporary cooperation with the Eternals was just a temporary measure. If possible, he would do everything in his power to destroy the Eternals. This was a godsend opportunity. The Eternals looked up at the descending flames and smiled. Do you really think I'll lose? A wind blew past, and the flames dissipated. The primogenitor's sky-falling celestial soldier shattered inch by inch. Lu Yin's expression changed as he felt an unprecedented power. This power covered the sky, causing the universe to shake and the stars to shake. The realm of Earth was collapsing, and far away, the old head and the others, who had long since escaped but were staring at the realm of Earth, were shocked. It was as if they had just witnessed the birth of an eternal life realm powerhouse. Xianxia's expression changed, and he felt incredulous. How could it be so strong? Even his heart trembled. This was not just the power of someone at the peak of Ku adversity, but also infinitely close to the eternal life realm. He had only seen one person like this in the Nine Firmaments universe. How could this Eternal be hiding such a terrifying power? The Eternals looked up, and the terrifying aura was boundless and shocking. Xianxia's vigilance reached its limit, and he turned to leave. He was no match for the Eternals at this moment. Luin and the primogenitor looked at each other and also wanted to retreat. Was the Eternals? Run! Run! Quickly run! The Star-Toad trembled as it stared at Eternity in fear. Not only is his combat prowess terrifying, his control over his strength is unfathomable as well. Look at his feet, there are no changes to the ground at all. Luin looked at the bottom of Eternity's feet. Indeed, nothing had changed at all. Not even a speck of dust had been kicked up. With such a terrifying power being released, how could the ground under his feet not change? Was it necessary for him to fully control this power? This was a battle. Moreover, the Earth realm seemed to be on the verge of collapse, but it wasn't. No, he blurted out, the power of imagination. It. Calm Star-Toad, Chu-Yi, and the others all looked at Luin, waiting for his explanation. Luin was unwilling, but it was a fact that the Eternals had escaped. He sighed deeply and said, the power of fantasy is that if you believe it, it exists. If you don't believe it, it doesn't exist. You attacked the corpse god and encountered a person called Karma. That giant you was. After listening to Lu Yin's explanation, everyone realized that the Eternals had been bluffing. He had first said that he could not be defeated to make everyone believe him. After all, he was the Eternals. Once someone believed him, the power of the Eternals would explode. The more it exploded, the more people would believe him, and the more it would explode. Finally, it reached a level infinitely close to the Eternal Realm and scared Xianxia away. Luin and the others wanted to retreat. If not for Star-Toad's reminder, Luin would not have seen through it. The power of the Eternals was hard to guard against. It depended on how well it was used. If used well, it could indeed turn the situation around. Karma, Tianan, and Tianxi had the word slave before they died. In Tianxi's words, it came from Master Grass. The Eternals were related to Master Grass, so it was not impossible for him to obtain the Eternals' power of the Eternals. It was just that this power was too rare. After cultivating for so many years, he had only encountered one Karma. Even the primogenitor and the others had not encountered this power since the Above Heaven era. This was a frightening power, and no one would have thought that the Eternals would cultivate it. The Eternals had fled, and so had Xianxia, Lao Tu, and Lan Huifeng, who had cooperated with Xianxia to plot against the Eternals. Only the meteorite was left in the Earth realm. There was no point in regretting it now, as the Eternals had already fled. The next step was to deal with the meteorite and see if they could enter Heavenly Imperial Court again. The one leaf of Blue Lotus brought with it the power of the Azure Lotus defense. This was the power of an eternal realm that Luin and the others could not resist. To be honest, Luin was still a little nervous about entering Heavenly Imperial Court again. In the distance, Celestial Sovereign Battlemaster and the others attacked the meteorite again. They had all stopped because of the Eternals' power of the Eternals. Now that the Eternals had fled, the meteorite remained. This was their only strong enemy. Luin and the primogenitor both attacked the meteorite. The meteorite was very strange, and it was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. When it was weak, a single emissary could send it flying, but when it was strong, Luin and the primogenitor couldn't even force it back. Outside of the Earth realm, Zitianshu, the old salamander, Meng Sang Tian, and the others all watched as the unbounded experts besieged the meteorite, but they couldn't take it down even after a long time. With so many experts attacking the meteorite, it was constantly sent flying like a ball. It was a comical scene, but no one was laughing. The meteorite had destroyed one of the battleships, and even Luin had been helpless against it. In the Earth realm, everyone continued to besiege the meteorite, but it remained unharmed. No matter how much strength Luin used, even using the Sword of Heaven, he still couldn't do anything to the meteorite. He was very curious about the meteorite and the eye. Was it a living thing or an inanimate object? He used the karmic spiral to pierce through the meteorite, and he saw the boundless darkness of space. There was nothing else besides that. He continued to use the karmic spiral, and all he saw was the universe. He saw the universe again and again, and gradually, Lu Yin realized that he wasn't looking at the ordinary universe, but rather the square-inch distance. This meteorite belonged to the square-inch distance? It would be normal for a meteorite to come from the universe, but this one had an eye, had karmic experience, and had power. It was clearly a living thing. The meteorite, which was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, was besieged by the unbounded experts for an hour, but they still couldn't break through. During this time, Lu Yin had used the karmic spiral dozens of times, but all he saw was the universe. No one could explain the meteorite's origins. Lu Yin could only continue using the karmic spiral. The karmic spiral continued. It pierced through, and the familiar scene appeared once more. It was still the boundless space, and Lu Tianshu used the shattering sequence's laws to attack the meteorite. The meteorite became incomparably powerful, and no matter how many attacks came at it, it remained motionless. Suddenly, Lu Yin's eyes widened as he stared at the karmic spiral that the meteorite had unleashed. He saw the space constantly shuttling back and forth, and he saw strange creatures flitting past. This time, it wasn't empty space, but rather creatures. Lu Yin wouldn't have been so surprised if they had appeared. What surprised him was that he saw a familiar creature, the brocade azura. Numerous jade centipedes were like ribbons that stretched out endlessly towards a certain direction in space. Beside these brocade azuras were countless strange creatures. Lu Yin had seen ghost orchids and freesia before, but he had never seen most of them before. That was the hive civilization. Was this the hive's universe or the core space? There was a thump as Celestial Champion sent the meteorite flying with a single strike. At this moment, the meteorite was incomparably weak and couldn't withstand the attack at all. It's too hard. Celestial Champion sighed. The others looked at the meteorite that had been sent flying and felt that it was troublesome. Even if they had surrounded Xianxia, they wouldn't have been so powerless. Perhaps some of them would have died, but at least they would have been able to move Xianxia. Lu Yin chased after the meteorite and had Wu Jiang stay where he was. The spiritualized cultivators were very important, and they had to be personally watched over by the primogenitor. The spiritualized cultivators controlling the 5 battleships were Wu Jiang's greatest counterattack against the spiritualized cultivators after leaving the Tianyuan universe. They were also Lu Yin's greatest trump card. Did Xianxia care about the spiritualized cultivators' lives? Eternal was right, most cultivators were emotionless, so why would they care? However, Xianxia had to care about this group of people because they represented an era of the spiritualized universe. They represented the strongest spiritualized cultivators of the current era, and they represented the attention of the Nina Firmament's universe. The power that the Nina Firmament's universe stole from the spiritualized cultivators came from their spiritualized seeds. If these cultivators died in the consciousness universe, it would be equivalent to the Nina Firmament's universe losing a generation of spiritualized seeds. This wasn't just a loss for the spiritualized universe, it was a loss for the Nina Firmament's universe as well. Thus, Xianxia had to save them and take action against Eternal. No matter how emotionless Xianxia was, he couldn't bear the consequences of losing these people. This consequence was far more serious than defeating the inferior god Rushur. However, these people weren't just Lu Yin's trump card to threaten Xianxia, but they were also his trump card to negotiate with the Nina Firmament's universe. He would have to negotiate with the Nina Firmament's universe one day, and these people were his best bargaining chips. Nothing could happen to them. Lu Yin couldn't let go of the meteorite either. He actually saw a hive civilization, and a large number of them were clearly heading in a certain direction. It would be fine if they were in the hive civilization, but the karmic experiences he saw on the meteorite were mostly within a small area. If the hive civilization was moving within a small area, where were they going? Lu Yin couldn't help but think about it. Could it be the Tianyuan universe? The possibility was very high. The hive had descended upon the Tianyuan universe once, and it was hard to say whether the immortal master would find it. Once these bugs went to the Tianyuan universe, it would be over. Although he might not be able to find the Hive civilization's traces through the meteorite, Lu Ying still had to try. If they really went to the Tianyuan universe, he could only bring Wu Jiang back. In any case, with the spiritualized cultivators around, he had the initiative. The only thing he was worried about was whether or not Master Grass would act. No one in the Tianyuan universe could stop an Eternal Realm powerhouse. Lu Ying was naturally concerned about Etianke as well. If the Nine Firmaments universe was so concerned about it, then it was very likely that the memories of an Eternal Realm powerhouse were there. However, he was only one person with limited energy, so he couldn't control everything. The meteorite flew very quickly, but Lu Ying was even faster and caught up to it in an instant. The meteorite crashed into him again, but Lu Ying struck out with a palm and sent it flying once more. This meteorite had no concept of fear, so it didn't matter if it was stronger or weaker. It would still charge forward recklessly since it wouldn't be injured. Lu Yin's palm was very powerful, and the meteorite was sent flying once more. This time, it didn't crash into Lu Ying and instead flew in the opposite direction. No one understood the meteorite's purpose, just like how the primogenitor and the others didn't know why it had suddenly appeared in the E-Earth realm. Lu Ying chased after the meteorite, constantly releasing karmic spirals while remaining vigilant of his surroundings in case Xianxia or the Eternal Realm launched a sneak attack. The consciousness universe was very large, and Lu Ying chased after the meteorite while it flew in the same direction. Along the way, it passed through broken worlds while Lu Ying circled around them. There were some broken worlds that even the consciousness universe couldn't see clearly, and he didn't want to get tangled up with them. Just like that, several days passed, and Lu Ying continuously released karmic spirals. During this time, he saw a Hive civilization twice, but it was similar to the first time. He couldn't tell where it was headed. He also saw other civilizations outside of the Hive, but he didn't know which universe they belonged to. This result made Lu Yin's heart heavy. As expected, the universe wasn't limited to the ones he knew. There were other universes as well, and there might be quite a few of them. The meteorite came from a distance of a few inches, so it must have passed through more than one universe. It was just that he didn't know how strong these universes were. Within the meteorite, the eye was in a frenzy. After being chased around by Lu Ying for a few days, its madness had become increasingly obvious. Half a day later, it suddenly stopped and stared at Lu Ying with bloodshot eyes that resembled dark red gems. It looked demonic, strange, and frightening. Lu Ying stared at the eye. "Where are you from?" The eye continued to stare at Lu Ying, its pupils unmoving. "You can definitely understand me. At your level, language isn't a barrier. Speak, where are you from?" Lu Ying asked again. He couldn't do anything to the meteorite at all. He chased after it, but it wasn't injured at all. He felt like he was facing a grass grandmaster. No matter what you did, you couldn't hit a grass grandmaster. No matter how you hit this meteorite, you couldn't hurt it. Lu Ying even suspected that it was an Eternal Realm meteorite. No creature under the Eternal Realm should be able to withstand his absolute power attack. Even Xianxia would not be able to withstand it if he did not resist. "We may not be enemies. What is your goal? Why are you here? You've seen those bugs. Can you talk?" This is the consciousness universe. No matter what he said, the eye continued to stare at him, as if warning him. After watching for a while, the meteorite flew away. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he took a step forward to block the meteorite. When it saw Lu Yin again, the eye suddenly widened, as if it had been angered to the extreme. Veins covered the pupil in the blink of an eye, making it look like a scarlet ball of blood. It let out a sharp screech as it viciously slammed into Lu Yin. This was the first time the meteorite had made such a sound, and it made Lu Yin feel dizzy. This sound had no effect on the void outside, but it affected his consciousness and thoughts. Behind Lu Yin, his consciousness opened the nine skies, and a majestic consciousness surged out, suppressing the sound. Lu Yin stopped the meteorite with a single palm. "I don't believe that I can't break you." With that, his arm withered and he retreated. The meteorite slammed into Lu Yin again. Lu Yin did not retaliate, and he simply endured the meteorite's attacks. Sometimes, the meteorite could not even push him back, but other times, it could send him flying. The power contained within the meteorite at that moment made Lu Yin sigh in amazement. After each collision, Lu Yin's withered body continuously recovered and dried up again. Lu Yin was suppressing his power. During the battle at Fuheyuan, Lu Yin had used the strongest power of his life, and he had not used it again. That power had not come from himself, but from suppressing the power of Emperor Wu Huang's sealed heaven's foundation. Combined with his own strength, he had unleashed the power to shake the universe. Lu Yin wanted to obtain this power again. The meteorite slammed into him again and again, giving him more power that was absorbed and suppressed, waiting for the moment to explode. The sound of the collisions echoed through space. After dozens of collisions, the meteorite turned around and flew away. Lu Yin hurriedly stopped it, but the meteorite continued to slam into him. It was completely enraged by Lu Yin, and its eyes were almost completely scarlet. Lu Yin thought that he was looking at an eternal corpse king. Finally, Lu Yin's body recovered, and his suppressed power reached its limit. He stared at the incoming meteorite. "I'll give you one last chance. Friend or foe?" The meteorite slammed into him. Behind Lu Yin, the Nine Skies transformation was as majestic as an abyss, constantly increasing his power level. The realm of mastery battle force revolved around him, and the starry sky was released from his heart. Limitless power circulated as he punched out. His consciousness trembled and was shaken. He could sense it no matter how far away he was. Yu Sang Tian, the Eternal, and the old chief all looked over and were shocked by this power. The cultivators on the battleships around Wujiang paled. This power could shake the starry sky, and it reminded them of the battle at Fuheyuan. Lu Sang Tian had been extremely powerful and had no bottom line. Far away, cracks appeared on the meteorite's surface for the first time, and they continued to expand. Lu Yin stared at the cracks. He did not believe that this thing was really a meteorite. There had to be a creature hiding inside. "Come out." His power surged as his consciousness descended and pressed down. As long as there was thought, there would be consciousness, and with consciousness, it could be suppressed. Within the meteorite, the bloodshot eye stared at Lu Yin in shock. It had not expected Lu Yin to be so powerful, but when Lu Yin's consciousness pressed down, the eye became excited. Lu Yin felt that something was amiss, and in the next moment, his consciousness was being absorbed. Absorbed? No, it was being devoured. This meteorite could devour his consciousness? What kind of joke was this? Lu Yin had always been the one to absorb other people's consciousnesses, and this was the first time his own had been absorbed by another creature. What exactly was this meteorite? Within the meteorite, the eye was extremely excited, and the madness in its eyes gradually decreased as it absorbed Lu Yin's consciousness. It needed a boundless consciousness. Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he punched the meteorite again. The meteorite was sent flying, but its consciousness seemed to be connected by an invisible bridge. Even if it was sent flying, it could still absorb Lu Yin's consciousness. Lu Yin did not believe that this was possible, and he wanted to see whose consciousness was stronger. In the starry sky above his heart, his consciousness planet rotated, and the Nine Skies transformation solidified. This time, the eye within the meteorite was stunned once more as it was absorbed instead. Thud. The eye became crazy again, filled with unease and malevolence as it stared at Lu Yin and charged at him. Lu Yin raised a hand and supported himself against the meteorite, getting close to the eye. "I don't care what you are, I'll tear you apart today." Lu Yin growled as his consciousness continued to absorb. At the top of the Nine Skies transformation, the azure sword slashed out towards the meteorite. Suddenly, a cold glint appeared from the cracks on the meteorite's surface and brushed past the azure sword, heading straight for Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as he saw a sword edge approaching him. It was too close for him to dodge, and he could only tilt his head as much as possible. The cold glint brushed past his cheek, leaving behind a trail of blood. It then pierced through the Nine Skies transformation and disappeared into nothingness. Blood flowed from Lu Yin's face, and the Nine Skies transformation's consciousness had been injured. The meteorite had taken the opportunity to frantically absorb Lu Yin's consciousness. Light shuttled back and forth in front of Lu Yin's eyes for a second. It was ineffective. The light could not reverse the sword's cold glint. That attack had ignored the reversal of time. Fortunately, Lu Yin's injuries were not serious, and his face had only been torn apart. However, even in his eternal battle with Xianxia, Lu Yin had never suffered such a dangerous injury. Although his injuries were not serious, he had felt as if a blade had pierced his back. Blood dripped onto his arm, and Lu Yin pushed the meteorite away, afraid that another cold glint would come. The absorption of consciousness was a struggle for the other's consciousness. Lu Yin's consciousness planet spun faster and faster like a whirlpool, constantly pulling in the meteorite's consciousness. Although the Nine Skies transformation had been penetrated, it was still relatively solid. The consciousness that had been absorbed by the meteorite had only drifted outside of the Nine Skies transformation. By the time Lu Yin reacted, the meteorite could not absorb any consciousness at all. Within the meteorite, the eye became more and more agitated and twitched continuously. Its gaze was filled with killing intent and malice, constantly sending out threatening signals. Lu Yin snorted, "Let's see how long you can last. Since it's already started, it's not up to you to decide when it ends." The eye stared at Lu Yin, and as the consciousness was absorbed by Lu Yin, the red veins in its eyes receded a little. A hint of confusion appeared in the eye's human-like eyes, and they flickered for a moment before completely opening up. Lu Yin's absorption speed increased, and the meteorite gave up on the idea and even handed over its consciousness. Lu Yin did not understand. If the meteorite's consciousness was absorbed by him, it would become an idiot. The more abnormal it was, the more he could not do it. Lu Yin stopped absorbing the consciousness, and the meteorite's eyes shone brightly. It stared deeply at Lu Yin before turning to fly away. "You still want to leave?" "Not so easy." Lu Yin was about to chase after it when his mind suddenly buzzed, as if a string had opened up his brain. There was a plucking sound, and he almost vomited. The veins in the eye spread, and it was filled with madness and madness. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and beads of sweat dripped down. This was not good. The madness in the meteorite's eye came from its consciousness, which was why he had come to the consciousness universe to absorb more consciousness to suppress the madness. However, releasing his own consciousness was also a way to alleviate the madness. Either absorb or release. Lu Yin could help the meteorite do both. This was troublesome. Lu Yin looked up into the distance, but the meteorite had already disappeared. He had been tricked. Fortunately, he had stopped in time and had not completely absorbed the consciousness. Otherwise, he did not know what would have happened to him. This feeling was the same as when he had attacked with his divine power. It was filled with madness and killing intent, and it was unlike himself. Lu Yin exhaled and forcefully suppressed the madness. He found the direction of the boundless expanse and returned. Not long after, Lu Yin boarded Boundless and went into seclusion. At the same time, he asked the progenitors to capture consciousness lifeforms. He wanted to absorb their consciousnesses and suppress the madness within him. Boundless moved, taking the other 4 arcs into the distance and leaving the realm of Earth. There were no more consciousness lifeforms here, so the only way to find them was to search. At the same time, Lu Yin released Wu Wei from Commander's platform Hell. He now had 2 celestial phenomenon cultivators, Xiwen and Wu Wei. Xiwen had the azure sword, so Lu Yin couldn't absorb it. Wu Wei was of no value to him, so he could only absorb its consciousness. Commander's platform Hell wasn't very useful to consciousness lifeforms, as they didn't have much emotional experience. Rebirth, the great time of waves. When Wu Wei was released, it saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at it, causing it to shiver. It looked around. "Where is this?" Lu Yin didn't waste any time and directly absorbed its consciousness. Wu Wei was shocked. You can absorb our consciousnesses? How is that possible? Who are you? Let me go, we're not enemies. The spiritualized universe is the enemy. Let me go, let me go. I can help you do many things, I can do anything. Please, let me go. Lu Yin turned a deaf ear to its pleas. The consciousness of a celestial phenomenon cultivator was too tempting for him. Gradually, Wu Wei's consciousness was completely absorbed, and its life essence dissipated into the consciousness universe. Consciousness life forms only had one life essence, which was something that no one could explain. No one understood how consciousness life forms were born. Lu Yin didn't need to know that right now, he only knew that the veins in his eyes had receded, and his madness had been suppressed. After absorbing another celestial phenomenon cultivator, Lu Yin's consciousness had surpassed the old chieftain's. He was truly the strongest of the three universes' consciousnesses. If he could absorb another celestial phenomenon cultivator and obtain a powerful consciousness-type battle technique, he was confident that he could fight Xianxia with his consciousness alone. No matter how strong Xianxia was, he wouldn't be able to defeat Lu Yin's consciousness. Soon. That meteorite was troublesome, and he couldn't figure out what it was. Even after absorbing Shi Wen's consciousness, he only managed to suppress his madness. He didn't know where that feeling came from. Wu Jiang led the 4 arcs through the consciousness universe, constantly searching for and capturing sentient life forms along the way. As time passed, Lu Yin continued to absorb the consciousness, and the madness seemed to be completely suppressed. Above Wu Jiang, everyone could see clearly. Lu Yin could absorb consciousness. No one knew about this, not even Lu Tianyi and the others. It wasn't that Lu Yin didn't want to tell them, but that this was also a form of cultivation, and there was no need for him to reveal everything. This was nothing to the people of the Tianyuan universe, but to the cultivators of the spiritualized universe, it was too shocking. The spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe had been fighting for so many years that they understood each other too well. Even consciousness life forms could only absorb the consciousness that was drifting in the consciousness universe. How could they be as fast as Lu Yin, who could directly absorb the consciousness? It was too exaggerated. If the consciousness universe had a consciousness life form similar to Lu Yin, then the spiritualized universe would not be a match for it. If the consciousness of the entire universe of consciousness was concentrated in the body of a consciousness life form, even if that consciousness life form was not of the eternal life realm, its combat power would be comparable to that of the eternal life realm. At the very least, a bitter adept would definitely not be its match. Even if the spiritualized cultivators of the universe are against Xianxia. No matter how confident he was, he didn't think that he could defeat such a monster. Lu Yin was currently walking in the direction of such a monster. They were currently in the consciousness universe, and no one could say for sure how many consciousness life forms Lu Yin could absorb. They felt like they were witnessing the birth of a terrifying existence. Their line of sight extended outwards from the consciousness universe, and they could see a huge door. That was the boundary of the consciousness universe, and further out was the square inch. No one knew how big the square inch was. It was like an ordinary person's understanding of the universe that they were in, boundless and limitless. Although they couldn't see how big it was, it didn't mean that it wasn't big. At this moment, extending to the right between the consciousness universe and Torch City, there were stars that looked like meteorites that were rushing towards the consciousness universe. These stars were incomparably huge, and as they passed through, the surrounding space distorted. These stars were connected together to form a sword. A sword, a sharp weapon. It was shaped like the stars and concealed its sharpness. It was like the heavens had a flaw, but the flaw could be made up for, and the sharpness could be forged. It was a sword forged by the heavens. So it's there. My brand won't lie to me. It's right there. You can't run, you can't run. Everyone's line of sight returned to the space between the consciousness universe and Torch City. The springboards floated calmly in space, and there was a figure between the last springboard and the consciousness universe. The figure was long and illusory, and his entire body was stretched several meters, forming a phantom. He became extremely blurry as he moved towards the consciousness universe. Gradually, he saw the door. I'm finally here. That spot is mine. At this moment, the door rumbled, and a black beam of light pierced through the door and into space. The figure was shocked. It could actually pierce through the door? This wasn't simple. The black beam of light swept through the void. It seemed boundless, but the figure was puzzled. This kind of power shouldn't be enough to pierce through the door. Next, the figure saw a huge figure charge out from the hole in the door. You want to stop me, Miao Wu Huang? I was 1,000,000 years earlier. You old things aren't worthy. Look at how Mo Shang and Lu Yin are being scolded by me. They don't even dare to talk back. You're courting death. With that, Miao Wu Huang charged towards the springboard. He couldn't stay in the consciousness universe, nor could he stay in the spiritualized universe. He had no choice but to go to the Tianyuan universe. Eh? What's that? The figure charged towards Miao Wuhuang, leaving a long phantom behind. Miao Wuhuang blinked and spat out a Miao Wuhuang cannon. Whatever you are, you're an enemy. The Miao Wuhuang cannon was pushed horizontally by the figure, and it shot towards another direction. This scene stunned Miao Wuhuang, and he turned to run. Why is there another ruthless person here? That move was too easy, even easier than Lu Yin's. When did his Miao Wuhuang cannon become so worthless? Suddenly, Miao Wuhuang stopped, and his body froze in space. His pupils dilated, as if he had lost his mind. From the consciousness universe's door, a Dooku air powerhouse came out. He wanted to chase after Miao Wuhuang, but when he saw Miao Wuhuang standing in the void, he was shocked. Miao Wuhuang, it's you. He didn't finish his sentence. Just like Miao Wuhuang, he stood in the void until the figure arrived. The figure looked at the Dooku air powerhouse, and then at Miao Wuhuang. He raised his hand, and with a single palm, the Dooku air powerhouse was smashed into pieces, leaving no trace behind. Miao Wuhuang also saw the scene. His slackened eyes had just recovered. What he saw made him think that he was dreaming. The Dooku air powerhouse, the guardian of the spiritualized universe's door, died just like that? Was this a joke? Who could be so relaxed? Even Xianxia would need 2 moves to kill this person. Who the hell was this figure? The figure sized up Miao Wuhuang, and Miao Wuhuang also saw the figure clearly. It was a middle-aged man. He was very strong, and his hands were strangely large, different from ordinary people's. His gaze was sharp and unconcealable. Even with Miao Wuhuang's many years of experience, he couldn't see the emotions hidden in this person's gaze. Miao Wuhuang thought he was good at reading people, or he wouldn't have lived for so long. For example, the third master of the Dayue Villa. He thought he was a ruthless person, but his heart wasn't hard enough. Even if he offended him, as long as he didn't go too far, it would be fine. Therefore, he only scolded him to vent his anger, and didn't scold him with his elders. Xianxia was different. He would kill you without question. Miao Wuhuang was sure that Xianxia was the kind of person who would kill you immediately if you had no value. Therefore, he scolded Xianxia the most. No matter what you scolded him, he wouldn't get angry. He would only see if you had any value. The person in front of him was different. It was as if everything in the world had no value. There was no desire in his eyes. How could there be such a person? You have Emoshang's aura on you. Have you met him recently? The figure asked. His voice was deep, and his gaze was completely different. Miao Wuhuang didn't hide anything. Yes, I met him not long ago. Is that so? Take me to him. Miao Wuhuang tried to force a smile. Okay, whatever you say. Can I ask what is your relationship with Emoshang? The figure thought for a moment. We should be enemies. Miao Wuhuang's eyes flashed. Should be? That's a question. May I ask who you are? The figure looked at Miao Wuhuang deeply. Are you curious? Miao Wuhuang hurriedly said, No. I'm Yuing. Yuing? Miao Wuhuang was sure that he had never heard of such a terrifying expert. My lord, what a good name. Yuing smiled. Your attitude is good. Miao Wuhuang, right? Help me solve some problems. If you do well, I can consider letting you replace Emoshang. Miao Wuhuang's eyes narrowed. He thought that he had misheard. Take? Replace Emoshang? Replace Xianxia? How was that possible? Unless Xianxia was dead. He stared at Yuing blankly. This person couldn't be the legendary Wu Shang, right? Several months passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Wu Jiang brought the battleship around the consciousness universe in search of consciousness life forms. Every consciousness life form that he saw was captured and given to Lu Yin. Lu Yin absorbed many consciousnesses and finally suppressed his madness. At this moment, he was sure that he had surpassed Old Chief and was the strongest of the 3 universes' consciousnesses. He still lacked a consciousness-type battle technique. His sword intent and Old Chief's worldly lock were both good. There's no trace of them. It's as if they've disappeared. Perhaps they've hidden in a parallel universe, the ancestor said. Luyin had asked if there were any traces of Xianxia and the others. The answer was no surprise. Parallel universe? It was not impossible. For ordinary people, even progenitors, the consciousness universe was huge. However, for those stronger than that, it was not impossible for them to search the entire consciousness universe. What about Xianxia? The ancestor shook his head. I can't go in. It's like there's an invisible wall blocking me. It should be the power of the Azure Lotus Guard. The ancestor looked serious. The Azure Lotus God of Xianxia universe? Luyin nodded. We were swept out by his Azure Lotus. Luyin had been busy suppressing his consciousness and didn't have time to talk to the ancestor and the others. Only now did he tell them what happened in Etion, Quebec. The ancestor exclaimed, no wonder Xianxia universe keeps sending people to Etion, Quebec. If the memory of an immortal realm powerhouse really exists there, its value is immeasurable. Even we want to fight for it. But Xianxia universe is too arrogant. Not only did they try to get close to the palace, but they also blocked the precipice. They look at consciousness lifeforms as if they are ants. For consciousness lifeforms, this is unacceptable. Luyin smiled bitterly. If Xianxia didn't break the barrier, we wouldn't know of their existence. Xianxia universe is above, and the three are below. This is the current situation of the universe. What a terrible situation. The ancestor sighed. Luyin stood at the bow of Wu Jiang's ship. Let's go to Etion, Quebec. I'll see if I can get in. After a while, Wu Jiang headed toward Etion, Quebec. Outside Etion, Yu Tan and Miao Wuhuang had been waiting for a few months. Miao Wuhuang told Yu Tan what happened in Etion, Quebec. Yu Tan sneered and called him a traitor. Miao Wuhuang didn't know who the traitor was. He only knew that Yu Tan was a big shot and couldn't be offended. Yu Tan didn't search for others in the universe. She waited outside Etion and was sure that everyone would come again. No one could resist the temptation of Etion, Quebec. He couldn't, and neither could the others. The difference was that he had tried countless times and gave up, but the others didn't. Especially Mo Shang. The news of Etion gave him hope. He didn't know that this hope was deeper than an abyss. Just as Wu Jiang was heading toward Etion, Xianxia arrived first. In the southeast of Etion, Yu Tan opened her eyes and sneered. You're finally here. Miao Wuhuang looked over. Is she here? Why didn't he notice? The next moment, he saw a huge palm falling from the sky and pressing toward the other side of Etion, Quebec. At the same time, Yu Tan's excited voice sounded. Mo Shang, you're going to die. On the other side of Etion, Xianxia was surprised. Above his head, a huge palm pressed down. Xianxia was apprehensive. The Great Five Palms technique, is this your strongest body? If I'm not wrong, it's the third-generation master of the Five Palms. As he spoke, boundless sequence particles rushed out, changing the heavens and the earth. The stars moved. His heart was like a boulder, and he was the starry sky. The enormous palm descended, releasing a collision that shook the cosmos. Even the distant Limitless sensed this. Luyin and the rest appeared at the bow of the ship and looked into the distance. A power that surpasses the limit. Not inferior to you? Who is it? The primogenitor was shocked. Xianxia and Eternal. No, it doesn't feel right. Luyin was certain that the Eternals knew that Xianxia's heart was like a boulder that could change the heavens. Xianxia's strength was limitless, and he would not do anything for no reason. Another absolute powerhouse had appeared. Extreme. Spiritual chaos formula, are you still going or not? Heavenly Sovereign Doshing asked, full of anticipation. No matter who the opponent was, he didn't fear a battle. Luyin took a deep breath, I'll go myself. He then turned to the primogenitor, Senior, I'll leave Wu Jiang to you. Although the primogenitor had not participated in many of the battles, if not for him, Luyin would not have been so free. At the very least, threatening Wu Jiang would have been enough to hold him back. However, it was wrong to say that Wu Jiang was a burden. Without Wu Jiang, Luyin might have seemed confident, but he had been surrounded and killed as soon as he had entered the spiritualized universe. Who would have allowed him to be so relaxed? From the very beginning, Wu Jiang had been the one who had given Lu Ying confidence. Now, Wu Jiang was a powerhouse who had controlled the spiritualized universe for an entire era. He would become the greatest bargaining chip against the Nine Firmaments universe. The primogenitor had to keep an eye on this bargaining chip. Lu Ying walked out of Wu Jiang and headed towards the realm of earth, restraining his aura. He did not know who could move Xianxia's heart like a boulder and change the heavens, but his opponent was definitely not weak. He already had some guesses, but he hoped that he was wrong. Outside the realm of earth, the enormous palm hovered in the sky, unable to press down. No matter how strong it was, it could not move this part of the world. The third-generation master of the Great Five Palms challenged you and lost. Everyone said that he was dead, but only we knew. You used his body as your backup body, and the Great Five Palms was one of the backup bodies you chose. Xianxia's palm struck towards the dome of stars, parting the clouds in the sky. The enormous palm was blasted away, and Xianxia passed through it, facing the dark golden sky. Thought space mirror. Yutan's eyes flickered with a dark golden light as she stared at Xianxia. Xianxia's body flickered, and every time he moved, his power level increased. When his power level reached its peak, his body suddenly stopped moving, and his eyes lost focus as he stared blankly at Yutan. Yutan stared at him at the same time. You can't block my thought space mirror. You are actually the best choice for my body. Xianxia stared blankly at Yutan. He lifted his foot and walked towards her, his body uncontrollably. Yutan watched as Xianxia approached her. At this moment, a dark golden circle appeared in Xianxia's eyes, and it gradually spread to his entire pupil. In the distance, Miao Wuhuang watched in shock. Xianxia was extremely powerful. His thought space mirror had parted the clouds, and he was invisible and formless. A series of combat techniques had made the three universes speechless. However, he was controlled by this person. What kind of power could control Xianxia? Xianxia approached Yutan. Yutan suddenly struck out a palm. Do you think I will believe that you can be controlled so easily? In an instant, the dark golden color in Xianxia's pupils faded, and the sequence particles covered his surroundings. His heart was like a boulder as he raised his hand and pointed out. The eternal thought pierced through the palm and came out of Yutan's arm, forcing Yutan back and coughing up blood. The white imperial robe swept towards Yutan, burning the void. A dark golden light flashed in front of Yutan, and the imperial robe stopped. Then, it rushed towards Xianxia. Through the imperial robe, the dark golden light turned into a blade and slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's face turned ugly. Yutan was difficult to deal with. You didn't know when she could control you, even if you couldn't completely escape her control. It was extremely difficult to win against Yutan in a one-on-one battle. At that moment, his gaze shifted, and he looked in a certain direction. Yuya looked over at the same time. Someone was coming. The dark golden light from the Sikong mirror extended endlessly and swept towards that direction. It was like a golden cloud that changed the heavens. Far away, Lu Ying had already retracted his aura. When Xianxia looked over, he knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. Now that he saw the dark golden light sweep over, he knew who it was. Just as he had guessed, it was Yuya. Yuya was both unfamiliar and familiar to Lu Ying. He was unfamiliar because he had never met Yuya before. Their conversations and games had all come from the Yu servants and not Yuya himself. During the Battle of Beishan region, Yuya had teamed up with the Star Sails to lure Lu Ying to Nina Firmament's universe. However, Lu Ying had turned the tables on Lu Ying, causing Yuya to be blamed. He was familiar with Yuya because Gua had told him that Yuya had an incomparably powerful mind. It could be said that he could change anyone's mind at will. The Sikong mirror had no self, and that was Yuya's power. Even Gua had to admit that he couldn't resist Yuya's Sikong mirror. Lu Ying had faced off against more than one expert who cultivated the mind. The best was the first disaster of the Divine Hand, who had the ability to grasp thoughts. Over countless years, he had grasped a number of thoughts to form a disaster. If not for the karmic wheel, he might not have been able to take it down so easily. Compared to the first disaster, Yuya's was much simpler. He could only control, and control. However, the simpler it was, the more terrifying it was. Anyone who cultivated to the limit would pursue simplicity. It was said that the great Tao was simple. In battle terms, it meant that if one could use one move, they would not be able to use a second move. Guo had been defeated by the Sikong mirror at Royal God Mountain without being able to use any of his techniques. Now, Luyin felt the power of the Sikong mirror. Luyin. Luyin? There was a low voice and an excited voice from afar. Since he had been discovered, Luyin no longer hid. He took a step forward and appeared far away from Xianxia and Yuya, where they could clearly see each other. At this moment, both willing and unwilling parties could see each other. Xianxia's expression was calm, but his gaze was gloomy to the point of being terrifying. Yuya, on the other hand, was filled with excitement. He looked at Luyin as if he wanted to eat him alive. Luyin looked at Yuya. "You're Yuya? It's been a long time." Yuya's eyes lit up with excitement, and the dark gold Sikong mirror brightened a little. "You're Luyin. I've been looking for you for a long time. I wonder why the god of defense is looking for me." This was what Luyin was most curious about. Wu Huang's message, the moon servant's repeated visits, and the game were all to lure Luyin to tomorrow's beast palm. The fishing in the Beishan region had even caused Yuya to be punished. All of this was to bring Luyin to Empyrean Universe. Luyin couldn't understand what he had that was worth Yuya doing all this. Yuya's lips curled up, and he slowly clenched his unusually large hand. "I'll use you to replace Mo Shang." Luyin raised an eyebrow and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia was still calm. Yuya's words didn't anger him. Yuya stared at Luyin. The original candidate was Ho, but he was too useless. He couldn't even defeat you, let alone challenge Mo Shang. Your appearance gave us a new choice. You come from the Tianyuan universe, so using you to replace Mo Shang is the most appropriate choice. This was the unanimous decision of the few gods of defense. Luyin frowned. "It's that simple?" Yuya smiled. "Of course, there are conditions." He glanced at Xianxia. Mo Shang dared to offend his superiors and was defeated. He brought shame to Empyrean Universe, and this humiliation won't happen again. He looked deeply at Luyin. "You have to be controlled. Although it doesn't involve your life, it will still cause you to have misgivings. This way, you won't become a second Mo Shang. Of course, we will compensate you accordingly. The Tianyuan universe won't be restarted." Luyin narrowed his eyes and looked at Yuya. His dark gold eyes were filled with profoundness. Yuya also looked at Luyin, his eyes filled with unimaginable desire. "So, you tried to lure me to Empyrean Universe time and time again because of this?" Luyin couldn't believe it. "The spiritualized universe is very important," Yuya said. Mo Shang is rebellious and must be eradicated. We've been considering who to replace him for a long time, and Emperor Wu is very suitable. After all, he's a spirit molt in beast form, and he's purer than a spirit molt in human form. He values strength above all and is less scheming. Unfortunately, Emperor Wu was defeated, and there's no one who can take on this responsibility. In comparison, you have a grudge against the spiritualized universe and are from the Tianyuan universe." Seeing Luyin fall silent, Yuya continued, "You came from the Tianyuan universe, and your goal was to resolve the danger of the spiritualized universe restarting the Tianyuan universe. Now that this danger is gone, you just need to replace Mo Shang and become the master of two universes." "No." Yuya looked around. "The master of three universes." Luyin looked at Yuya strangely. "Do you believe that yourself? For the sake of the nine firmaments universe's dignity, you didn't hesitate to violate its taboo and risk being punished just to make me the master of three universes. Senior Yuya, your joke is a little too much." Yuya's eyes flashed. "What if I add Danzi's promise?" Xianxia was shocked. "Danzi?" Luyin was also surprised. Danzi was the god of defense? She had something to do with this? Yuya said in a low voice, "Danzi's god of defense is the one who cares about the nine firmaments universe the most out of all of us. She's also the one whom the supreme god admires the most. She's willing to give up everything for the nine firmaments universe, and Mo Shang is one of the most unstable elements in the universe. Danzi promised that she would help anyone who could deal with Mo Shang and find someone to replace him. Luin was about to speak. Yuya interrupted him. It's not that Danzi doesn't want to become the supreme god herself, but she'll never be able to. For the Nine Firmaments universe, she focused on alchemy, and alchemy limited her future. This is why she's the most respected person in the Nine Firmaments universe. Everyone says that Danzi doesn't interfere in the conflicts and doesn't even covet the position of supreme god. She belittles us, but it's not that she doesn't care, but that she'll never be able to reach it. Her existence is the glory of a god, but her own existence is fixed. Even so, with her help, my chances of becoming the supreme god is much higher. Luin listened to her quietly. Her explanation made a lot of sense. In order to fulfill Dan Hong's promise to become the god of defense, Yu Yang had tried to use him to replace Xianxia several times. At the same time, he had also promised the safety of the Tianyuan universe. Of course, this promise could only be made after he became the god of defense. This was the hidden meaning of Yuya's words. Yuya smiled and stared at Luin. You haven't been to Nina Firmament's universe, so you don't know the influence of Dan Hong. She can even influence the decisions of the imperial god. For the sake of this promise, I can sacrifice any price. As long as I become the god of defense, the instant I lost will return. Luin, help me become the supreme god, and you will be the master of all three universes. The Tianyuan universe will never be rebooted, and you will be able to obtain everything you want. You might even have the chance to attain eternal life in the future. How about that? Luin and Yuya looked at each other. It had to be said that Yuya's words were too tempting. If what he said was true, then Luin would have achieved his goal on this trip. Although his cultivation level might be controlled, compared to the positions of three universe masters, even if he was the master on the surface, it was still worth it. Besides, there was also the chance to step into eternal life. At that moment, Yu Xianxia's voice rang out. If you want to replace me, you should at least ask for my opinion. Yuya sneered at Yu Xianxia. If I join forces with Luin, you will die without a doubt. Mo Shang, you can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. Although Rusher is conceited and stupid, he is still the supreme god of defense of Nina Firmament's universe. Do you know how many people are unhappy that you defeated him? Even if I don't do anything, there will still be people from Nina Firmament's universe who will find a way to do it. Yu Xianxia looked at Yuya. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who does. I can be tied, but I will never be defeated. He looked at Luin. Also, Yuya, you are no longer the supreme god of defense. Yuya's face fell, but he didn't refute. Luin was shocked. You are no longer the supreme god of defense? Yuya sneered. What does that have to do with anything? I said that with Dan Hong's promise, it will be easy to get back the supreme god position. What I want is the supreme god position. But how will you become the supreme god? Yu Xianxia suddenly asked. Yuya clenched his fists. Dan Hong's pill technique can't help her, but it can help others. Dan Hong's promise isn't just a promise, it can help others obtain the strongest pill technique. Wrong. Your path to immortality is with him. Yu Xianxia pointed at Luin, his expression terrifyingly dark. His words caused Yuya's eyes to narrow. You use Dan Hong as an excuse for everything. Do you think I don't know that there is a connection between consciousness and consciousness? You have already reached the limit of consciousness, while Luin can be considered a powerhouse who has reached the limit of consciousness. You must need him for something, and it must be a living being. Otherwise, you would have killed your way to the consciousness universe long ago. Am I right? Yuya's eyes were filled with killing intent. Nonsense. Yu Xianxia shook his head. If Dan Kong had the pill art of immortality, she wouldn't exist anymore. I can see through you. He then looked at Luin. Do you want to be baited again? He immediately attacked, using one thought of eternity to create a dazzling brilliance. Did it matter which was real and which was fake? No, because Luin wanted to deal with Yuya. From the moment he had fished in the Beishan region, they had become mortal enemies. From the moment he had seen through the relationship between Nina Firmament's universe and the spiritualized universe, he had been on guard. Those spiritualized cultivators were his bargaining chips. He had only said so much to Yuya because he wanted to understand the spiritualized universe better. Different people had different views of the world. Through Yuya, he had seen another blurry figure, Dan Hong. Whether or not there was a strongest pill technique in Nina Firmament's universe, the pill technique itself was a great thing. Yuya wanted to reach the eternal realm and was decisive in killing. He had even dared to touch the taboo and did not care about the position of lesser deity. However, his words were different from Dan Hong's, and Luin remembered this. Of the 5 lesser deities in Nina Firmament's universe, only Xingfan and Dan Hong had not been seen. Luin was not curious about Xingfan, but Dan Hong. Speaking of which, he had even used this person's tiger skin as a banner. Yu Xianxia's attack on Yuya wasn't that earth-shattering. His sky-parting cloud curtain directly hit the air. Yu Xianxia's movements paused the moment he attacked, giving Yuya time to dodge. Yuya retaliated with a palm. The huge palm pressed down on Yu Xianxia's head. The power of this palm was strong, but it was not enough to threaten Yu Xianxia. However, this palm had injured Yu Xianxia. Yu Xianxia stopped again at the critical moment. This was the power of the Sikong mirror. It had absolute control, and even Yu Xianxia could not break free from it. Even if it could not control Yu Xianxia for long, as long as it could control him at a critical moment, it could make a top powerhouse like Yu Xianxia helpless. However, he was constantly injured. Luin did not know if his consciousness could block the Sikong mirror. Yu Xianxia supported the boulder's foundation and pushed it up to block the dark golden light. However, the dark golden light continued to flow down the boulder's foundation like a golden waterfall that flowed through the universe. Miao Wuhuang was stunned. He had only touched the dark golden light for a moment, but he had already lost control of his body. It was exactly the same as being controlled by the core. Where had this guy come from? He actually knew both Yu Xianxia and Luin. Yu Xianxia's consciousness was also very strong and had reached the cosmic realm, but even with the boulder's foundation, he could not block the Sikong mirror. Thoughts were different from consciousness. The boulder's foundation was very effective against consciousness lifeforms, but it was much weaker against the Sikong mirror. It could not even compare to Yu Xianxia's own consciousness resistance against the Sikong mirror. Yu Xianxia continuously attacked, but none of his attacks were able to land on Yuya. Yuya controlled Yu Xianxia's rhythm, and he was always able to control Yu Xianxia's attacks at the most. Crucial moment. If this had been a duel where neither of them could withdraw, then Luin felt that Yuya would have won. However, was Yu Xianxia that simple? At the very least, he had yet to use the power of time from Cliff Ascension. That move pierced through eternity. Luin, your chance is here. Get rid of Mo Shang, and I guarantee that you will become the master of 3 universes. I swear that if I break this oath, I will never enter. Luin raised a brow. Was this for real? The stronger a cultivator was, the more they cared about oaths. Yu Xianxia's voice rang out. A consciousness entity does not have a body, only a consciousness. As long as you enter Lu Yin's body, your consciousness will enter eternal life, and you will become the master of 3 universes. Using his body does not count as breaking the oath. Mo Shang, no matter how much nonsense you spout, you will not be able to keep your position as the god of defense and your life. With that, the Sikong mirror suddenly descended, causing Yuya's boulder's foundation to droop, making it difficult to breathe. The dark golden light continued to spread, covering the entire consciousness universe. Even further away, Old Head and the others could feel it. They had not expected such a terrifying power to suddenly appear. They did not dare to touch it. Luin watched as Yuya and Yu Xianxia fought. Not interfering was the wisest choice. Even though he wanted to get rid of both Yuya and Yu Xianxia, these two would not give him the chance to do so. Right now, he wanted to know what Yuya was plotting against him. Similarly, Yu Xianxia was plotting against him as well. If he could not see these 2 points clearly, his future path would not be easy. Suddenly, he turned around and saw Wu Jiang appear. Behind him was the spiritualized universe's battleship. Luin was shocked. Why was Wu Jiang here? Numerous figures charged out from Wu Jiang and attacked Yu Xianxia. They were Chu Yi, Celestial Champion, Su Wangtian, Desolate God, and the others. Among them were the Master of Su, Old Salamander, and a few others who had been controlled by Wu Jiang. Luin shouted, "Don't interfere." Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he saw Chui and the others covered in a dark golden light. They had been controlled by Yuya. The Jade Sky Palace was released, and the primogenitor moved to stop Chui and the others. Zhuzi, they've been controlled. Lu Yin was furious, and he glared at Yuya. You're controlling my people? Yuya's tone was cold. If you don't want to get rid of Mo Shang, I'll help you. You don't need to care about these people's lives. Once you become the master of 3 universes, there will be plenty of people to serve you. Stop. Lu Yin shouted, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yuya frowned and met Lu Yin's gaze. Good eyes. Remember this feeling. People can't be too emotional. These people's deaths can help us get rid of Mo Shang, and it can also sharpen your will. You'll have nothing to worry about. Only then will you be able to walk higher and further. When you see the continent of the 9 firmaments, you'll thank me. He then looked in the direction of Wu Jiang. There's actually another expert. How can he not be controlled by me? Mo Shang is dead for sure. Let these people die with him. Lu Yin, you have to be grateful. The Seikong mirror continued to descend as if the sky was collapsing. The dark golden light swept towards the progenitor. Lu Yin's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. The progenitor's voice sounded in his ear. This is the power of thought. I've never seen such a powerful thought. I'll do my best to trap my own people. He must be Yuya, the inferior god who destroyed the Ru family. To deal with thought, you either have to endure it with your own will or use methods outside of your opponent's thoughts. Lu Yin stared at Yuya and released his consciousness. In an instant, the heavens and earth shook, and the universe swayed. It was as if a giant had split the heavens and earth apart, holding up the dark golden curtain that was falling down. This scene shocked everyone. Yuya, Yu Sang Tian, and the progenitor were all shocked. Miao Wu Wang's jaw dropped. What the hell? This guy was trying to defy the heavens. He had never seen such a terrifying consciousness before. The progenitor knew that Lu Yin's consciousness had increased during this time, but he didn't know that Lu Yin had also absorbed Wu Wei's consciousness. In addition to Xingju and the consciousness lifeforms he had captured recently, his consciousness surpassed everyone else's, including the OL head and the others. He was truly the strongest in the 3 universes. Now, this terrifying consciousness had been completely unleashed. Yu Sang Tian's eyes flashed. He had guessed right, this person could devour consciousness. Otherwise, Yuya's consciousness wouldn't have increased so quickly. Yuya was stunned as he watched the Seikong mirror being lifted up. He was stunned at first, but then excitement grew in the depths of his eyes. This person was stronger than he had imagined. This was great. He had to obtain this person. Obtaining him meant obtaining the position of superior god. Yuya, take back the Seikong mirror, or don't blame me for attacking you, Lu Yin warned. Yuya suppressed the excitement in his eyes and met Lu Yin's gaze. I'm helping you. Useless emotions will only drag you down. If it weren't for these people, you would be free and unfettered. No one would be able to do anything to you. Now, they have become your weakness. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with killing intent. Nonsense. I'm warning you one last time. Take back the space mirror. Yuya looked deeply at Lu Yin. Alright, I'll take it back. Dark golden rays of light shot out from the bodies of the unbounded realm cultivators one after another. Like threads being peeled off, they flew towards the stars. Lu Yin looked over and sighed in relief. Be careful. Yu Sang Tian roared, a thought of eternity causing a resplendent radiance to sweep past. Lu Yin turned around to see a dark golden canopy in front of him, starting from Yuya and enveloping him. However, this dark golden canopy was pierced through by a thought eternal. Yuya did not expect Yu Sang Tian to be able to stop his attack in time. Logically speaking, it should be impossible. Yu Sang Tian's attack seemed to ignore time. Yuya had not expected this, but Lu Yin had. He purposely turned around to give Yuya a chance to attack, and also to give Yu Sang Tian a chance to intervene. Yu Sang Tian would not allow anything to happen to Lu Yin, so he would definitely intervene. The power of time to climb the cliff ensured that Yu Sang Tian would not be able to escape. Tian could do anything. The result was within Lu Yin's expectations. At the same time, Lu Yin's fingertip unleashed a karmic spiral, taking advantage of the moment when a thought eternal pierced through the dark golden canopy to attack Yuya. It was very difficult for a karmic spiral to hit a powerhouse at any time. Those at the bitter disaster level could sense the power of karma, even if they could not see it. Those at Xianxia's level could resist it for a short period of time, and Yuya was no exception. This was the only way to hit him. Lu Yin had used himself as bait to create an opportunity. The dark golden canopy was pierced through by a thought eternal, and Yuya himself was pierced through by the karmic spiral. Although it was not a combination of Lu Yin and Xianxia, this attack was a combination that Lu Yin had created. Yuya was stunned by Xianxia's attack, and the moment he was pierced through by the karmic spiral, he was shocked. Lu Yin looked over and stared at Yuya. Why was he staring at him? Under the karmic spiral, Lu Yin saw scenes from the Nina Firmament's universe, but he could not find an answer. The karmic spiral could not read memories, and it was not omnipotent. Even if Yuya was hit once, there was no guarantee that he could see the results. However, this was the most that Lu Yin could do. Against an absolute powerhouse like Yuya, it was not easy to hit him even once. He could only blame his bad luck. At this moment, Yuya's shock was unparalleled. Karma, mighty force. All this time, only Xianxia, Eternal, and a few others had known that Lu Yin had grasped the power of karma. Even Elder Yu and the other spiritualized universe's powerhouses had not been aware of this. They only knew that Lu Yin had grasped some kind of invisible power. They might have guessed it, but they had not been able to confirm it. Now, Lu Yin's karmic power had been exposed to Yuya. He did not care if it was exposed. Those from the Nina Firmament's universe already knew about it, and it would definitely spread back to the Nina Firmament's universe. It was no big deal for Yuya to know. Yuya stared at Lu Yin in shock and disbelief. You actually grasped the power of karma? Lu Yin looked into the distance. The dark golden color on the bodies of the boundless universe's powerhouses had disappeared, they were no longer under his control. At this moment, they all stared at Yuya in fear. They were not afraid of a battle to the death, but this person had silently controlled all of them. This power was truly shocking. The boundless universe's people were shocked by Yuya's mental strength. Yuya was even more shocked that Lu Yin had grasped the power of karma. The people of the Nina Firmament's universe were not unfamiliar with karma, as Qinglian Yu had grasped the power of karma. If someone who had grasped the power of karma was placed in the Nina Firmament's universe, how supreme would they be? Perhaps aside from the three Yu, no one else would be able to suppress them. Yuya had not expected Lu Yin to have grasped the power of karma. At this moment, he could no longer suppress his excitement, as well as his indescribable greed. He stared at Lu Yin greedily. This person was definitely his, and no one could stop him. As long as he could obtain this person, not only would he be able to obtain the power of karma, but he would also be able to obtain the power of karma. Yuya could not hide his greed. Lu Yin felt uncomfortable being stared at, as if Yuya was an item. I don't need to control your people, but Mo Shang must be dealt with. If you and I work together, the future of the three universes will be yours. Yuya stirred up again, and without waiting for Lu Yin's reply, he charged at Xianxia. He raised a palm, and the dark golden screen turned into a curtain of beads that fell down. Mo Shang, you're dead. Xianxia frowned. He sensed that something was wrong, but he could not pinpoint what it was. When he saw Yuya's palm descend, he instinctively dodged and attacked at the same time, prepared to be controlled by Yuya's thoughts for a moment. The dark golden screen turned into a curtain of beads that fell from Lu Yin's consciousness. Lu Yin found it difficult to lift it. He could lift the Sikong mirror sky screen, but he couldn't lift the dark golden bead curtains. Large and small beads fell onto a jade plate. The universe was this jade plate. As more and more beads appeared, Lu Yin felt increasingly uneasy. He stepped onto Wu Jiang and said, "Retreat." Wu Jiang retreated into the distance. Yuya did not stop him and allowed him to leave. He continued to attack as if his life depended on it. Xianxia could not explain this strange behavior, and when he saw Wu Jiang retreat, he wanted to leave as well. Xianxia pointed with his finger and used eternal thought to strike into the distance. He disappeared along with eternal thought. Yu stopped in place and did not even look at Xianxia's departure. He turned to look in the direction that Wu Jiang had retreated and took a deep breath. His body split open, and his blood turned into a mist that spread out. With a soft sound, his body completely shattered. A dark golden light flowed out of his body, forming a cloud-like object. This was Xianxia, formed from his thoughts. The dark golden cloud moved in the direction that Wu Jiang had retreated. The consciousness universe continued to expand, and the dark golden light moved further and further away. No matter how far Wu Jiang retreated, this dark golden light followed him like a shadow. Lu Ying grew increasingly uneasy. Retreat to the parallel space. The primogenitor attacked, and the parallel space was torn open. Before they could even enter, the dark golden thoughts had already rushed in, forcing Lu Ying to tear open another parallel space. However, it was the same every time. The dark golden screen completely enveloped the universe and chased after Wu Jiang. It continued to spread. The primogenitor exclaimed, "Such a powerful thought. I would believe it if someone in the eternal realm was here. How could it be a defense deity? Without this thought, I wouldn't be able to control Kuai at full power." Lu Yin's expression darkened. "If you spread, I'll spread as well." When he thought of this, his consciousness spread out in all directions. No matter how far his thoughts spread, his consciousness would follow at the same time. He would let this battle affect the entire consciousness universe and see who could not sit still first. Far away, Xianxia stopped and looked up. His thoughts and consciousness were spreading out. Yu had not stopped just because Xianxia had retreated. Yu's true target was Lu Ying, not Xianxia. Lu Ying could not die, and he could not help Yu. Everyone could see the greed in Yu's eyes when he looked at Lu Ying. As he thought about this, Xianxia turned back and headed towards Wu Jiang. Lu Yin's consciousness was like a signpost, and by spreading it out, he was telling everyone in the consciousness universe where he was. No matter what Yu wanted to do, no one would be able to succeed. He was concerned about the balance between the four sides in heaven's imperial court. Now, Yu was involved. Continue. The dark golden cloud headed towards Wu Jiang. Yu looked up and spread out his consciousness. He did not know that Xianxia wanted to protect Lu Ying, nor did he know that he was concerned about the balance between the four sides in heaven's imperial court. He had just chased Xianxia away and used his thoughts to track Wu Jiang. He wanted to attack Lu Ying. He could not wait any longer, not even for a second. This was his path to immortality, his most powerful path to immortality. No one could stop him. Even if Xianxia interfered, he would not be able to stop his most powerful thought. He was determined to get Lu Ying. Soon, Wu Jiang was in sight. Trying to escape to a parallel space? Impossible. Boundless dragged the battleship along, enveloped by a majestic consciousness. Bead curtains fell around them as dark gold and dark light interweaved, forming the most majestic battle in the history of the consciousness universe. The cultivators on the spiritualized battleships trembled as they looked at the power that filled the heavens. It was difficult to imagine how terrifying it was. Lu Ying stood at the bow of Boundless and saw the dark gold cloud in the distance. It brought a chill and fear, and his intuition told him that it was Yu. Yu was a consciousness without a body. He could be male, female, or even an astral beast. It was not impossible for him to see such a cloud. "Yu, why are you chasing us instead of dealing with Xianxia?" The dark gold cloud sped up, and at the same time, the bead curtains trembled as they shot towards Boundless and the battleships like arrows. "Lu Ying, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Give me your entire body, and I'll help you ascend." The sky palace opened as the progenitor attacked. The nine heavens transformation shook the heavens, and a speck of dust turned into soil that enveloped Boundless and the battleships. His consciousness could not block the bead curtains, so he let dust do the job. Dust was the progenitor's power, but it also had a physical body. The dark gold cloud rushed towards Lu Ying, and the small cloud contained an unimaginably terrifying consciousness. Xianxia arrived, using one thought of eternity to intercept the cloud. Yu had not expected Xianxia to come again. What was going on? However, one thought of eternity could not block his main body. Lu Ying looked at the approaching cloud, and the closer it got, the colder it became. It made his scalp go numb, and he had not felt this sense of danger in a long time. Yuya's consciousness was the strongest he had ever seen, and it could replace anyone's consciousness. Regardless of whether it was himself or Xianxia, the moment they were struck by this consciousness, they would either be severely injured or replaced. Luin stared at the cloud and released the starry sky from his heart. His boundless consciousness suddenly contracted, condensing into his consciousness planet. The consciousness planet rotated and crashed into the cloud. You have it, and so do I. The nine heavens transformation descended on his consciousness planet, condensing all of Lu Yin's consciousness. Thought was thought, consciousness was consciousness. Both thought and consciousness came from human thoughts. One thought of eternity pierced through the center, and the cloud collided with the consciousness planet. Boom! A formless energy exploded through the heavens, and his consciousness planet cracked open. Luin retreated step by step, as he still could not stop Yuya's consciousness form. Yuya was just as shocked at this moment, as he had never thought that Luin would actually have a consciousness planet and could even transform it into a planet with his consciousness. How many methods did this person possess? It actually blocked his thought form for a short while. Even better, this is even better. I admire this person more and more. On the right, the boulder's foundation suddenly came crashing down. Yuya dodged the attack and glared at Xianxia furiously. He then charged towards Luin without a care in the world. As long as he touched Luin, Yuya's consciousness would enter his body, and this person would not be able to block it. However, Yuya did not expect the boulder's foundation to follow an eternal thought and block his path once again. He dodged several times, but the monolith foundation blocked him several times. An eternal thought could disregard time and climb cliffs. It was not something that Yuya could escape from. Yuya looked at Xianxia. Are you crazy? He's from the Tianyuan universe. Xianxia's expression darkened. You want to use him to become the god of defense. If you succeed, do you think I'll be able to survive? Yuya sternly shouted, from this moment onwards, you and I have nothing to do with each other. We are even. You think I'd believe you? I can do that. I swear. That's not important. Yuya was furious as he glared at Xianxia. How could this person be so determined to block him? The boulder's foundation could not block the Sikong mirror because its range was too wide. However, it could block Yuya's main body because that was his consciousness materialization. There were pros and cons to Yuya's consciousness materialization. Everything in the universe had a counter, and even eternal realm cultivators were restricted by karma chains. There was no such thing as absolute invincibility. Seeing Yuya blocked by Xianxia, Luin was relieved. Who didn't scheme against him? It was good to have schemes. Although it made him feel uneasy, they had all become his bodyguards. Since he was blocked. The karma spiral at Lu Yin's fingertip continued to revolve as he struck out with the karma wheel. Yuya felt the power of karma and hurriedly dodged. He was afraid of karma and did not know what would happen if he was hit. If he missed once, he would try again. If he missed twice, he would try countless times. Unless Yuya did not find trouble with him, Luin was sure that Xianxia would be lured over. With Xianxia blocking him, Yuya would be a target. If Luin could think of this, then so could Yuya. He did not want to keep trying, as the longer he delayed, the easier it would be for him to fail. Furthermore, the more Xianxia protected Luin, the more suspicious it was. He was sure that Xianxia had his own plans for Luin, otherwise, why would he protect him like this? His own son? The karma spiral continued to strike, and in Lu Yin's eyes, the boundless universe became the most dazzling scene in the universe. Above his head was his consciousness and a dark golden bead curtain, while around him were the boulder's foundation and clouds. There were also many karma spirals converging and shuttling back and forth. Any one of these powers could allow an ordinary cultivator to ascend to the heavens. No matter how Yuya dodged, he was still hit by the karma spiral once. The moment the karma spiral hit the clouds, his consciousness and karma collided, forming a tornado that went against the flow and tore through the universe. Luin stared blankly at this scene. It was different from when he had pierced through Yuya's body. This was a pure collision of thoughts and karma. This was a calculation of the future. When he had first comprehended the self-illumination technique, Lu Yin had already known that it could be used to calculate the future. Using the karma spiral to search for the karma that intersected with it was a way to calculate the future. However, Lu Yin had never been able to use it all this time. Instead, he kept seeing the past and saw the causes and effects of the collision of karma threads. He could see the past, but he had never been able to truly calculate the future. However, at this moment, Yuya's boundless consciousness had become the aid of karma to calculate the future. His consciousness was constantly being consumed, and the karma tornado continued to soar. Yuya was astonished. What was going on? Why was his consciousness suddenly being consumed so much? Only Lu Yin could see karma and calculate the future. He looked up at the sky, and gradually, he could see clearly. He retracted his gaze and looked at Yuya again. His eyes were filled with passion, and there was also the same greed that Yuya had looked at him before. No wonder Yuya was willing to pay any price to find him. Dan Hong's promise and replacing Mo Shang were all fake. The real reason was that with the consciousness as the carrier and the physical body as the container, he had achieved the absolute command of words. The absolute command of words was not unfamiliar to cultivators. Some powerful cultivators could rely on the sequence laws to achieve this, but they had to rely on their own strength. What Yuya wanted to achieve was the absolute command of words, which was a combination of consciousness and thoughts. He wanted to have the terrifying power to change everything in the universe and even the sequence laws. This was a power that only an eternal life realm cultivator could achieve. Yuya had cultivated for many years, and he had calculated that as long as he had the will of a living being, he would be able to use it. With his consciousness as the carrier, he could do it because his thoughts were too powerful. When a person's thoughts reached a certain level, they could truly change everything. With the fusion of consciousness and thoughts, even if he was not an eternal life realm cultivator, he would have the power to rival one, and he would not be restricted by the karma chains. This was Yuya's greatest goal. After seeing this, Lu Yin understood Yuya. If he were in Yuya's shoes, he would do whatever he could to try. If he succeeded, he could indeed become the master of 3 universes, and even the other 3 supremes would find it difficult to resist. Those 3 were restricted by the karma chains, but Yuya was not. Yuya could try because he was a consciousness body. Lu Yin could try as well. Yuya wanted to take over Lu Yin's body and control his consciousness. Lu Yin could also take over Yuya's consciousness body. If Yuya could try, then so could Lu Yin. Thus, at this moment, Lu Yin looked at Yuya with a greedy gaze that was exactly the same as Yuya's. This gaze could not be hidden, and Yuya was stunned. Why was this person looking at him like that? Xianxia saw it as well, and he looked at Lu Yin and then at Yuya. Their gazes were so similar. Lu Yin had not expected that a shortcut to the power level of an eternal life realm would suddenly appear. It had appeared so suddenly, but it was getting closer and closer to him, and he could not escape it even if he wanted to. As long as he could capture Yuya and fuse with his thoughts, he would be able to achieve the same level as an eternal life realm cultivator. This temptation was too great, so great that he wanted to act immediately. However, reason stopped him. Xianxia might have been helping him deal with Yuya, but once Yuya was at a disadvantage, Xianxia would turn around and deal with Lu Yin. This balance could not be broken. Furthermore, Lu Yin could not defeat Yuya. Yuya's thoughts were too strong. Once they fought, even if Lu Yin could escape, most of the people in the Boundless would be unlucky. Even the primogenitor might not be able to save them. Greed was a desire that could not be shaken off. Yuya could not shake it off, and neither could Lu Yin. However, the situation did not allow them to continue. Yuya looked deeply at Lu Yin and retreated. His gaze before he left told Lu Yin that he would not give up. This was exactly what Lu Yin wanted. Even if Yuya gave up on him, he would not give up on Yuya. Once Yuya left, Xianxia naturally retreated as well. He did not want to fight, but he had to maintain this balance. Only after the two left did the people in the Boundless let out a sigh of relief. Even though the Boundless was strong enough to suppress all the powerhouses in the consciousness and spiritualized universes except for Xianxia, the ones who had attacked just now were all powerhouses of that level. The experience of being controlled was too deep for them. The god of defense is indeed powerful. Even Xianxia almost could not stop him, the primogenitor sighed. Luin looked in the direction that Yuya had retreated. Senior, I see the path to immortality. The primogenitor was shocked. The path to immortality? Etian K? Luin shook his head. Consciousness? The primogenitor asked again. Luin shook his head again. Thoughts. The primogenitor frowned. You want to cultivate the power of thought? That's not good. Even if your path is wide enough to accommodate all kinds of power, but... Luin looked at the primogenitor. Consciousness is connected to thoughts. This is what Jiyu wants to achieve. If he can do it, so can I. The primogenitor's eyes widened. He wanted to say something, but then he thought of something else and fell into deep thought. Luin did not disturb him, and the others did not step forward either. The boundless quieted down. After a long time, the progenitor said solemnly, That's not right. Luin was puzzled. Not right? The primogenitor frowned. No, that's not right. In theory, once thought and consciousness are fused, they can indeed transform into a new thought. Perhaps this thought can become the power of law and change everything, but the premise is that there must be balance. A strong thought and weak consciousness is equivalent to a monster that can't be controlled. A strong consciousness and weak thought can control thoughts but can't control the use of thought power. It's also a monster. And the premise is that there is a carrier. The progenitor looked at Luin. Your body can be the carrier, but can it withstand the power of an eternal life realm? Luin said, Yuya wants to use my body as the carrier to fuse thought and consciousness. The progenitor shook his head. Your body can't be the carrier unless you reach the eternal life realm. Otherwise, no matter how strong your body is, you can't contain a terrifying thought that can change the state of things. If you can withstand it, it means that the thought has not reached the eternal life realm. If it reaches the eternal life realm, your body can't withstand it. This is a paradox. But why is Yu doing this? Because he wants to use your body to share the destructive power of the eternal life realm. The progenitor suddenly thought it through and said loudly. Luin stared at the progenitor. Share the burden? The progenitor's eyes lit up. Yes, share the burden. An eternal life realm's thought is something a mortal body can never withstand. Think about it, can you defeat a grass grandmaster with your physical strength? Or rather, get close to a grass grandmaster. Luin shook his head. Impossible. No matter how strong his body was, he would lose to a grass grandmaster with just a thought. It was the same for the ancient gods. He couldn't get close to a grass grandmaster. The primogenitor nodded. Since thoughts can reach the level of an immortal, then the strength of the physical body can do the same. Only the physical body can withstand thoughts of the same level. But you can't do it. This means that the thoughts will crush your body. Your body will be crushed, but it will disperse the destructive power of the thought fusion. Yuya either has a stronger body to bear the rest, or he doesn't need a body to bear the burden. Luin blurted out, That cloud? The primogenitor's expression was heavy. That cloud is the materialization of thoughts. Since thoughts can materialize, thoughts can do the same. He can totally use your body, including more powerful bodies to bear the destructive power of the thought process. He doesn't care if these bodies are crushed. In the end, even if he doesn't have a body, he can still materialize his thoughts and achieve the power of his words. This is something he can do, but you. At this point, the primogenitor's voice was filled with regret. Are you willing to give up your body? Lu Yin's body trembled. Of course he wasn't willing. Although this was a clear path to immortality, it was impossible for him to give up his body for it. The greed in his eyes disappeared in an instant, and Luin smiled bitterly. I thought there was an easy path to immortality, but I didn't expect it to be the hardest. The primogenitor sighed and patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Zhuzi, there have been many powerful cultivators since ancient times, all of them with extraordinary talent and intelligence, but none of them have been able to achieve immortality. If there was a shortcut, they would have done it long ago. Eternal life is the final destination. There are many paths, but each path is very difficult. Even if there is a shortcut, you will have to give up something. Luin was unwilling to give up. Could it be that we have no choice but to walk to the edge of the moon? I can't walk at all? Then I'll be Yuya's prey. Even if I kill Yuya, I won't get anything. The primogenitor smiled. That might not be the case. Lu Yin and the primogenitor looked at each other. Even though Lu Yin had caught up with the primogenitor's combat power and couldn't help Lu Yin much, the primogenitor had been cultivating for a long time. His knowledge of the universe far surpassed Lu Yin's, and he was like an honest elder teaching Lu Yin. Your consciousness planet isn't bad, the primogenitor said. Lu Yin reacted, yes, I can form another consciousness planet. Even if it can't carry the thoughts now, it doesn't mean it won't be able to in the future. He looked at the primogenitor. If there comes a day when I can use my physical strength to fight Master Xianxia, I'll be able to carry the thoughts of the immortal realm. Then, I'll be able to achieve the power of my words. The primogenitor nodded, yes, that's the path you should take. The transformation of physical strength is difficult, and you can't see the end, but you have to walk this path. When your physical strength transforms, it'll be time for your entire person to transform as well. When that time comes, you'll be able to fight against an immortal realm powerhouse. Even if your cultivation hasn't reached the immortal realm, with the help of karma, you won't be any weaker than an immortal realm powerhouse. The primogenitor became excited. Zhu Zi, work hard. You might become the first immortal realm powerhouse in the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin's blood boiled, but then he thought of Yuya. How could it be so easy? Yuya wasn't made of mud, and Yu Sang Tian and the Eternals were watching from the side. Behind them, there was still the ninth firmament universe. Right now, he needed to strengthen his consciousness. The stronger his consciousness, the more likely it was to resist the thoughts. The consciousness universe was the beginning of his transformation. He needed to raise his consciousness to the level where he could fight against Yu Sang Tian and Yuya. He still needed to absorb 2 more celestial phenomena. Then, his consciousness would be invincible. If he absorbed all the life forms in the consciousness universe, Lu Yin didn't know how strong his consciousness would be. Would he be able to fight against an immortal realm powerhouse? He didn't dare to think about it. That would take a long time. The consciousness universe was huge, and there were parallel universes as well. How could he absorb them all so easily? It was time to go into seclusion and roll his die. Only with 6 pips would he be able to find those life forms. Just as he was about to go into seclusion, he glanced over and saw a blanket wriggling in the desert of forgetfulness. Xianxia. He had almost forgotten about this person. He didn't understand how this person could ignore karma. He had searched many times, but to no avail. At this moment, he buried himself in the sand and shivered. Lu Yin was puzzled and looked at Xianxia. His figure disappeared and reappeared in front of the man. You're afraid? Xianxia heard Lu Yin's voice and carefully lifted a corner of the blanket. Greetings, Third Master. Lu Yin grunted and squatted down to look at the blanket. Xianxia wanted to cover himself with the blanket, but since Lu Yin was here, it would be impolite to do so. It would feel like he was chasing Lu Yin away. He didn't dare to do so, not only out of fear, but also out of respect. In the spiritualized universe, he had been bullied by many people because of his own condition. Even though his power level was the best among his peers, he still lived a terrible life. Those people looked at him like he was a monster, and he would encounter trouble wherever he went. Many seniors would casually lift his blanket to take a look, which made him feel terrified. However, ever since he had ascended to Limitless, no one had mocked him, and he had lived a happy life. Although Limitless was only so big, he was already satisfied here. No one bullied him, and no one was strong. He lifted his blanket and felt a sense of security. This third master was also very nice and had taken him in. This was a favor. Why are you afraid? Lu Yin was curious. Xianxia replied, I don't. No. I'm just afraid of sunlight. Lu Yin fell silent. Xianxia was apprehensive. Third master, this lowly one doesn't dare to hide it. I'm afraid of sunlight, but I don't know why. Lu Yin had asked him this question many times, but this was his only answer. He was also afraid that Lu Yin would be unhappy, but this was his answer. He could not find another answer, and he could not make it up. Especially after coming to the consciousness universe, I'm even more afraid. Lu Yin raised a brow. More afraid? Yes. More afraid than in the spiritualized universe? Yes. Why? Lu Yin fell silent. If Xianxia had been able to answer him, then he would not have asked so many times. Xianxia did not know how to answer. "I'm just afraid." Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of something and looked up. Xianxia could ignore karma, and the spiritualized universe had karma walls and a funnel formed by karma. Could they be related? If so, then Lu Yin's consciousness opened the 9 heavens, and he used heaven's first sword, slash. He pointed out, and the karma spirals collided. There was a boom, and Lu Yin looked up at the starry sky. He saw the karma walls. Sure enough, the consciousness universe had them as well. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. The consciousness universe had karma walls, just like the spiritualized universe. These karma walls should be the power of the Azure Lotus Guard. Xianxia was afraid of the karma walls. Could the one-leaf lotus reach the consciousness universe so quickly because of the karmic connection between the two universes? The distance between the two universes was so great, so could it be that they were connected by karma? Then how powerful was the Azure Lotus Guard? One-leaf lotus, heavenly palace. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he immediately headed to the realm of Earth. Not long after, he reached the realm of Earth. This place had already become an empty space, and even consciousness life forms did not dare to come here. He looked in a certain direction, where Miao Wu Huang had been hiding, but he did not know where he had gone. He instantly arrived outside the cottage, and he raised a hand to touch it. An invisible barrier blocked him, and no matter how much strength he used, he could not push it away. Yuya, Xianxia, and the others had probably already tried, but it was useless, so they had not tried again. Lu Yin used the heaven swords to collide with the karma walls and looked at the cottage with a smile. The invisible barrier was none other than the karma walls. The karma walls blocked the heavenly palace, preventing Lu Yin and the others from entering. Since it was a karma wall, it could not stop him. He could try to dig through the bricks. He tried to pry open a brick and succeeded. Then, he silently stuffed the karmic brick back in. He could enter the heavenly palace now, but what was the point? He could not climb the precipice, and it was worthless unless he could find a way to do so. Xianxia and the others could forget about entering, not in this lifetime. Lu Yin returned to Boundless and entered seclusion. Here, his consciousness grew the fastest. Boundless searched for consciousness life forms in the consciousness universe while Lu Yin rolled his die. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Lu Yin rolled 6 pips once, but he could not find the 13th celestial phenomenon. He had no choice but to merge with an astral phenomenon consciousness life form and find its location. Absorbing it was not bad. In the entire consciousness universe, there were not many astral-level consciousness life forms outside of the 13th celestial phenomenon, and astral-level life forms were similarly rare. Absorbing an astral-level consciousness life form was far more than what Wu Jiang had given him during this period of time. Continue. He rolled his die again and again, occasionally rolling 6 pips. Although he didn't roll many times, he was able to find a powerful consciousness life form each time. Lu Yin's consciousness continued to grow, giving him more confidence in dealing with Yuya. This time, he fused into Lan Huifeng's body, which made him excited. Lan Huifeng was one of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. He hadn't contributed much during the Battle of the Heavenly Palace, and he didn't have Old Leader's stunning battle techniques or Frost Blade's domineering aura. However, he had been very useful. His method of using consciousness was the most insidious. Infiltrating consciousness, exchanging consciousness, and replacing the body. This was Lan Huifeng's method. When he had fought Xianxia, he had successfully caused Xianxia's consciousness to pause for a moment. Although Lan Huifeng was one of Xianxia's people, everyone had seen this when he and Xianxia had worked together to pierce through the eternal body. However, he had indeed caused Xianxia to suffer a small loss during the Battle of the Heavenly Palace. Because of this insidious method of using consciousness, Lan Huifeng had slowly climbed up from a weak consciousness life form to become one of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators, causing the spiritualized universe to fear him. However, success and failure were both insidious and insidious. He had defeated powerful enemies time and time again, causing his confidence to soar. Once, when Xianxia had attacked the spiritualized universe, Lan Huifeng had tried to take over Xianxia's consciousness and control his body. However, he had underestimated Xianxia and was defeated by him. It was also because of Lan Huifeng that Xianxia knew the whereabouts of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators like the back of his hand, as well as some of the traps in the consciousness universe. The path that Wu Jiang had taken had been deliberately arranged by Xianxia. His goal had been to show the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators how terrifying Wu Jiang was and force them to act against him. Xianxia knew Lu Yin's personality well. He wouldn't allow the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators to escape. Once Lu Yin acted, the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators would definitely be drawn out of the heavenly palace. That would be the best time for Xianxia to enter the heavenly palace. However, Xianxia hadn't expected to use Wu Jiang as bait to infiltrate the palace. Lu Yin had followed him in, attracting Frostblade's attention, which had led to the Battle of Heavenly Palace. If everything went smoothly, according to Xianxia's plan, no one would know that he had entered the heavenly palace. He could try to approach the palace, and if he succeeded, he would obtain everything there. He foresaw many things. For example, Wu Jiang would purposely delay the time needed to reach the Earth realm. For example, Lu Yin would kill 13 celestial phenomenon beasts and lure the other 13 out. For example, he had successfully entered the heavenly imperial court. But man proposes, God disposes. He could not have predicted that Lu Yin would fuse 6 pips into Gue Xiaoqing's body and know about the realm of Earth. He also could not have predicted that Lu Yin would have the same understanding of the heavenly imperial court. He could not have predicted that Lu Yin would have the same thoughts as him and not care about the final battle at the realm of Earth. Instead, he had secretly entered the heavenly imperial court. Smart people are always alike. Everything that Xianxia had done had allowed the top powerhouses in the universe of consciousness to maintain a balance. What puzzled Lu Yin the most was why eternity would care about Tian Quebec. Could it be that he was like Xianxia? Did he know the secret of Tian K in the 9 Clouds universe? However, this was no longer important. Now that the situation had been decided, with so many top-notch experts from the universe of consciousness, no one could break the balance. Lan Huifeng's memories were vast, and there wasn't much that Lu Yin needed to know. His consciousness returned to his body and immediately headed in the direction of Lan Huifeng. Once it arrived, the edge of recovery disappeared. Lu Yin was helpless, he had indeed run away. Eternity had exposed Lu Yin's ability to merge with other life forms, which caused everyone to be on guard against him. Consciousness life forms responded by constantly changing their positions and never staying in one place for too long. Lan Huifeng had done the same. He himself wasn't aware that Lu Yin would merge with him, but when Lu Yin's consciousness left his body, he had immediately left without a trace. Xianxia didn't stay with Lan Huifeng either, as he was guarding against Lu Yin using Lan Huifeng to track him down. Now, everyone was on guard against Lu Yin. This made Lu Yin feel helpless. Above his head, a dark golden stream floated by. It was Yuya's consciousness. Yuya's consciousness extended into the universe of consciousness, which meant that he could monitor the entire universe of consciousness. Lu Yin saw this and frowned. It wasn't good to be constantly watched by Yuya. He wanted to disperse the consciousness, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Although Yuya's consciousness could allow him to understand the universe of consciousness, it also consumed his consciousness. After a long time, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Lu Yin took a step forward and disappeared, returning to the boundless universe to continue rolling his die. Half a year passed by quickly. During this time, the universe of consciousness was very quiet, and no one made a move. Yuya could find traces of the boundless universe, but he also didn't make a move. He was very clear that if he did, Lu Yin would attract Xianxia, which would lead to a stalemate. He was definitely looking for a way to break the stalemate. Xianxia and Eternity were also looking for ways to break the stalemate. Lu Yin had been constantly traveling for half a year, and the boundless universe had captured many consciousness life forms for him to absorb. During this time, he had absorbed another cosmic realm consciousness life form. Lu Yin no longer cared about the chaos of consciousness, he needed consciousness, a boundless consciousness. With his current level of consciousness, he wasn't far from reaching the peak of bitter calamity. There was still a Shiwen in the general appointing platform, but he couldn't absorb it until he obtained the Zhongsong sword. The die slowly came to a stop at 6 pips. Luin calmly looked into the dark space, and a ball of light came into view in the distance. The brightness was that of a cosmic realm consciousness life form. Luin impatiently rushed over and merged with it. When he opened his eyes, he saw that it was Gui Xiaoqing. Luin withdrew his consciousness without hesitation and walked out of the boundless universe towards Gui Xiaoqing. There was no room for hesitation, or Gui Xiaoqing would run away. As they approached the palace, Gui Xiaoqing's memory string snapped, and he almost became an idiot. After leaving Tian, Luin had fused into Gui Xiaoqing's body to ambush Shi Wen and capture him. Gui Xiaoqing had been taken away by Lao Shou and the others, but he had now recovered. Far away, Gui Xiaoqing looked into the sky. It was time to leave, he couldn't stay in one place for too long. Suddenly, he sensed danger, and his expression changed as he tore through the void to escape. He stepped into the void, and a ray of light shuttled around him, reversing for a second. Gui Xiaoqing watched as the void closed, and Luin appeared above his head. Gui Xiaoqing slowly looked up, his face pale. Luin looked down at him. "We meet again, Gui Xiaoqing." Gui Xiaoqing stared at Luin and clenched his fists. "You merged with my body?" Luin slowly descended, but Gui Xiaoqing didn't move. Luin had been able to stop him before, but now, there was no way for him to escape. "You did well, but you couldn't stop me." Gui Xiaoqing was bitter. "Where's Shi Wen?" Luin lifted his foot and walked towards Gui Xiaoqing. Gui Xiaoqing walked over, but didn't answer. Gui Xiaoqing looked at Luin. "I can rely on you, and help you do things." Luin shook his head. "You have no value." Gui Xiaoqing's eyes widened. "I'm a 13th celestial phenomenon, a cosmic realm consciousness life form, and you say I have no value?" Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he suddenly attacked, his consciousness pressing down on Gui Xiaoqing. Gui Xiaoqing knew he wasn't Lu Yin's opponent, but he still attacked subconsciously. He couldn't let Luin grab him, so he attacked with his consciousness. When the light wave hit the lifeform's consciousness, it would cause a moment of emptiness, and the weaker consciousness would be annihilated. Even if it was blocked, the collision of the two consciousnesses would cause the void to shatter, and devour flesh and blood. Azure martial god, this was Gui Xiaoqing's method of using consciousness. But against Luin, it was useless. Luin knew him too well, and he knew how Gui Xiaoqing would attack. Gui Xiaoqing fell into despair. How could this be possible? He couldn't resist at all. Luin didn't care about Gui Xiaoqing, but he cared about the dark golden energy. "Yuya. Just watch." Thinking of this, he grabbed Gui Xiaoqing and left. Just as Luin left, the dark golden energy coiled, connecting heaven and earth, and Yuya appeared. "Too late, let him be. The stronger the consciousness, the more useful it is to me. I didn't expect there to be such a person in the universe, able to absorb the consciousness of consciousness life forms. Perfect. Consciousness, karma, physical strength, everything will belong to me." With that, Yuya disappeared. On the other side, Luin brought Gui Xiaoqing back to Boundless to absorb him. Gui Xiaoqing only knew before his death why he was worthless. To Luin, his greatest value was being absorbed. Consciousness life forms wanted to live, so Gui Xiaoqing lost his dignity. Even so, he couldn't escape death. After absorbing Gui Xiaoqing's consciousness, Lu Yin's consciousness increased once more, and he looked up at the sky. Behind him, 9 heavens chains soared into the sky, turning into a violent wind that swept out, overturning the dark golden energy. With Boundless as the center, it continued to spread, pushing away his consciousness. Yuya was furious. His consciousness was completely overturned, and he couldn't track Boundless, nor could he cover the universe of consciousness. Lu Yin's consciousness was boundless, much stronger than it had been in the previous battle, to the point where it could almost rival Yuya's consciousness. Yuya was both apprehensive and expectant. "It won't be long. Just wait, just wait." Far away, Xianxia looked up, watching the collision between consciousness and consciousness. His eyes were filled with the same apprehension as Yuya. Lu Yin's improvement was too fast, so fast that Xianxia couldn't react in time. No, this couldn't continue. Even if his plan succeeded, he wouldn't be able to control this person. With that in mind, he walked out. On the other side, the Eternals opened their eyes and looked at the sky as well. With such a boundless consciousness, some people would probably be unable to sit still. They should also be able to understand how the Eternals felt about Luin back in the Heaven Origin universe. Even the slightest negligence could cause this person to do something shocking, and by the time they reacted, it would already be too late. Yuya was unable to control Xianxia, so he just had to wait and see what Xianxia would do. Old Chief, Frost Blade, Lan Huifeng, and the rest of the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses scattered throughout the universe of consciousness had ugly expressions. As consciousness life forms, they couldn't compare to a human in terms of consciousness. This wasn't just a matter of humiliation, but also confusion and confusion. How could this person's consciousness increase so quickly? They had their own guesses, and even though they were fantastical, they were becoming more and more likely to be true. Could this person devour consciousness life forms to increase his own? Old Head and the rest could not understand how such a person could exist. If that was the case, then this person was much more of a threat than Xianxia. Louis no longer needed to hide anything. After the eternity had revealed that he could merge with living beings, there was no point in hiding. There was also no need to hide the fact that he could absorb consciousness. Currently, the consciousness universe could not threaten him. Consciousness life forms were hiding everywhere to avoid him. It was better to use his consciousness to push away thoughts and avoid Yuya's pursuit. There were 7 dark red mountains that stretched across the plains. They were arranged in a circle. They looked like mountains, but they were not tall. Any cultivator could easily climb over them. Even an ordinary person could spend a few days climbing over them. In the world of cultivation, they should not be called mountains. They should be small mounds, or hills. This was the Death Hill. No cultivator dared to approach the seemingly small hill. To everyone in the universe, this was a land of death. The Death Hill had 3 mountains and 7 peaks. On this day, a young man walked out from one of the peaks. His gaze was calm, and his face could not be seen clearly. Every step he took seemed to be on the peak, but also seemed to be outside it. Chow Yi. The young man bowed slowly. Master. You have not fought since you became the master of the 6th peak. Now. I have a mission for you. Yes. Go to the consciousness universe and eliminate Jiu Qi Yuan. Chow Yi looked up at the empty sky. Jiu Qi Yuan went to the consciousness universe? This is a violation of the rules. Jiu Qi Yuan was bewitched by Yuya and staked everything. They interfered in the affairs of the 3 universes. This is intolerable. Kill them without mercy. Chow Yi said calmly, since they staked everything, it means that Yuya is confident in completing his transformation. If he transforms, what should we do to protect Jiu Qi Yuan? Do your best. Kill them without mercy. Yes. Chow Yi bowed and turned to leave. His calm gaze rippled. Just as he left the Death Hill, a woman walked towards him. She was wearing a thin veil and her beautiful face was enough to make a mortal suffocate. Her limpid eyes fell on Chow Yi and she smiled faintly. Congratulations, 6th Peak Master, you finally have the chance to take your revenge. Chow Yi glanced at the woman and did not reply. The woman looked back at Chow Yi's back. You are really lucky. Hearing those words, Chow Yi stopped. Without turning his head, he said indifferently, as long as you're alive, you'll still have a chance. With that, he disappeared. The woman stared blankly in the direction where Chow Yi had disappeared. Is there really a chance? I'm different from you. Within the consciousness universe, above Limitless, Lu Yin dispersed Yuya's thoughts and felt his boundless consciousness. He wanted to continue increasing it, but he had to slow down first. If he increased it too much all of a sudden, he could easily lose control. He rolled the dice, and his luck was pretty good. He rolled 4 pips and rested for a year in the time-stop space. When he came out, he released Shiwen from the general appointment stage. Shiwen did not feel despair in the general appointment platform. Consciousness beings did not care about the general appointment platform, unlike other creatures. After coming out, Shiwen looked around and saw that they were on the boundless continent. His heart sank. No one will be able to save you, Lu Yin said softly. Shiwen looked at Lu Yin, what are you trying to do? Shouldn't the Tianyuan universe join hands with our universe? Lu Yin didn't care, you guys aren't that valuable. Shiwen frowned and said in a pleasant voice, you caught me for the Zhongsong sword. Lu nodded. Give me the Xianxia sword, and I'll let you go. Why should I believe you? Xiwen did not refuse. Compared to her own life, the Xianxia sword was not that important. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he looked her in the eye. What makes you so confident that you don't believe me? Xiwen fell silent. She had been hiding her strength among the 13 celestial phenomena, and even the old chief did not know that she had the Xianxia sword. However, this concealment was laughable in front of Lu Yin. Even if she had hidden a consciousness comparable to the old chief's, it would still be a gift. You humans are very trustworthy, and I hope that you are as well, Xiwen said in a low voice filled with anticipation and apprehension. Cultivating the Xianxia sword was not easy. At first, Xiwen had thought that it would be easy to teach it to Lu Yin, and Lu Yin had also thought that it would be easy for him to learn it. However, he realized that this was not the case. Swordsmanship was divided into sword techniques and sword intent. Lu Yin had come into contact with many swordsmanship and believed that he could learn any technique quickly, especially since he already knew the Xianxia sword. However, it was still difficult for him to learn the Xianxia sword. The Xianxia sword's sword intent could not be imparted, it could only be understood. Lu Yin could only let Xiwen display the Xianxia sword and have her search for the sword intent. This process would take a long time. In fact, the simplest method would be to integrate enhance into Xiwen's body, but Lu Yin could not guarantee that it would work. Since there was a way to learn it, he might as well let it be. Lu Yin had studied the Xianxia sword for no less than 2 months, and after seeing Xiwen display it countless times, he had finally comprehended it. Xiwen had not expected that imparting this technique would be so troublesome. Can you let me go now? Xiwen stared at Lu Yin. Her fate would be decided at this moment. Lu Yin slowly said, find the old chief, and I'll give you a chance to join Boundless. Xiwen frowned, not understanding the meaning behind Lu Yin's words. Lu Yin smiled. Of the 13 celestial phenomena in the consciousness universe, only the old chief, Frostblade, Lan Huifeng, Yu, and the spiritualized Night Dream and the hidden Buwen are the only ones who can move freely. It's a fool's dream to fight against the spiritualized universe. Lan Huifeng is still from Yusang Heaven. What can the remaining 4 do? Xiwen was shocked. Lan Huifeng is from Yusang Heaven? Lu Yin said, ask the old chief and the others yourself. Make a decision quickly, there aren't many spots in Boundless. He then waved a hand. Xiwen sighed and quickly left Boundless. Looking back, Boundless was a colossus that rested in the starry sky with many arcs behind it. It belonged to the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin's words made her feel complicated. Was Lan Huifeng from Yusang Heaven? He would not lie, so what could the remaining 13 celestial phenomena do? She had to consider her own life. Atop Boundless, the ancestor walked over, Master Lu. Lu Yin looked at her. She bowed respectfully, I helped the humans of the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin found it funny, are you asking for credit? Her face paled, I just want to live. During this period of time, she had watched Lu Yin absorb the consciousnesses of others. She was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and that feeling was indescribable. Ever since she knew that Lu Yin could absorb the consciousnesses of consciousness life forms, she knew that she was only a step away from death. She did not want to die. Even though she had done a lot for the consciousness universe, she still did not want to die. Old Chief, do I know you? She shook her head, no. Lu Yin looked at her, the representative of the Tianyuan universe. The universe of consciousness is requesting help from the Tianyuan universe. As one of the half-masters of the universe of consciousness, how can you not know who you are? She said, I just want to live. Living in the Tianyuan universe is good, but you are not just that. Lu Yin had long found it strange. When she left the consciousness universe, she was only at the astral level. She had only broken through to the primordial realm in the Tianyuan universe's mirage domain, becoming an astral-level consciousness life form. How could a mere astral-level consciousness life form represent the union of the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe? Even if they could form an alliance, how could the old chief and the others not know? If the ancestor was one of the 13 celestial phenomena, it could be explained. If the old chief and the others had asked her to seek help from the Tianyuan universe, it could also be explained. However, she could not explain these 2 points. This was very strange. Lu Yin had originally wanted to find the ancestor after releasing Shi Wen. Wu Wei had seen the ancestor in his memories, and the reason why he had an impression of her was because she had told him that she wanted to go to the Tianyuan universe to form an alliance. At that time, Wu Wei did not think that she could do it, as she was just a astral-level consciousness life form. She was too weak for Wu Wei, but he had not expected to see her in the intent realm. He had been very surprised and confirmed that the Tianyuan universe had formed an alliance with the consciousness universe because of her. The ancestor believed that Wu Wei would betray the consciousness universe because when she said that she wanted to form an alliance with the Tianyuan universe, Wu Wei had said that as long as he was alive, it did not matter where he lived. This made her very certain that Wu Wei would betray her. From a human's point of view, Wu Wei's character could not be compared to the ancestors. For the consciousness universe, she was willing to risk her life and enter the spiritualized universe, and then the Tianyuan universe. She was extremely loyal. And Wu Wei was a traitor. But from a consciousness lifeform's point of view, it was completely different. As long as a consciousness lifeform was alive, their essence was to live. Since that was the case, how could the ancestor break free from this essence and obtain the word loyalty? This word was the most worthless in the consciousness universe. Lu Yin had just released Shi Wen and said that he would give him a chance. Shi Wen had been tempted, and this was Lu Yin's test. If Shi Wen, a celestial phenomenon cultivator, was tempted, why would the ancestor not be? Gui Shaoqing, Huamani, and Wu Wei had all been willing to join him, so the ancestor should not be an exception. Wasn't it good to live in the Tianyuan universe? She had clearly faked her death in Immemorial City, but she had taken the initiative to come out and represent the consciousness universe in forming an alliance with the Tianyuan universe. This action was illogical. The more Lu Yin understood the consciousness universe, the more he felt that the ancestor's actions were wrong. Even if the ancestor had not looked for him, he would have looked for her. Your loyalty to the consciousness universe is very strange, Lu Yin said in a low voice. The ancestor was confused, and even she felt that Lu Yin's words were strange. Why had she risked her life to form an alliance with the Tianyuan universe? She could have lived, but she had still exposed herself. Her cultivation was not high, but she had done things that did not match her cultivation? All of this seemed very strange. Lu Yin suddenly moved and pressed down on the ancestor's shoulder. The ancestor was shocked. Master Lu. Lu Yin's gaze was deep as karma spiraled around his fingertips and directly pierced through the ancestor. The karma spiraled and moved against the current, climbing towards the starry sky. This was the self-illuminating technique. This was not an ordinary karma penetration that allowed one to look into the past, but rather an effect that allowed one to pry into the cause. When he had first comprehended the self-illuminating technique, Lu Yin had felt that someone was watching him. That feeling was the effect, and he had used the effect to search for the cause. He had seen the blood-red sword, but in that instant, the sword had severed his karma and severed the connection. Now, Lu Yin wanted to see what kind of cause the ancestor's appearance here would lead to. The karma spiral was like a stairway to heaven, constantly climbing upwards. She didn't dare to resist. She stood where she was, unable to move. Suddenly, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at the ancient ancestor. The word slave appeared on his forehead. It was this word again. Why didn't he think that the ancestor of the past was also being controlled? Karma and the guardians of the four directions were all controlled by this word. He originally thought that it had nothing to do with ancestor of the past, but he never expected that this word would appear on ancestor of the past's forehead. No, this word definitely had nothing to do with Grandmaster Greengrass. Otherwise, why would Grandmaster Greengrass ask the ancient ancestor for help from the Tianyuan universe? The logic was wrong again. When Tianxi said that this word came from Master Greengrass, he felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, the karmic spiral snapped, and Lu Yin took several steps back. In front of him, another word appeared above the ancestor's head, Tian. The word descended. Wu Jiang trembled, drawing everyone's attention. Before Lu Yin's eyes, the ancient ancestor had completely disappeared. Nothing was left behind, including his consciousness. Lu Yin stared at the scene in a daze. His ancestor had died. What's the matter? The progenitors and Chui asked. Lu Yin's heart sank. Who was the person behind that word? How many tricks did he leave behind? the ancestor of the ancient era had always been in boundless border. Did that mean that he had always been monitored? All of his actions were under the eyes of that person. That person was not a grass master, definitely not. This abnormal logic had led to the Xi ancestor being a chess piece. Luin looked around the boundless expanse. Could there be other chess pieces here? Targeting him? This wasn't the case in the past, and the ancient ancestor's abnormal behavior wasn't something new. However, as Luin rose to power, these pawns seemed to have surrounded him, and he found it hard to breathe. In his opinion, the person behind this was even more terrifying than the three supreme imperial gods of the Nine Clouds universe. Wait a minute, could it be one of the three supreme deities? Zhuzi, what happened? Primogenitor asked. Luin sighed, it's that word again. The primogenitor was shocked. Slave? Luin nodded. Who? Ancestor. The primogenitor's expression turned ugly. We must find the person behind this. Master, we won't be able to deal with it even if we find it, Chui said bitterly. The primogenitor sighed. It must be the eternal realm. Eternal life realm, these three words pressed down on everyone's hearts. At this moment, without reaching the eternal life realm, one could no longer see the universe clearly. Luin was even more eager to reach the immortal realm, even if it meant reaching the immortal realm in terms of combat strength. The primogenitor had been weakened, Mr. Mu had been restricted, the Grim Reaper had vanished, and fate was hidden. Many peerless geniuses had been born in the Tianyuan universe, but they had all lost their futures because of this mastermind. This person was the Tianyuan universe's greatest enemy. Luin looked at the empty ground in front of him. The Xi ancestor was also dead, and her gaze had left a deep impression on him. She probably didn't even know why she had done those things. Even the guardians of the four directions knew that they were being controlled. Karma. The ancestors of the past didn't even know that they were being controlled. This was the most terrifying thing. What made him even more uneasy was that the person behind the scenes had never stopped him despite knowing everything about him. This meant that the person had complete confidence in controlling him. When can I reach the eternal life realm? Luin rolled his die. Unknowingly, danger had crept up on him. He thought that he didn't fear Xianxia, and that he could maintain a balance with Yuya, Yu Heng, and the other top experts. It was already amazing that he had a chance to break the balance, but he didn't know that the true danger was always hidden behind. If it wasn't for the illogical actions of his ancestor, he would be under surveillance right now. At 6 o'clock, his luck was pretty good. Lu Yin's consciousness appeared in a dark space, shuttling back and forth in search of the brightest ball of light. Not long after, he left Boundless and found an astral form level consciousness life form to absorb. Then he continued. Another month quickly passed, and on this day, Luin caught another astral form level consciousness life form to absorb. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. In the distance, a pair of eyes opened, a hand raised, and a finger pointed out. A resplendent brilliance that seemed to exist in the universe for eternity split the darkness in two. One end came out from the person, while the other pierced through Lu Yin's body. An eternal thought pierced through Lu Yin's body, piercing through Boundless, and piercing through Primal Origin, Su Wang, and Bianji in the same direction. It pierced through 4 people in a row, exiting from behind Boundless and destroying the void. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. Luin stared at an eternal thought, and a stream of light shuttled back and forth around his body. 1 second later, an eternal thought vanished, and he flung the astral form level consciousness life form away. In the next moment, an eternal thought reappeared and pierced through the life form, its light traversing Boundless and disappearing into the distance. All of this happened in a single second. Primal Origin, Su Wang, and Bianji didn't even have time to react before their bodies recovered. They didn't even understand what had happened. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. Xianxia had schemed against him. Xianxia had a method that could ignore time and space to unleash an eternal thought, but it seemed to require certain conditions. Back then, Xianxia had used the Earth realm to pierce through eternal thought's body because of the astral form level consciousness life form. Point guard here, this consciousness life form definitely wasn't cooperating with Xianxia, as it had been pierced through as well. Xianxia didn't need anyone else to cooperate with him, as he had his own methods to do so. It was equivalent to placing coordinates in someone else's body. This reminded him of Mu Yi, who had also been mysteriously transferred by Xianxia to block an Eternal Thought's attack. Mu Yi and Mu Yi were the same, they were both coordinates. Just how many coordinates had he placed? Fortunately, Lu Yin had reacted quickly and reversed time, changing the direction of an Eternal Thought's attack. Otherwise, not only would he have been heavily injured, but many of the people on Boundless would have been killed as well. Xianxia felt a sense of danger. He wasn't doing this to kill Lu Yin, he knew that this method wouldn't be able to kill him. He was preventing Lu Yin from absorbing consciousnesses without restraint and increasing his strength. With this lesson in mind, Lu Yin no longer dared to casually absorb consciousnesses. No one could say for sure just how many consciousnesses Xianxia had placed similar methods in. An Eternal Thought could instantly kill a primordial realm powerhouse. On Boundless, aside from Lu Yin, the primogenitor, and a few other powerhouses who had survived bitter adversity, everyone else would die upon contact. Even Lu Yin himself would be heavily injured, just like Eternal Thought. Far away from Lu Yin, on Boundless, Xianxia felt a lingering fear. That instant had brought him the coldness of death, and he had almost been killed. Was this Xianxia's power? How had he managed to do it? Thinking back to that instant of brilliance, Xianxia hurriedly changed directions. He was too unlucky, as that line had pierced through Lu Yin and him as well. He had to be careful in the future and avoid being in the same line as Lu Yin. Su Wang curled up. An Eternal Thought had almost destroyed him, leaving him with a shadow in his heart. The Strength Beast gave him a thumbs up, but Su Wang wasn't in the mood to reply. Bianji, on the other hand, didn't feel anything. With his level of strength, an Eternal Thought wouldn't cause him any pain at all. He had thought that it was an illusion. The primogenitor and the others asked Lu Yin, and Lu Yin did not hide anything. This made everyone's hearts sink. They had underestimated Xianxia, who was definitely not weak. He had always allowed Lu Yin to do as he pleased, but now that he felt that he could no longer control Lu Yin, he began to restrain Lu Yin. And Xianxia truly did have methods to restrain him. Lu Yin's so-called initiative had always been given to him by others. Ever since he had left the Tianyuan universe, he had never truly taken the initiative. As long as Xianxia was willing, he could do whatever he wanted. The Ancestors' Matter also made Lu Yin realize that he had never taken the initiative in the Tianyuan universe either. The mastermind behind the scenes was the true chess player. Everyone could tell that Lu Yin was in a bad mood, so they all dispersed without disturbing him. Lu Yin sat at the edge of Boundless and gazed at the dark sky. How interesting. He had done so much, but in the end, was it all for someone else? He thought that he was a chess player, but he was actually playing a larger game. As long as someone else was willing, they could stop him from doing anything. How laughable. Lu Yin was lost in thought as he looked at the dark sky. Chess players, chess pieces, chessboard, and the starry sky. Everyone was born to be chess pieces, and all of them wanted to control others from behind the scenes. What right did they have? Did they really think that they could control him? Did they really see through him? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Everyone thought that Lu Yin was in a bad mood. The Ancestors' Matter, Xianxia's restraint, the Eternity's pressure, and Yuya's greed were like a pack of wolves. However, Lu Yin did not want others to see this. Although he and the Eternity were mortal enemies and would not rest until one of them was dead, it did not stop him from admiring the Eternity's patience and scheming. The extremely brilliant above the heavens had ultimately been destroyed by the scarlet vertical eye in the darkness. All these important figures, eternal realms, and self-proclaimed chess players, why would they pay attention to a fish that everyone seemed to be targeting? In the distance, Lu Yin seemed to see a cauldron slowly circling. Master, do you think so too? Let's show them what the two of us can do. At the border of the consciousness universe, there were originally many spiritualized powerhouses guarding it, waiting for the day when the consciousness universe would be completely destroyed. Especially when the 7 battleships arrived and Xianxia personally led the expedition, they felt that this day would come very soon. But then, unexpected things happened one after another. The meteorite broke through the door, and Miao Wu Huang rushed out and then returned. The powerhouses who had crossed the bitter disaster died, and the clash of thoughts and consciousnesses made them feel that the consciousness universe had suddenly changed. It was as if too many powerhouses had suddenly appeared. Of the original 3 powerhouses who had crossed the bitter disaster and 5 spiritual primes, quite a few had died. The remaining people realized that the border was not safe either. The huge hole in the door made them feel apprehensive. On this day, they saw a green lotus floating over from afar and gradually approaching. The spiritualized cultivators guarding the door were dumbfounded. What was going on? Even the 2 powerhouses who had crossed the bitter disaster were stunned. Green lotus? Where did this green lotus come from? There were still many people on the green lotus, and they arrived outside the door in an instant. The leader was an old man with a kind expression, but his eyes were fierce. The auras of the group behind him soared into the sky, shocking the spiritualized cultivators guarding the door. They looked at the old man with extremely ugly expressions. This aura that made them tremble was something they had only felt from Xianxia. This was the aura of someone who had crossed the bitter disaster to perfection. In the consciousness universe, Yu turned to look in the direction of the border. He no longer had a body, but his mind had transformed into a middle-aged man. His lips curled up. Finally? Then, let the hunt begin. At the same time, far away and limitless, Lu Yin and Progenitor both felt a sense of danger. Lu Yin, in particular, felt as if something was reminding him of something, and he felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly found Progenitor and asked him to take Limitless to a parallel universe. I also feel the danger, but I can't describe it. You should hide as well, Progenitor advised. Lu Yin shook his head. I need to know where the danger is coming from. I can't hide forever. Logically speaking, it should be Yuya, Progenitor said. Lu Yin thought so as well. Only Yuya was keeping an eye on him, trying to seize his body and consciousness. The 4 ships from the spiritualized universe were Lu Yin's bargaining chip, but they couldn't threaten Yuya. According to Xianxia, Yuya was no longer the lesser god of defense. He had repeatedly violated the rules, and now, he was staking it all on one throw. He wouldn't care about any threats. Senior, Limitless must leave. The danger is getting stronger. Lu Yin's expression suddenly changed. Progenitor didn't hesitate and told Chui to take Limitless and the other ships to a parallel universe. He wanted to stay behind. Zhuzi, don't forget that you haven't surpassed me yet, Progenitor said. Lu Yin didn't refuse. The situation was different, and this sense of danger was even stronger than when Tian Ke fought Xianxia and Eternal. It was so strong that it felt like someone was ringing an alarm bell. Lu Yin rarely felt this way, but when he did, it was a life-or-death crisis. I have a ghost catalog. It was hard to imagine that there was someone in the universe who could threaten Lu Yin's life other than an Eternal Realm powerhouse. Not only was his consciousness strong enough to rival a complete bitter adversary, but he also had various methods. Reversing light could save him many times in a second, but he still felt such a sense of danger. What had happened to Yuya? Less than half a day after Limitless left with the other 4 ships, a dark golden current floated over. Found him. Yuya's gaze was fierce as he stepped out and headed in Lu Yin's direction. Behind him was the person from the one-leaf green lotus. In the distance, Lu Yin stood tall in outer space as his consciousness whizzed out and spread across the entire universe. He wanted to lure Xianxia over. He did not believe that Xianxia would be in any danger if he, the Progenitor, and Xianxia were all in danger. Unless Yuya had brought a few powerhouses who had reached the peak of coup adversity. Up ahead, the starry sky distorted as Yuya walked out. Beside him, an old man appeared with 4 others. These people were all experts who had crossed the bitter calamity boundary. Lu Yin's expression changed. Why were there so many powerhouses who had crossed the bitter adversity? How many were there in the Tianyuan universe? Even if there were many powerhouses from the spiritualized universe who had crossed bitter adversity, it would be difficult to gather so many at once. Crossing bitter adversity wasn't a cabbage. However, he immediately understood. It was because of spiritual cultivation. The biggest feature of the 9 Clouds universe was that the spirit seeds could be used to cultivate, which was equivalent to having a second life. The second was the spirit inheritance. A powerful cultivator could leave a spirit seed out of his body before he died and leave it for his descendants. Any cultivator who placed a spirit seed in their body would be able to obtain the combat power of the corresponding level of the spirit seed. However, the disadvantage was that they would never be able to break through again. In the continent of the Nine Clouds, every influential group had a cultivation soul. It meant that no matter which era the continent of the Nine Clouds was in, that era had an absolute history. This was the most terrifying aspect of the continent of the Nine Clouds. It would be an exaggeration to say that the number of powerhouses that a single power in the continent of the Nine Clouds universe could bring would surpass the Tianyuan universe and approach the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe. Yuya was the god of defense, so it was impossible for him not to control some sort of power. So that was how it was. He had been waiting for this group of people. That old man, in particular, gave Luin a sense of danger. He was definitely at the level of Xianxia. Although he might not have reached the peak of the bitter calamity boundary, he was close and close to Luin. For the first time in his life, Luin faced the terrifying power of the continent of the Nine Clouds cultivation culture. Grab! The sea-cone mirror covered the sky and suddenly fell like a meteor towards Luin. Yuya transformed into a cloud and charged towards Luin. Beside him, the old man stared at the progenitor and took a step forward. The progenitor solemnly used the transformation of the nine heavens as well. Two enormous auras collided, shaking the stars. Lu Yin's starry sky was released from his heart, and his consciousness planet collided with the cloud. Before, he had been suppressed, but now, he would not be. Thoughts and consciousness clashed, forming a storm that could be seen with the naked eye but was difficult to resist. It swept out in all directions, and even the bitter calamity boundary powerhouses who had accompanied Yuya were pushed back. They all looked at Luin in shock. There was no lack of extremely powerful youths in the Nine Clouds universe, but most of them had inherited cultivation spirits. Luin, on the other hand, was truly powerful. This was the second battle between thoughts and consciousness. Last time, Xianxia had helped Luin attack Yuya. This time, it was Yuya who had brought people to attack Luin. Around him, the four crossing bitter disaster cultivators attacked at the same time. Their movements were exactly the same. As they attacked, a ruler appeared in front of each of them. It was engraved with the number 9. The ruler rotated, rotating the surrounding void and the stars. 9 feet, heaven-defying technique, the four shouted at the same time and charged towards Luin. Luin used his consciousness planet to resist Yuya, and the four bitter calamity boundary powerhouses rushed towards him. He struck out with 4 palms, and the four were pushed back by an unshakable force. They looked at each other in shock as they stared at the ruler. There was a line on the ruler that almost reached the top. Extreme power. Monster. I can't take it anymore. Fight. The four attacked again, and the line on the ruler suddenly returned to its original position. They attacked at the same time, using the changes in the 9 heavens to attack with a power that even Luin feared. 4 powers that could rival a peerless emperor. Lu Yin's train of thought suddenly stopped. The attacks of the 4 cuckoo adepts had struck his body with terrifying force, causing his skin to crack and bleed. If not for Lu Yin's powerful body, the 4 attacks would have been enough to shatter him to pieces. He shuttled back and forth for a second. Lu Yin's feet moved in reverse to parallel time, but his thoughts suddenly stopped again. His consciousness planet was resisting Yuya's main body, but it couldn't completely suppress Yuya's thoughts. Yuya couldn't control him for long, but he could still do it for a second. Even Xianxia couldn't avoid it. Lu Yin's attack was interrupted, and he casually waved his hand. Kanyang. Intent battle technique. Kanyang, burn your martial arts. The 4 bitter calamity boundary powerhouses coughed up blood and continued to charge at Luin. Something wasn't right. Luin stared at the 4 and the rulers on their bodies, recalling what had just happened. These 4 didn't have the power of a peerless emperor, their power came from themselves. This ruler could absorb power. Lu Yin's consciousness had to resist Yuya's power, which was comparable to Xianxia's. Other than that, he had to rely on his own physical strength. Since it could be absorbed, then let's see how much you can absorb. Lu Yin's palm realm battle force spread out from his body. His body withered as boundless power flowed through him. Facing the 4 bitter calamities' attacks, he struck out with 4 more palms. 4 loud bangs rang out, and the 4 were pushed back once more. The line on the ruler had almost reached its peak. Although this battle technique was unique, it was still a battle technique. It couldn't really be miraculous enough to fight against an Eternal Realm powerhouse. There was a limit to a battle technique. Lu Yin's attack this time had almost reached its limit. The 4 looked at the ruler, attack. The line on the ruler fell back, and a surge of power flowed along the ruler as it shot towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin had struck out with 4 palms, but now he had to bear the brunt of his own power. Yuya instantly controlled Lu Yin's thoughts, making it impossible for him to resist. However, Lu Yin didn't think of resisting. This was what he wanted. Lu Yin's body bore the brunt of the 4 attacks, and his withered body recovered in an instant. When things reached an extreme, they could only be absorbed in the opposite direction. Lu Yin looked up. This was the moment. He struck out with 4 palms, the first of which destroyed the body of a bitter calamity powerhouse. Even his ruler was shattered in an instant, exceeding the limit of the ruler's endurance. The remaining 3 palms struck out at the same time, but they suddenly missed and swept past the bodies of the other 3. It was Yuya again, always able to control his thoughts at critical moments. If not for Yuya, none of these 4 would have survived. Now, he had only killed 1. In the distance, the elder fighting the progenitor was shocked. To be able to kill someone while fighting Yuya's thoughts, this kid is rare. The progenitor wielded his sword and struck the ruler on the elder's body. The line on the ruler rose slightly. No matter what, he's still the master of the Tianyuan universe. The elder shook his head. It's a pity that he'll disappear eventually. However, his body might be able to stand at the peak of the universe. Can it really? Around the progenitor, the sky palace spread out. The elder frowned in front of him, and the ruler spun rapidly, 9 feet as the axis, the 9 feet heaven-defying technique. Boom! The commotion caused by the battle here was so great that it caused the entire universe to shake, which naturally attracted the attention of the progenitor and the others. The progenitor hesitated for a moment before heading towards the battlefield. This was clearly the consciousness universe, but it had become a battlefield for others. He wanted to know which absolute powerhouses had arrived. Lu Yin had killed 1 of them, and the other 3 were stunned and did not dare to act for the time being. The 9 feet heaven-defying technique was the 9 feet garden's famed technique. It could absorb all attacks and convert them into power within 9 feet, then unleash them. This was the 9 feet garden's name. In theory, all power within 9 feet could be absorbed, and one could become invincible. However, depending on who used the technique, the amount of power that could be absorbed would naturally be different. Lu Yin had instantly broken through the limits of what they could withstand. If not for Yuya, they would have all died. Some were unwilling to accept spiritual cultivation and wanted to improve their cultivation, but for most cultivators, they would never be able to reach the level of transcending bitterness in their entire lives. They had sacrificed too much to obtain the qualifications to accept spiritual cultivation, and they did not want to die here. When Lu Yin saw that he had intimidated the 3, he turned around and attacked Yuya. His consciousness could at most block Yuya's thoughts, but it was impossible for him to defeat Yuya. Even without outside help, if Lu Yin and Yuya were to fight to the death, the chances of Lu Yin losing would be even higher. Yuya's thoughts could not only control Lu Yin's thoughts for a short period of time, but they could also eat away at his thoughts. Lu Yin felt that his thoughts were unsettled, and his movements became more obscure. This was his thoughts being eaten away, and the longer he dragged this out, the more unlucky he would be. Red Fox, what are you waiting for? The elder who was fighting the progenitor shouted from afar. A feminine voice sounded out, Forefather, I still want to fight for the octagonal pavilion. I have the qualifications. Since you're already here, why say anything more? The 9-foot garden has already given everything. If we don't succeed, we'll die trying. Yuya's voice sounded out, I promise that if we succeed, the 9-foot garden will be under my protection. In the future, there will be a place for the Xiaoyu pavilion, and a new god of defense will be born. Red Fox, attack, the elder shouted. In the distance, the void distorted, and a figure walked out. Her figure was slim, and her face was delicate. She looked over with a dreamy and sad gaze that made one's heart ache. The woman's red hair reached her feet, and she was extremely seductive. However, she wore a pair of white boots with snow-white patterns. It was a stark contrast. Lu Yin attacked instinctively, without any pity for the fairer sex. He wanted to kill her with a single palm. No matter who she was, they were now enemies. However, Yuya's thoughts paused when he attacked. When he wanted to attack again, figures blocked the woman's path. There were 5 of them, and they were all spirit primes. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. How could any random force in the Nina Firmament's universe have so many experts? It was too terrifying. The red-haired woman looked at Lu Yin from afar and bowed. I'm sorry, but I can't refuse. If I die in this battle, I will have no regrets. If you die, I will erect a monument for you. After she finished speaking, the 5 spiritual primes blocked her view. Lu Yin's heart sank. Not good. This woman had accepted spiritual cultivation. The stronger one was, the stronger the spiritual cultivation. No matter what realm a cultivator was at, the upper limit of spiritual cultivation was their own cultivation. It could only be said that the stronger a cultivator was, the more battle experience they had. In other words, the more profound their battle techniques were, the better they could display their spiritual cultivation. However, there was a type of person who ignored everything. They were the absolute geniuses. The absolute geniuses of the Nina Firmament's universe were those in the Xiaoyu Pavilion, and Red Fox was obviously similar. She longed to enter the Xiaoyu Pavilion. She was ambitious. She was qualified to compete for the position of young imperial tutor. Since Xianxia had promised to let her do it, it meant that once this woman accepted spiritual cultivation, her explosive combat strength would be terrifying. Lu Yin had faced many powerful opponents throughout his cultivation journey, but he had shaken them off one by relying on his battle prowess and cultivation realm. If those peerless geniuses who had once competed with him had now become crossing bitter disaster experts, then they would be even more difficult to deal with than those who had cultivated to the crossing bitter disaster realm normally. For example, Knight King Zhenwu's special ability to transfer damage and his ability to poison others was extremely terrifying. There was also Silver, who could create bone ships. Given Lu Xiaoga's shrewdness, Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis, and the others' innate gifts, once they all became powerhouses who had survived the bitter adversity, Lu Yin would not have an easy time fighting against the current him. A peerless genius, 1 in 10,000. And now, he had met one. Luo Ning, whom he had caught on the precipice, was one of them. No matter what, he had to do his best to prevent this woman from accepting the spiritual cultivation. However, Yuya's obstruction, as well as the 3 crossing bitter disasters and the 5 spiritual primes in front of him, caused him to fail. As a ripple spread out, Lu Yin looked over and felt his heart palpitate. This was Yusang Tian's realm. As expected, these people had high hopes not only for this woman's innate gift, but also for her cultivation spirit. It was comparable to someone who had completed the crossing bitter disaster realm. A spirit. What a deep foundation. The 9-foot garden. Her red hair fluttered in the wind as the 5 spiritual primes retreated. The woman spread out her arms, and a surging aura spread out without restraint, attracting everyone's attention. The progenitor's eyelids twitched. Was this the cultivation method of the 9th Firmament universe? It was too unfair to the other universes. The 9th Firmament universe had plundered spiritualized universes and used an entire universe to support them. It was not just unfair, it was unreasonable and merciless. However, it had to be said that this method had created a monstrous universe. Fortunately, the rulers of this universe were humans. Not far away, the elder was excited. I finally see it. The power of the 9-foot garden's first ancestor has finally appeared. This is the true crossing bitter disaster realm. Little Li's aura grew stronger and stronger, and even Yuya was concerned. Rumor had it that the first ancestor of the 9-foot garden had been ambitious and had wanted to become a royal. Although he had failed, he had beaten that generation into silence. He was of the same generation as the royal god of the Blood Tower. The first ancestor was arrogant and did not submit to anyone. He only submitted to the royal god of the Blood Tower, which was why everyone in the 9-foot garden cultivated the Blood Tower's soul. He had always been curious about the power of the first ancestor, and now, he had finally seen it for himself. The smoky red raccoon was a genius of the 9-foot garden smoky family. She was qualified to compete for a spot in the Junior Defense Pavilion, and now, she had displayed her elegance. A vast aura pressed down from the smoky red raccoon. Luin controlled his consciousness planet to resist Yuya's thoughts while withstanding the pressure from the smoky red raccoon. This pressure was similar to the one that Xianxia had given him. They were both at the peak of crossing bitter disaster. Xianxia could not suppress Luin, and neither could the smoky red raccoon. However, Luin was not confident that he could resist both Yuya and the smoky red raccoon's attacks. The smoky red raccoon's eyes changed, and a formless energy swept across Luin's back, leaving several bloody wounds. At this moment, Luin did not even know how he had been hit. He shuttled through a stream of light, reversing the flow of time by 1 second. At the same time, he reversed the flow of time and looked at the past. He saw a sharp claw appear from behind him and sweep across him. There were no traces, and it was as if the claw had always been there. Luin looked deeply at the smoky red raccoon. The smoky red raccoon's temperament changed drastically. Although its gaze was still gentle and apologetic, there was now a hint of killing intent. Raccoon absorption is my power. As far as the eye can see, the raccoon's body is outside. It ignores space and is omnipresent. You, be careful. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Omnipresent? There were no traces at all. Raccoon absorption? Yuya laughed. Attack and settle this once and for all. The smoky red raccoon stared at Luin, and Luin suddenly felt a chilling aura descend from above. It was as if cold water had been poured over him, and he hurriedly dodged to the side. The claw tore through the void and swept past him without leaving a trace. There were no energy fluctuations at all, and its speed was extremely fast. Not only did it ignore space, but it also used the smoky red raccoon's powerful realm to parallel time. Lu Yin's thoughts suddenly stopped, and he knew that things were not good. A claw suddenly appeared in front of him and pierced through his chest, causing blood to splatter across the sky. Lu Yin's to no avail, and the claw disappeared. It did not have a physical body. Behind him, the 3 tribulation powerhouses also attacked at the same time. The 9-feet heaven-defying technique pushed towards Luin and shared some of his strength. Luin once again used a stream of light to travel through the void, but his thoughts stopped and the stream of light disappeared. He retreated step by step, as he had truly been injured. Blood dripped onto his feet. It's over. Yuya was excited. As long as he could capture Luin, he would be able to become a superior imperial, and he would have the absolute power of a superior imperial deity. So what if he was not an eternal realm cultivator? Who could stop him? No one could do it. Lu Yin's expression sank, and a karma spiral appeared at his fingertips. He waved his hand and swept it towards Yuya. Yuya dodged, as he did not want to be hit by karma again. He had been hit once before, and for some reason, Luin had looked at him the same way he had looked at Yuya. It had made Yuya feel as if his secret had been seen through, and he did not dare to touch it no matter what. However, Lu Yin's target had never been Yuya, but rather the smoky red raccoon. The smoky red raccoon sensed the karma spiral attacking it, but it did not avoid it. Instead, it allowed the karma spiral to pierce through it. It did not seem to be a threat to her. She attacked again, this time with a claw that pierced through Luin from below. This time, however, Luin dodged it. The smoky red raccoon continued attacking. Yuya used his thoughts to stop Lu Yin's thoughts. Even though Lu Yin's thoughts paused for a moment, his body still managed to dodge the claw easily. The smoky red raccoon was in disbelief. How could this be? She had clearly seen that this person had not dodged immediately, but had instead dodged ahead of time. Could she see the future? Yuya looked at the smoky red raccoon. This person controls the power of karma. Don't let his karma touch you. The smoky red raccoon was shocked. The power of karma? The elder who was fighting the primogenitor and the others were shocked as well. Karma was a supreme power, and this person was actually able to control it. Yuya said, "Do you know how valuable he is now? If I can control him, I won't have to worry about not becoming a supreme ruler." Little raccoon, help Lord Yu deal with this as soon as possible, the elder shouted. The smoky red raccoon looked at Luin sympathetically. The power of karma? Luin could have had a bright future. If he had been in the Nina Firmament's universe, he would have definitely entered the Junior Imperial Pavilion and even been taken in as a disciple by the Azure Lotus Supreme Ruler. What a pity. The claw attacked again, but Luin dodged it continuously. He used karma to see through the smoky red raccoon and deduce the future. The smoky red raccoon was the karma, and her attacks were the karma. Since there was karma, it could be used. It was her fault for not dodging when she could have easily avoided it. Yuya cursed inwardly. If only he had warned her earlier. Although this girl's talent was extraordinary and could help him, she had too little combat experience. She had actually allowed karma to touch her. Being a top-notch elite represented talent, but it did not necessarily represent actual combat ability. Luin slashed the azure sword at the smoky red raccoon. A spiritual prime who had been blocking the smoky red raccoon's front acted. The 9 feet anti-heaven technique tried to block the azure sword, but it was pierced through and the spiritual prime died. Although this person's death did not completely block the azure sword, the sword had already pierced through the misty red raccoon and could no longer threaten it. Using the life of a spiritual prime to stop the azure sword was quite extravagant. Lu Yin's azure sword shocked the smoky red raccoon. Obtaining a cultivation spirit that had reached the peak of Ku Wo gave her the confidence that she did not need to dodge Lu Yin's attacks. However, with karma in front of her and the azure sword behind her, her raccoon spell was useless. She had no choice but to act personally. The smoky red raccoon moved past the spiritual primes, and with each step, her aura transformed and grew. At the same time, a ruler circled around her. The 9 feet anti-heaven technique. Luin frowned as the pressure increased. Although the smoky red raccoon lacked combat experience, she gave him more pressure than the other Ku Wo cultivators. After all, she had reached the peak of Ku Wo and was on a completely different level from ordinary Ku Wo cultivators. In particular, the closer the smoky red raccoon got, the more frequent the karma that forced Luin to dodge the raccoon. Spell. Luin did not know how many more times he could dodge the raccoon spell, and any failure would result in heavy injuries. Bang! There was a loud explosion. Luin had used a single palm to force the misty raccoon back, but he had not used too much strength to prevent the beast from using it to attack him. On the other hand, the line on the ruler had moved a short distance. The misty raccoon raised a hand, and a pagoda-shaped sword suddenly appeared and slashed at Luin. This was the power of a blood tower. Luin was no stranger to it, as this was the first power of the Nina Firmament's universe that he had come into contact with. In the Nina Firmament's universe, those who cultivated the power of the god of defense were called souls. The pagoda-shaped sword followed the 9 feet heaven-defying technique and stabbed towards Luin. Luin grabbed it, and the 3 powerhouses behind him attacked at the same time with their own pagoda-shaped swords. Here's the point guard. 4 swords from 4 different directions. 4 tribulation adepts attacked at the same time, and there was even Yuya in front of him who had stopped thinking. Luin was in a desperate situation. He immediately released the space in his heart, and the Karma Dao circled around him. The misty raccoon and the others' expressions changed, and they hurriedly retreated. The invisible power of karma made them extremely wary. Luin wanted to use this opportunity to put some distance between him and Yuya. His consciousness had been restricted by Yuya, and he had been too passive. The erosion of his thoughts had weakened his will to fight. But at some point, a blood tower had appeared above his head. A phantom of the god of defense appeared behind the misty raccoon and the other 3 powerhouses. The blood tower descended, and Luin was about to dodge when his thoughts stopped. By the time he reacted, he had already been trapped by a blood tower. Then, one after another, these towers could be stacked on top of each other. The outermost layer came from the misty raccoon. Pfft! All 4 of them spat out blood, dyeing the tower red. This reminded Luin of Fengbo's life-saving technique, which had also dyed the tower red with his own blood. This blood tower could be used for defense, but it could also trap people. It also had a mysterious power, time. Luin stared at the outside world, and through the tower, he saw that the sky was different. It was filled with the color of blood. time was changing here. When he saw Luin trapped in the tower, the elder fighting the progenitor relaxed. It's over. The 4 layers of the tower can extend or shrink indefinitely. Once he leaves the tower, he'll have little strength left. He won't even know that time has worn him down. The primogenitor immediately attacked, and the sky divine weapon slashed at the blood tower. In front of him, sequence particles spread out from the old man. The old man had the 9 feet heaven resisting technique on his back and was forcefully resisting the primogenitor. This person was close to the great circle of the bitter calamity crossing realm and had similarly reached the level of Yusang heaven. He was strong enough to fight the primogenitor. The progenitor looked at Luin. He didn't believe that Luin would be defeated so easily. Besides, Luin was also an expert in the time domain. Within the blood tower, Luin had never imagined that he would one day be tortured by time. Time was lengthening and extending. Did this mean that this was the power of the god of defense on the blood pagoda, the domain of time? It was rather tricky. The river of time was clearly not here, but he could control time so terrifyingly. No wonder he was in the eternal life realm. He had to continuously release his power in an attempt to break through the blood tower, and he was well aware that the time required to do so was slowly being extended. If he couldn't break through the blood tower, then his power would be completely exhausted. If he didn't try to break through, then the Misty Beaver and the others would definitely be able to attack him through the blood tower. No matter what choice he made, his power would be completely exhausted. But why did it have to be his own power? Outside the blood tower, Yuya stared at Luin. Time passed within the tower, but time passed quickly outside. Based on the cultivation of the person who had released the blood tower, this person's cultivation would be exhausted in a matter of seconds, and then Yuya would be at his mercy. The Misty Beaver had a sympathetic look. If this person had been born in the Nina Firmament's universe, then he would definitely have been at the top of the world. He would have been revered by countless people, waiting to become a lesser god of defense or even a greater god of defense. What a pity. Surrounded by 4 blood towers, there was no way he could escape. Unless this person's realm surpassed theirs. It was only now that the Misty Beaver realized that Luin was only a progenitor. A progenitor? Ridiculous. How could that be possible? He was definitely a powerhouse who had just hidden himself well. But even someone like that couldn't surpass them. Why was there another person? Within the blood tower, Luin released the carefree old man. The carefree old man was a powerhouse that Luin had defeated and was strong enough to compete for the position of Xianxia. Although the old man was a spiritual prime, it had taken Luin quite a bit of effort to deal with him. The old man had first been imprisoned in the hell of general appointment and had been tortured for a long time before being released. He was now filled with fear towards Luin. This person was proficient in a battle technique, the carefree old man, which allowed him to make others forget everything. On the surface, he appeared to be kind, but in reality, he was trying to make others forget their past. He could control people's hearts and turn them upside down. Even if their loved ones were killed by Luin, they would only watch with a smile filled with sorrow. Luin had once wanted to kill this person, but that would be too easy on him. Sinking him into the hell of general appointment was the best punishment. The carefree old man was one of the people who had been tortured the longest in the hell of general appointment. He had almost gone mad, but in the end, he had used the carefree old man on himself to reverse his emotions and memories, which had saved him from the torture. Luin had only thrown the carefree old man into Mount Supreme instead of killing him. He had never thought that he would be able to use this technique now. The carefree old man was not strong enough to participate in this battle, as he could not defeat any of the bitter adepts. What Luin wanted was the carefree old man. The moment the carefree old man was unleashed, even the misty red raccoon's eyes went blank. The other 3 bitter adepts were the same. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luin broke through the blood tower and rushed out, only to be met with Yuya's mental attack. Luin had long since been prepared for this, and just as he was about to attack, chains descended from the heavens and locked down the world. This was the worldly lock. The old head had attacked Luin by surprise. Luin gritted his teeth and shot through the air, reversing the flow for a second and breaking free from the worldly lock. However, he was unable to break free from Yuya's attack, and his preparations had been disrupted by the worldly lock. The mental attack caused Lu Yin's mind to go blank, and the carefree old man beside him was torn apart. The misty red raccoon and the other 3 bitter adepts attacked together, their pagoda-shaped swords piercing through Lu Yin and staining the heavens with blood. Yu was excited, and his dark golden thoughts frantically poured into Lu Yin's body. He wanted to take control of Lu Yin's body. He had never thought that the old head would secretly make a move. This was something that no one could have imagined. The old head had guessed that Lu Yin could absorb the consciousnesses of consciousness life forms. To a consciousness life form, no matter what their standpoint was, they were the greatest enemies of the consciousness universe. Seeing that Lu Yin's thoughts were being poured into his body, the progenitor grew anxious, and he slashed his sky divine weapon at the old man. The old man's ruler rose to its highest point, and he sneered, "You're courting death." The progenitor watched as the old man struck out with a palm. This palm carried the might of his sky divine weapon, and it was extremely powerful. However, the progenitor did not care. This was the first time he had released a sequence particle. The heavens trembled, and an indescribable feeling swept past the old man. It swept through the heavens like a cool breeze. Gentle and comfortable. This was clearly a sequence law, but they had never experienced such a comfortable sequence law before. This was the first time the progenitor had released a sequence law. Before this, he had not even done so in the Tianyuan universe. The sequence particle spread out and poured into Lu Yin's body along with the dark golden thoughts. At the same time, the progenitor was struck by the old man's palm. A surging, sharp force tore through his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and the wounds on his body that had been inflicted by raccoon and the pagoda-shaped sword healed at a visible rate. He growled and released the starry sky from his heart. Karma pierced through his body. "Get out." The dark golden thoughts flowed out, and Yu turned into a cloud once more as he was pushed out. He was stunned. How can this be? He then stared at the progenitor. He was not the only one. Everyone else looked at the progenitor, including the old man who had secretly attacked Lu Yin. The progenitor's sequence law was not ordinary. Lu Yin panted heavily and looked over, only to see the heavily injured progenitor. The progenitor's mouth was bleeding, but he smiled. "Fortunately, I made it in time." The progenitor's sequence law was called rebirth and rebirth. In the Tianyuan universe, the progenitor was the undisputed ruler of humanity. No matter what happened to the above heaven or how Lu Yin led humanity to rise, nothing could replace the progenitor's position. The progenitor had once said that Lu Yin was the pillar of the Tianyuan universe. The Tianyuan universe relied on him to support it, but the foundation of this pillar came from the progenitor. The progenitor had created a cultivation method to lead humanity to rise and sweep away all threats. The progenitor himself had cultivated the sequence law in the hopes that one day, he would be able to help humanity break free from the limitations of life and obtain rebirth and rebirth. This was a great mercy. This sequence law was not good at killing, it was good at healing. No matter how serious Lu Yin's injuries were, they could be healed. However, this sequence law could not be easily exposed. Once it was exposed, it would become very terrifying under the scrutiny of others, such as now. Although Yu was a cloud, he still stared at the progenitor. Neutral law. Your heart is too pure. What is your suffering? The old man fighting the progenitor's eyes flickered. This sequence law cannot be allowed to continue, or it will bring about endless disasters. The misty red raccoon did not understand, it was clearly just a sequence law. Lu Yin's heart continued to sink. He had been targeted, and now, the progenitor had been targeted as well. The old man was right, the sequence law of rebirth and rebirth was not ordinary. When the sequence law was cultivated to the limit, one could become a deified sequence. Although there was no such thing as a deified sequence in the Tianyuan universe, the effects were the same. For example, eternity would become a deified sequence law and unify the Tao of heaven. Once the progenitor sequence law was cultivated to the deified sequence, it would be creation. Creation was a difficult word to explain, and it was a law that was difficult to understand. No one knew how strong the progenitor would be when he cultivated to this level. They only knew that this was the limit of the sequence law, and it was possible to create miracles. The higher one's cultivation, the more they would understand it, and they could feel it. Just as Xianxia had said, it was the neutral law. What was the neutral law? Righteousness was the great Tao of light, and the progenitor's sequence law made others feel that it belonged to the neutral law. The progenitor had walked a difficult path, not for himself, but to save all living things. At the end of this path, they felt like they had eternal life. The progenitor had once told Luin that he could have passed through the suffering and stepped into eternal life, but he had been schemed against and forced down. At the time, Luin had not understood how to pass through the suffering. There were many powerhouses in the spiritualized universe who had passed through the suffering, but in the long history of the spiritualized universe, there were no records of how to pass through the suffering. However, this path did seem to exist. Now, Luin understood. The progenitor might really be able to pass through the suffering. There was no explanation, it was just a feeling that the progenitor had to overcome the bitter adversity. Otherwise, the name itself would be meaningless. When Luin had learned of the progenitor's sequence and experienced it, he had warned the progenitor not to expose himself no matter what. But now, the progenitor had exposed himself because of Luin. Who are you? The elder stared at the progenitor in shock. The progenitor's injuries quickly healed. His sequence particles were as boundless as the abyss. He had suppressed the sequence string for so many years, and although he hadn't cultivated, he still had a lot of sequence particles. 9 sky armaments surrounded the progenitor. I'm this child's path protector. Path protector? The progenitor looked around. I'm warning you, don't go overboard. Can't you see who this child's power belongs to? The elder was confused and looked at Luin. Power? If someone else had said this, they wouldn't have cared, but since the progenitor had said it, even Xianxia had to take it seriously. The words of such a powerhouse were worth taking seriously. Luin looked at the progenitor, who had a solemn expression. This child cultivates karma. Azure Lotus Protector, the misty red raccoon cried out. The others from 9-Foot Garden looked at each other in disbelief as they made their own guesses. The elder's expression changed. What do you mean? The progenitor snorted. I'm under Azure Lotus Protector's orders to protect this child. The condition is that Azure Lotus Protector will guide me through the bitter adversity and step into eternal life. This child is Azure Lotus Protector's disciple. He wants to gain experience, but it's too much for so many of you to gang up on him. The elder looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's thoughts rippled. Nonsense. The progenitor sneered. Find someone who can cultivate the path of karma at such a young age. The power of karma was real, and Lu Yin's mastery of the path of karma was already terrifying. The misty red raccoon had lamented that if he had been born in Nina Firmament's universe, he would have been Azure Lotus Protector's disciple. What was going on now? Was he really Azure Lotus Protector's disciple? Luin was calm. Just a little bit more. The progenitor looked at Luin and sighed. You're not too far away. Your path of karma is good enough, and I can report this to Azure Lotus Protector. Luin was dissatisfied, only by facing death can one truly master the way of karma. I'm not good enough. You're still so stubborn. I want to be successful and not disgrace my master. How ambitious. 2 superiors in one family. If this old man can achieve eternal life, there will be 3 superiors. Haha. I think it's good. This old man thinks it's better. Listening to the conversation between the two, the people of 9-Feet Garden did not dare to make a move. They could not tell whether what they were saying was true or not. Logically speaking, it should be false, but how could the power of cause and effect be explained? How many geniuses in the continent of the 9 clouds had failed to cultivate it? If it was true, how could they explain that he came from the Tianyuan universe? The elder looked at the conversation between the progenitor and Luin. He was afraid that Xianxia's words were true. If that was the case, then Xianxia would not be able to protect the 9-Foot Garden even if he had the power of an eternal realm. That was Uptila Protector, the oldest protector of the continent of the 9 clouds. He was an unfathomable strong cultivator who cultivated karma strength. He stared at Luin. Are you really a disciple of Qinglian Shengyu? Since you've already said it, there's no need to hide it. Not bad. The old man narrowed his eyes. Then tell me, what kind of power does the Azure Lotus defense possess? Everyone stared at Luin. The progenitor gave Luin a look and prepared to attack. He was just trying to buy some time to recover so that Luin could prepare to break out of the encirclement. Luin said, "Karma, great celestial phenomenon." The elder's eyes narrowed. Yuya's thoughts fluctuated even more violently. Luin was full of confidence. The progenitor was about to attack when he saw the elder's expression. Could it be that he was right? He looked at Luin strangely. It couldn't be. Did this kid really know? How did he know? He recalled Lu Yin's past in the Tianyuan universe. Those were memories that he had obtained by fusing his turbid treasure into someone else's body. However, he had never fused with a cultivator from the Nine Clouds universe, let alone an Eternal Realm cultivator like Uptila Protector. It was even more impossible for a sentient being to know. Luin was actually relieved. If that was the case, then the person he saw in Tian K was really Uptila Protector. Although not many people know about the Karma celestial phenomenon, it's said that you captured Luo Ning. With his status, it's not surprising that he knows about it, Yuya said. The elder sighed in relief and then reacted with surprise. He captured Luo Ning? The smoky red raccoon was also surprised. Luo Ning was one of the people who had been sleeping in the junior defense tower. Why was he here? And he had even been captured? Luin sneered. What, you don't believe me? Since that's the case. He slowly raised his hand and drew in the void, drawing a middle-aged man. When he saw this man, Yuya subconsciously retreated, and the space mirror dimmed. The elder's eyes narrowed. Was this Uptila Protector? The smoky red raccoon and the others were confused, as they had never seen Uptila Protector before. Luin smiled at the elder. Can this be trusted? The elder trembled and looked at Luin in disbelief. You. Are you really Uptila Protector's disciple? But you. How did you come from the Tianyuan universe? Yuya shouted. He did not want to accept this. This person had been his shortcut to becoming a protector deity. How could he be Uptila Protector's disciple? It was impossible. Luin sneered. To my master, what's the difference between the three universes? No one could refute this. Forget Uptila Protector, even to them, the three universes were meaningless. They were all the same. The 9 firmaments were above, while the 3 universes were below. This was an unchanging truth. Luin clasped his hands behind his back. Master had the foresight to send me to the Tianyuan universe for training. Otherwise, I would have been reduced to the same state as you all if I had stayed in the 9 firmaments universe. What Xiaoyu Pavilion? They're all trash. They can only wait until the position of protector is vacant before they dare to compete. I'm different from them. Once I return to the 9 firmaments, I'll personally seize the position of protector. No one will be able to stop me. He then glared at Yuya. You'll be the first. No, you're no longer a protector deity. You're trash. The progenitor looked at Luin in amazement. As expected of Zhu Zi, his ability to lie through his teeth was even better than the progenitor's. It was not unreasonable for Luin to have reached this point. The smoky red raccoon looked at Luin with a scorching gaze. Domineering, too domineering. The Xiaoyu Pavilion could only wait, but he wanted to snatch it away. This person was amazing. Luin looked around. You guys. Everyone from the 9-foot garden felt their hearts skip a beat. Although you surrounded me, you also gave me good experience. Not bad. Once I return to the 9 firmaments, you can follow me. The people from the 9-foot garden exchanged glances and relaxed. They even rejoiced. Compared to Yuya, they naturally wanted to rely on Luin more. Putting aside the fact that he was backed by the Azure Lotus Protector, just the fact that he had such a high cultivation level at such a young age and had even grasped the way of karma was something that Yuya could not compare to. This person would at least become a protector deity in the future. Wrong. A hoarse voice came from the distance. Lu Yin's expression darkened. Everyone, this person is definitely not a disciple of the Azure Lotus Protector. He can see past memories in the Heavenly Palace. This person can also use a turbid treasure to merge with a living being's body. Countless consciousness life forms have entered the heavenly palace, so it's not strange that this person has seen the Azure Lotus Protector. Furthermore, this person is not clear about the situation in the heavenly palace, nor is he clear about the Xiaoyu Pavilion. How could he be someone from the Nine Firmaments universe? Merge with someone else's body? The elder and the others thought that they had misheard. Was there such an ability? Yuya shouted. That's right, this does not prove that you are a disciple of the Azure Lotus Protector. Let me ask you, what is the name of the other disciple of the Azure Lotus Protector who is sleeping in the Xiaoyu Pavilion? Where is the Azure Lotus Protector now? He did not care about anything else. He just wanted to prove that Lu Yin was not a disciple of the Azure Lotus Protector. Lu Yin sneered. You believe the words of a consciousness life form? From the moment the Nine Firmaments universe was exposed to them, the Nine Firmaments universe had replaced the spiritualized universe and become the greatest enemy of the consciousness universe. After a pause, he continued, since you don't believe me, I will show you the power of the Azure Lotus Protector. After he finished speaking, he slowly raised his hand. Stardust flew toward the sky and gradually covered everyone's vision. Yuya and the others did not make a move. The Azure Lotus Protector was like a mountain pressing down on their hearts. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance that Lu Yin was a disciple of the Azure Lotus Protector, they would not take the risk. Although the cultivators of the Nine Firmaments universe had a second life due to the cultivation of the spirit seed, this second life was not invincible and could still die. Moreover, the one who came here was not a spirit seed. The spirit seed could not be released for cultivation and could not directly leave the Nine Firmaments universe. Stop him, he wants to run, the old head shouted. Yuya subconsciously used the space mirror, and a dark golden light condensed. In the sky above Lu Yin's heart, the divine power planet rotated, and lanterns appeared one after another. In the distance, the consciousness bombarded. The old head had personally made a move, but he was still a step too late. As the lanterns shattered, the misty red raccoon and Yuya were affected. Lu Yin pressed down with one palm. The mortal world was soil, and the soil was in the sky. It was bound to overturn the sky. Overturning sky palm. Land descended and suppressed the sky. Lu Yin and the progenitor rushed in the same direction at the same time. Suddenly, chains descended from the void and locked down heaven and earth. Lu Yin stared into the distance. It was the old head again, but he did not have time to settle accounts with him. He reversed for a second and avoided the heaven and earth lock. Yuya's consciousness bombarded him. You really are not a disciple of the Azure Lotus Protector. You can't run away. Above their heads, sharp claws fell. Lu Yin and the progenitor were caught off guard and were torn apart by the claws. At that moment, a ray of light came from afar. Eternal thought. Eternal thought swept past Yuya. The elder and the others rushed into the distance and seemed to attack Lu Yin, but they were caught by Lu Yin's spirit threads. Senior, let's go. The progenitor grabbed the spirit threads at the same time. Using eternal thought, Lu Yin and the progenitor disappeared in an instant. Yuya was furious. Mo Shang again. How hateful. The elder and the others were unwilling to let Lu Yin escape. They did not know when they would have the chance to surround and kill him again. What was that just now? Yuya shouted, find them. No matter where they hide, even if they hide in a parallel universe, we must find them. I don't believe they can hide forever. The elder's expression was grave. We are staking everything on this. The 9-foot garden cannot fail. Come together. Lord Yuya, you need to borrow the power of thought. Yuya naturally would not refuse. The universe of consciousness was his final battle. Either he successfully transformed or he died. There was no third option, and the 9-foot garden was the same. They had violated the 9th firmament universe's taboo, and the people of that universe should be on their way. The sun was shining brightly today, and the spring flowers were blooming. He was in a good mood. It was a good day, and he suddenly felt like writing more chapters. Brothers, thank you for your support. 9 feet, heaven-defying technique. The old man attacked, and the ruler spun. Around him, the misty beaver, the other 3 tribulation adepts, and the remaining primordial realm experts all attacked, cooperating with the old man to unleash 9 feet, heaven-defying technique. The ruler spun faster and faster. Now, the old man growled, and you? Ye's dark golden thoughts descended, attaching themselves to the technique. The next moment, the technique expanded endlessly, enveloping the entire consciousness universe. 9 feet, heaven-defying technique was invincible. It spun the stars, and now, combined with Yuya's powerful thoughts, it changed the 9 feet that all creatures in the consciousness universe knew. No matter how big the universe was, it was all within 9 feet. When the 9 feet anti-heaven technique completely enveloped the consciousness universe, nothing could escape their eyes. Luin looked back from afar and saw the technique expanding. His face sank. The Empyrean universe's battle technique seemed to focus more on teamwork. Whether it was the layered blood towers or the technique, they all required many people to work together. In comparison, the Tianyuan universe's battle techniques were more suited for one-on-one combat. For example, Sirius, or the Primogenitor's Azure Sky Palace. The Primogenitor side. The Empyrean universe's history is much older than the spiritualized universe. In the beginning, these battle techniques were the same as our Tianyuan universe. They could only be used one-on-one, but as time passed, they found ways to work together. Actually, as long as we have time, we can deduce various ways to work together with our various battle techniques. But this will take a very long time. Luin agreed. Time was always the most terrifying thing. It could erase civilizations, history, and everything else, but it could also develop civilizations, history, and everything else. Time, space, the universe, and karma were the ultimate powers that living beings pursued. We can only go to a parallel universe, or we can't avoid the 9 feet, heaven-defying technique, the Primogenitor said. Luin was helpless. Let's go. They would hide in a parallel universe for now, but it would not be for long. Just as they were about to go, Yuya's voice rang out. You can hide, but can the Tianyuan universe? Don't force me to fight in the Tianyuan universe. I can afford to waste time. The Primogenitor and Luin looked over at the same time, their gazes filled with killing intent. The two looked at each other. They could not hide in a parallel universe. Yuya had already staked everything, and he had even lost his position as the god of defense for Luin. What could he not do? If they really went to the Tianyuan universe, it would be? At their level, every confrontation would shake the starry sky. There were so many people in the Tianyuan universe, countless ordinary people. Once the stars shook and the stars collapsed, countless people would die. Let's run. Let's see how long he can chase after us. Luin gritted his teeth. On the other side of the universe of consciousness, Miao Huang, who was close to the border gate, had a bitter look on his face. He looked back from time to time. The ruler was flickering with a dark golden light. What the hell? What was wrong with the universe? Now, could a single person's attack affect the entire universe? How were they supposed to live? Oh no, we can't stay here any longer. Run as far as you can. Miao Huang held in grief. He felt that the universe was changing too fast for him to understand. The 9 feet anti-heaven technique filled him with uneasiness. The closer he got, the more he felt like he was being watched by a monster. He saw the border gate. It used to be a tall gate that could stop conscious beings, but now it was almost torn down. No matter what, they had to escape first. He would never return to this lousy place again. Not even spiritualized universes. Go. Go to the Tianyuan universe. The top experts of the Tianyuan universe had all gathered here. If he went, he would definitely be the strongest. Miao Huang grew excited. He wanted to plant the virtue flag in every corner of the Tianyuan universe so that his name would be engraved in the universe's history. He would be the representative of virtue. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He almost laughed. But when he saw the gate, his smile froze. There was more than one bitter adversity expert behind the gate. They were all from spiritualized universes. That was fine, as he had already passed through. However, he saw someone using the 9 feet anti-heaven technique. Although that person's ruler was limited to his entire body, when he looked back, it was exactly the same as the ruler that had spread throughout the universe. What the hell? Where had this guy come from? The 9-feet garden had left several cultivators at the border to prevent Luin from leaving so that they could notify him. One of them had reached the bitter adversity realm by receiving cultivation spirits. Even though there were more bitter adversity experts from spiritualized universes than there were from the 9-feet garden, they did not dare to resist. The difference in strength was too obvious. Miao Wuhuang was stunned. How could he escape? He could pass through one or two bitter adversity experts, but there were more than one outside the gate. There were also a few cultivators who did not seem to be from spiritualized universes. Who knew what level they were at? The universe had changed too quickly, and it was too foreign. He looked back again, and then back at the gate. He gritted his teeth. I'll go all out. I don't believe that I can't escape with the world's edge mirror. So what if there are a few bitter adversity experts? If the Yuya had not left a shadow in his heart, he would not have been so timid. He was confident that the world's edge mirror could escape from any expert in the spiritualized universe. Just as he was about to attack, he felt like he was being watched. Miao Wuhuang slowly turned to the right and met a pair of eyes. The 9th spirit? In the distance, the 9th spirit was shocked and blinked. Miao Wuhuang? Why was this guy here? Previously, in the battle at Etian Tower, Wu Jiang had taken the opportunity to suppress all the experts in the spiritualized universe. The 9th spirit had used the spiritual gate of shock to escape, and even the progenitor could not do anything. She had escaped, but she did not know where to go. If she returned to the spiritualized universe, it would be difficult to explain. If she did not return, she did not want to participate in the battle between the two universes. This was no longer a spiritualized universe fighting the universe of consciousness, but a three-universe battle. As someone from the 9 heavens universe, she had been wasting her time in the universe of consciousness. Now she had to waste her time. Therefore, she had come to the gate to hide here. But she had not expected to see the 9-feet anti-heaven technique. She naturally recognized the 9-feet garden. She had not expected them to break the taboo and come to the universe of consciousness. She had to leave, or she would be dead if she was recognized by the 9-feet garden. Primal evolution, but there were experts from the 9-feet garden outside the gate. She could break through, but she would have to use the gate of shock. She would be recognized, and that would be troublesome. If the 9-feet garden was wiped out because of the taboo, she would be free of trouble. If they were not wiped out, she could safely return to the 9 heavens universe despite breaking the taboo. Then she would be targeted. Not only would she be in trouble, but so would the god of defense behind her. The god of defense hated trouble the most. Just as she was vexed, Miao Wuhuang arrived, and the two looked at each other. Hello, the 9th spirit greeted. Hello, Miao Wuhuang replied. The 9th spirit looked at the gate. Out? Miao Wuhuang said, yes, I've stayed long enough. What about you? Together? I've stayed long enough as well. Let's go together. Alright. Alright. The huge 9-feet anti-heaven technique flashed with dark gold light, extending to the border gate. At this moment, the border gate was not calm. A huge black beam of light shot out from the gate, sweeping across the area. The Dooku AI expert from the 9-feet garden used the 9-feet anti-heaven technique, but before he could attack, he was stunned by the second manifestation. It came from the 9th spirit. The 9th spirit and Miao Wuhuang worked together. Even the 3 Dooku AI and 4 primordial realm experts at the gate could not stop them. They had no intention of defeating these people, only of opening a path to escape. The world's edge mirror brought Miao Wuhuang and the 9th spirit out of the universe of consciousness. Looking back, the two breathed a sigh of relief. They were finally out. Through the broken gate, they could vaguely see the dark gold light. That battlefield was one they would rather die than go to. What is that? Miao Wuhuang was immersed in the joy of escaping the universe of consciousness when he heard the 9th spirit's uneasy voice. His heart sank, and he followed the 9th spirit's gaze. He saw a sword. No, it was stars. No, it was a sword made of stars. What the hell was this? The imperfection of the heavens. The sword was shaped like the stars, hiding its edge. But the imperfection could be made up, and the edge could be forged. The heavens forged the sword. The heavens forged the sword. These three words appeared in the minds of the ninth spirit and Miao Wuhuang at the same time. No one had told them, and they instinctively knew these three words. They saw the heavens forge the sword, and the heavens forged the sword sensed them. The huge stars suddenly rose up, like a giant brandishing a sword, slashing down at them. The ninth spirit was shocked. The gate of wonder. The huge heavens forged the sword suddenly stopped, not slashing down. Miao Wuhuang hid behind the gate of wonder, watching with wide eyes. In the next instant, the sword light from the heavens forged the sword fell, shrinking. It was not fast, but it shattered Miao Wuhuang's world's edge mirror. The particles dissipated, and the sword light continued to fall, shrinking. By the time it reached the gate of wonder, it was as big as the gate of wonder. Crack! The gate of wonder broke. The ninth spirit was shocked. She spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the gate of wonder red. Attack! Miao Wuhuang opened his mouth, and the black light shot towards the heavens forged the sword. But it was split in two by the falling sword light, and another sword light followed the heavens forged the sword. The ninth spirit did not hesitate, rushing towards the gateway to the consciousness universe. She could not stop it. Another monster. Where had it come from? It was not a creature of the nine heavens universe. She couldn't even tell if it was a living creature or a sword. Miao Wuhuang's reaction was faster than the ninth spirit's. When the sword light cut through the black light, he fled. It's the second time. The second time I've escaped the consciousness universe, I've been beaten back. Too unlucky. The ninth spirit hurt him. Bad luck. She felt that it was all Miao Wuhuang's fault. That guy was unlucky. At the gateway to the consciousness universe, the experts naturally saw the huge heavens forge the sword. Seeing the ninth spirit and Miao Wuhuang fleeing back, they did not know what to do. In the next instant, the heavens forged the sword slashed at the gateway. The same thing happened again. The heavens forged the sword did not fall. Only the sword light continued to fall, like a spirit. It shrunk and shredded the gateway. The ninth spirit, Miao Wuhuang, and the others guarding the gateway had already fled back to the consciousness universe. They were not stupid. How could they take it head-on? The spiritualized universe's experts looked back at the shattered gateway. This gateway had stood in the consciousness universe for so long, and now it had been shattered. What had happened? The destruction of the door was not only seen by the ninth spirit, but also by Yuya and the rest. The 9 feet anti-heaven technique combined with Yuya's thoughts to monitor the entire consciousness universe. They found Luyin and the Patriarch's location, forcing them into a parallel universe. They also found traces of Xianxia and the Elder. Now, they also saw the heavenly cast sword. The heavenly cast sword entered the consciousness universe. It was like a giant entering a cave. In front of it was a huge ruler that matched the thoughts. Before the people of the 9 feet garden could react, the heavenly cast sword was raised high and slashed at the ruler. Clang! A loud sound reverberated throughout the consciousness universe. Luyin and the Patriarch were shocked. They looked into the distance. Where did such a loud sound come from? The rulers all over the universe shook. Lu Yin's gaze froze. The ruler contained the 9 feet anti-heaven technique and thoughts. It was not easy to break. What power had struck it? On the other side, Xianxia looked in the direction of the border with a strange gaze. Next, another loud sound shook the universe. At the border, the heavenly cast sword continued to slash. The 9 feet garden elder's expression was ugly. What is it? Yuya's space mirror released a dark golden light that blasted at the heavenly cast sword. The heavenly cast sword did not react at all. It was raised high and slashed down fiercely. Slashing again and again, the elder's expression became uglier and uglier. First, a few spiritual primes could not withstand it. They spat out blood and retreated, followed by the bitter adversity cultivators. The misty red raccoon's face was pale. Patriarch, this cannot go on. The elder barked, return. The huge ruler shrank and returned to his body. He looked in the direction of the border. Yuya was furious. Deal with this thing first. In order to deal with Luin, he had sacrificed everything. He would not allow any accidents to happen. The heavenly cast sword slashing at the 9 feet anti-heaven technique was a provocation. Yuya led the 9 feet garden to the border. The heavenly cast sword seemed to have a target as well. It flew in one direction. Coincidentally, that was the direction Yuya and the others had come from. The two sides met in the starry sky. The dark golden thoughts attacked, and the 9 feet garden's experts attacked. The heavenly cast sword raised and allowed Yuya and the others to attack. The sword light fell and tore a spiritual prime's body apart. The sharpness of the sword reminded the misty beaver of Lu Yin's azure sword. Don't take the sword light. Blood Tower. 9 feet anti-heaven technique. Raccoon. The battle between the two shook the starry skies once again. Unknowingly, they had fought for an entire day. 4 people from the 9 feet garden had died, and their blood spilled across the starry skies. One of the stars on the heavenly cast sword had been cracked, but it had yet to shatter. A day later, a meteorite suddenly struck the heavenly cast sword, shattering one of the stars. Even Yuya did not know where Xianxia had come from. When he had arrived, Luin had already engaged in an intense battle with Xianxia. Only Yusang Tian and Eternal had seen Xianxia in action. The heavenly cast sword specialized in attacking meteorites. The meteorites were extremely hard and actually collided head-on with the heavenly cast sword. The people of the 9 feet garden cooperated with the meteorite attack. Yuya's line of thought was completely ineffective against the celestial forged sword. The celestial forged sword had only shattered one star, and there were still many more. If this battle continued for too long, Luin would only be able to escape. Even if Yuya wanted to retreat, the celestial forged sword's target was clearly the meteorite. However, it was not easy to escape. The heavenly forged sword was raised high up in the air, revealing its sharpness. It did not only cut down the meteorite, but also everyone. Furthermore, with the existence of the heavenly cast sword, the 9 feet anti-heaven technique could not spread throughout the entire universe. Let alone Jiuqi 4 primordial realm experts had died in the 9 feet garden, so the old man clearly held a deep grudge. Without any other choice, Yuya took out a grayish-brown leather belt and tossed it at the celestial forged sword. Go. The leather belt expanded with the wind, directly wrapping around the celestial forged sword again and again. The old man from the 9 feet garden looked at Yuya in surprise. Yuya called out, "This is a turbid treasure. It can't be touched for now. Attack." The belt's only use was to bind things, but it was extremely useless. People like Luin had plenty of ways to avoid being bound. Even if he was bound, he could still escape in a second. As a result, he had never used it. It was only useful against things that could not escape. However, these things were unable to threaten Yuya. As a result, this turbid treasure had been covered in dust until now. Now that he had fought with the celestial forged sword for an entire day, he discovered that the celestial forged sword did not dodge at all. It only took on their attacks head-on. The celestial forged sword's attacks were just falling streaks of light, so it was most suitable for being bound. When the belt wrapped around the celestial forged sword, the meteorite and the people from the 9 feet garden struck out together. Even Yuya used his mind to assume human form, using the 5 great palms to constantly shatter stars. As the stars constantly shattered, the celestial forged sword's power rapidly shrank. It was no longer possible to make out the shape of the sword. The meteorite smashed over viciously, shattering 2 stars. The 5 great palms and the 9 feet heaven-defying technique had reduced the celestial forged sword to a single star. The meteorite smashed down viciously. Yuya and the others struck out with their full strength. It was the last star. Once it was destroyed, the strange sword would vanish completely. Suddenly, the meteorite changed directions. It did not smash into the final star. Instead, it brushed past the celestial forged sword and shot off into the distance. Yuya saw this and called out, "Stop." The old man and the smoky wave-red raccoon all stopped. However, the others did not stop. Their attacks landed on the last star, causing it to shatter. Under the vigilant gazes of the old man and the others, a sword flew out. It shuttled through the void and pierced through the few experts from the 9 feet garden who had not been able to stop. Even Yuya's mind did not succeed. The sword tore through his mind, pierced through the 9 feet heaven-defying technique, and tore apart the bodies of those people. Among those people, 2 of them were experts who had crossed the bitter calamity. In an instant, they were all torn apart by the sword. They had no power to fight back. The pupils of the 9 feet garden's old man constricted. His expression was ferocious. His gaze was fierce and ruthless as he struck his palm towards the sword. The sword tore apart those people's bodies and stopped. They allowed the old man's palm to hit them. They turned into broken light spots and scattered in all directions. The sword was a palm-sized sword. Rather than a sword, it was more like a dagger. It was a dagger hidden within the heavenly cast sword. The dagger was shattered and scattered in all directions. However, more than half of the people from the 9 feet garden had died. In the end, only the old man, the Misty Beaver, and the last bitter calamity expert survived. This person was called the Misty Beaver. He had not undergone spiritual cultivation to reach the bitter calamity realm. He was originally the bitter calamity expert of the 9 feet garden, second only to the old man. The old man's name was Vast Misty Beaver. He was the master of the 9 feet garden. This time, he had led the 9 feet garden to assist Yuya in his transformation. If Yuya failed, the 9 feet garden would not be able to become a force even if they were not punished by the 9th heaven universe. Their current strength was too weak. Vast Misty Beaver felt powerless. The 9 feet garden's losses were too great this time. It was so great that it exceeded his expectations. He had thought that he would at most violate a taboo, but he had not expected to pay with so many lives. Even Luin had not been caught. Yuya's thoughts fluctuated even more violently. The 9 feet garden was the largest force he had roped in over the years in the 9th heaven universe. Their current losses were not his. It was acceptable. What exactly was this thing? A creature from another universe? There was also that meteorite. It clearly knew that there would be a sharp edge at the end. This thing was also looking for that meteorite. Don't worry, Vast. Once I transform, the 9 feet garden will be able to return to its peak, Yuya said in a low voice. Vast Misty Beaver's face twitched. There was nothing he could do. The truth had already happened, and he could only accept it. Thank you, Lord Yuya. I'll help you snatch a few cultivation spirits so that your Misty Beaver clan can produce experts. Don't worry, Yuya added. Vast Misty Beaver was shocked. Repair spirits? That's... The Misty Beaver and the Misty Beaver were both shocked. Repairing spirits was a great taboo in the 9th heaven universe. The Death Hill's existence was to stifle such matters. If there were no restrictions, the 9th heaven universe would have long since descended into chaos. If news spread that someone was repairing spirits, even the god of defense would be punished. This was something that no one could touch, unless they were desperate or desperate. Yuya was actually willing to repair spirits for the 9 feet garden. This was not a small price to pay. This was equivalent to the 9 feet garden having a handle on him. Yuya did not care. You've already violated the taboo by coming here with me. Once or twice, or even more, it doesn't matter. I've seen all that you've done for me. I won't mistreat you, Yuya. Promised. These words made Vast Misty Beaver feel much better, and he regained his spirits. Don't worry, Lord Yuya. We'll definitely capture that Luin for you. Yuya fell silent. So many people had failed to capture Luin, and now they were the only ones left. It would be difficult, even if he had some tricks up his sleeve. Mo Shang had always been helping Luin. Although he did not know why, they were definitely enemies. Right, Yuya thought of OL too. If not for OL2's sneak attack, Luin would not have been injured. Consciousness lifeforms could be used. Moreover, this was the territory of the consciousness lifeforms. There was also that Miao Huang. Although he was trash, he could still be useful. Right, where was Miao Huang? Yuya realized that Miao Huang was gone. He had ignored him in his battle with Xianxia, and now he had escaped. He had to find a consciousness lifeform first. With that thought, Yuya covered the sky with his dark golden thoughts and headed for the entire universe. Far away, Xianxia had been paying attention to the battle between Yuya and the Tianqiao sword. He frowned when he saw that the sword had been shattered, and his eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. In another direction, Luin looked at the fragment in his hand. Was this the thing that had been fighting Yuya and the others? The sword's edge had been shattered by vast misty beaver, and the fragments scattered everywhere. One of them just happened to be heading in Lu Yin's direction. Luin was not worried that Yuya would be able to find him, as it would be useless even if he did. He had teamed up with the progenitor, and Yuya and the others from the 9-foot garden would not be able to do anything to him. Peak. He was curious about the origins of the Xianxia sword and the meteorite. The Xianxia sword's target was obviously the meteorite, and in his previous battle with the meteorite had also released a similar edge. Did they come from the same source? Luin looked at the fragment in a daze and felt that it wanted to move. He opened his hand and let the fragment rest in his palm. It slowly rose and fell, moving in a certain direction. That can't be, right? Is it moving in the direction of the meteorite? Does it still need to find the meteorite? It just so happened that Luin wanted to find the meteorite as well, so they could go together. Be careful of the consciousness lifeforms. OL2 ambushed you before, and now that Yuya and the others are weakened, they will definitely think of ways to rope in those who want to deal with us, the progenitor warned. Luin was helpless. Eternal exposed my ability to merge with other lifeforms. Those sentient lifeforms are very smart and won't stay in one place for long. I can't find it even if I wanted to. Now I'm curious where Eternal is. Ever since the battle in the Earth realm, Eternal hadn't appeared again. He had been injured by Yusang Tian's Eternal, but Luin didn't know how severe his injuries were. He had never truly seen Eternal's bottom, but it wasn't enough to make him unable to use it again. The more he hid, the more uneasy he felt. In his hand, the shard flew in a certain direction, towards the broken world. The shard flew straight into the broken world. This broken world wasn't particularly powerful and was very ordinary. Even spirit warriors could pass through it. Luin had thought that the shard would pass through the broken world to find meteorites, but he hadn't expected the shard to stop there. Luin was shocked and exchanged glances with the progenitor before entering the broken world together. The broken world in front of them was a distorted image of the void, which should have come from some sort of attack. However, that attack hadn't been absorbed into the broken world. The endless cycle of the broken world was caused by the ripples created by the attack. However, these ripples weren't very powerful and couldn't threaten spirit warriors. It was different from the broken worlds he had encountered in the past. As long as one didn't move recklessly or attract attention, they would be fine. However, the moment one entered this broken world, they would be affected by the ripples. They had to either avoid it or face it head-on. There was no third option. Luin had seen a similar broken world before in the ruins of the Day-Night clan's frigid immortal sect. He had been attacked by a progenitor on a mountain peak and had almost died. The shard stopped slightly to the left of the broken world's center. Luin and the progenitor entered, and the distorted void flowed like water to them. Luin approached the shard and reached out to grab it. He vaguely saw something, a speck of light. Senior, do you see it? The progenitor was confused. See what? A speck of light. No, do you see it? Where is it? Luin stared in front of him and then looked at the shard in his hand. He loosened his grip and then grasped it again. The next moment, he saw another speck of light. There's a speck of light 12 meters in front of me. The progenitor stared and shook his head. No. Luin had the progenitor grab the shard and take a look. The primogenitor grabbed the shard, and his eyes widened. There's a dot of light. He let go of the shard. I can't see it again. Then, he held the shard again. This time, he didn't see it. He repeated this several times. Sometimes he saw it, and sometimes he didn't. Strange. Just like the primogenitor, Luin grasped the sharpness shard. Sometimes he could see it, and sometimes he couldn't. There really is a light spot here, but we can't see it with our naked eyes. What is it? Even we can't see it. Is this karma? Ancestor asked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and behind him, his consciousness opened the 9 heavens as he slashed out with the sword of heaven. He raised his hand, and the karma spirals collided, causing a formless rumble to ring out. Luin focused his gaze, but he still could not see anything. He could see the Karma City wall, but he could not see that dot of light. Yusang Tian had a cultivation technique called Formless and Formless, which allowed him to avoid many attacks. It could be considered one of his life-saving techniques, but there were still some attacks that couldn't be avoided. However, this dot of light was invisible to Lu Yin and the others. It was truly formless and formless. If they weren't holding the sharp-edge fragment, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. But why did he have to hold the Vanguard shard in order to see it? What were these light spots? Lu Yin had come into contact with many strange things since he started cultivating, including the strange power that he cultivated. Even when compared to the Nine Heavens Universe's supremacy god, he was confident that he could surpass anyone in terms of cultivation power. However, he could not understand what was happening in front of him. The sharp-edge fragment came from the celestial sword, and the sword's target was the meteorite. That meteorite should have nothing to do with the three universes or the Nine Heavens universe, or else Xianxia and the others would not have acted in such a manner. Was it a creature from another universe? But how could a creature from another universe be connected to the dot of light in the broken world? Since he couldn't figure it out, Lu Yin stopped thinking about it and grabbed at the dot of light. He grabbed nothing. He couldn't touch it. Lu Yin held the sharp-edge fragment and grabbed at the dot of light. He still couldn't grab anything. Ancestor also tried, but he also couldn't grab anything. He tried using the Sky Palace, but it was also useless. Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart and tried various methods to touch the dot of light, but they all failed. This dot of light seemed to really be a dot of light that couldn't be touched at all. But even if it was light, it wasn't completely untouchable to cultivators, especially powerhouses like Lu Yin. As long as the universe existed, he should be able to grab it. Lu Yin held the sharp-edge fragment and used it to touch the dot of light. He touched it. The dot of light was squeezed by the sharp-edge fragment and flew into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin wanted to find it again, but the dot of light was too far away. He couldn't see it even with the sharp-edge fragment in his hand. It was probably too far away. In the next moment, the destroyed worlds that originally existed in the surroundings suddenly vanished like flowing water. Lu Yin was shocked. The broken world disappeared? No, it moved. Ancestor also said, the broken world moved. What did you do? I used the sharp-edge fragment to push that dot of light away, Lu Yin said. Ancestor looked pensive. Could it be that the formation of this broken world originated from that dot of light? Lu Yin looked at the sharp-edge fragment in his hand and then at the broken world in the distance. Was that so? Let's keep trying. At the border of the consciousness universe, Miao Wuhuang and the Ninth Spirit came again. They had been beaten back by the celestial sword, but they knew that the waters of the consciousness universe were getting murkier. Even the celestial sword, which they couldn't understand, had appeared. They were even more anxious to leave. The two had a tacit understanding. The moment they saw the door, they attacked at the same time. But another force attacked the door at the same time. It was a majestic consciousness from the old chief and Frost Blade. They also wanted to leave the consciousness universe. As consciousness lifeforms, this universe originally belonged to them. But the appearance of one expert after another forced them to leave. If they did not give up on the consciousness universe, they would either die or have their consciousness absorbed. The celestial sword, Xianxia, 9 Feet Garden, Meteorite, Lu Yin, and so on. There were too many experts. The two forces attacked at the same time. There were only 3 bitter adversity experts at the door, and they could not withstand it. Compared to the old chief and the others' majestic consciousnesses, Miao Wuhuang and the Ninth Spirit's strength was a level lower. The cultivators guarding the door subconsciously tried to break out in the direction of Miao Wuhuang and the Ninth Spirit. If they did not break out, they would only be forced further away. Now that the door was broken, experts appeared one after another. They would rather go deeper into the consciousness universe. Those who had not experienced despair in the consciousness universe would not understand Miao Wuhuang's feelings. He cursed his stupidity. Charge. The 3 bitter woe experts and several spiritual primordial realm experts guarding the door faced off against Miao Wuhuang and the Ninth Spirit. Neither side wanted to fight to the death, especially since one of the 3 bitter woe experts belonged to the 9 Feet Garden. He was even more unwilling to fight to the death with Miao Wuhuang. Both sides clashed, exchanging only a few blows. But these few blows succeeded. The old chief and the others were one step ahead of them, passing through the broken door. They looked back at Miao Wuhuang and the ninth spirit. The old chief and Frost Blade exchanged glances, and their consciousnesses blasted out. Endless Road. Although Endless Road was not a killing move, it was very effective against creatures with lower consciousnesses. Even the Black Wuxian had used Endless Road to delay the unbounded experts, including Lu Yin, let alone the old chief and Frost Blade. The old chief and the others did not want to be discovered by the humans. But Miao Wuhuang and the ninth spirit were not easy to deal with. The two had fought in the consciousness universe many times, and knew Endless Road well. Seeing the old chief and the others unleash Endless Road, Miao Wuhuang immediately used the world's edge mirror to dodge. But the old chief's consciousness had already covered the sky, and crashed down on Miao Wuhuang. Even Miao Wuhuang could not withstand Frost Blade's consciousness, let alone the old chief. The old chief's consciousness knocked Miao Wuhuang unconscious, and he almost fell to the ground. A flying bamboo swept past Miao Wuhuang, passing through the world's edge mirror and disappearing. When the endless path appeared, Old First and Frost Blade turned to leave. As long as they used the endless path to delay the humans, no one would notice where they fled. At the very least, they could buy time to either head to the spiritualized universe or the Tianyuan universe. Their first choice was the spiritualized universe. The consciousness universe had already been visited by many sentient beings. There was also Anwen, one of the 13 celestial phenomena. As long as they hid in a parallel space, even Yusang Tian would not be able to find them. But they had to leave behind traces of their journey to the Tianyuan universe to divert attention. This was also why they were fighting for time. Just as they were about to leave the consciousness universe, Flying Bamboo used the world's edge mirror to pass through the two. The ninth spirit's body appeared, and she faced the old chief and Frost Blade's shocked gazes. She clasped her hands. Gate of Wonder. The huge door slammed shut, and its scale was no smaller than the border door. The old chief and Frost Blade stared blankly at the door. Where had it come from? Was this a battle technique? Miao Wuhuang saw it as well. Although his consciousness was delayed by Endless Road, his eyes could still see. He cursed, "Ninth Spirit, you despicable wretch. You did not bring me, and even used my power. You are too despicable, shameless, immoral." Behind the Gate of Wonder, the ninth spirit did not hesitate. She turned and left, heading for the nearest springboard. She looked back at the Gate of Wonder. It could not hold them back for long. She just wanted to leave quickly. No matter how the three universes fought, it had nothing to do with her. She did not want to bring trouble to Danhong and the God of Defense. As for Miao Wuhuang, sorry, but he was unlucky. With a boom, the Gate of Wonder shook. Frost Blade slashed out, and the Gate of Wonder could not hold out for long. The old chief raised his palm, and the Gate of Wonder shattered. Miao Wuhuang madly approached the Gate of Wonder, but his consciousness could not get close. These sentient beings were immoral. Just as the Gate of Wonder was about to shatter, a dark golden consciousness filled the sky. Yuya had arrived. At the same time, the Gate of Wonder shattered. The consciousness descended like a tornado, and Yuya appeared in the form of a cloud. He exclaimed, "The Gate of Wonder can stop you. It must be an expert. What is it called?" The old chief and Frost Blade were wary. Here, besides the sentient beings, everyone was an enemy. Miao Wuhuang was quick-witted. He hurriedly said, "The ninth spirit." It was the ninth spirit who released it. The ninth spirit? It should be her. Besides her, there is no one else here. She left the consciousness universe and did not want to get involved. That's fine. Yuya muttered to himself. After speaking, the cloud turned, as though facing the old chief and Frost Blade. You helped me. Thank you, Brother Emosi Honey Leech, Zhang Daming, for your tip. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Frost Blade was puzzled. This was the first time he saw Yuya. If it wasn't him, then it must be Old Head. He and Old Head had met not long ago. Old Head looked at the clouds. It's not helping, but we have a common enemy. This enemy hasn't been destroyed yet, and you want to run? Old Head said in a low voice, "This enemy can't be destroyed." Yuya raised his voice. "He will die. Now I only see your people dying one after another. It won't change the result. Of course, I need your help." "Why should we help you?" Old Head asked. He didn't want to stay in the consciousness universe anymore. They had set a trap for Xianxia from the beginning, but he didn't expect it to develop like this. He didn't know where so many masters came from. He would rather face Xianxia and the 7 great Xianxia at the same time. The current top experts in the consciousness universe had long surpassed the 7 great Xianxia. The 7 great Xianxia were only at the level of Dooku AI. The strongest, Supreme Emperor, was still slightly weaker than him and could hardly block his consciousness. If he used the Heaven and Earth lock, he could lock Supreme Emperor down. This was also the reason why he was confident in killing Xianxia. But the appearance of Lu Yin and the Eternal was too unexpected, especially Lu Yin, whose consciousness had surpassed him. Not to mention other means, plus the exposure of the 9th heaven universe, he had to find a new way out. Yuya was silent for a moment. "Help me. When I become a supreme, I will allow you to enter the 9th heaven and protect your consciousness universe. Even if it has to be restarted, it will only be the Tianyuan universe." Old Head's eyes narrowed. "Restarting, what a heavy topic." Frostblade's voice was very loud. "Can you become a supreme?" Through the cultivators of the 9th heaven universe on the cliff, they had learned a lot. They naturally knew that the supreme god was an eternal realm master. They had personally experienced the power of the one-leaf blue lotus. It was a terrifying power that couldn't be stopped. Yuya was confident. "There is a force in the 9th heaven universe called 9 Feet Garden. They are the masters who helped me besiege Lu Yin. They have a high status in the 9th heaven universe. You have seen the number of masters who crossed the bitter disaster. They are willing to risk everything to come to the consciousness universe to help me. This is against the rules, but they have confidence in me and know that I can succeed and protect them. Net you too. Being protected by the Supreme God, even if Mo has 10 times the courage, he won't dare to attack you. This is my promise to you." Frostblade looked at the old chief. He was tempted. Because it seemed like they had no choice. Leaving the mind universe was one thing, but now that Yuya had caught up to them, it would be very difficult for them to leave. Even if they managed to leave, they would forever be hunted down. However, if they could help Yuya kill Lu Yin, not only would they be able to obtain Yuya's promise, but they would also be able to get rid of Lu Yin. Why not? Lu Yin was someone who could absorb the consciousnesses of consciousness lifeforms. To them, he was a mortal enemy that had to be eliminated. If he lost this opportunity, it would be almost impossible to get rid of that person in the future. "I have another condition," the old chief said. Yuya said indifferently, "Speak." The old man said solemnly, "I want to climb the precipice and get close to the palace." Yuya seemed to be staring at the old chief. The old man stared at the dark golden clouds and said, "Etion K is the oldest place in the consciousness universe. The name of the 13 celestial bodies comes from Etion, Quebec. We have been looking at the precipice for too long. We have tried countless times, but we have not been able to climb the precipice. Since your 9 clouds universe can let those juniors get close to the palace, you can let us go. I want to try. Just treat it as fulfilling a dream." Frostblade also stared at Yuya. The palace was rumored to contain the memories of the eternal realm. Whether it was true or not, they had to try to get close. As consciousnesses, they had a natural advantage. After a while, Yuya said, "Okay, I agree." On the other side, Lu Yin was studying the sharpness shard when Xianxia came looking for him. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia in the distance and said, "I thought you wouldn't show up." Xianxia looked solemn. Yuya is looking for a way to break out of this situation. He might find unexpected help. Aren't you worried? Lu Yin laughed. Who? You? Eternal? Or the 13 celestial bodies? There is no one else but you. Xianxia said seriously, "Don't underestimate the god of defense. You haven't really experienced his murderous intent." Lu Yin agreed. "Yes, as the god of defense, he has the strength to threaten you, but I haven't seen it so far." Maybe it's a life-saving ability. Are those other people also from the Nine Clouds universe? The 9-foot garden. I'm invincible within 9 feet. You talk big, just like the 5 great gates. Unfortunately, it's useless. So many people surrounded you. If not for the old leader's sneak attack, you wouldn't have been injured. Luin shrugged. That's just my luck. Xianxia looked at Luin. Yuya, the 9-foot garden, the 13 celestial bodies, and the eternal. You're finished. Even I can't help you. Luin didn't refute. Since you're here, you must have a way to deal with it. No. Then why are you here? I'm trying to find a way to deal with it. I'll give you a chance. Luin frowned. A chance? Xianxia looked in a direction. The Heavenly Palace. What do you mean? Luin feigned ignorance. Xianxia smiled. You can get in. I know. Luin stared at Xianxia. Xianxia continued, the azure lotus cultivates karma, and the one-leaf azure lotus naturally represents karma. What seals the Heavenly Palace is the power of karma. Since it involves the power of karma, only you can break it. Luin coldly replied, you overestimate me. How can I resist the power of an eternal realm? That's just the one-leaf azure lotus. It doesn't represent the azure lotus higher. If the azure lotus higher has the power to affect the consciousness universe, I'll turn around and leave. What you can do in the spiritualized universe, you can do here as well. Luin stared at Xianxia. What did I do in the spiritualized universe? Xianxia didn't answer. Luin asked again, do you know what I did in the spiritualized universe? Xianxia sighed. We're all looking for a way to break out of this situation. What you did was what I wanted you to do. Luin smiled. Don't tell me that you've been plotting against me to help the spiritualized universe find a way to break out of this situation. Don't tell me that you let me do whatever I want in the spiritualized universe because you know that I cultivate the power of karma. Don't tell me that you're the savior of the spiritualized universe. Xianxia calmly looked at Luin and didn't say a word. The primogenitor looked at Xianxia with a complicated gaze. Ever since they found out about the relationship between the 9 firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe, they were wary of the spiritualized universe because they were friends and foes. They also sympathized with the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe was robbed of the spirit seed liquid by the 9 firmaments universe. The 9 firmaments universe used the spirit seeds cultivated by the spiritualized universe's cultivators to cultivate their own cultivation methods. This allowed the spiritualized universe's cultivators to have a second life and a spirit seed that could be passed down. If the universe was viewed as a human, it was as if they could see the spiritualized universe kneeling on the ground and being trampled by the 9 firmaments universe. Even Xianxia didn't know about this. Was the Tianyuan universe pitiful? Its future had been weakened. No, it wasn't pitiful. At the very least, it was free and hadn't been devoured. The truly pitiful ones were the spiritualized universe and Xianxia. Even though he was a lesser god and a powerhouse who had completed bitter adversity, he was still looked down upon by the younger cultivators of the 9 firmaments universe. The countless spiritualized cultivators who could be robbed of their lives at any time had risked their lives to cultivate, but in the end, they were helping someone else. The prerequisite for all of this was the karmic wall and the karmic funnel. Without these, the 9 firmaments universe wouldn't have been able to devour the spiritualized universe's spirit seed liquid. Luin had cultivated karma and could pry open the karmic wall. That way, he could break through the 9 firmaments universe's suppression of the spiritualized universe. This was Xianxia's goal. Xianxia was ruthless, vicious, and heartless. He didn't seem to care about anyone's life or death, but his scheme against Luin benefited the entire spiritualized universe. I'm not a savior. I just want to turn the tables, Xianxia slowly said. Luin laughed, not out of mockery, but because he really found it funny. He didn't know how to evaluate Xianxia. Good? Bad? No. Neither. Right now, Luin felt as if he had been replaced by an eternal character. Xianxia was saving his universe, and although Luin had been used, he had also been saved by Xianxia several times. However, deep in his heart, Lu Yin still viewed Xianxia as an enemy, and this relationship would never change. Then, to the spiritualized universe, was Lu Yin an evil person? Lu Yin didn't care what the spiritualized universe thought of him, as he had come here with the intention of reawakening the spiritualized universe. He just had a strange, indescribable feeling. Everyone had their own standpoint, and good and bad were only differentiated according to their standpoint. To the Tianyuan universe, Xianxia was undoubtedly an enemy, but to the spiritualized universe, he was a hero. Lu Yin took a deep breath and suppressed the strange feeling of contradiction. No matter what Xianxia did for the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin still had to find a way to survive for the Tianyuan universe. I can enter the heavenly palace, but you want to use the condition of bringing us up the precipice to get me to bring you there? Xianxia nodded. Not the two of you, but you. I can only bring you up the precipice. Lu Yin refused. That's impossible. Senior must come along. That's the first reason. The second reason. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. If we could avoid Yuya, we would have gone to a parallel universe long ago. Xianxia looked at him and guessed, Yuya is using the Tianyuan universe to threaten you? Lu Yin didn't refute this. Xianxia didn't care. Do you think that he can go to the Tianyuan universe to threaten you? Lu Yin was stunned. What do you mean? Of the three universes, the Tianyuan universe is the weakest, especially before you appeared. The Tianyuan universe only has the Eternals, and the spiritualized universe can easily send a few bitter adversity powerhouses to deal with them. Why is there a stalemate? The reason you know is definitely not the whole story. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Back in the Zhikong domain, Foolish Old had said that the spiritualized universe had yet to reach the peak of civilization. Once the spiritualized universe had enough resources, it could use the Tianyuan universe to break through and become invincible. Of course, he now knew that this was a lie. However, there had to be a reason why the Tianyuan universe had yet to be reactivated. Xianxia's tone was indifferent. The three universes are below, and the 9 firmaments are above. Whether or not it can be reactivated does not depend on us. It depends on the 9 firmaments universe and the high and mighty god of defense. If Yuya could casually reactivate the Tianyuan universe and threaten it, it would have disappeared long ago. I know you don't believe me, so I'll change my words. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin and Progenitor. Yuya has nowhere to go. If he can really use the Tianyuan universe to threaten you, that day will come. Lu Yin had to admit that if the Tianyuan universe could threaten Lu Yin, then why wouldn't Yuya use it? Yuya would definitely use some methods to attack Lu Yin, and he would never be able to make a comeback if he was constantly threatened. If he and Progenitor were defeated because of their misgivings, then the Tianyuan universe would only be reactivated. There would be no second path, and Limitless, which was hidden in a parallel universe, would have no future. Regardless of whether they believed Xianxia or not, they had to ignore him to reduce the threat. Furthermore, a threat was only real if the person being threatened knew about it. Yuya had threatened Lu Yin and Progenitor not to go to a parallel universe, but after the battle with Tian Zhujian, Lu Yin and Progenitor had disappeared. Even Yuya didn't know if they had gone to a parallel universe. Even if they could reactivate the Tianyuan universe, they couldn't just do so. What was the point of going to the Tianyuan universe otherwise? What they needed to do now was not defeat Yuya, but rather not talk to him. Xianxia didn't say anything else. He knew that Lu Yin and Progenitor could see this clearly. He looked at Progenitor. It's not fair for me to bring you up the cliff. I don't agree. Progenitor looked at Xianxia and also stopped worrying about Yuya's threat. On the contrary, this is the fairest for you. You can throw the pillar on the cliff at any time, and I promise not to approach the palace. I'll just keep an eye on you so that everyone can relax. We can't do anything to you because we need you to bring us down the cliff. You can't escape. I'll keep an eye on you. Xianxia. Lu Yin replied, if you don't agree, then there's nothing to discuss. Xianxia was helpless. Alright, remember your conditions. He is not to approach the palace. Lu Yin glanced at the Progenitor. Xianxia seemed to be even more afraid of the Progenitor than before. Was it because he had seen the Progenitor's sequence laws? Yuya, 9 feet garden, and the others were quite apprehensive of the primogenitor's sequence laws. Xianxia was the same. This was the foundation. Although he had cultivated until now, his battle prowess was strong, but in some aspects, he was still far from the primogenitor. If not for the primogenitor's reminder, he would not have known that he could not absorb Yuya's thoughts to achieve the same effect as Yuya. There was no time to lose. Since they had come to an agreement, the three of them immediately headed towards the realm of Earth. Luin was worried that Yuya would go to Tian Quebec. Xianxia told him not to worry. Yuya had already tried it when he first arrived in the consciousness universe. He felt the power of the Green Lotus defense and would not try it again. He did not think that anyone could succeed. The people of the Nine Clouds universe respected the defense god more than those who didn't understand the power of the eternal life layer. Luin naturally understood the power of the eternal life layer. The Grass Grandmaster had left a deep impression on him, and he would never forget him for the rest of his life. If not for the power of karma, he did not think that anyone could break through the power of the Green Lotus defense and enter Tian Quebec. This blind spot would buy Luin and the others a considerable amount of time. He would just let Yuya and the others search in the consciousness universe. If the eternal life layer wanted to hide, then so be it. The dark golden thoughts spread throughout the consciousness universe. Luin and Xianxia saw it and exchanged glances. It seemed that Yuya had the confidence to attack again. The three of them were all top experts, so it was not difficult for them to avoid the thoughts and head to Tian Quebec. Once they reached the realm of Earth, the three of them smoothly arrived outside the cottage. Xianxia and the primogenitor watched as Luin approached the cottage. Whether or not they could enter depended on him. Luin used the Heaven's Sword and collided with the Karma Spiral. He saw the Karma Wall and the Karma that blocked the cottage's entrance. He still did not understand why the collision of the Heaven's Swords had allowed him to see the Karma Wall. Perhaps the Patriarch's Heaven's Sword would provide an answer. Xiwen's Heaven's Sword could not provide an answer. The cottage's entrance was blocked by karma, and it was equivalent to a wall. Luin saw it clearly, and then he began to dig at the bricks at the very edge of the entrance. He wanted to open up a crack for them to enter, but he could not allow others to easily find them. He could only do so at the very edge. Even if a normal person came, they would be pushed to the center. In the current consciousness universe, aside from experts like Yuya and the Eternal, no one knew that this was the entrance to Tian Quebec. These experts had a common problem: they could not think like a normal person, and this was the so-called expert's demeanor. The more such a person was, the easier it was for them to be limited by their past considerations. For example, the primogenitor and Xianxia were shocked to see Luin dig at the bricks. If this scene had been seen by a normal person, it would not have been so strange. Let's go. Luin successfully dug out a crack and moved in step by step. His face was squeezed out of shape. Xianxia and the primogenitor looked at each other in shock. What kind of posture was this? The primogenitor made an inviting gesture, and Xianxia approached the entrance. When he raised his hand, he was met with resistance. Helpless, he copied Luin and moved sideways, squeezing in step by step. His face was also squeezed by karma, but the karma could not be seen. It was as if his entire face had been deformed. It had to be said that this action was indescribable, and Xianxia had not done it since the day he had started cultivating. With his innate gift, he had been the center of attention ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation. His every action had been considered from an angle that others would look up to. When had he ever acted in such a clumsy, or rather, thievish manner? The primogenitor laughed. This action was exactly the same as a thief's. The great Xianxia was squeezing into a cottage like a thief. If this scene were to spread back to the spiritualized universe, many would be stunned. Xianxia squeezed in, and the primogenitor copied them and squeezed in as well. They would not have known if they had not done it, but only after doing it did they realize how stifling it was. They had no choice. If they did not do this, it would be equivalent to leaving the door open for Yuya to enter, and they would still be found. Doing so would lower the chances of Yuya and the others entering. Tian K, below the precipice. After the primogenitor arrived, Xianxia attacked the precipice with eternal thought. Luin and the primogenitor used their spirit threads to follow, and after a while, they successfully climbed up the precipice. When they reached the precipice again, Luin looked at the palace in the distance. This time, they could approach with all their might. On the precipice, there was an inexplicable sense of security. Even if Xianxia, Eternal, or the 13 celestial phenomenon experts came, they would not be able to get close. The only thing he was worried about was whether Yi Qinglian would bring any experts from the Nina Firmament's universe. But even the remaining 2 lesser gods could not do anything. Even if they came, they would not be able to do anything to them. Luin realized that there were a lot of powerhouses at this level. They were considered the strongest below the Eternal Realm. Of the 5 lesser gods, who was the strongest? Luin suddenly asked. Xianxia looked at the palace. I don't know. How are Xingfan and Danhong's strengths compared to yours? Xianxia looked at Luin. I don't know, but Danhong is not to be trifled with. I heard that Danhong has always wanted to get rid of you. Luin was curious. Xianxia said indifferently, everyone in the Nina Firmament's universe wants to get rid of me, not just Danhong. Without another word, Xianxia walked towards the palace, enduring the pressure of the memories. The precipice was silent as the primogenitor stared at Xianxia, preventing him from suddenly leaving. With him watching, Luin could approach the palace with peace of mind. Memories flooded in like a tide, but he could not see anything. He was bearing the memories and felt powerless, but he could not see any scenes of the past. The memories were like a string that kept being pulled taut. They came from the palace. The memories belonged to him and his perspective, but it also felt like a third person looking at the universe and creatures, forgetting them after seeing them, as if he had never seen them before. The feeling of tearing, immersion, oppression, and tension. Luin walked towards the palace step by step, his speed much faster than the last time. Similarly, Xianxia was getting closer to the palace. If people from the continent of the 9 clouds had seen them, they would have been astonished. Apart from the high defense gods, everybody else had tried to get close to the palace, but even Xingfan and Danhua, who were also low defense gods, weren't that fast. When they tried to approach the palace, Old Head had been suppressing his speed. Luin and Xianxia were the same. The last time had been a test, but this time, they were truly trying to get close to the palace and seize what was inside. The pressure from the memories made them lose all sense of time. They even lost the concept of who they were and did not know whether they were looking at their memories or their current experiences. In a daze, Luin felt as if his identity was someone else's memories. He came to the place where he had been before, and here, he encountered the Fist of Memories. He saw the river of time, saw a shadow going against it, and saw a blurry tree. The memories appeared again, and they were so familiar that he felt like he had seen them before. Luin lifted his foot and walked forward. It was still too early to suppress his memories. The string of his memories would not be so easily pulled apart. He glanced into the distance and was surprised to see that Xianxia had already surpassed him. But then again, it was normal. Xianxia had lived for so many years that it was a form of capital. His heart was like a boulder, and his will was strong. Although his consciousness was not as majestic as Lu Yin's, his heart was enough to make up for it. Luin looked away and continued walking forward. Xianxia suddenly stopped, and his expression changed. He had encountered the Fist of Memories. The progenitor stared at him. Pillar. Luin paused and looked at Xianxia. His fingers curled, and he almost attacked, but he held himself back. If he attacked, neither he nor Xianxia would be able to approach the palace peacefully. Right now, the palace was right in front of them, and they would have to rely on their own ability to get close. Xianxia's expression suddenly calmed down, and he opened his eyes to look at Luin. Are you testing me? Luin raised a brow. Xianxia stared at Luin. If you don't attack, I won't attack either. Luin looked deeply at Xianxia. Let's see who can get close. Let's rely on our own abilities, but I advise you not to get your hopes up. I don't know if you can become a superior deity, but no one has ever become an inferior deity. Then why are you still trying? If I succeed, Nina Firmament's universe won't be able to stop me. I'll be the second eternal realm cultivator after Paramount, and the spiritualized universe will have the right to speak. If I fail? Xianxia calmly looked into the distance. It doesn't matter. Nina Firmament's universe won't tolerate it anyway. Mo Shang. The ancestor suddenly asked loudly, if you were given another chance, would you slaughter the above heaven sect? Slaughter Immemorial City? Xianxia looked back at the ancestor. I envy you. The ancestor frowned and looked at Xianxia in confusion. Xianxia said indifferently, you can be a human ancestor and protect your kindness, even if it's willful. He wouldn't ask such a childish question. Since you want an answer, I'll give it to you. Xianxia's gaze was cold. I will. The ancestor sighed and looked at Luin silently. Xianxia was right. Luin wouldn't ask such a question because there was only one answer. There wouldn't be a second answer. The ancestor had suppressed Immemorial City's string sequence for the people of the Tianyuan universe. He had dedicated his entire life and was worthy of respect. Xianxia had also planned for the spiritualized universe, and he didn't hesitate to let Luin go. Even if Lu Yin's reputation was damaged, the spiritualized universe still respected him. But the biggest difference between him and the ancestor was this. The ancestor focused on defense, while Xianxia focused on offense. The ancestor wouldn't harm other universes just to protect the Tianyuan universe. Xianxia was different. If given a chance, he would destroy all other universes just to preserve the spiritualized universe. He was full of aggression. Luin was also such a person. Xianxia had massacred the Tianyuan universe and wanted to restart it. Luin had come with the intention of restarting the spiritualized universe. An eye for an eye. This was Lu Yin's idea, and it was also Xianxia's idea. They were essentially the same type of people, and they were different from the ancestor. Because of Luin, the ancestor was still the same. Without Luin, would the ancestor still be the same? The spiritualized universe now had one less Luin. The primogenitor understood all of this, but he still asked. This was what Xianxia meant when he said he was willful. The answer to his question was an explanation for his kindness. The primogenitor had a hard time suppressing the string of the echelon for countless years. However, he felt even more heartache for Luin, as Luin was burdened with responsibilities and pressure that should not have happened at his age. In the consciousness universe, the Sikong mirror extended into the heavens, but it still couldn't find Luin. Yu once again cooperated with vast misty waves and the others to execute the 9 feet anti-heaven technique, which encompassed the entire starry sky. However, they still could not find anything. The old chief's consciousness spread out, but it was also ineffective. Could it be that he's hiding in a parallel universe? Vast mist waves asked. Yu didn't reply. He was also thinking about this problem. If he hadn't hidden in a parallel space, it was impossible for him to not find him. But, do they dare? Wasn't he afraid that he would kill his way into the Tianyuan universe? Killing his way to the Tianyuan cosmos was just a pretense, as he had only used it to threaten Luin. If it was that easy, someone else would have tried to do so a long time ago. Since ancient times, there had been countless powerhouses who had reached the peak of bitter adversity in the 9 firmaments universe. Even in their dreams, they had hoped to restart a universe and attempt to attain eternal life. However, the Tianyuan cosmos had never been touched. Why don't we go to the Tianyuan cosmos? The old chief suggested. They had already planned to leave the consciousness universe. Vast mist waves glanced at them. We can't go. The old chief did not understand. Vast mist waves did not say anything else. Continue searching. We'll definitely find him. They were even more anxious than Yuya, as Yuya needed to transform and become a god of defense. Otherwise, the 9 feet garden would be finished. The 9 feet garden placed all of their hopes on Yuya. In the heavenly imperial court, the pressure from the memories grew stronger, and Luin felt increasingly powerless. That string of memories also grew tighter, but it had not reached its limit yet. If Xianxia could leave, then so could Luin. Over the years, the Dai's 6 pips had allowed him to withstand the memories many times. That string of memories was more tenacious than anyone else's. However, that feeling of powerlessness and weakness made him want to fall to the ground at every moment. Gue. Xiaoqing's fate kept appearing in front of him. Wu Yi had become like an idiot, and it was chilling. Suddenly, the scene in front of him rapidly retreated. Lu Ying stopped and even took a step back. This step attracted the attention of the progenitor and Xianxia. He had been shaken by the memories. The progenitor stood up and stared at Xianxia. The sky armament circled behind him to prevent Xianxia from attacking, but it was useless. The closer the power was to the palace, the more it would disappear. Only someone in the same position could attack. The closer the two were to each other, the clearer the attack would be. The only thing the progenitor could do was shout out to warn Lu Ying. Xianxia did not attack. He looked deeply at Lu Ying before looking away and continuing forward. Lu Ying saw the universe rewind, one universe after another. He was shocked, and his eyes narrowed. Was this a parallel universe or a parallel universe? It couldn't be that fast. How could one universe travel to another so quickly? The scene disappeared, and Lu Ying could not help but take a few steps back. He almost fell as he panted. Zhuzi, are you all right? Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he waved a hand before looking at Xianxia. Xianxia did not respond and continued forward, but his speed was much slower than before. Lu Ying looked away and exhaled deeply. He looked up at the palace. What was that scene? Memories? He could not tell. The rewind was too fast, and it could not be a universe. Impossible. He paused for a moment before continuing forward. After some time, Lu Ying slowed down as well. He did not look at Xianxia, and Xianxia did not look at him either, but the two continued forward. They had clearly walked for a long time, and each step was a long one, but from the progenitor's point of view, they were still not close to the palace. Even if they kept moving forward, there was still a short distance between them and the palace. A normal person would have walked this path long ago, but in this place, it was like a natural moat. Xianxia stopped, his expression calm, but beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. The progenitor looked at him. This time, it should be real. Xianxia had been shaken by the memories. Would Lu Ying attack? Lu Ying did not even look at Xianxia, so he naturally would not attack. The progenitor could warn Lu Ying, but he did not. The next moment, Lu Ying stopped as well. The progenitor was astonished. The closer they got to the palace, the more frequent the memory shakes. This time, Lu Ying saw 3 swords traverse the void and slash at a giant beast claw. The beast claw was indescribable, and it covered the sky and the stars. It was as if it was about to crush the universe. This was just a beast claw, and from it, there was an unimaginable astral beast. Lu Ying could not even begin to imagine how big that beast was. He had once seen progenitor Chen move the stars in his palm, and at that time, he had thought that the progenitor was very big. After that, he had seen the progenitor of giants and other enormous creatures. He had never thought that he would one day see a creature that could encompass an entire universe. How did he know that the beast claw could encompass an entire universe? Had he ever seen that universe before? No, but he was certain that the universe was very big to him, and he could not see it all at once. Who did this sudden memory or knowledge belong to? Who did these 3 swords belong to? Lu Ying did not have much time to think as the 3 swords pierced through the beast claw, and he vaguely heard a pained howl. The beast claw was torn apart, and the 3 swords slashed outside the universe. The sky collapsed, and the earth caved in. The universe distorted and shattered. Lu Yin's inexplicable rage drowned out his rationality. Who was this rage coming from? Right, those 3 swords were the Azure Sword, Middle Azure Sword, and Lower Azure Sword. He knew that it was called the Triple Azure Sword Intent. He should have been able to do it. The image disappeared, and Lu Ying stood there in a daze. No, he still did not know how to use the Azure Sword, but he should have been able to. The memories did not belong to the universe, but rather to a creature that could use the Triple Azure Sword Intent. The memories that Xianxia had seen had all come from that creature. That creature had wandered the core of space and seen the stars of many universes. It had stopped the universe from rebooting, nurtured powerful creatures, and protected certain civilizations. It had also hoped to see beautiful things, but in the end, it had all been lost. Why were the creature's memories here? Why did it form Xianxia? Lu Ying looked at the distant palace. If Xianxia really did belong to that creature's memories, then that palace should be the one that had left the deepest impression. Or rather, it should be the place that protected the deepest memories. This creature had to be an eternal realm. The memories that Luin had seen were not ordinary. At the very least, he could not rely on the triple azure sword intent to kill an astral beast that could encompass an entire universe. What kind of existence was that astral beast? He continued forward, wanting to get closer to the palace and see the memories clearly. If his guess was right, then the palace might really contain the creature's memories of immortality. Xianxia had experienced a memory shock, and he had confirmed something. His eyes burned with passion and madness as he walked towards the palace. Time passed day by day, and only the progenitor was calculating. Almost a year had passed, which was a very short time for cultivators. However, for Luin and Xianxia, it should have been a very long time. They did not even have the concept of time. During this time, Luin had experienced 5 memory shocks, while Xianxia had experienced 4. The progenitor had guessed wrong. The closer one got to the palace, the more frequent the memory shocks. There was no pattern to this phenomenon. He wondered how Xianxia and the others were doing. In the void of the consciousness universe, Xianxia had been impatient for a long time. Although a year was short, it was still a very long time to him. He did not know if the Nina Firmament's universe would interfere, but he just wanted to find Luin as soon as possible to complete his transformation. Where had he gone? Was he really in a parallel universe? Old Head and the others had searched all the known parallel universes, but they had not been able to find him. Instead, they had found the Eternal Realm. Only then did Xianxia realize that there was an absolute powerhouse here. He had said that he would join forces with the Eternal, and Old Head and the others had thought that they would succeed. After all, the Eternal was Lu Yin's archenemy and Xianxia's enemy. However, not long after, Xianxia and the Eternal started fighting. Old Head and the others did not know the reason. In the end, the Eternal disappeared and Xianxia returned. Vast Mist and the others asked for the reason, but Xianxia did not say anything. End of chapter 37-39. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.